Chapter 1 The Young Prodigy, the Unparalleled Swordsoul. Thesno fell in thick, swirling flurries. In the heart of the mountains a pristine blanket of silver radiated the landscape. Within a humble grasset, an elder limon reclined lazily upon his bed. Child, have outrole considered these, the sword tomb, wily and unparalleled opportunity bestowed by our sword sect, harbors considerable. Should you fail to navigate this word formation, your very life may be betake. The old man lifted a winch, took hearty swig of strong liquor, and spoke solemnly. Master, did he on it proclaim that Tamarerte lent in the sword arts, a genius seldom seen in a million years, surely the sword tomb cannot pose a collingatome. The youth scazuus resoluti shegent lipolish the sworden hishans. Since you have made our decision, then venture forth. Fielder torius word shape a j dependent from aron disneck and tossedite casually. Thependant landiden the youth spum. Before the unman could react, a brilliant light flashed. In an instant the boy's figure evanished, leaving gonlathus word shape a j dependent suspended in the air. The young man's name was Su Tianzhou, field ests enough so familiar in Qingyang city. On the day of his birth, Fielder Lehman entered your residence, and upon glimpsing the infant Su Tianzhou in his swaddling clothes, uttered a proclamation. A child should be like Su Tianzhou, a melody of reincarnation that reverberates through the heavens. That very day, after Fielder departed, Su Tianzhou's father bestowed upon him the name Su Tianzhou. In the year of Su Tianzhou's 8th birthday, on a night shrouded in darkness, the heavens unleashed a flurry of snowflakes as white as goose feathers. The lives of the 136 members of Suffamuli were forever frozen in that cold night. Had it not been for a loyal servant to sacrifice a dislefedos in Himotan consilhaminidri well, he would surely have emethystomize his gravy overgrown with 3 feet of grass by now. The scaldi so confident they has truly taken after me. Fielder wore a broad smile. Little did heck know, no sooner had has spoken than this word shape a j dependent glimmered on Simor. Su Tianzhou's figure reappeared within the room. At this moment, Hugh was drenched in blood, his body marred by intersecting sword wounds, a sight both harrowing and distressing. The old man looked at Su Tianzhou, his expression stiffening. How will the fail so quickly? Su Tianzhou, embarrassed, replied, Master, you did not inform us that sword tomb harbored so many sword souls. I barely stepped inside, still bewildered, when it was tormented with those sword souls. Had I not reacted swiftly, my life would have been forfeit. Fielder sighed upon hearing these within the sword tomb. There exist 18,000 sword souls, remnants of the renowned sword immortal son divine swordsman who have perished in this vast world. If I can hear recognition, you shall forge an unparalleled sword soul, and your future will be limitless. Su Tianzhou, suppressing the pain coursing through his body, rose to his feet and approached Fielder, seizing the wine jug from the old man's grasp and began tottering. The potent liquor transformed into spiritual energy, mending his word wounds. Master, grant me little more time. Once I find me inner strength into spirit, I shall surely conquer the trial soft sword tomb. Su Tianzhou sat down to Weinjig, smiling. Fielder Shathim approach Fullblin Swat do you know, you brat, if I do not condense our sword soul before reaching spirit refinement stage, it will greatly affect our future. Su Tianzhou, contemplating Fielder's words, full in tossilence, his mind racing with thoughts. Seeing Su Tianzhou still hesitating, Fielder sigh sparkled child, once you condense our unparalleled sword soul, I shall take you out to meet my junior sister, toasted her golden elixir path. Junior sister, master, you have a junior sister, why was I not informed, isha beautiful, how do us hecum perito lieth widow from Lu Creek town? Su Tianzhou's interest was piqued, and bombarded Fielder with questions. Fielder beamed with pride. My junior sister is known as sword-slaying Chin Fairy, renowned as tamest beautiful woman in the Rome. How cold lieth widow possibly compare? Su Tianzhou, skeptical, replied, Master, you must be exaggerating. Is the retrolia woman more beautiful than lieth widow? Yup, know nothing, my junior sister surpasses 100 lieth widows. Fielder's temper flared reader to Su Tianzhou. Su Tianzhou, undaunted by Fielder sire, chuckled and asked, Master, you don't harbor feelings for our junior sister, doi? Ridiculous, I am a married man. Do not speak such nonsense. My relationship with my junior sister is completely innocent, there is nothing amiss. Fielder exploded in indignation, directing his wrath at Su Tianjiao. Enough! Su Tianjiao hastily intervened. Master, when did you marry? I had no knowledge of this. Ya never asked, so he should tell you? Then tell me why's Mister's wife, is she beautiful? Well, I seem to have forgotten. You forgot such a thing, master, you truly are a scoundrel. You insolent brat, how dare you speak to me like that? A man who forgets his own wife but remembers his junior sister is nothing but a scoundrel. I think you're just asking for a beating. No, I want strike you instead, returned Toad Sword Tomb. Only when you have condensed a run paralleled sword soul may you emerge. With acre of despair. Su Tianjiao's figure even ishi dance Murray. Their own within Sword Tomb cement to exist in another dimension shrouded in dim light with sword intentraging. Countless sword-shaped heads stone to bolts stood erect. Each radiating an unyielding sword intent. As if innumerable and parallel swords mean were wielding their blades within. As Su Tianjia stepped forward. The spirit soft house and soft sword soul simultaneously manifested. Issuing resounding echo of soft sword cries. Su Tianjia gripped the sword and hishened, muttering in frustration, the sold monastruli ruthless. I am not yet fully developed, and he expects me to accomplish this nearly impossible task. Isha's ending meta me death? In the next moment, a sword soul rushed forth, curdling towards Su Tianjiao. He hastily swing his sword to defend himself, but the sword soul speedways astonishingly swift. Before he could react, Heffeltasher sting as it slashed his right arm. Damn it, Elusiu for practice. Su Tianjiao gritted his teeth and charged forward and smurry. Headvanced swiftly but the return ways equally quick. Another scar ways a dead to his already battered body. And so day after day, year after year. Su Tianjiao but led countless word souls within Sword Tomb, accumulating wound upon wound. Time passed swiftly, and 3 years flew by. Throughout his 3 years, Su Tianjiao teeter done thebring cough death timed again. Finally, in this very moment, he triumphed over the myriad sword souls. Su Tianjia's a cross-legged on the ground, surrounded by sword souls, forming a colossal vortex of sword energy. With the CS tightly shut, his aura steadily ascended. Condense! Su Tianjia suddenly opened his eyes, shouting with fervor. Countless beams of light erupted from his body, and the sword souls began to fuse into him. Within his stanchion, a pitch-black, unparalleled sword soul quietly took shape. Boom! Azure Joe immense power erupted from him, radiating outward. Head broke and throat, transforming Eisener strength into spirit, entering spirit refinement stage. Su Tianjiao slowly pondering strange shouldn't to sword soul reside in the platform, within dust many peer within Medantian, never mind I shall inquire with me master upon my return. At that moment, the sword shape a jade pendant shimmered, and Su Tianjia's figure vanished, reappearing in the grass hut. Master, I have succeeded. Su Tianjiao exclaimed with excitement. Yet, no response followed. Strange, where has master gone? Su Tianjiao exited the grass hut, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. Fielder lay on the ground, drenched in blood, his breath faint. The donkey stood nearby, braying mournfully. Master! Su Tianjiao rushed over, cradling Fielder on his arms. Child, you must depart. Fielder spoke slowly, enunciating each word with care. On Thessalon hillside. A fresh grave stood solemnly alone. Su Tianjiao knelt before the grave, speechless. After a long moment, he bowed deeply three times. Master, I shall first return to Qingyang town. Once I have paid my respects to my family, I will journey to the eastern region to seek out Hatchin Farius Midteacher. Su Tianjiao declared, rising to his feet and mounting the donkey. Clink, clink. Accompanied by the sound of the bell hanging from the donkey's neck, it trudged heavily into the distance. Chapter 2 The Su family mansion, the young girl Jishui. On the streets of Qingyang City. Sutayangia led the donkey, strolling leisurely. It was midwinter no, with he of his snow falling from Theski. Perhaps due to the cold. The streets were sparsely populated. With each step Sutayangio took in Thesno, it crunched beneath his feet. Henter de tavern. One half frequented often warather, one at yon armadildero fen brought timto. After ordering a roast goose, here a ched for the wine jugath eyes waste. Sutyangian indulged in a bite of was followed by a sip of wine. Suddenly, Thetaver endorse whoopen. And a stunning le handsome youth clad in white entered. The unman brush at the snow from his clothing gone softly stated innkeeper half a pound off beef and a pound of wine. Certainly, please wait a moment. The old innkeeper at the counter promptly stood to greet them. By sheer coincidence, the Uthwak had directly toward Sutayangia stable. Excuse him, is this he had taken? The youth's voice reached Sutayangia's ears. No, it is unoccupied. Sutayangia replied without looking up, engrossed in his meal. The youth shukishe dan tu kazit. There gazesmit. And Sutayangia felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity though he did not recognize the individual before him, he could not discern the source of this feeling. With the resenetche kavashid, he lifted the winejig from thitaba and took a gentle zip, warding guffichel wilwin. What doest the master me and bithies? The thin white worry an expression of confusion. Born a daughter, yet masquerading gasson. Sutayangia's voice was swabdued, barely audible, mentionly for the man before her. Upon hearing this, the youth's expression shifted slightly, and her replied, You jest, young master. As time passed, Sutayangia's gaze remained fixed on the window where residence a student view. Throughout the red placque above the door, bearing towards Su mansion, was strikingly yellowed. It seems the master risque curious above Su mansion. Might inquire if you know yon from there? The youth's voice carried of curiosity, laced with an undercurrent of sorrow. Upon hearing this, Sutayangia's artskapeta beat, yet she shook her head, replying, I do not know them, I only know that the entire family perished overnight. Oh, truly a pitiable family. I wonder if there were any survivors left, the youth's gaze faltered, avoiding direct eye contact. Unknown, Sutayangia oro a Kasapov heroin, then tossed a few copper coins and tothitable, rising to address the tavern keeper, I've left the payment there. With that, she's corred huine jugather waste and exiteth the tavern. Would tape kill your individual after such a prolonged drinking session, his jug appears scarcely touched? The youth observed Sutayangio's departing figure, a glimmer of curiosity dancing on his face. As night fell, it was soon certain when the snow would cease. In its stead, abbating wind dowled through the air. Tholing oft hu wind droned out he clamor of the city. Within the Su mansion, DK had lawns incessitin. Sutayangia's figure emerged, her footsteps light yet swift. In the blinkophony she had arrived at the ancestral hall of Tsufamuli. I sani onether? Sutayangia said with alarm. Onse kanite, in such weather, how could benyon present? Yet agglomerating from within the hall betrayed the presence of Anather. With a nimble leap she zended to the rooftop of the hall. Peering thruffle, she caught sight of a familiar figure. I sithim? Sutayangia was bewildered, for the figure rose noni a thirthantheeth from the tavern. Uncle Su, your niece has returned. After 12 long years, it never anticipated my return would be met with such devastating news. Don't worry, Jishua will surely uncover the truth behind Dorfamola's demise and avenge you. The youth's voice was stinged with a hint of tears. At this words, Sutayangia shark jolted, silently pondering, could it be her? Her thoughts drifted back 50 years to a similar snowy night, when her father's sworn brother brought along a 3-year-old girl. They had engaged Sutayangia in a childhood betrothal, and that girl was Feng Jishui. Feng Jishui had spent 3 joyful years with Sufamuli, the happiest years of Sutayangia's life. But then a serious of mournful sound pulled Sutayangio from her reverie. She turned to see a virile shadow with figures approaching the ancestral hall. Thysis but Jishui's in danger. Shepiki du pashered off stone that fallen from the rooftop. With the Sergio Fenergi at their fingertips, Theston shot forth, extinguishing the candles within the hall. Who goes there? Feng Jishu's expression shifted as he seized the opportunity to escape through the shattered window. Her movements were swift and agile, and in a matter of moments, she vanished into the night. This is not good, she's been spotted, after her. The shadowy figure spurs her into the darkness. Su Tianjiao's concern for her safety propelled her forward, her figura blurus heater tetan pace ahead. Wario? Feng Jishu halted by the lakeside, her gaze falling upon a cloaked figures encircling her. Would a rebotto skew the same? What brings ye out of Su mansion? Onoft he cloaked figures questioned, thought a voice was soon recognizable. What Tamasoft no concern to? Could it be thought he were a the perpetrators behind Zufamula's massacre? Feng Jishu retorted, drawn for a gleaming sword. Harito respecto Zufamuli, Hario perhaps thelastrement of Zuplan Su Tianjiao? That explains your voice, neither distinctly masculine nor feminine, much like your name. Brothers seize him, the master will were thus handsomely. In an instant, blades flashed in the darkness. Feng Jishu moved like lightning, her sword tracing silver arcs strode he deftly evaded the black-clad assailants while seeking an opportunity to counterattack. However, the assailants seemed well prepared, their coordination impeccable, pressing their assault relentlessly, leaving Feng Jishu struggling to defend herself. The clan rament do you think you can stand against us alone? Onoft the assailants sneered, swinging a long knife with a whistling sound aimed at Feng Jishu. Feng Jishu's art sanctuary lies that she could not withstand the strike directly, such pivoted swiftly to evade the blow. Yet, despite her speed, the black-clad figure sought excama like an unending tide, suffocating her. These the individual serial masters of internal strength? Su Tianjiao, concealed nearby, thought of her final arm. Feng Jishu was struck, a blood rending her shoulder, blood gushing forth. As he teetered on fevering cough death, Su Tianjiao burst into the scene. Wario? The assailants gasped in shock, forth as the had appeared as if summoned from the shadows. I am Theon here to claim our lives. Su Tianjiao wasted nowards with a swift draw, a beam of cold light sliced through the night sky, blinding hobbled it. When the brilliance faded, several black-clad figures lay with wide ease, uttering what a swift sword. Then, 7 heads rolled to the ground. You. Only the assailant remained, hissed the Cephalid, trembling uncontrollably. Speak, who do you serve? Heard a red the extermination of Zufamuli? Su Tianjia pressed the sword against the monstrode, his voice easy. Ah! The assailant caught blood, his body collapsing backward, lifeless. Su Tianjia's profferode. They must be trained assassins. Feng Jishu stepped forward, her brow furrowed as he spoke gravely. Miss, trained assassins serial masters of internal strength, this is a treacherous situation you should not involve yourself in. Su Tianjiao sheathed his sword, hissed in cold. My affair sereno no fio your concern. But tell me, why are you here, Wario? Feng Jishu's gaze burned Su Tianjiao, as if trying to see through him. Immer acted in defense of Trond. Weppertwasher. With that, Su Tianjiao vanished in a flash. His internal energy has manifested, at such angage has already crossed into the realm of practitioner's future is boundless. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Feng Jishu. It was a woman, her features obscured by the darkness, who looked at Feng Jishu and softly said, Child, it is to me to return to the mountains with him. Master, I cannot leave, he must avenge Uncle Su. Feng Jishu shook her head, her words lay said with determination. The forces behind Thizari for reaching with our current strength, even no enjorinemius would lead on Latoy or demise. Fu Meng gazed at the Lithelus body in the ground as if having whistled something. Master, do you know why's bis behind this? Feng Jishu asked, urgency in her voice. Oncio you reach real Moth Mountain moving, I will tell you everything. The woman shook her head slightly, then turned to Feng Jishu. Do you know he origin of Tatiangman? Feng Jishu felt that the youth had come to ride was familiar to her. His wordsmanship is exquisite, must be to level off perception, and distrength at the manifestation stage. Atsacheungage, I wonder what Castimad master he serves? The woman mused, perplexed with the origins. Heshold Beraunmij. Fongjushuish Artois left in turmoil at these words. Chapter 3. A sword to sever mountains. The fairy surnamed Sheen disciple. After I depart, if you successfully pass the trials of the sword tomb, take the donkey and journey eastward to the Nine Heavens Pavilion to seek a master. The master of the sword pavilion there is my junior sister. You must become her disciple to cultivate the golden elixir path. Your enemies possess formidable power and belong to the celestial sect. Until you reach the mountain-moving realm, remember not to reveal your true name. Also, this wine flask, you must carry it with you at all times. Remember to drink from it frequently, on the hillside. Before a solitary grave, stood a person and a donkey. The words spoken by the elder before his passing echoed in Su Tianjiao's mind. She solemnly bowed 3 times before the grave, clad in black. Su Tianjiao mounted the donkey and sped towards the dawn. Though it was merely a donkey, its speed rivaled that of a demon horse. The world was in turmoil, the snow had yet to melt. Yet bandits were already ambushing travelers. With a light tap of her toes, Su Tianjiao soared into the crowd. In a brief moment, the bandits had met their demise. She thought to herself, this could be considered a service to the people. Qingyang City, a small town in the western regions. Nine Heavens Pavilion, a renowned sect of cultivation in the eastern regions, traveling from west to east, even with the pace of a donkey. It took Su Tianjiao half a year to arrive at Nine Heavens City. Nestled against the mountains, the city was bustling with activity. After traversing 1,000 miles, Su Tianjiao could not help but marvel at her prior narrow-mindedness. Entering a tavern, she entrusted her donkey to a waiter, ordered some food, and settled in a window seat. As she dined, she perked her ears to listen. Have you heard? The fairy Qin of the Sword Pavilion has recently announced she seeks a personal disciple. As soon as the news spread, many swordsmanship prodigies flocked to seek her tutelage. However, Fairy Qin has set 3 trials, and for months, not a single person has succeeded. Lin Ruohai of the Lin family, the Holy Son Jianqi of the Qingfeng Sword Sect, Mei Ruohua of the Qianyuan Sword Sect, and Nia Wushuang of the Songhai Baiyu Tower have all reportedly failed, not far from Su Tianjiao. A dashing young man holding a folding fan spoke animatedly, captivating the surrounding martial artists who listened intently. Most were aspiring disciples of Nine Heavens Pavilion, resting at the tavern while seeking to understand the rules of enrollment. Is that Fairy Qin, the one who severed the heavenly mountain with a single sword? A martial artist across from the young man could not help but inquire. Indeed, it is she. Otherwise, how could these swordsmanship geniuses rush to enroll under her? The young man smiled slightly, sipped his tea, and continued. Fairy Qin is the most enigmatic figure in Nine Heavens Pavilion. During the last Heavenly Mountain Sword Conference, she severed the mountain with a single strike, astonishing the entire world. Since then, she has secluded herself in the Sword Pavilion, rarely making an appearance. As for the 3 trials set by Fairy Qin, they are spoken of in hushed tones. The first trial requires one to traverse the 9 heavens sword array within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Within that array, the sword chi is rampant. A moment's carelessness could result in grave injury. The second trial demands one to comprehend a sword technique left by Fairy Qin overnight. That technique is profoundly intricate. Even for swordsmanship prodigies, understanding it in a short time is an arduous task. As for the third trial, its specifics remain unknown, but it is undoubtedly exceedingly challenging. Lin Ruohai, Jianqi, Mei Ruohua, and Nia Wushuang are all outstanding figures among the younger generation of the eastern regions. Yet they all returned defeated before Fairy Qin's trials. Upon hearing this, Su Tianjiao furrowed her brows. Do you think anyone could possibly pass these 3 trials? Someone at the table ventured, perhaps not from the eastern regions. But there are many swordsmanship geniuses from other regions drawn by the allure. It is possible that 1 or 2 might succeed, the young man concluded, casting a few coins on the table before rising to depart. Don't go, young master, please continue. Someone among the crowd called out. The young man, however, paid them no heed and swiftly disappeared from the tavern. Why does he seem so familiar? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. A martial artist pondered for a moment before exclaiming, I remember, he is Mu Bai, the direct disciple of the Sword Saint of the northern borders, known as the Little Sword Saint. Someone echoed in agreement. What brings him here? Could it be that he too seeks to become Fairy Qin's disciple? Naturally, Fairy Qin is one of the top 3 figures in contemporary swordsmanship. Perhaps he is on his way to challenge the 3 trials. In an instant, the tavern was emptied, leaving Su Tianjiao alone, leisurely finishing her meal. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she left the tavern, leading her donkey towards Nine Heavens Pavilion. Before Nine Heavens Pavilion, a throng had already gathered. The crowd was divided into two waves, one ascending the stone steps towards the heavens, while the other drifted eastward, destination unknown. After securing her donkey, Su Tianzhou inquired and learned the reason. It turned out that those ascending the stone steps were all disciples seeking to join nine heavens, while those heading east were there to witness Fairy Qin's recruitment. Fairy Qin rarely made public appearances, and many were eager to catch a glimpse of her splendor. Su Tianzhou followed the crowd eastward and soon arrived before the Sword Pavilion. Though named a pavilion, it resembled a celestial paradise. Amidst lush green mountains, a majestic sword pavilion towered, surrounded by swirling sword qi, echoing the sounds of countless blades ringing in the air. The plaque above the pavilion bore the word Sword Pavilion in golden characters. The strokes powerful, exuding an indescribable aura of authority and might. Standing before the Sword Pavilion, Su Tianzhou felt a surge of reverence. Upon entering the Sword Pavilion, Su Tianzhou discovered that many had already gathered inside. Some stood, while others sat, all awaiting Fairy Qin's appearance. She found a corner to sit quietly, observing her surroundings. Among the crowd, she spotted a familiar figure, none other than the little sword saint, Mu Bai. Before long, a melodious sound of a guqin drifted from afar, accompanying the music. A woman in white slowly approached. Her steps were light, as if she were walking on clouds, radiating an ethereal aura. "Look, it's Fairy Qin. Truly, her beauty is otherworldly," someone in the crowd whispered. As she drew nearer, more gazes were irresistibly drawn to her. Even Mu Bai's expression showed a hint of seriousness, dressed in a flowing white gown. Fairy Qin appeared as a celestial being, her long sleeves fluttering gracefully, resembling an immortal descended from the heavens. With delicate steps, she ascended the dais. "Welcome, everyone, to the Sword Pavilion's recruitment ceremony. The first trial is to traverse the nine heavens sword array. Those who have yet to reach the level of comprehension in swordsmanship, please withdraw voluntarily." As her words fell, the crowd erupted into murmurs. "Silence, those who meet the criteria, step forward to challenge, within the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Pass through the sword array." As Fairy Qin's voice faded, she gestured with her finger, slicing through the air, and a portal suddenly manifested. "I shall go." A young swordsman, sword in hand, leaped into the portal. He vanished swiftly, only to be cast back out moments later, covered in sword wounds, collapsing on the ground, barely clinging to life. The surrounding crowd fell silent, stunned by the brutal scene. The ferocity of the sword qi within the array surpassed their expectations. Merely the first trial had left a talented swordsman gravely injured. "Who else wishes to challenge?" Fairy Qin asked, her voice devoid of emotion. Many in the crowd displayed hesitance and trepidation. At that moment, a figure stepped forth from the throne. It was Mu Bai, holding his sword firmly, his gaze resolute. He entered the portal, in less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. Mu Bai emerged, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "So he has succeeded," murmured someone in the crowd. "Congratulations on passing the first trial," Fairy Qin stated calmly. And next, her words barely left her lips when several figures were ruthlessly thrown from the portal. The crowd gazed at the portal with fear, none daring to step forward. Su Tianzhou gripped her long sword, lightly tapping her toes, and leaped into the portal. As Su Tianzhou beheld the world within the portal, joy surged in her heart. This scene was all too familiar to her. It resembled the sword tomb. The only difference was that there were no sword souls here, only a multitude of sharp long swords. As if walking in the rain, Su Tianzhou navigated through the sword array, untouched by any harm. "Hiss, another who has traversed the sword array, and he did so in even less time than Mu Bai." The moment Su Tianzhou stepped out of the portal, countless gazes fixated upon her. "What is your name?" Fairy Qin inquired. "Disciple Ji Wuming," Su Tianzhou replied respectfully, Ji being the surname of the one-armed elder. Upon hearing this, Fairy Qin's pupils constricted, and her form trembled. Chapter 4, Stopping Water Sword Technique. Entering a devilish path. "You too, follow me." Seeing no one else willing to challenge, Fairy Qin closed the portal, leaving a remark for Su Tianzhou and Mu Bai. Before turning to leave, the two hurriedly rose to follow. "Brother, may I ask where you hail from?" "I am familiar with many renowned swordsmanship prodigies in this world, yet I have not heard of your name." Mu Bai walked alongside Su Tianzhou, surprise flickering in his eyes. "I am merely a wandering cultivator from the western regions, yet your name resonates like thunder." Su Tianzhou replied, maintaining her composure and keeping her gaze fixed ahead. At the back mountain of the Sword Pavilion, beside a steep cliff, Fairy Qin halted her steps. "This is the sword technique I comprehended a few days ago. You two will have one night to prepare. Tomorrow, I shall return to test you." The ethereal Qin fairy pointed towards a smooth and even stone wall, her figure gradually fading away. The two individuals exchanged glances, each perceiving the other's bewilderment, yet, upon the stone wall, there appeared no trace of any sword technique. Could it be that the Qin fairy was merely deceiving them? Su Tianzhou pondered within. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged, Gazing intently at the mirror-like stone wall, at that moment, the black sword soul residing within his dantian suddenly awakened, emanating a mysterious aura, from confusion to astonishment, from astonishment to understanding, and then to enlightenment. Su Tianjiao's state of mind underwent a profound transformation in such a brief span of time. In his eyes, faint concentric patterns began to manifest upon the smooth stone wall, akin to ripples caused by a stone dropped into water. This was the still water sword technique, Su Tianjiao comprehended, as the sword technique gradually crystallized in his mind, evolving and transforming. As dawn broke, a ray of sunlight gently illuminated the faces of the two, gradually brightening their forms. What say you? The figure of Qin Fairy reappeared. Disciple, though lacking in talent, has comprehended this technique. Mu Bai stepped forward, drawing his treasured sword and thrusting it towards the stone wall. The sword tip collided with the wall, yet it produced not a single sound. Observing the stone wall, concentric ripples emanated from the sword tip, spreading outward. Mu Bai sheathed his sword, standing tall. Excellent. What do you call this technique? Qin Fairy inquired, her lips parting to reveal pearly teeth. This technique, disciple names it silent break. Mu Bai respectfully replied, very well, you have passed the second trial. Qin Fairy smiled, then turned her gaze to Su Tianjiao, asking, and you? Mu Bai secretly rejoiced at the sight, also turning his attention to Su Tianjiao. Surely Ji Wuming must have comprehended as well. Mu Bai mused, the first technique, disciple names it water droplet, Su Tianjiao proclaimed, using his finger to represent his sword, channeling spiritual energy to point at the stone wall. An invisible sword chi shot forth towards the wall, concentric patterns spread across the surface. This was sword chi. Mu Bai was taken aback. The second technique, named water break, Su Tianjiao pointed once more. The formless sword chi collided with the stone wall, producing a thunderous roar. At that moment, the wall was riddled with cracks. The third technique, named still water, another point followed. This time, the wall, which had been in disrepair, became as smooth as before, as if Su Tianjiao's previous two strikes had never occurred. Mu Bai stood there, dumbfounded. He found it hard to fathom how Ji Wuming had accomplished this. You have truly grasped the complete sword technique. Even Qin Fairy was slightly shaken at this moment, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. This child is extraordinary. His future achievements will likely surpass our generation. Qin Fairy mused inwardly, her gaze towards Su Tianjiao now infused with admiration. You have indeed not disappointed me, Qin Fairy said softly, her voice brimming with praise. Su Tianjiao smiled faintly, responding with humility, disciple is merely fortunate. Without the guidance of the fairy, how could I have comprehended such swordsmanship? Qin Fairy nodded slightly, then turned her focus to Mu Bai, saying, Mu Bai, though you have only grasped the first technique, it is commendable. However, in comparison to Ji Wuming, you must strive harder. Mu Bai nodded in agreement, yet his heart surged with tumult. He prided himself as a genius of the sword, but today he realized there were greater heights beyond his reach, and others surpassing him. Ji Wuming's comprehension left him feeling inadequate. Since both of you have passed the trial, follow me, Qin Fairy announced, turning to walk deeper into the mountains. The two hurriedly followed, their hearts filled with anticipation. They traversed through patches of bamboo groves and crossed numerous ravines, until they arrived at the entrance of a concealed cave. At the cave's entrance, a massive stone bore the inscription Sword Heart Cave. Its characters ancient and profound. Sword Heart Cave is the sacred ground where the ancestors of my sword pavilion have meditated and comprehended the essence of the sword. If you both can grasp your own sword path within, your future accomplishments will be boundless, Qin Fairy stated, pointing toward the cave. Upon hearing this, both individuals felt a shiver run down their spines, aware that the Sword Heart Cave was undoubtedly a place of great significance within the sword pavilion. To have such an opportunity was an immense honor. With a wave of her hand, the cave's entrance slowly opened, revealing a shadowy passage. The two inhaled deeply, exchanged a glance, and then stepped into the cave. Inside, it was dim and devoid of light, with wisps of sword chi swirling through the air. They closed their eyes, absorbing the surrounding sword chi, and their hearts gradually grew serene. This Mu Bai, with a clear sword heart, is a genius of swordsmanship rarely seen in a century, and this Ji Wuming, brother, could this be the one you sought? Yet, I sensed none of that aura from him. After the two entered the cave, Qin Fairy stood at the entrance, lost in thought. 3 days later, the stone door of Sword Heart Cave creaked open, revealing two figures. It was none other than Su Tianjiao and Mu Bai. Qin Fairy's figure appeared, her gaze fixed upon them. Mu Bai's eyes sparkled with brilliance, his entire being suffused with sword intent, as if he had gained immeasurable benefits. In stark contrast, Su Tianjiao's pupils had turned crimson, his aura chaotic and disordered. The remnants of tears lingered at the corners of his eyes. Mu Bai, from this day forth, you shall be my direct disciple, Qin Fairy declared, gazing at Mu Bai with pride. Disciple Mu Bai pays respects to master. Mubai exclaimed overjoyed, bowing reverently to Qin Fairy. Go, proceed to the sword pavilion, arrangements will be made for you. Qin Fairy gestured for Mubai to withdraw, then turned her attention to Su Tianzhou. You have been blinded by hatred, making you unfit for cultivation at this time. However, you may remain in the sword pavilion. I have arranged for your donkey to be brought to you. With that, Qin Fairy sighed deeply and turned to leave. Su Tianzhou stood there motionless. Within Sword Heart Cave, he witnessed the repeated slaughter of his parents, relatives, and the entirety of the Su family, numbering 136 souls, before his very eyes, though he understood it was all an illusion. He could not help but hate. Grasping the wine flask at his waist, he drank deeply of the fiery liquor. Only when he felt lightheaded did he set the flask down, stumbling step by step. He made his way toward the sword pavilion. He spotted his donkey, and the donkey too recognized him. It approached and gently nudged him with its head. He said nothing, merely stroking the donkey's head, as if to comfort it, or perhaps to console himself. Mubai also noticed Su Tianzhou, yet he was at a loss for words on how to address him. Instead, he approached and patted Su Tianzhou's shoulder. Perhaps it was the lingering effects of the alcohol, or perhaps Su Tianzhou was simply exhausted, for he found a large stone before the sword pavilion and lay down to sleep. The members of the sword pavilion, having been instructed by Qin Fairy, refrained from disturbing him. However, their gazes were tinged with curiosity. Chapter 5. The Genius Mo by the drunken Tianzhou. At this moment, it was the height of summer, and the scorching sun mercilessly baked the earth. Even in the ethereal sanctuary of Jiuxiao Pavilion, the heat was stifling. On a large rock at the back mountain of the sword pavilion, Su Tianzhou lay in a drunken stupor. Meanwhile, Mubai practiced his sword in the distance. Since passing the trial and officially joining the sword pavilion, over a month had passed. During this time, Mubai had cultivated his sword path to the point of manifesting sword qi, reaching the late stage of spiritual transformation. Just a step away from the Transformation Sea realm, Mubai sheathed his sword and gazed at Su Tianzhou on the rock, lamenting inwardly, "What a pity, he is the only young man I have ever encountered who surpasses me in the realm of swordsmanship. Master has said that his talent is rare in 100 years, but Ji Wuming, alas, I hope you awaken soon and reclaim your sword path." With that, Mubai departed. Another month passed. At this point, Su Tianzhou was no longer within the sword pavilion, but rather on the main road of Jiuxiao Pavilion. Having found an open patch of land, he was once again thoroughly intoxicated. Who is this, sleeping here in broad daylight? Looks like one of the sword pavilion's members. A member of the sword pavilion, not practicing swordsmanship, but sleeping here. How amusing. Initially, people were merely curious and did not bother Su Tianzhou. However, as time went on, they began to notice that this fellow spent his days drinking and sleeping. Jiuxiao Pavilion, after all, was a dominant force in the eastern region. How could they allow him to behave in such a manner? Gradually, some began to seek trouble with him. When mere verbal insults proved ineffective, they resorted to physical blows. Yet Su Tianzhou did not retaliate, allowing the Jiuxiao disciples to beat him repeatedly. Fortunately, one day, as they were assaulting Su Tianzhou, they encountered Mubai. Acting decisively, Mubai intervened. Those individuals were no match for him. Thus, for the next 6 months, no one dared to disturb Su Tianzhou again. Another half-year passed, and heavy snow began to fall from the sky. On this day, several disciples from the Qi Pavilion approached Su Tianzhou. "This wine flask looks rather ordinary, not like any formidable spiritual treasure," the leading disciple, named Yang Xian, remarked, fixating on the flask at Su Tianzhou's waist. "Senior brother, I have observed this Ji Wuming for quite some time. This fellow wakes to drink, and when finished falls asleep again. Yet, throughout this year, I have never seen him seek more wine, as if the liquor in his flask is inexhaustible." Another disciple beside Yang Xian spoke with an air of mystery. "Oh, if that is the case, it becomes quite interesting. Go and retrieve that wine flask." Yang Xian, intrigued, instructed the disciple. The disciple stepped forward, grasping the flask with one hand, attempting to lift it, yet he found it felt as if it weighed 10,000 pounds. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move it an inch. "Senior brother, this wine flask is peculiar." The disciple's face turned beet red as he looked at Yang Xian with a hint of pleading in his eyes. Let me give it a try." Yang Xian, undeterred by the supernatural, stood up and approached. A sudden shock ran through him. As a dignified practitioner at the Transformation Sea realm, the strength in his hands exceeded 1,000 pounds, yet he could not even lift a wine jug. Should he attempt to see if he could carry the person along with it? After contemplating for a long while, Yang Xian finally spoke. Several individuals stepped forward and easily lifted Su Tianzhou. Indeed, something peculiar was afoot. Amidst the crowd, they carried him towards the artifact pavilion. Yang Xian felt a surge of joy in his heart. Thinking to himself that this wine jug must be an extraordinary treasure. That fellow has gone to sleep over there. Mu Bai's figure appeared at the spot where Su Tianjiao had previously been resting. In his hand, he held a roasted chicken. With heavy snow falling, he was worried that Su Tianjiao might catch a chill, hence he came to seek him out. But wait, there are other footprints here. Mu Bai gazed around, observing the chaotic prints scattered across the ground. Could it be that someone has taken action against him? Doubts began to creep into Mu Bai's mind. May I inquire if you, Brother Mu Bai, are searching for that drunkard? Just as Mu Bai was deep in thought, a voice approached. He saw a young woman slowly walking towards him. Do you know where he has gone? Mu Bai inquired. I saw him being taken away by Brother Yang Xian from the artifact pavilion. The woman's face flushed slightly, and she looked at Mu Bai with a hint of excitement. Thank you. Mu Bai cupped his hands in gratitude. Then, with a gust of wind beneath his feet, he vanished in an instant, covering several dozen yards. Transformation Sea Realm. This Brother Mu Bai is truly as extraordinary as the rumors suggest. The young woman stared in the direction where Mu Bai had disappeared, unable to regain her composure for a long while. Brother, this fellow is sleeping quite soundly, one of Yang Xian's sycophants chuckled. The wine jug is no ordinary item. This sword must also be a treasure. Yang Xian leaned forward, his right hand firmly grasping the sword at Su Tianjiao's waist. With a slight exertion, he easily lifted it. It seems I was overthinking. A hint of disappointment crossed Yang Xian's face. This sword. Yang Xian was taken aback. He found himself unable to draw it out. It must be that this sword, like the wine jug, has recognized him as its master. The only course of action is. Yang Xian's gaze turned towards Su Tianjiao, a trace of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Yang Xian, please hand over my senior brother Ji Wuming. Just as Yang Xian was about to strike Su Tianjiao down, Mu Bai's voice rang out. Damn, how did he find this place? Yang Xian was perplexed. Perhaps we were seen while carrying the person. The sycophant immediately replied, let us go meet this Mu Bai. I wish to see what capabilities the disciple of Fairy Qin possesses. Yang Xian strode out with a confident gait. Yang Xian, where is my senior brother? Mu Bai spoke coldly. Your senior brother? What do you mean? Yang Xian paused, confused about when Mu Bai had acquired a senior brother. It is that drunken individual. His name is Ji Wuming, and he is my senior brother. Upon hearing this, Mu Bai hastily explained, utter nonsense. Fairy Qin has only you as a disciple. How could you have a senior brother? A flicker of anger crossed Mu Bai's face. Do not concern yourself with whether he is my senior brother. In any case, you must hand him over to me. Mu Bai took a step forward, exuding a hint of menace. And if I refuse? Yang Xian retorted sharply. If you do not comply, then I shall have no choice but to beat you. Mu Bai drew his treasured sword, a powerful sword intent emanating from the blade in his hand. Transformation Sea Realm. You have actually reached the Transformation Sea Realm. Yang Xian's pupils contracted, although Mu Bai was significantly younger than him. His cultivation was undeniably at the Transformation Sea Realm. What? Are you afraid? Then hand over Ji Wuming. Mu Bai advanced, each step amplifying his imposing aura. Afraid? A joke. The Transformation Sea Realm is nothing new. Who isn't? Yang Xian scoffed, his aura emanating as he too revealed his Transformation Sea Realm. At that moment, Mu Bai moved. His speed was astonishing, the sword in his hand slicing through the air like a meteor. Thrusting towards Yang Xian, unbeknownst to Yang Xian, a hammer had appeared in his hand. The hammer, an ancient bronze hue, was adorned with numerous runes, clearly a remarkable artifact. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Mu Bai was forced back 5 steps. While Yang Xian only retreated 2, the disparity was evident. A mere initial stage of Transformation Sea. Who gave you the courage to contend with me at the late stage of Transformation Sea? A hint of disdain glimmered in Yang Xian's eyes. The late stage of Transformation Sea, you say? Mu Bai, however, remained unfazed, and his figure surged forward once more. Silent strikes, silent kills, silent obliteration. 3 great sword techniques were unleashed. Mu Bai had spent a year perfecting his sword techniques. Yang Xian felt as if the copper hammer in his hand had been struck by an immense tsunami, flying from his grip and crashing heavily against the door behind him. The door shattered into dust. How could this be? Yang Xian spat blood, his heart filled with astonishment. Can we now discuss the exchange of individuals? Mu Bai's sword pointed at Yang Xian, his expression calm. You insolent wretch, daring to cause a ruckus in my artifact pavilion, a furious roar echoed, and Mu Bai felt as if his chest had been struck by a colossal hammer. His body flew back like a kite with severed strings. Crashing heavily onto the ground, Golden Core Realm, Mu Bai's expression changed drastically as he looked at the newcomer. It was none other than the artifact pavilion's senior brother, Lei Li, his senior brother. Upon seeing Lei Li, Yang Xian's spirit soared. you are the new disciple of Fairy Qin from a year ago, Mubai. Lei coldly addressed the fallen Mubai. It is I, you forcibly abducted individuals from the artifact pavilion. And now you bully the weak. Do you not fear the repercussions from my master? Mubai gritted his teeth, enduring the intense pain as he shouted, "What is happening?" Lei directed his question towards Yang Xian. Yang Xian leaned in and whispered something in Lei's ear. Forcibly abducting individuals, the drunkard is not one of my Nine Heavens Pavilion's members. Do we need your sword pavilion to meddle in our affairs? Lei glared at Mubai, his voice filled with fury. If we can obtain those two treasures, what does it matter if Fairy Qin becomes displeased? Does she truly intend to offend the artifact pavilion over a mere drunkard? Mubai's eyes turned bloodshot as he struggled to rise, helplessly departing. He must seek his master, Fairy Qin, for justice. This Mubai, within 3 years, will undoubtedly surpass me. As he watched Mubai's retreating figure, Lei spoke solemnly. Impossible, senior brother, you are at the Golden Core realm. Yang Xian's expression shifted at these words. This child has just entered the Transformation Sea realm and can effortlessly defeat you. Can you not see that? Lei regarded Yang Xian as if he were a fool. Chapter 6. The drunkards killed people. The Golden Core path killed a drunkard. Within the room, Lei's voice was devoid of any emotion. Yang Xian nodded, gripping a dagger as he slowly approached Su Tianjiao. Do you intend to kill me? The Su Tianjiao, having awoken unbeknownst to a startled Yang Xian, Yang Xian's face flushed. He had been frightened by a mere drunkard. If this got out, what face would he have left? Bah, a drunkard, he can be killed if necessary. Yang Xian frowned slightly, spitting out a mouthful of saliva that he swiftly thrust the dagger towards Su Tianjiao. But he was quick, and Su Tianjiao was even quicker. Yang Xian could never fathom how Su Tianjiao's sword pierced through his chest. Thud, Yang Xian's body crashed onto the floor. Yes, he was dead. He died swiftly. Without a trace of pain, junior brother, senior brother, Lei and the others were astonished, hastily drawing their weapons and charging towards Su Tianjiao. The room was thrown into chaos. After a while, the door swung open, revealing a disheveled youth. It was none other than Su Tianjiao. He had not changed his clothes for a year, nor had he bathed. He sniffed at his own odor, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. After Su Tianjiao left, disciples from the artifact pavilion arrived at the scene. A murder has occurred. A scream spread throughout the entire artifact pavilion. Inside the room, Lei was dead. Yang Xian was dead. And several sycophants who usually followed Yang Xian were also dead. They had all been slain by a single sword strike. On this day, the entire Nine Heavens Pavilion was enraged. Someone had killed the direct disciples of the artifact pavilion right under the nose of the Nine Heavens Pavilion. And not just one. Soon, all evidence pointed to the fact that the murderer was the drunkard. This news was earth-shattering. The powerful figures of the Nine Heavens Pavilion gathered at the Sword Pavilion, demanding an explanation. However, with Fairy Qin's sword strike, the powerful figures of the Nine Heavens Pavilion fell silent. That woman was not to be trifled with. Thus, the tale of the artifact pavilion's disciples robbing others of their treasures, only to be killed in return, began to circulate within the Nine Heavens Pavilion. Everyone believed that the deceased disciples of the artifact pavilion were not worth lamenting. The Sword Pavilion, while affiliated with the Nine Heavens Pavilion, maintained its independence. Because Fairy Qin favored tranquility, the Sword Pavilion's members could only practice their swordplay in secluded areas. However, today, the appearance of a disheveled youth shattered the usual serenity of the Sword Pavilion. Fairy Qin was very particular about cleanliness. She gazed at Su Tianjiao's figure with a hint of disdain, but also a trace of sympathy. "Zhou Shui, take him to freshen up." Ultimately, Fairy Qin uttered this single remark. Within the room, in the wooden tub, Su Tianjiao calmly wiped his body. The water in the tub had been changed 3 times already. He was simply too filthy. Even the one-armed elder, who was not overly concerned with cleanliness, would likely have given him a sword if he were present. After a while, the door swung open. Su Tianjiao emerged. Zhou Shui's eyes lit up upon seeing him, secretly thinking that he possessed a truly fine physique. "The pavilion master wishes to see you." Zhou Shui's eyes sparkled with an unusual gleam. "Is this the one who killed Lei, the Golden Core realm practitioner? Please, have a seat." This was Fairy Qin's first statement upon meeting Su Tianjiao. As if even uttering an additional word was a monumental challenge. Late stage of Transformation C, Fairy Qin scrutinized Su Tianjiao for a long while before finally stating this. Indeed, Su Tianjiao felt extremely uncomfortable under her gaze. Responding with nothing more than 2 words, suddenly, Qin Xianzi moved. Her speed was so rapid that it was beyond the naked eye's ability to perceive. With a mere gesture, Qin Xianzi pointed her finger at Su Tianjiao's forehead. Just as Su Tianjiao intended to resist, she realized that she seemed to be trapped in space itself. she wished to move but found herself utterly immobilized, forced to silently accept her fate. A vast torrent of information flowed through Qin Xianzi's jade finger into Su Tianjiao's mind. This was the Golden Dan Dao. As she absorbed the incoming knowledge, Su Tianjiao's heart surged with joy. The Golden Dan Dao was a unique cultivation technique belonging solely to their lineage. She was reminded to never divulge it to outsiders. Qin Xianzi retracted her finger and waved her hand. Issuing an eviction order, Mubai, thank you. Su Tianjiao gazed sincerely at Mubai, who was recuperating in bed. From Qiu Shui, she learned that Mubai had sustained grave injuries solely for her sake. Had I known you were so formidable, I would not have sought you out. Mubai managed a faint smile, but unexpectedly the movement caused him pain, eliciting a grimace. At that moment, I was in a crucial battle. Had you not delayed, I would have perished. Su Tianjiao spoke the truth. At that time, he had been locked in a struggle against his own inner demons. I truly find you increasingly inscrutable, after sleeping for a year. Your cultivation has advanced so remarkably. Mubai rolled his eyes, exclaiming, truly one cannot compare oneself to others without feeling disheartened. Alright, once you recover, I shall treat you to drinks. With that, Su Tianjiao departed. This fellow, Mubai shook his head and closed his eyes. It became clear that the reason Qin Xianzi was extraordinarily powerful was not merely her profound understanding of swordsmanship, but even more so the essence of the Golden Dan Dao. After organizing the information in her mind, Su Tianjiao experienced a moment of enlightenment. Ordinary practitioners could only condense a single Golden Dan, yet the method imparted by Qin Xianzi allowed for the condensation of two. This was not a simple matter of 1 + 1 = 2. No wonder this technique was referred to as the Golden Dan Dao. Su Tianjiao mused, for martial artists, the path of cultivation began with body refinement, followed by the accumulation of strength, thus becoming martial men. Afterward came the transformation of internal energy into spirit, crossing the threshold of cultivation. Following that was the transformation into the ocean, culminating in the condensation of the Golden Dan. Beyond the Golden Dan lay the realms of Dongtian, Paksu, Sanjie, Shang, and the mighty realm of the mountain shifting, Dano, and the throne. Currently Su Tianjiao's task was to condense the Golden Dan within her body. The one-armed elder had once told her that practitioners in the ocean transformation realm could fly with their swords. However, after the great calamity of heaven and earth, one must reach the Paksu realm to soar. Contemplating this, Su Tianjiao felt a flicker of anticipation. Until one reaches the mountain shifting realm, one must not reveal their true name. This was the elder's solemn warning. Following the principles of the Golden Dan Dao, Su Tianjiao gradually gathered the spiritual energy within her dantian. As time passed, she sensed subtle changes occurring within her dantian. Under the guidance of the Golden Dan Dao, the previously scattered spiritual energy began to coalesce into a swirling vortex. At its center, an eerie light flickered faintly. This process was far from easy. Su Tianjiao felt as though she were ensconced in a searing sea of fire, every inch of her skin enduring indescribable agony, yet she did not relent. Instead, she gritted her teeth and continued to guide the gathering of spiritual energy. Uncertain of how much time had passed, when Su Tianjiao felt her consciousness beginning to blur, the scene of her family's massacre resurfaced in her mind. Su Tianjiao let out a primal roar. A torrent of hatred surged within her heart. When her family was slain, she had been merely 8 years old, yet she had witnessed it all. Her mother's despairing and helpless gaze before her death was etched deeply into her memory. The anguished cries of her family echoed incessantly in her mind. Logically, an 8-year-old child could not possibly remember such details so vividly, yet fate seemed intent on ensuring she retained every moment. Silent tears streamed down her cheeks. At that moment, the long-dormant sword soul within her dantian erupted with a surge of black energy. This black energy, intertwined with her overwhelming hatred, rushed into the vortex at an astonishing speed. The vortex within her dantian finally ceased its rotation, revealing a pitch-black Golden Dan floating within. The aura emanating from this black Dan made Su Tianjiao feel an unprecedented strength. Why is it a black Golden Dan? Can it still be called a Golden Dan? Su Tianjiao was momentarily bewildered. Could it be due to her hatred? However, when she endeavored to gather the second Golden Dan in one go, she realized she was somehow lacking something. This child, if not properly guided, could easily become a harbinger of death. Outside the room, Qin Xianzi concealed herself in the void, observing Su Tianjiao's chamber. A wisp of black energy was seeping out. Master. Just then Mubai, who was resting with his eyes closed, was astonished to discover that Qin Xianzi had appeared beside him without him noticing. He attempted to rise to greet her, only to find himself gravely injured. Qin Xianzi remained silent, extending her right hand. A wondrous force emanated from her hand, entering Mubai's body. To his astonishment, Mubai felt his injuries healing at a visible pace. "Disciple thanks you, master." Mubai rose from the bed and knelt before Qin Xianzi. "Rise," she commanded. "I have summoned you for a reason. You harbor justice in your heart and act with integrity. I hope you will guide Ji Wuming on this journey, seeking ways to alleviate the hatred within him." Qin Xianzi spoke rapidly, as if she were conveying a year's worth of words in one breath. "Master Ji Wuming," Mubai, after hearing this, was at a loss for words. "He is not malicious, one might even say he is quite kind-hearted." Merely clouded by his hatred, Qin Xianzi sighed deeply. Chapter 7, Upholding Justice and Acting Heroically Amidst the Mountains and Rivers. Beside the ancient path, Mubai rode a horse while Su Tianjiao rode a donkey. The snow had yet to cease, pouring down incessantly. The ancient mountain road was already cloaked in silver. A biting cold wind swept through, lifting the snowflakes from the ground into the air, after days of heavy snowfall. The temperature had plummeted. Had they not been cultivators, they surely would have succumbed to the cold. Su Tianjiao held a special sentiment towards snowy days. Had the snow not concealed the bodies of the 134 members of the Su family, they would have long since decayed. The one-armed elder would not have buried them with such care. "Mubai, the master has asked us to descend the mountain to perform good deeds, as it is a rule of the pavilion." "Yet I do not recall such a rule existing in the Joshio pavilion." Su Tianjia took a sip of wine and asked suspiciously. Upon hearing this, Mubai's body stiffened, and after a long pause, he replied, "The master said this is a rule of our sword pavilion." Realizing this, Su Tianjiao ceased to inquire further. He was well aware of his uncle's temperament. After half a day's journey, the two finally arrived at a small town. Their task was to aid the townspeople by eliminating the marauding bandits. The snow had quietly stopped. The two, on horseback and donkey, strolled along the town streets. At a glance, the streets appeared dilapidated. There were no vendors selling goods, no taverns opening their doors to guests, and not a single pedestrian in sight. Each household had their doors tightly shut. Could it be due to the cold? Clearly not. Through the gaps in the windows, the two noticed many figures peeking at them. In those eyes, there was a profound fear. It seemed the marauders were the cause. Exchanging glances, they understood each other's thoughts. Mubai stepped forward, gathering his strength, and shouted, "We are disciples of Joshio Pavilion, here to eradicate the bandits." Enhanced by spiritual energy, his voice boomed, causing the doors on either side of the street to creak in response. After some time, the door of a house opened, and an elderly man timidly approached them. "Are you truly immortals of Joshio Pavilion?" The old man's voice was a mix of excitement, fear, helplessness, and sorrow. "Indeed, we are disciples of the sword pavilion of Joshio Pavilion, sent by our master to assist you in eliminating the bandits." Mubai stepped forward, cupping his hands in greeting. In his hand, he revealed the Joshio Pavilion token. "Villagers, it is indeed the immortals of Joshio Pavilion. They have come to save us," the old man exclaimed with excitement upon seeing the token. Gradually, more shadows began to appear on the street. Before long, the two found themselves surrounded. "Immortal, those bandits commit heinous acts, leaving no evil unpunished. Many of our loved ones have perished at their hands. My poor daughter, still in her youth, was defiled by those bandits and, unable to bear the shame, took her own life by jumping into a well. They do not spare even the children. Their leader has a taste for the flesh of the young. We beseech you, Immortal, save us." The townspeople took turns recounting the atrocities of the bandits, crying as if they had grasped a lifeline. "This is utterly detestable. If we cannot eradicate these bandits, what use are we as cultivators?" The hatred within Su Tianjiao surged to an infinite height at that moment. She longed to rush out and slay those bandits immediately. However, the bandits' hideout was exceedingly secretive. They had to wait, biding their time until the bandits descended the mountain to commit their misdeeds. As night fell, the snow began to fall once more. The town lay silent, save for the howling of the wind and snow. "The bandits are coming." Suddenly, a shout shattered the tranquility of the night. Accompanying it was the thunderous sound of hooves. The two peered through the window's cracks, witnessing 100 bandits marching into the town, brandishing countless torches to illuminate the night sky. "Brothers, search for the delicate women and bring them back to the lair. Gold and silver treasures must be unearthed even from 3 feet beneath the ground." The leader of the bandits is a bald, muscular man, his face marred by a plethora of flesh, speaking with a fierce glare. The street begins to grow increasingly tumultuous as throngs of men surge into the buildings lining the thoroughfare. "My lord, there is no one here. It appears these people have hidden themselves," one of the bandits remarks. "Hiding? With so many people, where could they possibly conceal themselves? They must have retreated to the ancestral hall. Only there could so many find refuge." The bald man snorts coldly, instantly deducing the situation. Upon hearing his voice, the bandits call out and hasten towards the town's ancestral hall. "Damn it, Su Tianjiao can no longer contain herself. Suddenly, a window on the second floor swings open, a shadow darts out at lightning speed, landing firmly before the bandits. "Who are you?" The bald man is startled by the sudden appearance of this shadowy figure. "Here to take your life." Su Tianjiao stands resolutely with her sword, her gaze icy. "Ha, a mere child dares to boast about killing me." The bald man is momentarily taken aback upon realizing that the newcomer is just a youth. And he erupts into laughter. His underlings also join in raucous laughter. "Kill her." The bald man raises his right hand, and the bandits instantly fall silent. With his command, numerous bandits brandish their gleaming blades, lunging towards Su Tianjiao. Meanwhile, Mubai stands at the window on the second floor, observing the scene unfold without taking any action. This is because Qin Xianzi has instructed him that Ji Wuming must unleash the hatred within him, and slaughter is the most direct and effective means to do so. To slay evildoers, especially notorious bandits, is immensely beneficial for Ji Wuming's release of hatred, as the bandits close in on Su Tianjiao. Now less than 3 meters away, he finally makes his move, darting into the crowd like a flash of lightning. The sword in his hand transforms into a streak of flowing light, mercilessly reaping the lives of the bandits. This is the early stage of the Golden Core realm. The bald man feels a tightening in his chest. Such youth, yet already at the Golden Core stage. Where did this prodigy come from? Even the tyrants of the eastern region, the Joshio Pavilion, likely do not possess a Golden Core cultivator of such tender years. The street, once cloaked in silver, is now stained crimson with blood. This cannot continue. The bald man resolves within his heart. With a powerful leap, he springs off his horse and brandishes a spear, aiming it at Su Tianjiao's back. Oh no, this is the mid-stage of the Golden Core. Seeing this, Mubai at the window is about to call out a warning to Su Tianjiao, only to witness her suddenly turn around as if her back had eyes. She swiftly retaliates with a sword strike. Clang! The sword collides with the iron spear, a terrifying force reverberating outward, sending the nearby bandits sprawling. The two engage in a fierce exchange. Once more, the sword and spear clash, this time from the glimmering longsword. A surge of sword energy suddenly shoots forth. The bald man, taken aback, narrowly evades this deadly strike. "Oh no, how can this brat be so formidable?" The bald man is astonished, compelled to retreat as he fights. In an instant, they have exchanged dozens of blows. The bald man now bears several sword marks, while Su Tianjiao grows ever more fierce in battle. Remarkably, this youth has yet to employ any sword techniques. "This cannot go on. If I continue, I will be the one to perish." As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. Retreat. The bald man, summoning all his strength, pushes Su Tianjiao back with a single strike and then turns to flee. His speed is astonishing, as though he has practiced a method specifically for escape. "Mubai, deal with these bandits. I will pursue the leader." Su Tianjiao shouts, channeling her energy through her toes as she races after the bald man. Chapter 8. Slaying the bandits, the initial battle in the Cave of Heaven amidst the endless mountains. The two figures chase each other relentlessly. How can this fellow run so swiftly? The bald man clutches his spear, his legs shimmering with light, enhancing his speed. This escape technique, known as the flowing light step, was acquired in his early years. Over the years as a bandit, he has faced many powerful cultivators seeking his life, yet thanks to this technique, he has survived numerous close calls. But now, a young Golden Core cultivator is matching his speed. How can this not leave him alarmed? Su Tianjiao closely trails the bald man, each of her steps allowing her to cover dozens of yards, lacking any special techniques, yet her pace remains swift. At last, she arrives. "Now let us see how you meet your end." The bald man, spotting the mountain stronghold ahead, feels a surge of joy and calls out, "Brothers, assist me." There are reinforcements." Su Tianjiao's expression shifts slightly. Suddenly 3 figures burst forth from the stronghold, all of them at the Golden Core stage. "Fifth brother, what has happened?" The leader, a middle-aged man, the bandit's second-in-command, furrows his brow in disbelief. "Brothers, let us slay this brat together." As the bald man reaches the trio, he swiftly turns, aiming his spear at Su Tianjiao. "Fifth brother, you're growing more incompetent by the day. A mere early-stage Golden Core has you in such a predicament." The third-in-command's gaze falls upon Su Tianjiao, his expression bizarre. "Third brother, this youth is somewhat sinister. We must not underestimate him." The bald man warns gravely. Listening to fifth brother is never wrong. This child is so young yet already at the Golden Core stage, and his speed rivals that of fifth brother. The second-in-command's eyes fixate on Su Tianjiao. The others nod solemnly, having initially focused solely on Su Tianjiao's strength, forgetting the youth's age. "Are you implying that you have an elder brother? Why doesn't he come out to assist?" Su Tianjiao halts, standing firm with her sword. "To kill you, there is no need for my elder brother to intervene. Allow me to test your depths." As the fourth-in-command speaks, a massive saber appears in his grip. the blade, forged from fine steel, spans 3 feet 3 inches, seemingly weighing 100 pounds. He swings the saber toward Su Tianzhou. If your elder brother doesn't T-show, you will come to regret it. Su Tianzhou springs into action, moving with astonishing speed. She unleashes the sword technique, Water Droplet. The fourth in command is baffled. How could fifth brother have escaped while he is pierced by this youth's sword? Su Tianzhou's blade penetrates his chest and emerges from his back. What? Oh, fourth brother, fourth brother. The remaining three stare in shock, unable to comprehend how Su Tianzhou struck the fourth brother so swiftly. Are you concealing your strength? The bald man seems to grasp something, questioning Su Tianzhou. Or else, why would you lead me here? Su Tianzhou smiles faintly that he could have slain the bald man with a single sword stroke. Yet that would prevent him from locating this stronghold. Damn it, kill him. The three roar in unison, attacking Su Tianzhou from three directions, stopping water. Su Tianzhou withdraws the sword embedded in the fourth brother and swiftly unleashes the stopping water sword technique. Is this sword intent? The three suddenly feel a peculiar force binding them, halting them mid-motion, breaking water. Su Tianzhou's sword transforms into flowing light, swiftly slicing through their bodies. She sheathes her sword and strides away without a backward glance. While the three behind her explode into a mist of blood. Come forth, your brothers are all dead. After dispatching the remaining bandits in the stronghold, Su Tianzhou channels her energy, her voice booming like thunder. Young hero, save us. Instead of receiving a response from the bandit chief, he is met with the desperate cries of a group of women. Following the sounds, he soon discovers a dungeon filled with numerous ragged young women. Young hero, are you here to rescue us? The girls look up at Su Tianzhou, their eyes filled with hope, trembling not from fear but from anticipation. I am a disciple of Joshio Pavilion, here to save you. With that, Su Tianzhou slices through the iron lock at the dungeon's entrance. Upon hearing that someone from Joshio Pavilion has come, the girls finally breathe a sigh of relief. How many leaders does this bandit have? Once everyone has exited the dungeon, Su Tianzhou inquires. There are 5 in total. A young woman steps forward, speaking timidly. Do you know where the chief resides? Su Tianzhou continues to question. The girl falters. Young hero, we truly do not know where that scholar is. None of the sisters taken by him have returned alive. An older woman steps forward to elaborate. A scholar? The bandit chief is a scholar? Su Tianzhou's expression turns strange. Shouldn't bandits be rough, brutish men with fierce appearances? How could one be a scholar? Indeed, that scholar is a devil. Every sister he has tormented has turned into a dried corpse. The woman speaks with deep-seated terror in her eyes, collecting in to supplement Yang. Upon hearing the woman's words, Su Tianzhou's first thought is this: stay here and do not move. I must find that scholar, or he will remain a lingering threat. Having arranged for the safety of the young women, Su Tianzhou begins her search within the stronghold. Strange, could he truly not be in this stronghold? Su Tianzhou scours every corner but finds no trace of the scholar. Never mind, I should first notify Mubai to come and rescue them, Su Tianzhou thinks, pulling out a half-foot-long tube from her pocket. A tube is pointed towards the heavens, and the energy within my hand surges forth. Whoosh, a brilliant stream of light soars into the sky, transforming into a grand luminescent orb that illuminates half the firmament. This is the distress signal from the 9 Heavens Pavilion, visible even from 100 miles away. It seems my senior brother has succeeded. Awaiting news in the small town, Mubai spots the radiant point in the sky and rallies the townsfolk, mounting the bandits' steeds, and they gallop towards the stronghold with great fervor. After approximately half an hour, they finally arrive at the hideout. The reunion with their kin is filled with tears and heartfelt sobs. Unable to bear the sight, Su Tianzhou lightly treads and, with a few nimble leaps, reaches the summit. Meanwhile, Mubai organizes the townsfolk to empty the stronghold of its provisions and wealth, retreating towards the town. Once the group has departed, Su Tianzhou sets the stronghold ablaze. Just as she turns to leave, a figure bursts forth from the flames. I thought you would hide away forever. Su Tianzhou fixates on the individual, clad in scholarly attire. It is none other than the notorious bandit leader, the Deathly Scholar. Kid, I owe you my gratitude. If not for this fire of yours, I would not have been able to break through to the celestial realm. The scholar perches himself on a great tree, surveying Su Tianzhou with a piercing gaze. You truly possess restraint. I have slain several of your brothers, yet you did not emerge. Su Tianzhou unsheathes her long sword, sensing a hint of danger from the scholar. Just a few tools to assist me in seeking a furnace. Their demise is inconsequential. However, I cannot let you live. It would be a matter of face, so you shall perish. A folding fan materializes in the scholar's hand. With a gentle flick, a powerful gust of air sweeps towards Su Tianzhou. She swiftly vanishes from her original position, evading the sudden assault. The strength of the celestial realm is indeed formidable, Su Tianzhou muses inwardly. Her expression betraying no fear. In a blink, she reappears before the scholar, her sword aimed directly at his throat. The scholar's countenance shifts. The fan snaps shut, blocking the tip of her blade. The clash emits a sharp sound, followed by a tremendous recoil that sends Su Tianjiao staggering back several steps. Such overwhelming power, Su Tianjiao was taken aback. She had not anticipated the scholar's prowess in the celestial realm to be so immense. He certainly possesses some skill, the scholar sneers, waving his fan once more, unleashing several fierce gusts directed at Su Tianjiao. She deftly evades the onslaught, all the while seeking an opportunity to counterattack, confronting a master of the celestial realm. She must give her all, leaving no room for hesitation. Still water, Su Tianjiao cries, her long sword transforming into a streak of light as it hurtles towards the scholar. This strike embodies the entirety of her strength, intended to be a decisive blow, yet the scholar appears to regard her attack with disdain. He flicks his fan, and a more potent gust instantaneously disperses her strike. How is this possible? Su Tianjiao exclaims in astonishment, unable to fathom how her most formidable blow could be so effortlessly neutralized. At such a tender age, you have grasped the rudiments of sword intent. It seems you cannot be spared. The scholar chuckles coldly, his form suddenly appearing before Su Tianjiao. He swings his fan violently, sending a fierce gust directly towards her chest. With no time to evade, she braces herself for the impact. However, the force exceeds her expectations. She feels a sharp pain in her chest, and her body is propelled backward. Thud, Su Tianjiao crashes to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Struggling to rise, she realizes her injuries are severe, rendering her immobile. It appears this battle is coming to an end. The scholar approaches her slowly, a cruel smile etched on his face. He prepares to deliver the fatal blow with his fan once more. Chapter 9, The Sword Intent of Wind Fury against the scholar. Just as the deathly scholar is about to strike the finishing blow, the sound of a donkey brays. What is that sound? The scholar turns towards the noise, only to be met with a flash of light, plunging him into darkness. His body is sent flying as if struck by a colossal force. The donkey, Su Tianjiao laughs, never imagining that her loyal donkey would come to her aid at such a critical moment. Eeyore. The donkey seems to greet her. You beast, I shall slay you. The scholar, a master of the celestial realm, is infuriated. Though the donkey's impact was substantial, it inflicts no real harm upon him. Furious flames blaze in the scholar's eyes. A dignified master of the celestial realm struck down by a donkey. This infuriates him, for he is a man who values his reputation. With a wave of his fan, a terrifying wave of energy surges towards the donkey. Donkey, be careful, Su Tianjiao warns urgently, yet the donkey pays no heed, merely grinning widely, revealing its large white teeth. Boom! A thunderous sound erupts as the wave that had severely injured Su Tianjiao crashes into the donkey, yet it stands resolute, still grinning. What? The scholar is taken aback. Not only the scholar but Su Tianjiao is equally bewildered. The scholar, refusing to relent, launches several more attacks, but the donkey remains unyielding, allowing the assaults to strike it without flinching. The scholar is dumbfounded, his mind a blank slate. This donkey must be made of iron. Surely it should have been shattered by now. But the donkey, nostrils flaring with exertion, is not injured. It is enraged. It scrapes its front hooves against the ground. Gathering strength, the donkey charges towards the scholar like the wind. What the hell? Even the scholar cannot help but curse. The donkey once more sends him flying. At this moment, the snow ceases, and a fierce wind sweeps through, making it difficult for Su Tianjiao to open her eyes. She retrieves her wine flask from her waist and takes a sip. This wine not only enhances cultivation but also heals injuries. The wind, wait, this is wind. Su Tianjiao extends her right hand, sensing the flow of the wind. A flash of insight crosses her mind. The wind is omnipresent yet elusive, though the current wind is tempestuous. She perceives a certain rhythm within it, as if a force is guiding its flow. The power of wind is formless and intangible, yet it pervades everywhere. If she can master this force, her combat prowess will surely soar. Su Tianjiao silently contemplates, attempting to channel her internal energy to resonate with the power of the wind. As time passes, she enters a wondrous state, feeling as though she has become the wind itself. Gliding freely through the cosmos, her perception expands, allowing her to sense the slightest rustle within a radius of several dozen miles. This is the sword intent of wind. In this moment, Su Tianjiao comprehends. The sword in her hand radiates with the essence of wind. Sword intent. Donkey, let me take over. Su Tianjiao calls to the donkey. The scholar, currently in disarray from the donkey's charge, is astounded. Is this sword intent? You have actually comprehended sword intent? The scholar gazes at Su Tianjiao in disbelief. Deathly scholar, prepare to meet your end. Su Tianjiao bellows, using her toes to push off the ground, soaring into the sky as she cleaves her sword towards the scholar. A sword beam, stretching dozens of meters, strikes down upon the scholar with ferocity. Damn! The scholar realizes he cannot evade and channels all his internal energy, manifesting a golden protective barrier around himself. The sword beam collides with the golden shield. Erupting in a thunderous sound, in the blink of an eye, the golden barrier shatters. Simultaneously, the scholar's body crumbles. Su Tianjia lands, panting heavily. She is already severely injured, although she had sipped from the wine flask. It merely alleviated her condition slightly. Now, having forcibly unleashed her sword intent, she can no longer sustain herself and faints. Wuyang Town, the name of the small town. Look, the benefactor has returned. Oh no, our benefactor is injured. Call for help, someone shouts, and a throng of townsfolk rushes out. Men and women, old and young, all wear expressions of deep concern as they gaze upon the youth being carried by the donkey. The young man's face is pale, devoid of any color, lying quietly on the donkey's back, teetering between life and death. Mubai steps forward from the crowd upon seeing Su Tianzhou atop the donkey. His expression darkens. When Su Tianzhou awakens, it is 3 days later. She opens her eyes to find the townsfolk gathered around her. Benefactor, you are awake. Seeing Su Tianzhou safe and sound, the town elder, old Wu, breathes a sigh of relief. What is this? Su Tianzhou queries, gazing at the multitude in the room, some standing, some sitting, but each pair of eyes brimming with concern and gratitude. Benefactor, we cannot thank you enough. Please allow us, the entire populace of Wuyang Town, to pay our respects. As old Wu finishes speaking, the townsfolk kneel in unison. This is too much, elder, you are shortening my lifespan, Su Tianzhou exclaims, hastily rising to assist old Wu. Everyone, as cultivators, it is our duty to uphold righteousness. I cannot accept such a grand gesture. Su Tianzhou observes the scene outside the window, where the streets are lined with kneeling townsfolk. She is profoundly moved by this display. Benefactor, you have saved us. Such respect is due, otherwise the townspeople of Wuyang will never find peace. Old Wu expresses his heartfelt gratitude, sighing. Su Tianzhou feels the sincerity and purity in the townsfolk's gratitude. They wish to express their respect for their savior in their own way. Though she is a cultivator, she is still human, and faced with such emotions, she cannot remain indifferent. In that very moment, the qi within his dantian began to swirl once more, gradually forming a golden core the size of an egg. Radiating a dazzling brilliance, on their way back to the Zhoushiu pavilion, Mubai inquired of Su Tianzhou whether there still lingered any resentment in her heart. Su Tianzhou replied, there is indeed hatred. My resentment has not diminished, yet there exists love too, a love that is impossible to extinguish. Upon hearing this, Mubai smiled, his grin radiant and bright, as soon as Su Tianzhou and Mubai returned to the sword pavilion. They were intercepted by Qiu Shui. Ji Wuming, the pavilion master, requests your presence. Qiu Shui gazed at Su Tianzhou, sensing a change in her, though she could not articulate what had transformed. Master Uncle, have you been searching for me? As Su Tianzhou stepped into the room of Qin Xianzi, a faint fragrance wafted towards her. It seems your journey was not in vain, Qin Xianzi remarked with a smile directed at Su Tianzhou. I must thank Master Uncle for taking the time to guide me, Su Tianzhou responded respectfully with a bow. Oh, have you figured it out? Qin Xianzi said with a gentle smile, the reason for summoning you today is due to a significant matter. Have you ever heard of the Tian Shan Sword Conference? Qin Xianzi fixed her gaze upon Su Tianzhou, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. The Tian Shan Sword Conference, I have indeed heard of it. It is said that Master Uncle severed Tian Shan with a single sword on the very day of the conference, Su Tianzhou replied, a hint of longing in her voice, reflecting on the grandeur of Qin Xianzi's past. It is precisely because I severed Tian Shan then that this year's conference has altered its rules. To prevent similar incidents from recurring this year, the disciples of the major swordmasters will participate on behalf of their teachers, vying for the position of sword leader. Although Mubai is exceptionally gifted, he cannot compare to you. Thus, I have decided to let you represent me at the conference. I wonder if you would be willing? Qin Xianzi regarded Su Tianzhou with a tone filled with expectation and trust. Su Tianzhou's heart quivered at her words. The Tian Shan Sword Conference is a grand assembly where sword cultivators from all over converge to contend for the highest honor in swordsmanship. Though she had heard of it, she had never imagined she would one day partake in such an event, let alone represent the illustrious sword immortal Qin Xianzi. I am willing, Su Tianzhou declared resolutely. Excellent, however, as for the title of sword leader, it matters not to me, but you must give those disciples of the Peach Blossom Sword godly Tai Bai and the Plum Blossom Sword immortal Lu Qingshu a sound thrashing. Qin Xianzi said fiercely, this disciple shall not disgrace the mission. Su Tianzhou responded, slightly taken aback. She had not anticipated this remarkable Qin Xianzi would possess such a fierce side. After leaving Qin Xianzi's room, Su Tianjiao initially intended to seek out Mu Bai, only to learn he was currently concentrating on gathering his sword soul. Why is he only just beginning to gather his sword soul now? Su Tianjiao muttered, "Do you think everyone possesses your extraordinary sword tomb?" Qin Xianzi's voice rang out. Chapter 10, At the Sword Mountain Waterfall, encountering a Cadsman Master Uncle, are you not a sword immortal? Why do you not fly on your sword, but instead choose to ride in this donkey cart? Su Tianjiao, with a face full of reluctance, climbed aboard the donkey cart, having assumed that this journey to Tianshan would involve flying through the skies with Qin Xianzi. The mere thought was exhilarating, yet reality proved to be rather unforgiving. Get out of the way and drive the cart. As soon as Su Tianjiao entered the cart, he was met with a woman's foot clad in pristine white cloud-like boots unrelentingly kicking his self-proclaimed handsome face. Sending him sprawling. Enough, Su Tianjiao rose, uttering a resigned sigh. Alas, flying on a sword is out of the question, and I cannot even sit in the cart. In the end, I am but a donkey driver. He grumbled, begrudgingly taking the reins of the donkey. What are you looking at? Do you believe I won to gouge out your donkey eyes? Su Tianjiao glared at the donkey, which seemed to mock him. Igniting a fire of indignation within him, feeling an urge to vent, he berated the donkey. Oomph! The donkey, seemingly able to comprehend his words, grinned widely and then raised its hind leg, delivering a forceful kick. Damn it! Su Tianjiao was sent flying back into the cart. Why are you back again? He was again greeted by that cloud-like boot, which sent him soaring outside. Su Tianjiao lay on the ground in an undignified posture, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the donkey. How can I not defeat her, and yet you, a mere donkey, dare to bully me? He contemplated retaliating against the donkey, but suddenly recalled that this donkey had once pummeled a scholar of the Dongtian realm into submission. A good man does not fight with a woman. Su Tianjiao looked toward the cart. A good man does not quarrel with a donkey. He gazed back at the donkey. Ultimately, he resigned himself to fate. Obediently driving the donkey cart, proceeding along the path, with half a year until the Tianshan Sword Conference, the journey was rather pleasant, allowing for leisurely exploration of the mountains and waters. Inside the cart, the melodious voice of Qin Xianzi resonated. She appeared to be enjoying the sight of Su Tianjiao's earlier predicament, which inexplicably pleased her. So we are merely on a scenic excursion, Su Tianjiao mused internally, but dared not voice it, simply stating to the cart, as you wish, Master Uncle. I still prefer your earlier untamed demeanor. Hurry and regain your composure. The voice echoed once more from within the cart. All right, old lady, allow me to treat you to a delightful excursion filled with fine food and drink. Upon hearing this, Su Tianjiao felt somewhat elated. Suddenly, a gust of air erupted from the cart, sending him flying several meters away. Did we not agree you liked my untamed nature? To be untamed is not to overstep your bounds. Tianshan lies within the western regions, and Su Tianjiao hails from those very lands. Regrettably, he had not been able to set foot upon Tianshan to witness its majesty and grandeur firsthand. Su Tianjiao sipped wine while driving the cart, thoroughly content. You are driving under the influence. Qin Xianzi's jade hand lifted the curtain of the cart. As Su Tianjiao looked on in bewilderment, she snatched the wine jug from him. Master Uncle, this is my wine jug, Su Tianjiao exclaimed in shock. Bewildered by how she could lift it, this jug belongs to my senior brother. Only those closest to him may handle it. Seemingly discerning Su Tianjiao's thoughts, Qin Xianzi elucidated, Master Uncle, I still do not know your name. Su Tianjiao had always been curious, did Qin Xianzi truly have no name? Thus, he mustered the courage to ask, My name is Qin Shimeng. Remember it well. Qin Xianzi appeared to be in an unusually good mood. Qin Shimeng, Su Tianjiao repeated, pulling the reins forcefully, striking the donkey's back as if in vengeance. The donkey bared its teeth, not out of pain, but out of anger. Master Uncle, just ahead lies the famous Sword Mountain waterfall. Shall we take a brief respite and admire the scenery? Su Tianjiao slowed the cart, addressing Qin Shimeng within the cart. Very well, came the succinct reply from within. Ahead of the donkey cart loomed a majestic peak, its shape resembling a sword thrust into the earth, hence its name, Sword Mountain. Atop the mountain, a silvery waterfall cascaded down as if descending from the heavens, creating the renowned Sword Mountain waterfall. The waters of the waterfall originate from the melting snow at the summit, coursing through countless ravines and converging into a mighty torrent that plummets from the cliffs. It sparkled like a silver ribbon under the sun's embrace, roaring like a dragon, imposing and awe-inspiring. Below the waterfall lay a bottomless pool, its waters a jade green, reflecting both the waterfall and the surrounding mountains. Legend has it that a mystical creature resides within this deep pool, safeguarding this pure land and the secrets of the waterfall. At this moment, many warriors and cultivators had gathered at Sword Mountain. Drawn by its renown, they stood by the pool, marveling at the divine craftsmanship of nature. Su Tianjiao parked the donkey cart, and Qin Shiming gracefully disembarked. The two made their way towards the pool. Su Tianjiao's gaze fell upon the base of the waterfall, where the rushing waters sliced through the pool, cleaving it in two. How powerful the water truly is! Su Tianjiao marveled. There is something in the water. Qin Shiming's gaze fixed upon the depths of the pool, her voice soft and melodious. Her words captured the attention of the nearby men. Oh, what a beautiful woman! All eyes were drawn to her. For a moment silence enveloped the area around the pool, save for the sound of flowing water. Fair maiden, I am Lang Jiqiu, the swordsman of Qingping. May I ask for your name? Wherever there is beauty, there are always pests. Indeed, a fly had come buzzing over. It was unexpected that, forced by his father to come here to comprehend the sword, he would encounter such a stunning fairy. Truly, the heavens had been kind to him. Lang Jiqiu struck a pose he deemed impressive, his gaze lecherously appraising Qin Shiming. Is he the young master of the Lang family? This fellow relied on his father's reputation, bullying men and women alike. Why would he come to this place? However, Qin Shiming did not respond, instead turning to look at Su Tianjiao. Is this a ploy to use me as a shield? Surely not, master uncle. You are the famed sword immortal who severed mountains. Su Tianjiao's expression turned sour, but he steeled himself and approached Lang Jiqiu, stating, wherever this fly came from, if you do not wish to die, then get lost. The moment these words escaped his lips, everyone was taken aback. Who is Lang Jiqiu? He is the son of the Qingping sword saint, though the son is somewhat lacking in merit. Do you know who you are speaking to, lad? Lang Jiqiu's tone dripped with menace. Su Tianjiao, uninterested in further discourse, pointed his finger like a sword, unleashing a pulse of sword energy toward him. The sword energy left a thumb-sized blood hole in him. Lang Jiqiu clutched his chest, the intense pain causing his complexion to turn pale in an instant. Is this the Golden Core realm? Such a young Golden Core master. Witnessing Su Tianjiao's attack, the onlookers were filled with astonishment. Young master. Two cultivators rushed forward, hastily examining Lang Jiqiu's injuries. Seeing that he was not gravely harmed, one of them cast a cold glance at Su Tianjiao and spoke furiously. How dare you injure our young master? Get lost. Su Tianjiao coldly spat out a single word. Scram, you little brat, a mere Golden Core cultivator. How dare you be so arrogant? The man's expression darkened, and a powerful aura emanated from him, causing those nearby to step back in alarm. A celestial realm expert indeed stood guard beside Lang Jiqiu. The crowd by the pond quickly retreated, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Kill him, and that beautiful woman beside him. I want them brought back. Lang Jiqiu growled fiercely while clutching his chest. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Su Tianjiao moved, his body soaring into the air, wielding a long sword that he brought crashing down towards Lang Jiqiu. The sword light, stretching dozens of meters, sliced through the sky towards him. Young master, be careful. The two men beside Lang Jiqiu immediately manifested their celestial realms, forming a massive energy shield to envelop him. Lang Jiqiu was stunned. He never anticipated this young man would dare to strike at him. The sword light collided with the energy shield, producing a deafening sound. The terrifying shockwave nearly disrupted the cascading waterfall. As the energy shield threatened to shatter under the overwhelming sword intent, one of them shouted, "Young master, flee!" With a sudden burst of strength, he hurled Lang Jiqiu away. Caught off guard, he had not anticipated Su Tianjiao's formidable strength, so his aim was slightly off. By sheer coincidence, Lang Jiqiu landed directly into the pond. Boom! With a sound reminiscent of a bursting balloon, the energy shield finally could bear no more and exploded. As the celestial realm's energy shattered, the two celestial experts were transformed into a mist of blood. Is this truly the Golden Core realm? Sword intent. How could a Golden Core cultivator comprehend sword intent? The crowd was left dumbstruck by this spectacle. Chapter 11. The unruly sword saint of Qingping. Help me! Help me! My father is the Qingping sword saint, Lang Bufan. From within the pond, Lang Jiqiu's voice emerged, flailing helplessly like a drowning dog. Say, someone pull him out. Qin Shiming glanced at the struggling Lang Jiqiu and sighed. Su Tianjiao, hesitant to say much, moved swiftly to the center of the pond, grabbing Lang Jiqiu's calf. He lightly tapped the water's surface, lifting him and flying back. Disdainfully tossing aside the leg, Su Tianjiao coldly remarked to the fallen Lang Jiqiu, "Get lost." Lang Jiqiu felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. Scrambling away from Su Tianjiao, "Not bad, this is more like the unruly demeanor I admire." Qin Shiming appraised Su Tianjiao from head to toe, suddenly making such a remark. Unruly, where's the unruliness? Su Tianjiao was puzzled by her words, then began to ponder, could it be that what my master meant by unruly was precisely how I just acted? So she appreciates those who put on airs. In that moment, Su Tianjiao understood. He floated, casting a sidelong glance at the crowd as if to declare himself the greatest. What is this guy up to? Why this sudden display of arrogance? Some murmured among themselves. What, do you have a problem? Su Tianjiao shot a sidelong glance at one of them, coldly inquiring. No, the man, startled, broke into a cold sweat. Hastily denying it, is there anyone else who dares to contest? Su Tianjiao surveyed the crowd with a scornful gaze. No one dared to meet his gaze. This young man had just cleaved through 2 celestial realm experts with a single strike. Not someone to provoke. The crowd quickly dispersed, and soon by the waterfall, only Su Tianjiao and Qin Shiming remained. I'm hungry, go hunt some game, Qin Shiming said helplessly, turning towards the donkey cart. My master must be captivated by my unruly demeanor, hence asking me to prepare food for her. As the saying goes, to win a woman's heart, no, to win over a beautiful master, one must first capture her stomach. Yes, it must be so. Su Tianjiao felt buoyant. He soared into the woods. See, indeed, putting on airs is a delightful endeavor. Before Su Tianjiao lay a fallen elk. He hoisted the elk, making his way to the pond's edge, skillfully skinning and preparing it for fire. He was adept at such tasks, having previously accompanied a one-armed elder in seclusion deep in the mountains. He had taken charge of their meals, mastering the art in the process, in no time. The elk's meat was roasted to perfection, emanating a mouth-watering aroma. Who would have thought this fellow possessed such culinary skills? Qin Shiming, resting in the cart, was suddenly drawn by the tantalizing scent. Even this ascetic, who shunned earthly delights, felt her appetite awaken. Master, roasted elk leg for you, guaranteed to please. Su Tianjiao approached the donkey cart, offering a roasted leg through the window, and then cautiously awaited outside. No, I must maintain my unruly demeanor. With this thought, Su Tianjiao puffed out his chest. Not bad, a voice emerged from within the cart, albeit somewhat muffled. Not bad, is she praising my culinary skills or my unruliness? Su Tianjiao pondered, then exited the donkey cart, to find Qin Shiming devouring the roasted elk leg with great relish, utterly devoid of any celestial demeanor. The sun shone brightly, flowers smiled at me, the birds sang. Early, why do you carry a precious sword? I wish to ascend Tianshan. I promise not to be late. Love my master, love cultivation. I shall conquer the peach blossom and plum blossom sword immortals. Su Tianjiao hummed joyfully, roasting meat with delight. Brat, you killed my 2 sword attendants and severely injured my son. Suddenly, a middle-aged man stood before Su Tianjiao. The man had starry brows and sharp eyes, his expression stern, clad in a long green robe. He wielded a long sword, its blade emitting a faint azure light. Presenting an imposing aura, you are Leng Zhiqiu's father, the Qingping sword saint Leng Bufan. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Leng Bufan, Su Tianjiao felt a grave threat. Indeed, since you know me, how dare you act so boldly? Leng Bufan coldly remarked. What to do? Seek help from my master. No, if I back down, she'll surely scold me. I must be unruly. Yes, that's it. Su Tianjiao thought determinedly and mustered his strength to roar at Leng Bufan. You finished off the young ones, and now you come for the old. Is this the conduct of the Qingping sword saint? Kneel before me now, and I shall spare your life. His voice boomed like thunder in Leng Bufan's ears. Leng Bufan was momentarily stunned. Shouldn't this brat be begging for mercy? How could he be so audacious? But he is so young yet capable of slaying my celestial realm sword attendants. He must have an extraordinary background. How could a dignified sword saint kneel before a mere child? Halfway through his thoughts, Leng Bufan suddenly felt a powerful aura lock onto him. This presence was akin to the thunder from the heavens. Causing his heart to race, Leng Bufan, if you dare defy him, I shall annihilate your Qingping sword sect. A voice reached Leng Bufan's ears. This was the secret technique of transmitting sound over long distances. How is she here? Leng Bufan's gaze flicked towards the donkey cart, and he began to tremble uncontrollably. Leng Bufan knelt down before Su Tianjiao. Of course, he did not perceive it as kneeling to this boy, but rather to the one who could sever mountains. The Qin immortal. Oh my, he really knelt. Su Tianjiao was taken aback. The esteemed Qingping sword saint bowing before a mere 20-year-old. Anyone would think they were dreaming. Could it be because of my master? Su Tianjiao turned to glance at the donkey cart, yet it remained still, devoid of any movement. Could it be that my overwhelming aura truly intimidated him? Su Tianjiao mused. Rise, remember to discipline your son well. If I hear of him bullying others again, I shall not spare you. Su Tianjiao cast a sidelong glance at Leng Bufan and coldly declared, Thank you, young hero, I will ensure to discipline my son. Leng Bufan forcibly restrained his fury, managing a strained smile. As the Qingping sword sect, Leng Bufan had just returned. Father, where is that woman? Why didn't you bring her back? Leng Zhiqiu anxiously questioned. You ungrateful wretch. Leng Bufan roared, slapping Leng Zhiqiu away. Leng Bufan bellowed. Having cultivated for a century, he had never faced such humiliation before. Leng Bufan spat blood as his realm plummeted. He fell from the Saint realm to the Three Tribulations realm. Thus, the Qingping Sword Saint ceased to exist in this world. Overwhelmed by the double blow, Lung Bufan succumbed to unconsciousness. Master, did I perform well just now? Su Tianjiao asked proudly while driving the donkey cart. To make a sword saint kneel before you is unprecedented, Qin Shiming praised while munching on the elk leg. I also wonder why the Qingping Sword Saint was so cowardly. Could it be because of you? Master, Su Tianjiao cautiously inquired, I haven't made a move. Perhaps it truly is your overwhelming aura that has subdued him. However, with the cold Bufan's sword heart shattered, it seems he may indeed fall from the realm of the sword sage. Qin Shiming extended her delicate hand, discarding the thoroughly gnawed deer leg bone out of the window. What? Falling from his realm? Su Tianjiao's expression shifted, but she quickly added, at least this can be seen as a service to the people. To be subdued by someone so much weaker is bound to shake anyone's resolve. Qin Shiming stretched lazily, her words laced with sarcasm. Master, I must say, I find your words rather displeasing. What do you mean by overbearing? This is clearly my regal aura. After all, I aspire to be the sword master. Upon hearing this, Su Tianjiao hastily retorted, you wish to be the sword master? Qin Shiming paused momentarily. What master does not believe in me? Su Tianjiao's tone carried a hint of arrogance. I do, Qin Shiming replied, left speechless. By the way, master, you mentioned something about an object in the pond. What was it? Su Tianjiao suddenly recalled something not yet formed. Speaking of it now would be futile, Qin Shiming responded indifferently, her gaze drifting into the distance, as though deep in thought. Observing this, Su Tianjiao refrained from further inquiries, focusing intently on steering the donkey cart onward. Chapter 12, The Sword Soul is ill. The Confucian master assists Xiao Ji. How much longer until we reach the academy? Qin Shiming's voice broke through the silence, nearly causing Su Tianjiao to lose her balance while driving the cart. Master, could we perhaps use a different form of address? Su Tianjiao managed a wry smile. Very well, Xiao Ji, when shall we arrive at the academy? Qin Shiming asked with utmost seriousness. We still have half a day's journey. Su Tianjiao resigned herself. Xiao Ji it would be. After all, she had no other options. This is hardly a celestial maiden. She is clearly a witch. While the world is intoxicated, I alone remain sober, Su Tianjiao silently lamented. Remember, once we reach the academy, maintain decorum. The 7 sages of Confucianism are esteemed scholars, representatives of countless students, especially the founder of the academy, the Confucian master, one of the top 10 strongmen of our time. Qin Shiming, fearing Su Tianjiao might cause a stir, hastily warned her. Su Tianjiao, upon hearing this, paused slightly, then took a deep breath, her expression growing serious. The academy is not an ordinary place, and the 7 sages of Confucianism are figures she looks up to. Though she prides herself on her exceptional nature, she would not dare act recklessly within the academy. Rest assured, master, I will exercise discretion, Su Tianjiao replied solemnly, her words imbued with determination. Seeing this, Qin Shiming nodded, her heart feeling somewhat reassured. Half a day later, the carriage finally arrived at the entrance of the academy. Su Tianjiao and Qin Shiming disembarked, and before them stood an imposing palace, majestic and solemn. A massive plaque hung above, inscribed with the 2 characters for academy, the brushwork vigorous and extraordinary. Is this truly the academy? Su Tianjiao gazed at the palace before her, a sense of reverence swelling within her. Qin Shiming nodded, stating, indeed, this is the academy. Follow me inside, and remember to be respectful and humble. Su Tianjiao nodded in agreement and followed Qin Shiming through the grand doors of the academy. Fairy Qin, your esteemed presence has graced us. I have come at the behest of the master to welcome you. As soon as the 2 stepped through the doors of the academy, a middle-aged man in scholarly robes approached with a smile. Exuding an air of elegance, Qin Shiming inclined her head slightly, returning the smile. Thank you, Mr. San. Please lead us to meet the Confucian master. Certainly, Fairy Qin. Please follow me, Mr. San replied, guiding them deeper into the academy. Are you here to participate in the Tian Shan sword discussion? Mr. San inquired cheerfully. Qin Shiming nodded, explaining, we are passing by Tian Shan and thought to request the Confucian master to treat my disciple's ailment. I see. Mr. San's expression shifted momentarily as his gaze lingered on Su Tianjiao before quickly averting. Su Tianjiao, trailing behind, was bewildered. What ailment? She pondered, before turning to Qin Shiming. What do you mean, master? I am perfectly well. You will understand once we meet the Confucian master, Qin Shiming replied with a mysterious smile. Choosing not to elaborate further. As they conversed, the trio arrived at a courtyard deep within the academy, replete with fragrant flowers that invigorated the senses. In the center stood a small pavilion where sat an elderly man with white hair and beard. His eyes closed in meditation, seemingly oblivious to the world around him. Confucian Master, Fairy Qin, and her disciple have arrived, Mr. Sen announced respectfully. Stepping forward, the elder slowly opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Qin Shiming and Su Tianzhou. Deep and wise, as if he could see into their very souls. Shiming, it has been many years, you have fared well. The elder smiled warmly. Qin Shiming hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Confucian Master, it has been years, your grandeur remains unchanged. Ha, I have grown old. The Confucian Master waved his hand dismissively, signaling her not to be overly formal. Then his attention turned to Su Tianzhou, and his expression shifted dramatically, feeling the elder's penetrating gaze. Su Tianzhou's heart raced, but she composed herself, bowing respectfully. Greetings, Confucian Master. The elder scrutinized Su Tianzhou for a long moment before finally stating, Young one, you are unwell. Gravely so. What? Su Tianzhou gasped in shock. Initially she could not believe herself to be ill. But given the source of the words, coming from the Confucian Master, she had no choice but to accept it. May I ask, Master, what ailment do I suffer? Su Tianzhou's heart was in turmoil. Claiming she was unafraid would be a lie. To be precise, it is your sword soul that is ailing. The Confucian Master's next words left Su Tianzhou even more astonished. Her sword soul typically lay dormant within her dantian, invisible to outsiders. How could the Confucian Master perceive it? The myriad sword souls within you are remnants of sword masters who have passed, thus they carry the energy of death. Your own sword soul's vitality cannot suppress the dead energy of these remnants. And over time it has gradually succumbed to illness. Before Su Tianzhou could respond, the Confucian Master continued. A cold sweat broke out on Su Tianzhou's brow. I implore you, Master, to help cure my disciple's sword soul. Qin Shiming bowed deeply, her tone earnest. The Confucian Master pondered for a moment before asking, is he not a disciple of GZ? Indeed, Qin Shiming replied firmly. Alas, a single thread of obsession has lingered for a century. Merely to find a flower of similar hue. Very well then, follow me. The Confucian Master sighed deeply, rising to lead them inside. Master, what does this mean? Su Tianzhou was left in a haze. Do not speak. Just follow, Qin Shiming interrupted, signaling her to keep pace with the Confucian Master. Inside the room, the Confucian Master turned to Su Tianzhou and asked, Are you Su Tianzhou? Upon hearing this, Su Tianzhou's expression shifted dramatically. Yet she suppressed her shock and respectfully replied, Indeed, my given name is Su Tianzhou. As I suspected. The Confucian Master's expression changed, confirming his earlier conjecture. Do you believe in the concept of reincarnation? The elder gazed at Su Tianzhou with profound seriousness. The notion of reincarnation seemed ethereal to Su Tianzhou, and she candidly replied, I do not believe in such things. Initially, I thought it merely a folk tale, yet as time passed, some began to believe. Like in Buddhism and Taoism, where such concepts are mentioned even in Confucian texts, there are records of reincarnation. I too was skeptical, but as my understanding of the great principles deepened, I gradually began to believe in its existence. Especially you are strikingly similar to someone I encountered a millennium ago, even sharing the same name. The Confucian Master's revelation was astonishing. Not only Su Tianzhou, but even Qin Shiming was left speechless. Could it be that I am a reincarnated soul? Su Tianzhou murmured. I cannot say, but I can certainly help heal your sword soul. The Confucian Master smiled mysteriously, producing an ancient bronze seal from his hand. What is this? Qin Shiming stared in astonishment at the ancient seal in the Confucian Master's hand. Indeed, the seal of mountains and rivers is an ancient artifact, imbued with righteous energy, the very nemesis of dead energy. The Confucian Master nodded gently, forming a seal with his left hand while holding the seal of mountains and rivers in his right, chanting incantations. Suddenly, the seal began to radiate brilliant light, lifting from his hand and hovering above Su Tianzhou's head. A beam of golden light descended upon Su Tianzhou, and in that instant, her figure vanished from sight. How did she disappear? Qin Shiming exclaimed anxiously, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. In the grand scheme of things, all is predetermined. Perhaps the seal of mountains and rivers has transported her elsewhere. Do not fret, we shall wait. By the way, Shiming, after GZ was resurrected, did he utter anything? The Confucian Master asked, reclaiming the seal of mountains and rivers. After awakening, my master kept repeating a phrase. Qin Shiming's gaze drifted as if transported back a century. What phrase? The Confucian Master inquired hastily. One should give birth to a child like Su Tianzhou. A song of reincarnation reverberates through the heavens. Tears welled in Qin Shiming's eyes as she spoke. One should give birth to a child like Su Tianzhou. A song of reincarnation reverberates through the heavens. The scholarly figure incessantly repeated those words, that youth from years past. Could it truly be him? In that moment, the scholar's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Were it not for his arrival, the realm of Xianhuan would have surely crumbled into chaos. Where is this place? How did I come to find myself here? Before Su Tianjiao, an ancient path materialized. It seemed to transcend the boundaries of time and space, intertwining the past, present, and future, bearing the fates and secrets of countless beings. Along this ancient path, a shroud of chaos enveloped him, as though he were ensconced in an endless void. The air was thick with an archaic essence, whispering the sighs of ages and the murmurs of history. Su Tianjiao ventured forth along the ancient road. With each step he took, it felt as if he traversed a year's worth of time, instilling within him a profound sense of weight and nostalgia. Chapter 13, The Young Emperor Tianjiao. The end of the cycle. Su Tianjiao traversed a total of 1,800 steps upon the ancient path. Before him appeared a hazy figure. It was the silhouette of a man, tall and imposing. Though his features remained indistinct, it was evident from the contours of his face that he must possess extraordinary beauty, clad in golden armor and wielding a colossal golden sword. He emanated an aura of formidable authority. "You have arrived," the man's voice resonated. "Who are you, and why do you await my presence?" Upon seeing the man, an inexplicable sense of familiarity washed over Su Tianjiao. Yet, his mind bore no recollection of this individual. "My name is of no consequence any longer," the man declared, pointing a finger towards Su Tianjiao's forehead. "This is a sword intent I comprehended on the path of reincarnation. It is also a melody. I shall send you back 1,800 years to fulfill the mission that is your destiny. Remember, the path of reincarnation is decreed by heaven. Should you fail to become an emperor, all shall come to naught." Suddenly the scene before him shifted. "I have returned to 1,800 years ago," Su Tianjiao realized, his form flickering in and out of visibility, suspended in midair. "How is it that I can fly? Am I no longer within this time and space?" Su Tianjiao was startled by this thought. Why are there so many powerful beings? He was astonished to discover that a throng of thousands was soaring through the skies. Among them were those of the Golden Core realm, the Cave Heaven realm, and the Breaking Void realm, with hundreds of formidable mountain-moving realm experts, and even dozens of thrones. What could have transpired to gather so many powerful individuals? The Golden Core and Cave Heaven realms can fly. Oh, I nearly forgot, this is a millennium ago. That individual looks so familiar. He is the scholar, the young scholar. With such a multitude, where could they possibly be heading? A whirlwind of questions surged within Su Tianjiao. He followed in their wake, eager to unravel the mystery of it all. Yet, these figures appeared oblivious to his presence, unable to hear his words. Shadows passed through him. It seemed he was indeed absent from this time and space, merely a fleeting observer. Su Tianjiao remained silent. "The situation is dire ahead. Those above the three tribulations realm follow me," an elder beside the young scholar bellowed. With utmost respect to the scholar's command, thousands echoed in unison, their voices creating a thunderous resonance that shook the very fabric of space. Su Tianjiao trailed behind them, his heart brimming with wonder and curiosity. Their pace was astonishingly swift, and in the blink of an eye, they traversed mountains and rivers to arrive at a battlefield. The air was thick with smoke, and the atmosphere crackled with the energy of swords clashing. As countless cultivators engaged in fierce combat, among them were numerous experts from the Breaking Void and mountain-moving realms, and even throne-level powerhouses were present. Why does this mountain seem so familiar? Ah, this is the Nine Heavens Mountain of the Eastern region, home to the Nine Heavens Pavilion. What sort of war is this? Why are so many experts involved? Su Tianjiao pondered in confusion. As he surveyed the battlefield, he noted that besides the Confucian cultivators, there were also sword practitioners, knife wielders, martial artists, and individuals from various prominent families and sections. Are they from another realm? Su Tianjiao's thoughts stirred, recalling the words of the one-armed elder. Beyond this world there exist others, collectively referred to as beings from foreign realms. It seems this is indeed the great calamity spoken of by my master. Understanding dawned upon Su Tianjiao as he recalled the elder's words. 1,800 years ago, foreign cultivators invaded the Xianhuang realm. The cultivators of Xianhuang fought valiantly against them, yet the disparity in power was insurmountable. Peril loomed over Xianhuang, in the face of imminent doom. A young emperor was said to have emerged from the Xianhuang realm. He continued to observe the battlefield, noting that the foreign forces possessed a far greater number of top-tier combatants than those from the Xianhuang realm. Yet, the cultivators of Xianhuang appeared unyielding, bravely engaging in battle. What could these foreign forces possibly desire? Su Tianjiao's mind raced with questions. At that moment, a throne-level powerhouse from the foreign realm suddenly roared, transforming into a beam of light as he charged towards a foreign adversary. The two clashed instantaneously, their energies intertwining, shattering the very fabric of space. Kill! The deafening battle cries echoed, and in every moment, countless cultivators fell, turning the battlefield into a realm of slaughter. this world of Shenhuang belongs to my divine underworld. A voice from the foreign realm resounded. Humph, a rabble dares to covet my Shenhuang? A powerful voice from the Shenhuang cultivators retorted, this is bad. Reinforcements from the enemy have arrived. An elder from the Shenhuang side exclaimed in horror. In the depths of the battlefield, a vast army from the foreign realm advanced. Their lowest cultivation levels at the Three Tribulations realm, the number of powerful experts and thrones was staggering. It appeared that the leader among them had a strength that subtly surpassed that of a throne. With the arrival of these foreign reinforcements, the Shenhuang cultivators instantly suffered devastating losses. Countless cultivators from Shenhuang found themselves steeped in despair. It's over, our Shenhuang is doomed, a throne-level cultivator lamented, his face etched with desolation. No, we have not lost, and we cannot. Behind us are our families, loved ones, and friends. If we retreat, what will become of them? Even in death, we shall take a few from the divine underworld with us. The elder scholar's voice resonated like a mighty bell, stirring the hearts of every cultivator present. Having spoken, the elder scholar was the first to charge forward, engaging in combat with several throne-level experts from the divine underworld. The elder scholar, whose strength was formidable, was even gaining the upper hand against multiple throne-level adversaries. Su Tianjiao was moved by the elder scholar's words, feeling a powerful urge within him to contribute to this world. To aid those valiant cultivators fighting so fiercely, yet, as a spiritual entity, he could not directly partake in the battle. Must I remain a mere spectator? Was it not said that a supreme being from the Shenhuang realm would emerge to quell this calamity? Su Tianjiao's heart pulsed with uncertainty. Just then, the voice of the golden-armored man echoed in his mind. Do not resist, I shall borrow your sword soul to play a melody of reincarnation. What? This supreme being cannot possibly be the golden-armored man, and I am merely a conduit for his power. Su Tianjiao suddenly grasped the entirety of the situation. It appeared that though the golden-armored man possessed extraordinary strength, he was ensnared within the path of reincarnation, unable to act personally, and he, brought into the path of reincarnation by the seal of mountains and rivers, had unwittingly become the savior. What is this? Su Tianjiao felt a surge of power within him, as if something sought to usurp control of his body. He offered no resistance, allowing this force to commandeer his form. Overestimating oneself, suddenly the strongest individual from the foreign realm stepped forth. The young scholar, engaged in combat with several foreign thrones, appeared as if struck by lightning, his complexion turning ashen. Remember, the one who seeks to kill you is named Emperor Star, with a finger pointed. Emperor Star unleashed a cataclysmic energy towards the scholar. Master, be cautious, the young scholar cried out as he soared forward, desperate to intercept the fatal blow aimed at his mentor, but he was too far away. And his speed was insufficient. Just as despair gripped him, a melody resonated, like the endless flow of the river of time. It played the symphony of life, like the first light of dawn, soft yet serene. It evoked the beginnings of existence, infused with confusion and hope for the future. As the melody progressed, the tempo quickened, akin to rushing waters that surged unceasingly, yet, after the climax, the tune softened like the setting sun. Tranquil and profound, finally the melody returned to its initial calm, resembling the conclusion of a dream, yet heralding a new beginning. Time stood still in that moment. The cataclysmic energy was instantaneously dissipated. The melody of reincarnation resonated. A formidable primal force surged from the void, merging into Su Tianjiao's being, solidifying his presence. From within him an ink-black, unparalleled sword soul emerged, transforming into a deluge of swords that rained down upon the foreign forces, mercilessly reaping their lives. This is the power of an emperor. How is this possible? How could such an emperor exist in this realm? Emperor Star's eyes widened in shock. He glanced into the distance, where a youth stood. The figure of the youth flickered, seemingly not belonging to this time. Where do you hail from? Emperor Star asked, filled with resentment. To take a mere step forward and dare to call oneself an emperor. The youth's voice thundered in Emperor Star's ears, leaving his mind reeling in confusion. You are Ji Xian. Emperor Star's voice was abruptly silenced as a black sword soul pierced through his chest, extinguishing all vestiges of his vitality. As the melody of reincarnation reached its conclusion, the myriad foreign cultivators were slaughtered in a storm of countless sword souls. As these sword souls returned to the youth, his form grew increasingly ethereal, as if he might vanish at any moment. The youth was none other than Su Tianjiao, now possessed by the golden-armored man. At this moment, the power of the armored man had vanished, and Su Tianjiao regained control of her body. After finally becoming a savior, I shall make this world remember my name. Su Tianjiao felt a rush of delight in her heart and thus proclaimed loudly, I am Su Tianjiao. Before she could finish her words, her figure completely disappeared. Su Tianjiao, Why does this esteemed individual resemble a child? In an instant, all the cultivators on Josho Mountain were left bewildered. The ancient path, or perhaps the reincarnation path. The soul power of the armored man returned, alas, with that child's sword soul as the strings and the primal forces of heaven and earth as the melody. The reincarnation tune was played. Although it extinguished the primary combat forces of the divine nether realm, it also left a calamity for the Xianyuan realm. Future cultivation will undoubtedly become increasingly arduous. He sighed deeply and continued along the reincarnation path. Chapter 14, Sword Soul Rebirth. Flying with the sword within the academy. In the room of the scholar leader, while meditating, the scholar leader's thoughts stirred, and the seal of mountains and rivers appeared in his hand. A figure emerged from the seal of mountains and rivers, landing in the room. It was none other than Su Tianzhou. How is this? The scholar leader gazed intently at Su Tianzhou, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension. I have encountered a person and witnessed an invasion from another realm. Su Tianzhou recounted all that she had seen and learned. Incredible, truly incredible. Who would have thought that the savior would be you? At this moment, the scholar leader's face flushed red with excitement. After that battle, Su Tianzhou, this name, garnered profound respect from the people as a savior in that era. Consequently, cultivators from the Xianyuan realm began a search for the trace of the young emperor Su Tianzhou. A search that lasted 300 years, yet there was no result. No one knew where he came from or where he went. Over time, people noticed that this realm seemed to have changed. Cultivation became increasingly difficult, and the chances of breaking through to great powers and thrones diminished significantly. Even flight was only feasible for those at the void-breaking realm. People suspected that all of this was the doing of the young emperor. The few elders and thrones, led by the master, discovered that the primal forces of this realm had diminished. Thus, the well-known calamity of heaven and earth ensued. The scholar leader spoke quietly, while Su Tianzhou and Qin Shiming listened intently. Young one, since you have fulfilled the mission as stated by that esteemed individual, why did you reveal your name afterward? Qin Shiming cast a peculiar glance at Su Tianzhou after hearing the scholar leader's tale. This is such a rare opportunity to be a savior. Wouldn't it be a pity if no one knew my name? Su Tianzhou's voice grew quieter until it was barely a whisper. Ignorant child, if you possessed the capability to reach the heavens and the earth, you could certainly leave your name in history. However, should the world discover that you are merely a small cultivator at the Golden Core realm, relying on the strength of others, the likes of Qin Shiming and the scholar leader, being formidable figures, naturally understood every word he uttered. Qin Shiming stopped speaking midway through her sentence, yet how could Su Tianzhou not grasp the meaning behind her words? Damn it, I was too hasty, Su Tianzhou mumbled under his breath, then turned to the scholar leader, bowed, and inquired, May I ask, esteemed sir, what should I do now? Fortunately, the elder great powers and thrones have dwindled to a scant few. These individuals, grateful for the young emperor's kindness, will not trouble you, and may even regard you as a benefactor. As for some younger cultivators, they might covet the secrets you possess and may take action against you. Hear us what you should do. Travel to Taiwu Mountain. Within the Taoist sect, there exists a power that can help you reinvent yourself and start anew. The scholar leader furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding, very well. Upon hearing this, Su Tianzhou felt a surge of joy, yet he remained troubled by the scholar leader's words. What does it mean to start anew? I have not committed any grave wrongdoing. Young one, does your sword soul possess the ability to be reborn? Qin Shiming suddenly noticed that a thin mist seemed to envelop Su Tianzhou. Even she found it increasingly difficult to discern the true nature of Su Tianzhou. The primal forces of heaven and earth. The scholar leader's expression shifted slightly, for the invisible mist surrounding Su Tianzhou was indeed a trace of the primal forces. My sword soul. Su Tianzhou sensed his sword soul within him, and upon inspection he was startled. The shadow of the sword soul had long since vanished from his dantian. Instead, within his spiritual platform, a golden sword soul, shrouded in white mist, hovered. How did this sword soul end up in the spiritual platform? Su Tianzhou looked utterly bewildered. Your sword soul, after that esteemed individual played the reincarnation tune with a method defying the heavens, has become infused with the primal forces, reborn, and thus will no longer reside in the dantian. The scholar leader explained. This young one had previously demonstrated remarkable comprehension. Now, with the rebirth of the sword soul, how astounding must his understanding have become. Qin Shiming gazed at Su Tianzhou, her heart in turmoil. After leaving the academy, Su Tianzhou finally achieved his long-cherished dream of flying with the sword. Of course, he could not do it alone. Suddenly, a sword appeared in Qin Shiming's hand, and with a casual wave, the sword transformed and hovered before them. Come aboard. A gust of wind lifted Qin Shiming, and she gracefully landed on the sword. Su Tianjiao's face was filled with anticipation as he lightly stepped forward and leaped onto the sword. As he landed, an inexpressible excitement coursed through him. Donkey, you stay here in the academy. Once I complete my business in Tianshan, I will return to fetch you. Su Tianjiao looked at the donkey, his expression filled with reluctance. The donkey grinned in response, as if to say, don't worry about me, steady yourself. Qin Shiming lightly spoke, and then suddenly accelerated. Their figures transformed into streaks of light, soaring towards the sky. Young one, you've bumped into me. Qin Shiming stood at the sword's tip, her voice laced with irritation. Master Uncle, it's the sword at my waist, Su Tianjiao hurriedly clarified. Just moments ago, the flying sword had accelerated abruptly, nearly throwing him off. Had he not reacted swiftly to grasp Qin Shiming's shoulder, the consequences would have been dire. If it had been any other object, it would have been lost by now. Qin Shiming's words sent a shock through Su Tianjiao's heart. He felt a chill in a certain part of his body. Were it not for the fear of jeopardizing the Tianshan Sword Conference, I wouldn't have brought you along for sword flight. Qin Shiming gritted her teeth. Had her body ever been touched by another man? And this young one's hand had audaciously moved from her shoulder to her waist. Master Uncle, am I really that inadequate? Feeling the disdain emanating from Qin Shiming, Su Tianjiao felt somewhat dejected. It could be said that he was a fine exterior with a poor interior. Qin Shiming coldly remarked, Master Uncle, your ability to insult has truly reached new heights. Su Tianjiao helplessly praised. Thousands of mountains and rivers swiftly passed beneath their feet. The biting winds whipped Qin Shiming's long hair against Su Tianjiao's face, bringing forth an enchanting fragrance. Su Tianjiao appeared entranced. Young one, you've bumped into me again. Qin Shiming swiftly reached out, only to retract her hand again. She said nothing, but her expression was filled with even more anger. Master Uncle, Su Tianjiao felt utterly embarrassed. He stammered, unsure how to respond. Thinking of a woman, Qin Shiming suddenly interjected, her tone teasing. Su Tianjiao's face instantly flushed crimson, and he hurriedly shook his head in denial. No, that's not it, Master Uncle. Enough, no need to explain, Qin Shiming interrupted Su Tianjiao, her gaze drifting into the distance, her tone softening somewhat. In youth, who has not harbored such thoughts, however, do not entertain any notions about me. Instead, I shall find you a suitable match in the future. Master Uncle, I actually have someone in my heart already. The image of a young girl gradually became clear in Su Tianjiao's mind. Oh, so that is it, our little Ji is. However, those of the Sword Pavilion are not individuals to be wed casually. Their figures continued northward. Taiwu Mountain, situated in the northern frontier, is a sacred ground for the Taoist sect, revered by practitioners since ancient times. The mountains stretched endlessly, shrouded in clouds and mist, resembling a celestial paradise. As they flew, the outline of Taiwu Mountain gradually became clearer. Among the peaks stood a towering mountain, piercing the clouds. This was the location of the Taoist sect. Master Uncle, we have arrived. Su Tianjiao gazed at the mountain peak below. A sense of reverence swelling within him, Qin Shiming nodded, and the flying sword descended slowly, eventually coming to rest at the foot of Taiwu Mountain. As they disembarked, they beheld a winding stone path leading directly to the summit. Chapter 15, Ascending the Heavenly Stone Steps. The Taiji diagram appears at the foot of Taiwu Mountain. Before the stone steps, a young Taoist stood anxiously gazing at the sky upon seeing Su Tianjiao and Qin Shiming. A look of joy spread across his face. He clasped his hands respectfully and said, Fairy Qin, having traveled from afar, our Grandmaster instructed me to wait here. The Grandmaster stated that the fairy is a distinguished guest of our Taoist sect and is not bound by secular customs. Free to fly with her sword, he then extended his right hand in a gesture of invitation. Qin Shiming nodded, and in a flash, she took to the skies on her sword. Master Uncle, I am here too. Seeing this, Su Tianjiao hurriedly stepped forward, calling out anxiously. The Grandmaster said that you may only ascend the stone steps one step at a time. The young Taoist suddenly blocked Su Tianjiao's path. What is the meaning of this? Su Tianjiao gazed at the young Taoist priest before him, a look of confusion etched upon his face. I humbly ask for your understanding regarding the master's instructions. The young priest said, his hands clasped together, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Although Su Tianjiao felt a flicker of displeasure within, his expression remained calm as he murmured to himself, if I must crawl, then so be it. Have I not traversed enough paths in my lifetime? The young priest remained silent, merely fixing his gaze upon Su Tianjiao, seemingly harboring a hint of mockery in his demeanor. What can you possibly know of the distance one can traverse at your tender age? Little did he realize the paths Su Tianjiao had walked were those of reincarnation. On the path of reincarnation, Su Tianjiao had taken 1,800 steps. Though it appeared to be a mere trifle, it represented the passage of 1,800 years. the stone steps of Taiwu Mountain were uneven and worn, as if weathered by the relentless passage of time. How intriguing, Su Tianjia thought as he set foot upon the first step. Immediately sensing an invisible pressure bearing down upon him, he began his ascent along the stone steps, each step feeling as though he bore an immense burden, rendering his movements notably heavy. Yet he frowned momentarily, only to soon relax, marveling at the profound mystery of the stone steps. As time slipped by, Su Tianjiao's figure reached the halfway point of the mountain. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. He turned to glance back, noticing the young priest following him at a leisurely pace, maintaining a distance of 10 steps. "What is your name?" Su Tianjiao inquired, his curiosity piqued. He considered himself a paragon among men. If climbing these stone steps proved such a challenge for him, how was it that the young priest seemed to trail him effortlessly? "Gu Changsheng," the young priest replied, his expression serene, as if the stone steps before him were no different from any ordinary staircase. He regarded Su Tianjiao with an indifferent gaze and continued, "Should you find yourself unable to ascend, you may descend the mountain, this Taiwu Mountain, and the master do not welcome you." "Is that your sentiment, or that of the old master?" Su Tianjiao retorted with a faint smile. "Is there truly a distinction? The steps to heaven on Taiwu Mountain are a rite of passage for every disciple of the Tao, while the master has increased the pressure regarding your arrival. At this moment, your cultivation has reached the golden core stage. Whereas I was but an ordinary person without spiritual essence when I first ascended the steps." Gu Changsheng's demeanor remained unperturbed, as though he spoke of a mere commonplace occurrence. Upon hearing this, Su Tianjiao chuckled. He turned and softly declared to Gu Changsheng, "I shall remember you." He then took a step forward with his left foot, ascending with a pace that was more than twice as swift as before. The sword spirit within his spiritual platform emanated a faint yet formidable pressure. How can this be? Did Gu Changsheng remain speechless, watching as Su Tianjiao's figure grew increasingly distant above him. His countenance finally shifted as he realized the enormity of the task at hand. The steps to heaven comprised 36,000 steps, and within the span of an hour, Su Tianjiao had already reached the summit of Taiwu Mountain. At the peak, clouds and mist enveloped the surroundings, creating an ethereal ambience. Two figures emerged. One was Qin Shiming, and the other was an elder Su Tianjiao recognized from 1,800 years ago in the eastern region, at Jiuxiu Mountain. This elder, with an air of celestial grace, wielded the Taiji diagram and had once vanquished numerous formidable opponents from other realms. Yet, he had not anticipated that this elder still lived, considering the passage of time. This elder had existed for at least 2,000 years. Common monarchs lived but a millennium, while those of profound strength, like the Confucian leader, had lived for 1,800 years. In Su Tianjiao's memories, only this elder had surpassed 2 millennia. The old master of Taiwu Mountain, the heavenly master. After the demise of the old Confucian leader, the heavenly master became the preeminent figure in the Xinhuang realm. Unbeknownst to us, the young emperor we had sought for millennia was, in fact, a descendant who transcended time. The elder's gaze remained fixed upon Su Tianjiao, his voice calm yet imbued with an unspoken shock. "Junior," Su Tianjiao pays his respects to the heavenly master. Su Tianjiao reverently bowed, only to find that the figure of the heavenly master had vanished before him. "I cannot bear the weight of a bow from the young emperor." The voice of the heavenly master resonated from behind Su Tianjiao. Just as he attempted to turn, he felt an inexplicable force envelop him, and the surroundings began to shift. A golden light surged forth, blinding him momentarily. When the brilliance faded, Su Tianjiao slowly opened his eyes to find himself before a thatched cottage. This cottage was familiar to him, as it had been his abode for 7 years alongside the one-armed elder. It was within these walls that he had spent his formative years. "Is this the Taiji diagram?" Qin Shiming murmured, as a colossal scroll unfurled before her, while the figures of the heavenly master and Su Tianjiao had already dissipated. Little did they know GZ's obsession had ultimately faded away in this very place. The figure of the heavenly master reappeared, his gaze fixated on the thatched cottage, his heart tumultuous with emotion. "Heavenly Master, you mentioned my revered teacher earlier, but what is this obsession?" Su Tianjiao inquired, furrowing his brow, eager to unravel the mysteries surrounding the one-armed elder. "Patience, we shall delve deeper," the heavenly master replied with a gentle smile. Falling into silence. At that moment, a youthful figure emerged from the cottage. Su Tianjiao recognized him, for this boy was none other than himself. Clutching a wooden sword, the young boy practiced diligently. "A disciple, do you still harbor hatred within your heart?" An elder appeared. A closer inspection would reveal him to be the one-armed master. Seeing the one-armed elder, Su Tianjiao could no longer contain his emotions, kneeling and weeping profusely. "How could I forget the blood feud? The young boy paused, his gaze resolute, filled with a murderous intent. Alas, the one-armed elder sighed and retreated into the cottage. The scene shifted back to the thatched cottage, though this time it was the one-armed elder who emerged. While the young boy had vanished inside the cottage, only a jade pendant shaped like a sword floated in the air, radiating a soft glow. The one-armed elder pointed his sword toward the heavens and bellowed. "Loyal hounds of the foreign realms, having followed me for so long, do you not dare make your move?" As his voice echoed, the skies darkened, ominous clouds gathering, thunder rumbling as if a great terror was about to descend. Amidst this overwhelming celestial might, a shadow stealthily emerged, flitting through the clouds like a wraith. Gz, had you been alive, I would not have dared to act, yet now you are but a wisp of obsession. A wandering ghost, and you deceived me for 7 years. The shadow's voice was chilling, reminiscent of a vengeful spirit from the abyss. Cowardly rat, even a fragment of an obsession can still slay you. The one-armed elder's eyes flashed with ferocity. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, charging toward the shadow. The two engaged in a fierce battle among the clouds, each clash resonating like thunder. As if they aimed to rend the very heavens apart. Cursed one, you have reached such a realm, yet you are still destined to perish, a mere fragment of an obsession. The shadow's voice abruptly ceased. The dark clouds above dissipated, revealing the one-armed elder's figure descending to the ground. His gaze was cold, a terrifying expression etched upon his face. Alas, in the end, you are merely a fragment of an obsession. How fortunate that you managed to escape. I never anticipated that a traitor would emerge within my Shenhuang realm. Such is truly despicable. The one-armed elder's voice was hoarse, filled with resentment. Poor child, I can no longer protect you. Yet he vowed, no one shall dare to bully you again. Come forth, sword. The elder's roar reverberated through the air, causing the world to dim. A long sword descended from the heavens, flying directly into the elder's remaining left hand. He gazed at the sword in his grasp, then turned to look at the sleeping youth in the cottage, his voice trembling as he spoke. Old friend, let us embark on another journey. The scene shifted once more. The one-armed elder had returned, accompanied by a donkey, a jug of wine hanging from his waist. The sword he carried was stained with blood, though its origin was unknown. Master, where have you been? The boy, now awake, approached the elder with concern. Disciple, I must depart. To where is the master bound? Perhaps heaven, perhaps hell. Disciple, the words I now impart must be etched in your heart. The one-armed elder's death came as a profound shock to the young boy. Unexpected and without preparation. In this world, his last kin had departed, leaving him with but a solitary sword, a donkey, and a jug of wine. Su Tianzhou had long since wept into unconsciousness. Alas, Gz, having found the young emperor. You guarded a mere wisp of obsession alone for 7 years. Why did you not confide in us? Did you not trust even those among us? The heavenly master stood to the side, his heart tumultuous and unyielding. It is time for action. After such a lengthy absence, perhaps some have forgotten this old man. The heavenly master lifted Su Tianzhou into his arms, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Chapter 16, The Half-Broken Heavenly Mountain. Sword immortal and sword deity above the sky, a flying sword at great speed. Upon the sword stood 2 figures, Su Tianzhou and Qin Shiming, having learned from past experiences. This time it was Su Tianzhou who stood at the tip of the sword. Little G, what did the heavenly master truly impart to you, and what of the earthly fiend technique did the heavenly master pass it on to you? Qin Shiming stood behind Su Tianzhou, the fragrance of orchids and musk wafting around him. Elder Shishu, the heavenly master instructed me not to divulge anything to anyone, including you. The heavenly master also mentioned. Su Tianzhou felt a twinge of embarrassment. Being so close to his Shishu always made him feel uneasy. What else did the heavenly master say? Upon hearing this, Qin Shiming's expression turned slightly irate. The heavenly master remarked that you abhor evil and possess formidable strength. Should you learn of those matters, it is likely that you would replicate the legendary feat of severing the heavenly mountain with a single sword. Su Tianzhou spoke with a feigned innocence. Very well, I shall refrain from asking further. Truly, the heavenly master understands me well. Upon hearing these words, Qin Shiming's heart blossomed with joy, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes. Su Tianzhou mused to herself that if this esteemed master were to learn the original words of the old celestial master, she would surely fly back to Taiwu Mountain and create a ruckus. Oh, the audacity! The matters we have conspired about must not reach Qin Shiming's ears. That girl is a bit fierce, and should she discover them, she would undoubtedly brandish her sword and wreak havoc. Not only would we startle the snake in the grass, but uncovering the hidden mastermind would become an insurmountable challenge. The old celestial master's original words echoed as the flying sword sped towards Tianshan. Where the sword conference was about to commence. At this moment, the sky was filled with numerous sword cultivators soaring on their flying swords, varying in age yet united in their fervent passion for the sword path. They traveled alone or in small groups, all heading towards the pinnacle of Tianshan. Tianshan has long been a sacred ground for sword cultivators, hosting an annual gathering for them to exchange techniques and philosophies. Master, what is the distinction between a sword immortal and a sword deity? Su Tianjiao stood on the tip of her sword, feeling the fierce wind against her face, her understanding of the will of the sword deepening. In truth, there is no essential difference between a sword immortal and a sword deity. If one must differentiate, a sword immortal specializes in ranged attacks, while a sword deity is invincible in close combat. Regardless, both must attain a comprehension of sword intent at least at the 20th level. Qin Shiming elucidated. As they conversed, their flying swords had already reached the foot of Tianshan, revealing the breathtaking sight of half a mountain. Su Tianjiao gasped in astonishment. Before her lay a majestic mountain range stretching across the horizon, its steep cliffs piercing the clouds, yet, to her shock, the mountain was only half intact, as if a colossal sword had cleaved it in two. Exposing the jagged rocks and fractured terrain, this was the testament to your master's legendary feat of severing Tianshan with a single sword strike. Suddenly, a voice broke through the air, and Su Tianjiao turned to find a man in white approaching on his sword. He possessed starry brows and sword-like eyes, his skin fair and his stature a striking 8 feet tall, exuding a captivating charm. Your master achieved great mastery in the sword path, and with a single strike. The heavens changed color and mountains shifted. That one sword not only severed Tianshan but also disrupted countless others' paths in swordsmanship, leaving them in its dust. The man in white gazed at Qin Shiming. A peculiar glint in his eyes. Li Taibai, what brings you here? Qin Shiming shot a disdainful look at the man. Is he truly the peach blossom sword deity? Li Taibai, Su Tianjiao gasped, pointing at Li Taibai as she inquired of Qin Shiming. Youngster, I am of the same generation as your master. You ought not to be so disrespectful, Li Taibai remarked with feigned indignation, turning his gaze toward Su Tianjiao. Embarrassed, she quickly bowed. I am Ji Wuming. And I pay my respects to you seniorly. No need for excessive formalities. Li Taibai waved dismissively, then turned to Qin Shiming, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his gaze. Shiming, after all these years, can you not let go of the events of the past? Qin Shiming snorted coldly, remaining silent as she turned her gaze toward the half-mountain, her eyes filled with nostalgia and resolution. Su Tianjiao stood beside her, grappling with an indescribable turmoil within. Clearly, there was an unspoken history between these two sword masters. Li Taibai, where is your disciple? Another figure emerged, a woman clad in white, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, her brows resembling distant mountains shrouded in mist. She stood tall and proud, exuding an ethereal grace with every movement. Accompanied by a young girl of unparalleled beauty, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth, the girl's figure was enchanting, her flowing skirt dancing in the wind like a mountain stream, fresh and untainted. Su Tianjiao recognized the girl. She had haunted her dreams countless times. The girl was named Feng Zhishui, true to her name, calm and steady as water. However, the last time they had met, she had appeared in male form. And now she had reverted to her feminine guise. Su Tianjiao quickly averted her gaze, fearing detection. Feng Zhishui also noticed Su Tianjiao but maintained a serene expression, lost in her thoughts. The troublesome lad has set out 6 months ago. He is undoubtedly on Tianshan now, and you, Lu Qingxue, you have taken on a fine disciple. Li Taibai turned to Lu Qingxue, then glanced at the girl beside her, his admiration evident. Zhishui, this is the peach blossom sword deity. Li Taibai, and this is the sword fairy Qin Shiming. Lu Qingxue introduced them. I am Feng Zhishui, paying my respects to Senior Li and Senior Qin. Feng Zhishui replied, performing a graceful bow to both. No need for formality, Li Taibai waved his hand, yet Qin Shiming's fierce gaze was fixated on Su Tianjiao, lost in her thoughts. I say, Qin Shiming, do you look down upon my disciple? Lu Qingxue, observing the scene. Lu Qingxue's expression darkened with annoyance. Your disciple is commendable. This little rascal of mine is in danger of losing his soul, Qin Shiming interrupted, her thoughts abruptly shifting as she turned to Su Tianjiao. Her voice laced with anger. Why haven't you paid your respects to the plum blossom sword immortal Senior Lu? I am Ji Wuming, paying my respects to Senior Lu, Su Tianjiao stammered, feeling utterly bewildered, yet still managing a respectful bow. Enough of this frivolity. We have wasted enough time here. The sword discussion is in 3 days, and we have not met in years. Shall we ascend and reminisce? Sensing the tension, Li Taibai hastily intervened. Who wants to reminisce with you? Qin Shiming shot him a glare before seizing Su Tianjiao and soaring towards the mountain peak. Youngster, how could you be so hopeless, staring blankly at a beautiful maiden? It's utterly embarrassing. On their ascent to the summit, Qin Shiming grasped Su Tianjiao's ear, exuding a sense of disappointment. However, suddenly she seemed to recall something, a smirk playing on her lips, as if plotting some mischief. At the peak of Tian Shan, one could hardly call it the summit, rather, it resembled the mountainside, as the mountain had been cleaved in two by a remarkable woman years ago. There she was, that remarkable woman dragging a young boy along a rather forceful pole. "Master, what is your intention?" Su Tianjiao lamented, nearly in tears, for just moments ago his esteemed master Qin Shiming had chosen a spot, claiming it to be a place of great fortune. Next to it, she erected a large stone tablet inscribed with the words, "Sword Fairy Qin Shiming. Beloved disciple Ji Wuming seeks a martial match for marriage." Initially Su Tianjiao had been puzzled by the stone tablet, wondering what scheme this woman was concocting. It was only when Qin Shiming began to etch characters onto the tablet with her sword that he approached. Inspecting the crooked inscriptions, with a hint of mockery, he remarked, "Master, your writing is truly astonishing." Yet, upon closer inspection of the inscriptions, he felt as though thunder had struck him. This woman must surely be out of her mind. Su Tianjia thought, and he attempted to make a swift exit, but how could Qin Shiming, a formidable personage, allow him to escape so easily? Upon noticing Su Tianjia's disappearance, she summoned him back in no time. "You rascal, do you not fancy beautiful women? Look at how well I treat you. On the heights of Tian Shan, with so many illustrious women, why would one fear not finding a wife?" Qin Shiming earnestly lectured Su Tianjiao. Meanwhile, the clearing where they stood had become crowded, for the reputation of the Sword Fairy was simply too great. Chapter 17, Martial Match for Marriage. Ruohua seeks apprenticeship. Who dares to steal the tombstone of my ancestral master? Just as the crowd was abuzz with discussions about the stone tablet erected by Qin Shiming, a figure pushed through the throng, a venerable elder. He glared at the tablet with fiery eyes. Barely able to contain his rage, "Isn't this Mei Zhongzhu of the Qianyuan sword sect, who has angered him so?" Someone in the crowd recognized the elder. "Mei Chen, why are you causing such a commotion? You are delaying my disciple's martial match for marriage. I shall not let this matter rest." Qin Shiming retorted angrily at Mei Chen upon seeing his furious demeanor. "Sword Fairy Qin, this is the tombstone of my ancestral master. Is it appropriate for you to act thus?" Mei Chen's fury diminished considerably upon realizing the instigator was Qin Shiming. "What nonsense is this? This master has actually taken someone's ancestral master's tombstone for her own use." Su Tianjiao stood aside, utterly flabbergasted. "Who claimed this to be your ancestral master's tombstone? I merely found it by the roadside. Do not slander me." Qin Shiming brazenly lied without a hint of shame. "You," Mei Chen, incensed, stepped forward and flipped the stone tablet over, wiping away the dust. "Sword Fairy, look here." There upon the stone tablet were the words, "Tomb of Mei Zhili of the Qianyuan sword sect." Qin Shiming's eyes widened. Her face flushed with embarrassment. "It is all your unfilial descendant's fault. For so many years, you have undoubtedly neglected to pay respects to him, otherwise, how could your ancestral master's tombstone be covered in dust?" Rendering it unrecognizable, she continued her tirade against Mei Chen, striking at his conscience. Mei Chen had intended to refute but paused, reflecting on her words. Though Qin Shiming was clearly in the wrong, there was undeniable truth in her argument. The descendants of the Qianyuan sword sect had indeed neglected to honor their ancestor for nearly a century. Indeed, how could the tombstone of our master become so filthy? Qin Shinzi's words rang true. It was evident that this place had not been visited for several centuries, left untended. Truly, what a remarkable group of disciples. The surrounding sword cultivators, in an instant, began to vociferously denounce Mei Chen. At these words, the disciples of the Qianyuan sword sect, led by Mei Chen, were engulfed in a profound sense of shame. "Well then, do hurry and remove the gravestone of Elder Mei. If, during the next sword discussion, the gravestone remains as it is, I shall seek justice for Elder Mei and punish you unfilial descendants." Qin Shiming proclaimed with righteous indignation. "Thank you, Shinzi. You all should hasten to bring back the gravestone of our ancestor." Mei Chen, now crimson with embarrassment, turned to the disciples of the Qianyuan sword sect and admonished them with fervor. "Yes, sect master." The disciples of the Qianyuan sword sect, not daring to hesitate, advanced cautiously to lift the gravestone. Fearful of causing further damage under the watchful gaze of the crowd, they departed with the ancestor's gravestone, their heads hung low in disgrace. Witnessing this scene, Qin Shiming let out a sigh, inwardly exclaiming how perilous it had been. This woman is truly remarkable. She had stolen someone else's gravestone, yet they must express gratitude to her. Su Tianjiao looked on at this spectacle, finding it both amusing and perplexing. "Qin Shenzi, is this truly your disciple?" At that moment, a melodious voice emerged. A young woman approached, casting a fleeting glance at Su Tianjiao before directing her gaze toward Qin Shiming. Clad in a flowing blue garment, she appeared ethereal, her features strikingly beautiful. Imbued with an air of coldness and resilience, Mei Ruohua, I remember you. Indeed, this is my foremost disciple, Ji Wuming, Qin Shiming stated, indicating Su Tianjiao beside her. This woman was familiar to her. 2 years prior, she had challenged the 3 trials set by Qin Shiming. Had she been an ordinary person, Qin Shiming would not have recalled her. However, Mei Ruohua was the sole genius who had managed to pass 2 of the trials, alas, in the final trial within the Sword Heart Cave. She had ultimately succumbed to her inner demons. Xianzi, if I defeat him, may I become your disciple? Mei Ruohua's beauty was like a blade, both sharp and enchanting, evoking both fear and yearning in the hearts of those who beheld her. Child, be clear, we are here to compete for marriage. Qin Shiming intended to gesture toward the gravestone, only to find it conspicuously absent. If I defeat him, I shall marry him, and then I can seek to become your disciple? Mei Ruohua's gaze remained fixed on Qin Shiming. Should you marry him, we shall naturally become one family. Qin Shiming studied Mei Ruohua, her brow slightly furrowed, her expression revealing a hint of seriousness and composure. Very well, I shall challenge Ji Wuming. Mei Ruohua's voice rang with unwavering resolve. In a swift motion, she glided into the arena, her gaze locked onto Su Tianjiao, her demeanor steadfast. My lady, why go through such trouble? Su Tianjiao found himself in a quandary. Should he exert his full strength, Mei Ruohua would undoubtedly be no match for him. However, doing so would extinguish her last flicker of hope. If he were to hold back, he would be compelled to marry her. Ji Wuming, do you dare accept the challenge? Mei Ruohua's voice was cool and resolute, akin to a clear spring in the mountains, both chilling and captivating. Su Tianjiao glanced at Qin Shiming, and upon seeing her slight nod, he formulated a plan in his mind. Taking a deep breath, he slowly drew his sword, its tip aimed directly at Mei Ruohua. As it is your challenge, Ji Wuming shall naturally respond. The 2 swords pointed at one another, and the air seemed to reverberate with the chill of their sword intents. Both were at the Golden Core stage. 1. A prodigious young woman from the eastern domain's sword path. The other, the disciple of Qin Xianzi. It promised to be a spectacle. The onlookers, affected by the tense atmosphere, collectively held their breath, anxious not to miss the ensuing clash. Mei Ruohua's figure shifted, her sword unsheathing like a dragon in flight, bearing down on Su Tianjiao with fierce intent. In the later stages of the Golden Core realm, her sword intent was subtly approaching the 2nd tier. How could such prowess have resulted in her earlier failure? Su Tianjiao, watching Mei Ruohua's advance, was momentarily filled with emotion, yet his movements remained unyielding. He twirled his sword, creating a flurry of sword blossoms as the wind's sword intent enveloped him. Before thrusting forward, clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. This young man, ever since the rebirth of his sword soul, had demonstrated astonishing comprehension. The wind's sword intent had allowed him to break through to the 2nd tier. Qin Shiming was thoroughly astonished. She had believed Su Tianjiao's strength to be formidable, but at that moment, his display of 2nd-tier wind sword intent compelled her to re-evaluate him. Mei Ruohua's relentless onslaught resembled a torrential storm. Yet Su Tianjiao's wind sword intent was akin to a gentle spring breeze, appearing soft but wielding tremendous power. Each clash of their swords sent ripples of air surging outward, causing the surrounding spectators to retreat in fear of being caught in the aftermath. They were engaged in a contest of sword intent, especially Ji Wuming, so young. How had he cultivated to such heights? The onlookers, all sword cultivators, understood the nuances of the art. The experienced discerned the path, while the novices merely enjoyed the spectacle. Clang! Another clash of swords echoed. Both combatants staggered backward. Mei Ruohua retreated 5 steps, while Su Tianjiao took 3. It was unexpected that Ji Wuming's wind sword intent had already reached the 2nd tier. In the contest of sword intent, Mei Ruohua was ultimately at a disadvantage. Next, it was likely that Mei Ruohua would unleash her full strength, given her significantly higher cultivation level than Ji Wuming. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Ji Wuming, though I do not grasp the nuances of sword intent as you do, I shall employ my full strength. Though it may seem unjust, I am determined to prevail. Mei Ruohua pointed her sword at Su Tianjiao, the aura of the late Golden Core stage emanating from her being. The fabric of her blue garment billowed, her long hair flowing, resembling a sword fairy emerging from a painting. Both cold and noble. Very well, Su Tianjiao nodded in response. Immediately, the aura of his dual Golden Cores surged forth. Hiss! This Ji Wuming possesses such formidable momentum even at the early Golden Core stage. An astonished voice emerged from the crowd. Sword technique, nameless, Mei Ruohua shouted, her figure vanishing in an instant, leaving behind only a fleeting blue shadow that charged toward Su Tianjiao. Su Tianjiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Feeling the formidable sword intent of Mei Ruohua yet remaining as calm as a still pond, he moved, the wind swirling beneath his feet, vanishing from his original position. Whoosh! The 2 figures crossed in the air. Mei Ruowa's sword had reached behind Su Tianjiao, while he, in turn, pivoted to strike at her. Clang! Another resonant clash of metal rang out, and the two separated once more. What incredible speed! Is this the prowess of the Golden Core realm? The surrounding sword cultivators watched entranced, marveling at the display. Mei Ruowa, while your speed is impressive, my wind sword intent is not merely for measuring swiftness. Su Tianjiao smiled slightly, his figure shifting again, seemingly merging with the wind. Becoming elusive, the wind sweeps away the clouds, Su Tianjiao exclaimed, suddenly appearing above Mei Ruowa, his sword imbued with boundless sword intent, descending like a tempest. Mei Ruowa's expression shifted. She realized that Su Tianjiao's wind sword intent had reached an unparalleled height which she could not attain. Yet, unwilling to concede defeat, she clenched her teeth and swung her sword with force. Sword technique, icebound expanse. A cerulean sword aura erupted from Mei Ruowa's blade, surging forth to meet Su Tianjiao's tempestuous sword intent. Boom! The two powerful sword auras collided mid-air, producing a deafening roar. A violent wave of energy radiated outward, forcing the surrounding sword cultivators to retreat hastily. This is not good. That girl might lose, Qin Shiming thought. Her fingers gathering spiritual energy, then an invisible sword aura shot forth from her fingertip. Though Su Tianjiao held the upper hand, he felt a pang of reluctance, yet for the peace he sought within. He resolved to exert 80% of his strength. Such power would suffice against Mei Ruowa. A heart-wrenching cry emerged, and it was Su Tianjiao who let it out. He felt as if something had pierced his back, rendering his entire spiritual energy uncontrollable. As if he were ensnared, his body crashed heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. What just transpired? Wasn't Ji Wuming clearly in the lead? Can't you see? It's evident this lad held back. How could he do that while fighting so earnestly? Oh, I understand now. What a clever ploy. Indeed, Ji Wuming's methods of courting are truly ingenious, exactly first proving his capability to defeat Mei Ruowa, then intentionally losing to fulfill her wish of becoming Qin Xianzi's disciple, all while preserving his own reputation. Brilliant, truly brilliant. However, it seems Ji Wuming took quite a fall. Just watching makes me wince. Surrounding discussion surged like a tide, yet Su Tianjiao appeared oblivious. It seems my master has taken a liking to this talent. Otherwise, why would she strike me unprovoked? He struggled to rise, a bitter smile adorning his face. He understood that his fall would likely lead to many misunderstandings. Mei Ruowa stared at Su Tianjiao in disbelief, her eyes filled with incredulity. She had never anticipated that, at such a crucial moment, he would choose to hold back. A whirlwind of emotions swirled within her heart. Little girl, from this day forth, you shall belong to my Ji Wuming, Qin Shiming remarked with a smile. Disciple Mei Ruowa pays her respects to master. Mei Ruowa, fully aware of Qin Shiming's implication, knelt before her, bowing deeply 3 times. All right, rise. Qin Shiming gazed upon the scene with a glimmer of appreciation in her eyes. She waved her hand, signaling, thank you, master. Mei Ruowa felt a surge of joy in her heart and quickly rose to stand obediently beside Qin Shiming, for she understood that the esteemed fairy Qin had acknowledged her as a disciple. Ladies and gentlemen, since my disciple has found a worthy match, this martial arts competition for marriage shall come to an end. Qin Shiming stepped forward, smiling as she spoke. Wait, a disciple of the illustrious Qin fairy deserves more than just one wife. Suddenly a bold voice rang out from the outskirts of the crowd. A massive figure forcefully pushed through the onlookers, striding in with an air of authority. Hiss, that's Luo Qingqing from the Qingqing sword sect. Do you recognize this plump woman? Keep your voice down, or you might lose your life. Luo Qingqing, she is the foremost swordswoman under 30 in the southern region. Is she really that formidable? She was once a breathtaking beauty, but after her training went awry, she transformed into this. She achieved the Golden Core at 18, entered the Cave Heaven at 22, and now at 27, she is hailed as invincible in the Cave Heaven realm. Hiss, is she truly that monstrous? Can Ji Wuming contend with her? What hope is there? With her weight of over 400 pounds, Ji Wuming would struggle immensely. The arrival of Luo Qingqing instantly created a stir. Luo Qingqing? What brings her here? Qin Shiming furrowed her brow, gazing at the imposing figure that had barged in. The person was tall and robust, clad in red, carrying a massive black sword on her shoulder. Despite her size, she moved with remarkable agility, resembling a mobile mountain. Luo Qingqing, the daughter of the head of the Qingqing sword sect, was renowned for her prowess with a heavy sword. Her presence undoubtedly added an element of unpredictability to the martial competition for marriage. Miss Luo, Qin Shiming began to speak but was interrupted by Luo Qingqing. Fairy Qin, I am aware that your disciple Ji Wuming possesses extraordinary talent, yet I am confident in my ability to match him. Today, I have come to challenge Ji Woming, Luo Qingqing declared loudly, her voice resonating with such force that it caused discomfort to the ears of those present. Master, help me. Su Tianjiu had been twitching at the corners of her mouth since the moment she spotted Luo Qingqing. She clutched Qin Qiming's sleeve, her voice tinged with desperation. Miss Luo, my disciple has only just reached the Golden Core realm. How could he possibly be your opponent? Qin Qiming felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. If Su Tianjiu were to marry Luo Qingqing, her humble sword pavilion would inevitably be reduced to rubble. That's simple. As long as this boy concedes, let him marry me, Luo Qingqing said, setting her massive sword aside. Placing her hands on her hips, and speaking with great bravado, this left Qin Qiming momentarily speechless. She knew that although Luo Qingqing appeared rough around the edges, she was a woman fiercely dedicated to the sword. Once she set her sights on a goal, she would pursue it relentlessly. Ji Woming, do you dare accept my challenge? Luo Qingqing's gaze was piercing as she fixed it on Su Tianjiu, her voice laced with provocation. Miss Luo liked. Su Tianjiu took a deep breath, preparing to refuse. Ji Woming, if you are afraid, just say so. Luo Qingqing will not force you. Seeing Su Tianjiu hesitate, Luo Qingqing assumed he was intimidated and felt a surge of triumph. No, Miss Luo, I am not afraid of you. Since you wish to fight, then let us fight. Su Tianjiu suddenly lifted his head, determination shining in his eyes. Oh, you are quite an interesting fellow, Luo Qingqing said. Momentarily taken aback before laughing, she picked up her heavy sword, its weight seemingly negligible in her hands. With a gentle swing, the air crackled with the sound of slicing wind, demonstrating the sheer power of her swordsmanship. Since you have accepted the challenge, let us begin with that. Luo Qingqing moved, her form resembling a mountain in motion as she charged towards Su Tianjiu. He dared not underestimate her, fully aware that Luo Qingqing's strength far surpassed his own. Drawing a deep breath, he summoned all his spiritual energy. Sword intent of the wind, rise and swirl, Su Tianjiu shouted, vanishing from sight, leaving behind only traces of his presence in the air. His sword intent swept forth like a tempest, stirring the surrounding atmosphere into chaos. Luo Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise. She had not anticipated the sheer strength of Su Tianjiu's wind sword intent, yet she did not falter. Instead, she swung her heavy sword to meet the onslaught of the tempestuous sword intent. A heavy sword without a blade, great skill and simplicity, Luo Qingqing shouted, her sword crashing down upon Su Tianjiu with unparalleled force. Boom! The two immense forces collided in mid-air, producing a deafening roar. Su Tianjiu felt a tremendous pressure wash over him, sending him hurtling backward, crashing against a nearby stone wall. Again, Su Tianjiu rose from the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes gleamed with unyielding spirit. Good lad. You have some backbone, Luo Qingqing remarked with a hint of admiration. Instead of pursuing him, she planted her heavy sword into the ground, clasped her hands behind her back, and watched Su Tianjiu with quiet interest. Hiss! That last strike from Luo Qingqing must have reached the pinnacle of the cave heaven realm. Ji Woming actually withstood it. Impressive, a golden core early-stage cultivator against a perfected cave heaven realm practitioner. This disparity was not merely a single major realm. Moreover, Luo Qingqing's gold sword intent seemed poised to break through to the third tier. The duel between the two sent ripples through the Tianshan Mountains, drawing the attention of many seasoned swordsmen. As word spread, even a few sword immortals and sword deities lurked in the shadows, keenly observing the unfolding spectacle. Jishui, is this the person who saved you in Xingyang City 2 years ago? Lu Qingxue had unknowingly led Feng Jishui to this location. They stood within a pavilion, peering through the window towards the arena where the martial competition for marriage was taking place. It is him. Feng Jishui's expression was inscrutable, yet turmoil brewed within. How intriguing, newborn. Do you possess the confidence to triumph over Luo Qingqing? On another high balcony, Li Taibai inquired of the young man beside him. If the disciple exerts his utmost effort, the chances of victory are less than 30%, newborn replied solemnly. It seems the title of sword champion this year will undoubtedly belong to that Luo Qingxue. Li Taibai shook his head. In terms of strength, while Luo Qingxue may not surpass him, she had a remarkable daughter. Chapter 19, a moment of radiance, a love like no other. Master, do you think the young lady truly has feelings for that boy? A stooped old woman beside Luo Qingxue asked with a furrowed brow. Luo Qingxue, the head of the Qingqing sword sect, possessed a beauty akin to the autumn waters merging with the vast sky. Her brows were like distant ink, her eyes resembling autumn's depths, exuding an otherworldly coolness. Her figure was statuesque, clad in garments whiter than snow, dancing gracefully in the breeze like a celestial being. The beauty of Qingqing was unforgettable, reminiscent of an exquisite maiden stepping out of a painting. Alas, I have wronged Qingqing so much over the years. If she truly has affections for that boy as her mother, I will naturally lend my support. Luo Xinshui cast her gaze towards Luo Qingcheng, her voice tinged with guilt and sorrow. Perhaps the young lady is simply experiencing a fleeting whim, the old woman observed, as if to console her. Though Luo Qingcheng appears reckless, her thoughts are exceedingly meticulous. It cannot solely be for this reason. Moreover, how formidable is Qin Shiming? Even if she sought amusement, even the heavenly master would lose a few hairs. Luo Xinshui's eyes remained fixed on Luo Qingcheng, her beautiful gaze filled with an unusual brilliance. This woman, though her appearance was ordinary, possessed a terrifying level of strength. Merely relying on the wind sword intent would be insufficient to contend against her. To win, one would need to be faster and stronger. In that moment, Su Tianjiao's mind raced with thoughts. Miss Luo, be cautious. Su Tianjiao moved, his speed akin to that of fleeting light. Good lad. Luo Qingcheng's heart jolted in surprise as she drew her massive sword. Swinging it horizontally, a mere afterimage, the heavy sword passed through Su Tianjiao's form, yet he had already appeared behind Luo Qingcheng. Feeling a surge of alarm, Luo Qingcheng swiftly turned, unleashing a sword strike that resembled a cascading waterfall. Imbued with endless sharpness, however, Su Tianjiao seemed to have anticipated her swordplay, twisting his body to evade with ease. What incredible speed! Luo Qingcheng exclaimed in awe. Su Tianjiao smiled slightly, his figure vanishing once more. Reappearing directly before Luo Qingcheng, his long sword aimed straight at her throat, Luo Qingcheng gasped, and a golden energy shield materialized around her as her cave heaven power surged forth. As Su Tianjiao's sword made contact with the golden shield, he felt an immense force reverberate through him. His body was propelled backward uncontrollably. Utilized the momentum, Su Tianjiao executed several somersaults in midair before landing gracefully. What a powerful cave heaven, such keen perception! Su Tianjiao marveled, having encountered cave heaven before, yet he had never faced one so formidable. His moment of radiance had never faltered since his emergence, yet Luo Qingcheng had evaded his fleeting light. Luo Xinshui gasped in shock, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Following closely was a wave of pain, regret, and longing. The moment of radiance from Sword Emperor Ji. He is indeed Ji's disciple. Li Taibai stood at the window, his heart tumultuous. The Sword Emperor's ultimate move. If it weren't for Su Tianjiao's low cultivation, this technique would have been enough to instantly vanquish Luo Qingcheng. In Lu Qingshua's mind, that figure became increasingly clear. Alas, once the moment of radiance is unleashed, Luo Xinshui shall undoubtedly take action. Qin Shiming let out a sigh, her brows knitted tightly, lost in a myriad of thoughts. Ji Woming, how can your speed be so astonishing? Luo Qingcheng exclaimed, her face a mask of shock. Su Tianjiao's sword was incredibly swift. Her heavy blade seemed utterly ineffective against it. Were it not for the protection of the cave realm, she would have already faced defeat. The onlooking sword cultivators gazed on in confusion. Although Su Tianjiao and Luo Qingcheng had exchanged several moves to their eyes, it felt as if only a fleeting moment had passed. This sword technique was known as momentary radiance. Su Tianjiao responded, momentary radiance? Why does that name sound so familiar? Luo Qingcheng pondered, as if she had heard it before, yet her mind drew a blank. I have lost. A flicker of struggle crossed Luo Qingcheng's face. But on the day of the sword contest, I will utilize my full power in the cave realm to defeat you. With that, Luo Qingcheng hefted her colossal sword and turned to leave. Su Tianjiao felt an unexpected pang of melancholy. You are Ji Woming. A voice suddenly interjected, revealing the arrival of Luo Xinshui. Who are you? Su Tianjiao gasped, taken aback by the stunning beauty before her. Yet sensing an aura of danger, she was none other than Luo Qingcheng's mother, the revered leader of the Qingcheng sword sect, the enchanting Luo Xianzi. Qin Shiming stepped forward, her gaze directed respectfully at Luo Xinshui. I am the junior Ji Woming, here to pay my respects to Senior Luo. Upon hearing this, Su Tianjiao quickly bowed in reverence. The Qingcheng sword sect had guarded the western region's 10,000 demon mountains for generations. A tale of valor and sorrow that commanded deep respect. Come with me, Luo Xinshui commanded, turning to depart. Su Tianjiao glanced at Qin Shiming, who urged her, go. In this world, many may harbor ill intentions towards you, but she shall not. Though puzzled, Su Tianjiao obediently followed. Once again, they took to the skies atop their swords, but this time it was Luo Xinshui who guided Su Tianjiao. Senior, where are we headed? Su Tianjiao softly inquired as they soared through the air, yet Luo Xinshui remained silent. Gz, when did his obsession dissipate? It was only when they landed upon a mountain peak that Luo Xinshui's voice finally emerged. 2 years ago, Su Tianjiao replied truthfully, although she was unaware of the nature of the relationship between Luo Xinshui and her master, yet Qin Shiming's words compelled her to trust the woman before her. Ha, only 2 years have passed since it faded, yet you have not sought me for 3 centuries? Tears streamed down Luo Xinshui's cheeks. Is the righteousness in your heart more significant than my bond with Qingcheng? Her voice carried a profound sorrow and resentment, as if seeking to unburden 3 centuries of longing. Su Tianjiao's heart quaked. Could this woman be her master's wife? But Luo Qingcheng was merely 27 years old. While her master had passed away 300 years prior, could it be that Luo Xianzi had remarried? Su Tianjiao's mind raced with wild thoughts. Over 3 centuries ago, I encountered him, a man whose swordsmanship radiated with unparalleled brilliance. He was extraordinary, and when he wielded his sword, none could rival him. One man alone could suppress all sword cultivators, rendering them unable to lift their heads. He was the renowned sword emperor, and also the son-in-law of the Qingqing sword sect. 300 years ago, I was attacked by villains, and my unborn child was delivered prematurely, teetering on the brink of death. He was the one who sought out the alchemist, who informed him of a divine object within the 10,000 demon mountains that could save our child. He ventured to the 10,000 demon mountains, returned with that divine object, but lost an arm in the process. Our child was saved, yet remained sealed in ice for 3 centuries, on that fateful day. The heavens opened, and rain fell fiercely as he ascended on his sword, claiming he was going to slay demons. After a year of togetherness, he announced he would leave again. He stated that for the sake of the world, he must seek a child named Su Tianjiao. He departed and never returned. My heart ached day and night, consumed by thoughts of him. It was only when I sorted through his belongings that I discovered something. The tears of the Qilin, capable of revealing lost souls, indistinguishable from the living. A sense of foreboding gripped my heart, and I frantically searched for him. Yet, I was informed by the old heavenly master that the sword emperor GZ had slain a great demon and perished in the 10,000 mountains 2 years prior. At that moment, my world collapsed. Luo Xinshui's voice grew choked with emotion, tears blurring her vision as she gazed skyward, seemingly searching for that distant figure. The death of her master was indeed tragic. Luo Qingcheng was the daughter of her master. Overwhelmed by sorrow, Su Tianjiao too found herself weeping. Su Tianjiao began to whistle a tune, the melody starting sweetly yet transitioning into sorrow, pain, and longing. This piece was one often played by the one-armed elder. And through constant exposure, Su Tianjiao had learned it as well. Did he teach you this tune? Upon hearing it, Luo Xinshui's expression shifted dramatically, urgency lacing her voice. This melody was frequently played by my master. Gradually, I learned it too, Su Tianjiao replied. The first half of this tune was composed by him and me together. It is called The Love of Qingcheng. Luo Xinshui spoke, her sorrow transforming into joy. So he has been thinking of us all along. Chapter 20, The Talented Stagnation. Mutual support. Your birth name is Su Tianjiao, Luo Xinshui gently questioned, wiping away her tears. Disciple Su Tianjiao pays respects to my esteemed mother-in-law. Su Tianjiao knelt on one knee, earnestly bowing 3 times. Good child, rise. Luo Xinshui smiled, her expression illuminating the world around her. Su Tianjiao, indeed a name befitting a daughter. The subsequent words from Luo Xinshui caused Su Tianjiao's cheeks to flush. The name was given by my master, Su Tianjiao replied, at a loss for words, feeling somewhat silly as a grown man. Talented one, I need you to promise me something. Luo Xinshui's smile faded, replaced by a somber weight. Please, my mother-in-law, feel free to speak. I shall brave fire and water without hesitation. Su Tianjiao stood attentively ready to serve. I want you to marry Qingcheng and cherish her for all your days. Do not worry, I will ensure her injuries are healed, restoring her original beauty. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xinshui spoke with some hesitation. Su Tianjiao fell silent, for he already harbored feelings for Feng Zhishui. What, is it because of Mei Ruohua, or do you find my Qingcheng unappealing? Seeing Su Tianjiao's silence, Luo Xinshui's tone turned slightly displeased, yet she maintained her gentle demeanor. Mother-in-law, you misunderstand. My family had arranged a marriage for me since childhood with Mei Huashang, the disciple of the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal. Su Tianjiao confessed, revealing everything without hesitation. That girl, I know a bit about her. She is pure of body, yet I did not expect you to have a betrothal. However, she and you are indeed well-matched. In that case, I shall not force the issue. But if Qingcheng were to develop feelings for you, Luo Xinshui trailed off, realizing it would be unreasonable to insist further. Mother-in-law, should that day arise, I will protect Qingcheng for a lifetime. With a resolute conviction, Su Tianjiao's words resonated with determination. His master had guarded him for 7 years. Now it was his turn to protect her daughter. At this, Luo Xinshui smiled, genuinely delighted. The Tianshan must refer to the half-Tianshan. Perhaps it was not entirely a bad thing that my uncle severed Tianshan with a single sword, at a tavern's window atop the Tianshan. Su Tianjiao sipped wine while admiring the breathtaking scenery. Though the peak of Tianshan was high, it was relatively small, yet this half-Tianshan was astonishingly vast. The summit had long been claimed by merchants. transformed into a small city after centuries of development, what brings you to drink alone here? A familiar voice called out, accompanied by a resounding commotion. Luo Qingcheng, a name of beauty, yet her character left much to be desired. Oh, how does Miss Luo find herself in such leisurely spirits? Su Tianjiao asked, smiling as he gestured for her to sit while wandering. I noticed you drinking here and thought to join. Your wine vessel is rather unique. May I have a taste? Without hesitation, Luo Qingcheng seated herself opposite Su Tianjiao, reaching for the wine pot. Su Tianjiao smiled slightly, handing it over. This wine is brewed by my master. It possesses the power to enhance spiritual energy and heal ailments. He had no worries about Luo Qingcheng being unable to handle the vessel, as she was indeed his master's daughter. Receiving the pot, Luo Qingcheng poured herself a cup, taking a sip and revealing her surprise. Indeed, this is excellent wine, far superior to mundane offerings. Indeed, Su Tianjiao chuckled as Luo Qingcheng effortlessly grasped the pot. Having my master's descendants in the mortal realm is truly a blessing. What are you grinning about? Luo Qingcheng frowned, pondering if the boy was simple-minded. I merely recalled a delightful thought that slipped out. Su Tianjiao quickly lifted the pot to pour more wine for Luo Qingcheng, hoping to alleviate his awkwardness. So, you were thinking about your betrothal to Mei Ruohua, which brought you such joy? Luo Qingcheng shot him a glare, teasingly replying, You misunderstand. Miss Mei merely wishes to become my disciple. I am merely facilitating her request. Su Tianjiao quickly clarified, his gaze pure, devoid of any ulterior motives. The two continued to drink and share stories, their cups clinking together, until the deep hours of the night. Unbeknownst to him, Su Tianjiao had succumbed to a drowsy slumber. Upon awakening, he found that Luo Qingcheng had long since vanished from sight. With a resigned shake of his head, Su Tianjiao made his way towards the residence of Qin Shiming. You are back. As soon as he entered, Mei Ruohua stood before him. Miss Mei, it is quite late. Why are you still awake? Upon realizing it was Mei Ruohua, a smile begrudgingly spread across Su Tianjiao's face. My master has asked me to keep you company tonight. Mei Ruohua mumbled shyly, her gaze lowered, nervously clutching the hem of her garment. What nonsense is this? Su Tianjiao was taken aback. Was Qin Shiming out of her mind? Miss Mei, this martial arts contest is merely my master's twisted sense of humor. You need not take it seriously, Su Tianjiao insisted, then hastily made his escape. This insufferable lad, presented with such exquisite beauty, and he dares to flee. Qin Shiming had appeared beside Mei Ruohua unbeknownst to him. Observing Su Tianjiao's retreating figure with a faint, enigmatic smile, Master, Mei Ruohua's cheeks turned crimson, her voice barely above a whisper. If you do not harbor feelings for him, then let this martial arts contest be nothing more than a jest. Qin Shiming declared unabashedly, but this concerns your reputation, Master. It cannot be treated so lightly, Mei Ruohua replied earnestly. Qin Shiming fell silent, contemplating that this had been her way of punishing the young man. Yet Mei Ruohua seemed to take it to heart. That night, Su Tianjiao braved the howling winds atop Tian Shan, the cold biting fiercely. Even with his golden core cultivation, he felt as if he were freezing to death. Crouched behind a massive boulder, he clutched a bottle of strong liquor, thankful it spared him from succumbing to the cold. What, is Mei Ruohua's bed not warm enough that you have sought refuge here? A melodious voice broke through the night, and a young woman appeared. Feng Zhishui, Su Tianjiao exclaimed in delight, but he quickly realized he had lost his composure. Su Tianjiao, do you intend to deny our acquaintance for eternity? Feng Zhishui, draped in a fur coat, stood before him, her attire billowing in the wind like a blooming snow lotus swaying in the chill. Her gaze was cool and profound, as if she could perceive the depths of his soul. I did not mean it that way. The grievances of the Su family are mine to avenge, Su Tianjiao stammered, his heart clearly unsettled. Feng Zhishui smiled gently, her warmth thawing the chill that had settled in Su Tianjiao's heart. She moved closer, sitting beside him, loosening her fur coat and draping it over both their shoulders. Pressed closely together in the frigid night, they sat in silence, as if transported back to carefree childhood days. The warmth radiating from Feng Zhishui enveloped Su Tianjiao, melting both his physical and emotional frost. Tianjiao, let us confront the matters of the Su family together, shall we? Feng Zhishui said softly, her voice imbued with both strength and tenderness. Su Tianjiao met her gaze, an array of complex emotions flickering in his eyes. He nodded, replying quietly, very well, we shall face it together. Thus, they sat in quietude, exchanging few words, yet their hearts drew closer. Su Tianjiao felt as though he had discovered a haven from the storm. A place to lay down his defenses and weariness. Time slipped away unnoticed until the dawn began to break on the horizon. Su Tianjiao and Feng Zhishui rose together. Chapter 21, A Duel of Two Maidens. One must suffer on Tian Shan. The expanse was vast. At the center of this immense space, a grand circular platform had been erected. The platform was thronged with a crowd, predominantly sword cultivators, with a few others gathered merely for the spectacle. 6 figures descended upon the platform, both male and female, all renowned sword deities and immortals. Among them were the sword goddess Qin Shiming, the sword fairy Luo Xinshui, the plum blossom sword immortal Lu Qingshui, the peach blossom sword deity Li Taibai, the North Sea sword deity Muzili, and the South Sea sword deity Fengzihua, 3 women and 3 men, each one a paragon of grace and beauty. To witness these 6 pinnacle figures of the sword path in a single lifetime was indeed a blessing. Who do you think will claim the title of Sword Sovereign this time? The Sword Sovereign title undoubtedly belongs to Sword Fairy Luo. Her daughter Luo Qingqing possesses unparalleled strength in the Cave Heaven realm. I have heard that the disciple of the North Sea sword deity wields a 9th grade sword soul. I wonder if that holds truth. The disciple of the South Sea sword deity is said to possess an immortal sword body equally formidable. Alas, the disciples of Qin Shiming and the Plum Blossom sword immortal are too young. Otherwise, they too could contend for the Sword Sovereign title, say, if only the rules had not changed this year. Otherwise, with her strength, Qin Shiming would have undoubtedly been the new Sword Sovereign. After all, had she not severed Tian Shan with a single strike during the last sword conference, she would have already claimed the title. As the 6 figures appeared, the sword cultivators around the platform gazed upon them with fervent eyes, engaging in animated discussions. Everyone, please settle down. It was Muzili, the North Sea sword deity, stepping forward. His voice was deep and resonant, cutting through the clamorous din. Though the mountain was crowded, silence fell in an instant. This sword conference is to prevent any uncontrollable incidents like last time. So we shall have only disciples from the major sword immortals and deities participate, with each mentor providing 1 disciple under 30 years of age. For fairness, the conference will consist of 3 rounds. The first place in each round will receive 10 points, the second place 9 points, and so forth. The disciple with the highest total score will have their master crowned as the new Sword Sovereign for our sword cultivators. The first contest will test perseverance. For this, we have specially borrowed the heavenly ladder from the Taoist sect. As Muzili spoke, he waved his hand, and a staircase stretching 1,000 meters appeared out of thin air on the platform. The staircase seemed to descend from the clouds, each step radiating a faint golden light, exuding an aura of solemnity and mystery. At the top of the staircase, it appeared to connect to an endless void, instilling awe in all who beheld it. The heavenly ladder is a treasured artifact of the Taoist sect. Only those with unwavering will can ascend it. Disciples, whoever reaches the summit first shall be declared the victor of the first contest and will earn 10 points. Muzili's voice echoed across Tian Shan, placing pressure on every disciple present. Now may the 6 disciples representing their masters take the stage. As Muzili's words concluded, 6 figures soared into the air, landing beside their respective mentors. Among them was of course Su Tianjiao. Who was that woman? Su Tianjiao wondered as he scrutinized the girl standing behind Luo Xinshui. The maiden appeared as a celestial being, her hair cascading like a waterfall, her eyes deep and starry. What? You don't recognize me? The girl returned his gaze, her exquisite features captivating, her lips parting in a smile that could topple kingdoms. You must be Luo Qingcheng, Su Tianjiao asked, somewhat uncertain, for a massive black sword rested before her. I owe you my thanks for your wine. It has restored my true form. The girl approached Su Tianjiao with grace, her every step as light as a whisper, seemingly treading upon clouds. Is that so? I never anticipated, Su Tianjiao expressed, taken aback. Never anticipated what? Luo Qingqing's beautiful eyes locked onto Su Tianjiao, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I never expected you to be so stunning, Su Tianjiao blurted out, feeling a wave of discomfort under her intense gaze. Yet, the moment those words left his lips, he sensed a surge of hostility directed at him. He turned quickly to find Feng Zhishui glaring at him, her eyes sharp enough to cut. Su Tianjiao felt a flush of embarrassment, akin to a child caught in wrongdoing. Lowering his head in silence, Luo Qingcheng burst into laughter. She returned to her mother's side but kept her gaze fixed on Su Tianjiao. Child, did you not notice how that little girl behind the plum blossom sword immortal looks as if she could devour you whole? Luo Xinshui teased. What of an engagement? Is that so impressive? Luo Qingcheng replied defiantly, casting a challenging glance towards Feng Zhishui. Their eyes locked, and the air crackled with tension. What merit does Ji Wuming possess to simultaneously garner the affections of these 2 celestial beings? Muzili observed the subtle exchanges between the 2 maidens, feeling a pang of discomfort within. The disciple of the North Sea sword deity named Wanxiu was also a striking beauty but paled in comparison to Feng Zhishui and Luo Qingcheng. The disciple of the South Sea sword deity was an unremarkable young man named Tili. This Luo Qingcheng, how is she suddenly transformed into such a vision? It seemed that Luo Xinshui had healed her injuries. I never anticipated that Luo Qingcheng could be so beautiful. In an instant, the crowd buzzed with chatter, struggling to reconcile the enchanting figure before them with the image of a 400-pound girl. Everyone, the contest is about to commence. Muzili's voice rang out once more, breaking the brief silence. As his words fell, the heavenly ladder began to emit a dazzling radiance. The light enveloped the staircase, creating brilliant arcs of luminescence. The first contest begins. With Muzili's command, the 6 disciples stepped onto the heavenly ladder. The staircase spanned 36,000 steps. Su Tianjiao brimmed with confidence. Isn't this the same staircase from Taiwu Mountain? He took a step forward, only to feel an invisible pressure weighing down upon him. I must give it my all, Su Tianjiao murmured to himself. The sword soul within his mind radiated a gentle yet commanding aura. His speed surged, swiftly leaving several others behind. Does this fellow not feel any pressure? As one ascends the stairway to the heavens, the pressure grows increasingly formidable. Yet, how is it that he appears utterly unfazed? Gazing at Su Tianjiao's silhouette, the onlookers were left in a state of astonishment. Luo Qingcheng murmured to herself, no wonder he is the man I have chosen. He belongs to me. Feng Jishui, possessing keen hearing, naturally caught her words. Mu Sheng remained silent, but the jealousy in his eyes was unmistakable. Qin Xianzi, your disciple is remarkable, Muzili remarked, a hint of admiration in his tone. The other 5 also turned their attention to Qin Shimeng. This lad truly brings me pride. At this moment Qin Shimeng felt a surge of confidence. This is merely the first round. What is there to be so pleased about? Lu Qingxue retorted defiantly. Beware of my little Ji. She might just steal away your precious disciple. Qin Shimeng would not back down. Lu Qingxue huffed, choosing to ignore Qin Shimeng. Meanwhile, Su Tianjiao had already surged ahead, leaving the other 5 far behind. As Su Tianjiao continued to climb, the pressure of the stairway to the heavens intensified, yet his steps remained resolute, and the aura emanating from his sword soul grew increasingly potent, as if resisting the very pressures of the stairway itself. Feng Jishui's gaze fell upon Luo Qingcheng, who was 3 steps ahead of her. Naturally, she felt a sense of competition and gritted her teeth, summoning all her strength. At long last, she caught up to Luo Qingcheng, who in turn began to match her stride. The 2 women engaged in a fierce chase. Meanwhile, Mu Shang, Wan Qiu, and Tai Le gritted their teeth, striving to ascend, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Su Tianjiao finally reached the pinnacle of the stairway. Standing there, he felt the gentle breeze caress his face, his heart swelling with joy. After roughly half an hour, the silhouettes of Luo Qingcheng and Feng Jishui began to materialize. The 2 women, now panting and drenched in sweat, confronted each other. What are you 2 up to? Su Tianjiao asked, intrigued by the tension between them. Mind your own business, they retorted in unison, simultaneously striking Su Tianjiao in the abdomen. Ouch! He instinctively hunched over, resembling a shrimp. Following this, Wan Qiu and Mu Sheng arrived at the summit simultaneously, while Tai Le ambled along at his own pace, arriving last. In the first contest, Ji Wuming emerges victorious, accumulating 10 points. Luo Qingcheng and Feng Jishui earn 9 points each. Wan Qiu and Mu Sheng garner 8 points apiece. Tai Lu amasses 7 points. Muzili's voice rang out, announcing the results of the first round. Feng Jishui and Luo Qingcheng exchanged provocative glances, neither willing to concede to the other. Damn it, how did Ji Wuming manage to steal the limelight in this first round? What of the Sword Emperor's disciple? In the remaining 2 rounds, I shall surely surpass you. You will understand who the true genius is. Mu Sheng glared at Su Tianjiao's retreating figure, his anger palpable. Wan Qiu and Tai Lu appeared unfazed, their expressions inscrutable. Qin Shimeng wore a smug smile, while in Feng Jishui's beautiful eyes an unusual glimmer sparkled. Initially she held little hope that her daughter could compete with Feng Jishui. However, now that her daughter's beauty had been restored, she felt an unyielding confidence. That Mu Sheng seems to harbor animosity towards Ji Wuming. Li Taibai observed quietly from the sidelines. The second contest is about to commence. Muzili's voice resounded once more, drawing everyone's attention to the circular platform. What excitement awaits in this round? Chapter 22, The Sword of Nine, the essence of the Great Way. The rules for the second contest are even simpler, centering on comprehension. In my possession is this sword stone, which contains 9 sword intents left behind by the first-generation sword sovereign, Sword 9. Among these 5 are elemental sword intents, and 4 are Great Way sword intents. You will all engage in comprehending these 9 sword intents. Naturally, using this sword stone will expedite your understanding far beyond your usual solitary endeavors. Consider it a boon bestowed upon you. As Muzili's words fell, a flash of light erupted from his hand. The sword stone, which had previously been the size of a pigeon egg, suddenly expanded, ultimately transforming into a towering monolith. Standing before him, the stone emanated a palpable wave of sword intent that was undeniably extraordinary. At that moment, within Su Tianzhao's spiritual consciousness, the sword soul stirred restlessly, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. I understand now, my unparalleled sword soul harbors the essence of the first-generation sword sovereign within. A smile crept across Su Tianzhao's face, with Sword 9's sword soul residing within his spiritual consciousness. What could the others possibly compare? The 9 sword intents of Sword 9, each one is a paragon of swordsmanship. In his time, Sword 9 single-handedly challenged all sword practitioners, defeating 9 sword immortals and sword deities, ultimately earning the title of Sword Sovereign. These 9 sword intents are the ultimate techniques he wielded during his challenges. This second contest is indeed a profound test of comprehension. I wonder if anyone will be able to grasp the Great Way sword intents. The Great Way sword intents? What are you thinking? Many individuals spend their entire lives trying to comprehend the Great Way sword intents. Do you expect them to grasp such profound concepts in merely a day? Indeed, whoever wastes their time on the Great Way sword intents is a fool. Amidst the crowd, discussions erupted, with everyone eagerly anticipating the second contest, their eyes gleaming with excitement. You will each place your right hand upon this sword stone to commence your comprehension of the sword intents. Mu Zili concluded. The 6 participants approached the sword stone in unison. Ji Wuming, my sword soul is of the 9th rank. I have never feared comprehending sword intents. Just wait, I shall claim victory in this contest. Mu Sheng declared fervently within himself. Is this lad unwell? Why is he staring at me like that? Su Tianzhao mused, suddenly feeling the weight of someone's gaze upon him, initially presuming it to be a girl. He was surprised to find it was Mu Sheng. Li Taibai's disciple, Luo Qingcheng and Feng Zhishui exchanged glances once more, a silent battle of wills. Su Tianzhao observed it all, a headache forming from the pressure of such excellence. Let us begin, Mu Zili announced, surveying the scene with a detached demeanor. Simultaneously, the 6 individuals placed their right hands upon the stone. This sword intent feels incredibly familiar, as Su Tianzhao's palm made contact with the sword stone. His sword soul within the spiritual consciousness erupted in brilliance. The 9 formidable sword intents emanated from the stone, coursing through his arm and directly into his spiritual consciousness. This sword soul is astonishing. Su Tianzhao was taken aback. The 9 sword intents permeated his spiritual consciousness, gradually being absorbed by the golden sword soul. Wait a minute, what happened to my comprehension of sword intents? Su Tianzhao found himself at a loss. Before long, formidable waves radiated from his spiritual consciousness, transmitting information about the 9 sword intents. 1. With spirit sword intent, life is unending and ever-changing, possessing the power to control and absorb. 2. Ice seal sword intent, cold to the bone, freezing all, imbued with chilling strength and resolute will. 3. Blazing flame sword intent, fiery and tempestuous, igniting everything, unleashing boundless passion and fighting spirit. 4. Swift wind sword intent, quick as lightning, unmatched in ferocity, pursuing the ultimate fusion of speed and strength. 5. Thunder sword intent, mighty and domineering, shaking the heavens, wielding destruction, capable of annihilating worlds. 6. Heroic sword intent, grand and imposing, embodying righteousness and courage. 7. Ghostly sword intent, eerie and unpredictable, shrouded in mystery, adept at striking from shadows and darkness. 8. Destruction sword intent, severing illusions, the ultimate principle of reshaping order. 9. Void sword intent, embracing all, devoid of self or form, achieving a state of ethereal clarity. In an instant, Su Tianzhao felt as though he had thoroughly grasped Sword 9's 9 sword intents. Indeed, Sword 9 was a prodigy among the 9 sword intents, for Great Way sword intents had reached the 20th rank, while the remaining elemental sword intents surpassed the 22nd rank. This revelation astonished him. Truly, the unparalleled sword soul is extraordinary. It seems I must seek out more of these sword stones in the future, yet I must maintain a facade, otherwise the secret of this exceptional sword soul will be exposed. With this thought, he continued to feign his original demeanor, embodying a master of disguise. He would furrow his brow one moment and erupt in joy the next. This lad, with such an exceptional sword soul, should find it much easier to comprehend these 9 sword intents compared to ordinary individuals. However, apart from the wood spirit, thunder, blazing flame, ice seal, and swift wind sword intents, which are relatively easier to comprehend, the other 4 are Great Way sword intents. Grasping them in a short span is simply impossible. Qin Shiming observed Su Tianzhao's expression, a hint of worry glimmering in her beautiful eyes. She feared he might become overambitious and attempt to comprehend those 4 Great Way sword intents. Who do you think will emerge victorious among these 6? Most likely Wan Qiu and Tyla have the greatest odds. One possesses a 9th rank sword soul, while the other has an indestructible body, granting them a natural advantage in sword comprehension. I believe Luo Qingcheng also stands a chance. After all, she excels in understanding sword intents. the disciple of the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal possesses a pure body. With innate understanding that is exceptionally high, but do not overlook Ji Woming. I witnessed his martial contest a couple of days ago, and his wind sword intent has already reached the second rank. To think he is only in his early 20s, Mu Sheng is no slouch either. Though he seldom reveals his skills, I was fortunate enough to witness once, and his thunder sword intent has reached the second rank. Hinting at a possible breakthrough to the third, Mu Sheng has actually comprehended the thunder sword intent, which is one of the most challenging sword intents to grasp. He has reached the pinnacle of the second tier. Could it be that he is also a 9th grade sword soul? In any case, none of these 6 individuals is to be underestimated, as the seconds ticked by the 12 hours of comprehension were drawing to a close. During this lengthy wait, all but Su Tianzhou experienced a journey from confusion to understanding and then to profound insight. As the last rays of sunlight fell upon the sword stone, Mu Zili slowly spoke, "Time is up." The comprehension session has concluded. The 6 individuals withdrew their hands, revealing a myriad of expressions on their faces. Some appeared utterly exhausted, others radiated vitality, while some bore looks of perplexity. "Now, present the sword intents you have comprehended." Mu Zili's voice was calm yet resolute. The first to demonstrate was Mu Sheng. Wielding his long sword, he moved with grace and unleashed the wood spirit sword intent. Following that, he showcased both the thunder sword intent and the gale sword intent. Indeed, the wood spirit sword intent is at the first tier, and the gale sword intent is also at the first tier. As for the thunder sword intent, although it is at the third tier, it is likely the one you comprehended earlier. Correct? Mu Zili nodded, a glimmer of appreciation gracing his features. What I previously comprehended was indeed the thunder sword intent, though it was at the second tier before. Now it has been elevated to the third tier. Mu Sheng responded eagerly. The thunder sword intent is notoriously difficult to grasp. For someone so young to attain the third tier is truly remarkable. Indeed, perhaps it was Mu Sheng's exceptional talent, or perhaps it was due to their shared surname, but Mu Zili continued to extol Mu Sheng's virtues. "Thank you for your kind praise, senior," Mu Sheng replied. His heart swelling with joy, a triumphant smile lighting up his face as he cast a challenging glance at Su Tianzhou. Such arrogance! Su Tianzhou shot him a disdainful glance before ignoring him entirely. Next came Luo Qingcheng and Feng Zhishui. The 2 women stepped forward, simultaneously manifesting the icebound and blazing sword intents. The chilling sword aura intertwined with the searing flames, creating a breathtaking spectacle. Icebound sword intent at the first tier, blazing sword intent at the first tier. Splendid, Mu Zili commended. However, the 2 women exchanged glances, each refusing to concede to the other. Following that was Tai Lu, who took a deep breath, drew his long sword, and unleashed the gale and thunder sword intents in succession. His form moved like the wind, and his sword might resemble thunder, a display of tremendous power. Excellent, your disciple is indeed worthy of the immortal sword body. Mu Zili remarked, the gale sword intent at the first tier, and the thunder sword intent at the first tier. Furthermore, he remains humble and composed, a fine candidate for sword cultivation. Mu Zili turned to the South Sea sword god Feng Zihua, with a smile. Brother Mu, your disciple is quite impressive, possessing a reserved temperament and a 9th grade sword soul. He may surpass both of us in the future, Feng Zihua replied with a smile. Gesturing toward the side where Wan Qiu stood, generously praising her. "Wan Qiu, since your master Feng has praised you so, do not disappoint me." Mu Zili gazed at Wan Qiu with affectionate admiration. Wan Qiu nodded, drawing her long sword, and astonishingly demonstrated the gale, blazing, and icebound sword intents in succession. All 3 sword intents were at the first tier. Even the illustrious South Sea sword god was taken aback, his expression shifting in astonishment. His discerning gaze recognized that Wan Qiu's 3 sword intents were all recently comprehended. 3 sword intents, her comprehension was indeed remarkable. With a 9th grade sword soul, she was truly formidable. It seems that in this competition, she is undoubtedly the front runner. The onlookers below were equally astonished. Why, though they also possessed 9th grade sword souls, she could grasp 3 sword intents while they could only manage 2. Mu Sheng cried out internally, a look of discontent etched on his face. The 9th grade sword soul is one aspect. What is even more challenging is her temperament, Luo Xinshui interjected. Indeed, the other sword gods and sword immortals nodded in agreement. You have not disappointed me. Mu Zili stood by, his eyes filled with joy. I wonder how many sword intents your disciple has comprehended. Lu Qingshui directed a provocative glance at Qin Shimeng. While I may not know how many sword intents he has comprehended, I am certain he will still claim first place in this competition. Qin Shimeng smiled confidently. Oh, you were so sure, merely because he is the disciple of Ji Zizi? Lu Qingshui scoffed at her words. Chapter 23, The Grand Sword Intent, the Righteous Aura. All eyes turned to Su Tianzhou. there were those who expressed concern, some who mocked, and others who remained indifferent, yet the majority simply relished the unfolding spectacle. Indeed, among the onlookers someone shouted, "Ji Wuming, the immortal once severed Tian Shan with a single sword. What a magnificent feat! As the disciple of the immortal, you should at least comprehend a grand sword intent." This statement resonated within the crowd. Indeed, if one cannot comprehend a grand sword intent, how could they be worthy of being the disciple of Qin Xianzi? Jealousy brewed. Yes, it was jealousy at play. Qin Shiming was the idol of most male sword cultivators in the Shenhuang world and the goddess of female sword cultivators. Upon hearing this, Su Tianjiu was momentarily speechless. However, to some, his demeanor appeared utterly powerless. Could he truly aspire to comprehend the grand sword intent? Mu Sheng thought to himself, casting a mocking glance at Su Tianjiu. This fellow displayed remarkable perseverance during the first trial, but the second trial tests one's comprehension. Mu Zili's gaze sharpened, fixated on Su Tianjiu. "Tianjiu, remember, you are the disciple of Ji Zizi." Luo Shenxue regarded Su Tianjiu with a calm demeanor. Though her inner thoughts were anything but tranquil, Feng Zhishui looked at Su Tianjiu and noticed the slight upward curve of his lips. She was all too familiar with this expression. A hint of unnoticeable delight flickered across her stunning visage. Luo Qingqing's beautiful eyes lingered on Su Tianjiu. Though she did not speak, her gaze conveyed trust. "Ji Wuming, commence your demonstration of the sword intents you have comprehended." At last, Mu Zili spoke, his tone devoid of emotion. Hearing this, Su Tianjiu respectfully bowed to Mu Zili. This extraordinary North Sea sword god had single-handedly repelled a furious tsunami, saving countless mortals along the coast. He was deserving of such reverence. "Young man, the grand sword intent, even for us, requires decades of arduous cultivation to barely comprehend a single aspect. Do not heed the words of others. The path of the sword must remain true to one's heart." Upon witnessing Su Tianjiu bow respectfully, his expression sincere and unpretentious, even Mu Zili felt a flicker of emotion. "Thank you, senior." Su Tianjiu returned the bow, then stepped forward. Closing his eyes, he drew the long sword from his waist and held it aloft above his head. Utterly motionless, what is happening? Could it be that this fellow truly has not comprehended a single sword intent? The spectators murmured among themselves. This lad can't be so foolish as to spend all this time trying to grasp those grand sword intents. At this moment, Mu Sheng was delighting in the spectacle, but the next instant his face fell as if he had just tasted something foul. Su Tianjiu's long sword suddenly emanated a majestic, righteous sword intent, transforming him into a celestial being descending to vanquish demons. This is the righteous sword intent. At the first tier of righteous sword intent, has he truly comprehended the grand sword intent? In an instant, the entire Tianshan mountain fell silent. Everyone was astounded by the scene before them. The grand sword intent is not something that can be compared to elemental sword intents. There are brilliant sword cultivators who dedicate their entire lives without even touching the surface. Yet, before them stood Su Tianjiu, still under 20, having comprehended the first tier of righteous sword intent. While aided by the initial generation sword stone, accomplishing this in just one day is enough to astonish the world. "Young man, you are quite impressive." After a considerable time, Mu Zili suppressed the astonishment within him and spoke, "It was merely luck on my part." Su Tianjiu sheathed his long sword, his expression calm. "Excellent, you are humble and composed. A fine candidate for sword cultivation." Mu Zili's demeanor remained steady, yet there was a hint of admiration in his words. He then turned to the other sword gods and sword immortals, asking, "Since this young man has comprehended the righteous sword intent, shall we declare him the first place in this competition?" Indeed, since he has comprehended the grand sword intent, placing him first is only fitting. It was the South Sea sword god Feng Zihua who spoke. Mu Zili's gaze shifted to the others, who also nodded in agreement. "In that case, I shall announce that the first place in this second trial is Ji Wuming." But before Mu Zili could finish, he was interrupted by a voice. The speaker was none other than Mu Sheng. "Oh, what do you have to say?" Mu Zili's expression soured, his voice tinged with anger. Never had any junior dared to interrupt him so. "Mu Sheng, you are being disrespectful." Li Taibai could no longer contain himself and admonished Mu Sheng. "Master seniors." Mu Sheng responded with a bow to Li Taibai and Mu Zili before continuing, "Although Ji Wuming has comprehended the righteous sword intent, the rules of this competition were established to judge based on the number of sword intents comprehended." Mu Sheng's words stirred a wave of commotion. Indeed, it was never stated that comprehending the grand sword intent alone would guarantee victory. Others chimed in, noting that the participants likely chose to pursue other elemental sword intents due to their relative ease of comprehension, which did not imply they were incapable of grasping the grand sword intent. By this rule, that was indeed the case, but how could the grand sword intent be compared to ordinary elemental sword intents? In my view, Ji Wuming should undoubtedly be declared the first. your reasoning is quite sound. However, the rules are as they stand. If we, as sword cultivators, do not adhere to them, the stability of our sword hearts may be jeopardized in the future. The crowd surrounding the scene began to murmur. Upon hearing the discussions around him, even the esteemed North Sea sword god, who had weathered countless storms, found himself in a quandary. Initially, he had engaged in discussions regarding this matter with several sword immortals and sword gods. Yet, the profundity of the sword's true essence is exceedingly obscure. How could these young individuals possibly grasp it within a mere 12 hours? Moreover, any person of sound mind would undoubtedly opt to comprehend the elemental sword intents. Little did they anticipate that a singular youth would emerge having comprehended the grand and righteous sword intent. Ji Wuming, while I must concede your prowess in the comprehension of the sword path, the regulations of the Tianshan Sword Conference are immutable. I implore you to contemplate this matter carefully lest you place the North Sea Sword God in a difficult position. Mu Shang, seeing his objective achieved, approached Su Tianjiao with a half-smile and remarked, "Do you harbor a grudge against me?" Su Tianjiao furrowed her brows slightly, gazing at Mu Shang with confusion. "Brother Ji, you jest. I merely believe that rules are rules and should not be trifled with. If today, the North Sea Sword God were to violate the regulations because of you, it would likely prove detrimental to his future cultivation." Mu Shang responded with a faint smile, offering his explanation. "Oh, you do possess good intentions," Su Tianjiao replied, initially taken aback before softly speaking again, though inwardly she cursed Mu Shang 1,000 times. "That is only natural." Mu Shang feigned nonchalance. "Alas," Li Taibai sighed inwardly, turning his gaze towards Mu Shang, his eyes reflecting profound disappointment. "Your disciple is most likely a lost cause. Of all the people to envy, why choose my dear Ji? Is this not sheer folly?" Qin Shiming left no room for dignity, addressing Li Taibai directly. Her voice was not loud, yet everyone present heard her clearly. Mu Shang's face flushed crimson at this moment. He suppressed his fury and retorted to Qin Shiming. "The younger generation truly seeks to understand." As he attempted to defend himself, Qin Shiming interrupted him. "Enough, step down." Seeing Mu Shang's intent to retort further, Li Taibai interjected to halt him. "Disciple, obey." Mu Shang, feeling a sense of unwillingness, had no choice but to retreat. "Young man, while I hold you in high regard, rules are rules, and I am powerless to alter them. Here, I must extend my apologies to you. I hope you can forgive my lack of foresight." Mu Zili bowed slightly to Su Tianjiao, his visage imbued with deep regret. This not only stunned Su Tianjiao but left all present in utter disbelief. The venerable North Sea Sword God apologizing to a junior was a sight that was hard to fathom. "Senior," Su Tianjiao felt a surge of emotion, her voice slightly choked. "It matters not. In the third round, I trust you will emerge victorious." Mu Zili patted Su Tianjiao's shoulder in consolation. "Senior, in truth, I have not only comprehended a single sword intent." Su Tianjiao nervously scratched her head. Chapter 24, The Void Sword Intent. Mu Shang's rebirth. Upon these words, the entire assembly erupted in astonishment. Everyone gazed at Su Tianjiao in disbelief, as though witnessing a madman. It is well known that grasping the true essence of the sword is an arduous task, let alone comprehending other sword intents within a single day. Nonetheless, Su Tianjiao had prepared herself. She closed her eyes once more, her entire being enveloped in sword energy, as if the very heavens and earth were altered by her presence. Moments later, she abruptly opened her eyes, her sword swiftly slicing through the air. The chilling and bone-piercing icebound sword intent, the searing and tempestuous flame sword intent, and the formidable and domineering thunder sword intent. Su Tianjiao's actions were swift. Before the icebound sword intent could dissipate, the flame sword intent erupted forth, closely followed by the thunder sword intent. The three distinct sword intents intertwined. Although differing in essence, they harmoniously fused, creating a breathtaking tableau. This scene utterly astonished all in attendance. They had never witnessed anyone capable of not only comprehending a single grand sword intent in such a short time but also simultaneously grasping three distinct elemental sword intents and achieving their rudimentary fusion. This was not merely an insight into the sword path, it was a profound understanding of one's character, of nature, and of the grand principles of existence. "How is this possible?" Mu Shang stood agape, his complexion as pale as a sheet. Mu Zili and the other sword gods exchanged stunned glances, their eyes brimming with awe and admiration. They understood that they were witnessing the emergence of a prodigy in the sword path. "Bravo, Ji Wuming, not only have you grasped the grand sword intent, but you have also managed to blend them seamlessly in such a short span, a rare feat indeed." Mu Zili finally spoke, his voice tinged with unmistakable excitement. Such talent and insight rightfully deserve the title of champion in this competition, unrivaled by any. The words of the North Sea Sword God ignited a fervor among countless sword cultivators on Tianshan. Shouts of joy erupted, and in that moment, the name of Su Tianjiao, no Ji Woming, echoed through the skies. Some rejoiced while others despaired. Mu Sheng in this moment felt utterly lost. He saw Feng Jishui sporting a constant smile. Celebrating for Ji Woming, Luo Qingqing bore a hint of pride, reveling in Ji Woming's achievements. Throughout history, heroes have struggled to win over beauties, and beautiful figures have often found it difficult to match heroes. Yet Mu Sheng was evidently no hero. Step by step, Mu Sheng made his way towards the outskirts of the arena. No one paid him any mind, as all eyes were fixed upon Su Tianjiao. However, one individual took notice. Li Taibai. Mu Sheng was his disciple. How could he not be concerned? Just as he intended to rise, a delicate hand blocked his path. What is your intention? Li Taibai regarded the person before him with a hint of displeasure. He held a strong sense of pride and needed solitude to reflect. If he came to understand, he would take a step forward. If not, he would be lost forever. The one obstructing Li Taibai was Lu Qingxue. At her words, Li Taibai fell silent. Concern leads to chaos. If he were to rashly approach and offer counsel, given Mu Sheng's temperament, it would surely backfire. In a secluded area of Tianshan, Mu Sheng's feet crunched on the accumulated snow, producing a series of crisp sounds. His expression contorted with jealousy and resentment. I began practicing swordsmanship at the age of 5, and now, after 20 years of dedication to the sword path, I believe no one among the younger generation could surpass my insight and determination. Mu Sheng murmured, his voice laced with bitterness and discontent. Why must it be he? Ji Woming, a sudden talent seemingly sprung forth from the cracks of stone, effortlessly surpassing my years of toil. Snowflakes danced and fell upon his shoulders, as if even nature silently echoed his confusion. Mu Sheng halted, gazing at the hazy mountains in the distance, his heart a tumult of emotions. He reminisced about the countless days and nights spent in the company of his sword. The days woven with sweat and tears, which now seemed so pale and powerless. No, I refuse to accept this. Mu Sheng clenched his fists, a glint of madness flickering in his eyes. Refusal? What good does it do? Suddenly, a voice resonated, startling Mu Sheng. Who goes there? He scanned his surroundings, spotting a figure approaching from afar. The newcomer appeared quite youthful, seemingly in their 20s. Who are you? Mu Sheng instinctively felt wary, questioning the stranger. With such a disposition, how could you ever hope to master the sword? Li Taibai, how could you have produced such a useless disciple? The stranger's words ignited Mu Sheng's fury. You have some gall. In a fit of rage, Mu Sheng drew his treasured sword and lunged at the figure. The sword radiated with the essence of the thunder sword intent. Alas, to slay you would only tarnish my blade. The stranger regarded Mu Sheng with a sigh, then snapped a nearby dry branch. Gripping it in hand, he lightly flicked it towards Mu Sheng, devoid of any observable energy fluctuations. Yet Mu Sheng's grip on his sword felt as though struck by some unseen force. A wave of excruciating pain coursed through him, causing his right hand, along with the sword, to fall into the snow. His hand had been severed, blood flowing freely. Who are you? How could you wield the void sword intent? The agony of his severed hand caused Mu Sheng to grimace. He hurriedly channeled his spiritual energy to staunch the blood flowing from his wound. Just borrowing your identity for a time. The stranger did not answer Mu Sheng's inquiry, merely waved the branch in his hand. Mu Sheng's head flew from his body, his form collapsed, blood spraying forth from the severed neck. I refuse to accept this. Mu Sheng's vision began to blur. Even in death, he could not comprehend why, after 20 years of arduous sword training, he was bested by one so much younger with nothing more than a dry branch. What a waste! I hope that young sovereign, Su Tianjiao, will not disappoint me, the stranger remarked disdainfully, gazing at the decapitated Mu Sheng. With a casual wave of his hand, Mu Sheng's body and head transformed into starlight, vanishing without a trace, as did the blood upon the ground and their footprints. It was as though the entire encounter had merely been a fleeting dream. Mu Sheng seemed never to have set foot in this place. Young master, was it truly necessary to kill him, merely for borrowing his identity? The voice echoed in the stranger's ear. I shall conduct my affairs without your instruction. The stranger replied coldly. I meant no offense. The speaker's tone was noticeably trembling. Young master, this is Mu Sheng's memory, the voice continued, and a faintly glowing orb of light suddenly appeared before the stranger. Understood. The stranger's fingertip gently touched the orb, which then flowed along his finger, absorbed into his body. Yet he closed his eyes, entering a state of deep meditation. After a considerable time, he reopened his eyes, yet his appearance had become indistinguishable from Mu Sheng's. Still, my original appearance is far more handsome. Carefully surveying his entirely new appearance, Mu Sheng spoke. When Mu Sheng returned to the arena, the crowd had already dispersed. The second assessment had concluded. At this moment, the arena lay desolate, with a lone figure standing at the edge of the high platform. It was none other than Li Taibai. You have changed. Li Taibai turned, his gaze fixed intently on Mu Sheng. Master, your disciple was previously too foolish, allowing jealousy to take root. Please, I implore you to punish me. Mu Shang stepped forward and knelt on the ground, his eyes directed at Li Taibai filled with sincerity and remorse. Yet, in his heart, he silently mused, what a remarkable sword deity Li Taibai is. My Buddhist transformation technique nearly unraveled before him had I not concealed it with the soul force of Mu Shang. He would surely have struck me down with a single sword. Rise, Li Taibai commanded. It is splendid that you have come to such realizations. With this sword discourse concluded, I shall take you to Taoshan. I hope you can vanquish all the peach blossoms upon the mountain. Li Taibai patted Mu Shang on the shoulder, a smile gracing his face, his tone imbued with warmth. Master, you jest. The multitude of peach blossoms on Taoshan is the culmination of the fourth-generation sword master's lifelong endeavors. How could a mere disciple hope to eradicate them all? Mu Shang responded humbly, the path of the sword is ceaseless. The mountain of peach blossoms is not the ultimate destination. If you persevere, one day you shall indeed conquer that entire mountain of blossoms. Li Taibai's figure gradually receded, yet his voice echoed within Mu Shang's mind. A fine master indeed, yet he has yet to encounter a worthy disciple. As Mu Shang gazed at Li Taibai's departing silhouette, he internally reflected. Chapter 25. Misunderstanding true feelings, the conspiracy of the swordstone. Tianjiao, do you have plans for the evening? Feng Zhishui stood there, her expression calm. Yet her fidgeting hands betrayed her inner turmoil. I have no plans, how about we take a stroll together? Su Tianjiao observed Feng Zhishui's subtle movements but chose not to address them directly. Instead, smiling in agreement, wonderful, Feng Zhishui replied, her heart swelling with joy. Await, a cold voice interjected. It was Qin Shiming, accompanied by Mei Ruohua, who had somehow arrived outside Su Tianjiao's room. Master uncle, what is the meaning of this? Upon seeing Qin Shiming, Su Tianjiao felt a wave of unease. Child, my disciple is already wed, it would not be proper for you to meet with him alone. Yet, Qin Shiming disregarded Su Tianjiao's concerns and abruptly addressed Feng Zhishui. Feng Zhishui found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Master uncle, I am already betrothed to Zhishui, Su Tianjiao interposed, her gaze resolute. Indeed, I am already bound to him. What is improper about me courting my own man? Su Tianjiao's words instilled great courage in Feng Zhishui, emboldening her to confront the renowned Qin fairy. You possess quite the spirit, little girl. Very well, let us arrange this. You shall be the principal while Ruohua takes the secondary role. For my martial contest to seek a spouse is no jest, Qin Shiming remarked, feigning composure despite finding their earnestness amusing. No, master uncle, I shall only ever recognize Zhishui, Su Tianjiao exclaimed, her fervent declaration deeply moving Feng Zhishui. However, the sudden appearance of another figure caused him considerable distress. Luo Qingcheng unexpectedly entered the room, fixing her gaze upon Su Tianjiao and inquiring, what about me? Su Tianjiao, bewildered, found herself at a loss for how to respond. Feng Zhishui, witnessing everything, could not contain her jealousy and abruptly fled toward the door. Zhishui, Su Tianjiao cried, hastening after her. Men are indeed fickle-hearted. Feng Zhishui could no longer suppress her emotions, tears cascaded down her exquisite cheeks. Zhishui, you have misunderstood. Su Tianjiao approached Feng Zhishui, her heart aching at the sight of the tearful girl. Misunderstanding, you just met Luo Qingcheng. Why? Because she is the daughter of my master. Feng Zhishui's words were interrupted by Su Tianjiao. Zhishui, I became an orphan at the age of 8. It was my master who rescued me and taught me both literature and martial arts. Now that I have learned he has a daughter living. Su Tianjiao conveyed everything she knew to Feng Zhishui, word by word. Tianjiao, what do you plan to do from here? After a long pause, Feng Zhishui finally spoke. I will strive to protect her to the utmost of my ability. Even if it causes you pain, but Su Tianjiao gazed at Feng Zhishui, and before she could finish, her lips were sealed with a kiss. It turned out that his true name was Su Tianjiao. How laughable it was to harbor feelings for someone without knowing their true name. I thought he held me dear, yet it seems not. From behind a distant boulder, Luo Qingcheng reflected bitterly, she had arrived earlier. Listening intently to Su Tianjiao and Feng Zhishui's conversation. On Tianshan, snow began to fall once more. Luo Qingcheng walked despondently, snowflakes settling upon her dark hair, adding an air of sorrow and melancholy to her beauty. Each step felt heavy, as if she were treading upon the shards of her own broken heart. The wind of Tianshan carried a piercing chill, yet it paled in comparison to the icy tumult within her heart. Why must it be this way? Luo Qingcheng murmured, tears mingling with snowflakes, blurring her vision. She had once believed she held a place in his heart, yet reality cut through her illusions like a sharp blade. Perhaps I should leave. A strong urge surged within Luo Qingcheng. She wished to escape this place, to flee from the source of her heartache, yet her feet felt rooted to the ground, unable to move. At that moment, a gentle voice broke through her thoughts. Qingcheng, what are you doing here? Luo Qingcheng looked up to find Luo Xinshui. Quickly drying her tears, she forced a smile. Nothing, mother, I merely stepped out for a walk. Luo Xinshui observed her closely, sensing something amiss, yet chose not to pry further. She merely patted her shoulder gently. Tianzhou is a good child. If you truly care for her, you must fight for her. Even if she currently harbors no romantic feelings for you, in time she will. Your father was once infatuated with the sword, yet he too was won over by me. Even Qin Shiming, the most beautiful maiden of the Xianhuang realm, ultimately succumbed before your father. Luo Qingcheng nodded, her eyes moistening once more. She understood that her mother's words offered her the greatest comfort and support, yet how could the pain in her heart be so easily erased? She turned back, casting one last glance at the direction Su Tianzhu and Feng Zhishui had taken, and resolutely began her journey back up the mountain. The snow continued to fall, while her heart felt as if it had been eternally encased in ice and snow. At the summit of Tianshan, amidst the blizzard, it seemed even nature lamented this intricate emotional entanglement. Luo Qingcheng's figure gradually faded into the storm, leaving behind a trail of footprints, both deep and shallow. Marking her arrival and departure, the snow on Tianshan continued to fall. As night descended, Su Tianzhao sat cross-legged in her room, enveloped in the nine-sword incense swirling within her spiritual platform. Her master had mentioned that the swordstone was an object of great desire for sword cultivators, a source of pride for every generation of swordmasters who had left their sword incense within it. Su Tianzhao recalled the words Qin Shiming had spoken earlier, her heart swelling with anticipation. The swordstone was an exceedingly precious artifact within the myriad worlds. The first-generation sword master had traversed the heavens, bringing back a total of 9 pieces. Each generation of sword masters could infuse their sword intent into these 9 stones, up to a maximum of 9, provided their intent surpassed that of their predecessors. Thus, the sword intents within these 9 stones represented the pinnacle of sword mastery within the Xianhuang realm. However, following the Great Calamity, only the swordstone used by the first-generation swordmaster remained, while the other 8 had scattered throughout the world. Of those whose whereabouts were known, 3 remained aside from the one in Muzi Li's possession. The others included one in Zhouxiao Pavilion and another at Taoshan. The stone in Zhouxiao Pavilion resided within the Sword Heart Cave, yet she had nearly been consumed by madness during her last meditation there. As for the stone at Taoshan, vanquishing all the peach blossoms on the mountain was the ultimate pursuit of the 4th-generation swordmaster. Su Tianzhao sighed. On a peak adjacent to Tianshan, 6 figures appeared. Our preparations complete. The leader, a middle-aged man, spoke with a voice that was somber yet exuded an undeniable authority. The 9 thrones have gathered at Tianshan, yet it seems Qin Shiming has taken a step forward, which complicates matters. An elder behind him replied. Do not concern yourself with Qin Shiming. Others will deal with her. However, we must pay extra attention to Li Taibai. The middle-aged man smiled faintly. Rest assured, master, the young master's peach blossom drunkenness contains the finest poison of our realm. The heartbreak tears. Li Taibai is deeply infatuated with Qin Shiming. Even if the poison does not kill him, it will render him incapacitated. The elder spoke with respect. That is good. Our realm has laid its plans in Xianhuang for a millennium, all for the sake of the young emperor Su Tianzhao. We must not allow any missteps. Until the young emperor is dealt with, we dare not lay a finger on that object. In the past, using those from the divine nether realm as bait, we finally lured out the emperor's power, confirming the rumors from the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion regarding that object being within the Xianhuang realm. By the way, has there been any movement from the old celestial master and the Confucian leader? The middle-aged man inquired, his gaze directed toward Tianshan, a glint of ruthlessness shining in his eyes. There has been no movement from the old celestial master. However, the Confucian leader has ridden a donkey southward. The elder spoke. Is the Confucian master heading south? Never mind, as long as he does not venture into the western regions, there is no need to concern ourselves. We must devote more effort to the old celestial master, for he is indeed the foremost martial artist in this world of mysteries and chaos. Having stepped half a pace into the realm of the heavens, he has transcended the bounds of martial arts. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man initially furrowed his brow, but then his expression relaxed. Rest assured, my lord, with the 3 brothers of the Wu family by the old celestial master's side, while they may not be able to slay him, they can certainly hold him at bay. The elder replied. The Wu brothers? Their presence brings a measure of comfort. After the middle-aged man spoke, he fell into silence. Chapter 26. The Stopping Water Sword Technique. Dance with Qing. Ladies and gentlemen, although the heavens may not smile upon us, The final contest of the Tianshan Sword Conference, the martial arts competition, is surely what you have all been anticipating. Snow began to fall as Musili stood upon the high platform, his aura radiating outward. Even before the snowflakes could approach him, they were repelled by an invisible force. Clearing his throat, he continued, "The rules of the martial arts competition are quite simple. It will follow a one-on-one combat format. The 6 participating disciples will compete sequentially with the others, according to the order drawn. A victory earns 2 points, while a loss yields none. To ensure fairness, we have specially procured the Grand Yuan Pill from the Alchemy Master for the contestants' use." As Musili finished speaking, the crowd erupted in excitement. What a grand gesture! The Grand Yuan Pill can restore one instantly, regardless of the severity of their injuries, even revitalizing their spiritual energy. Indeed, it's not just a grand gesture. The Grand Yuan Pill is exceedingly rare, and even the Alchemy Master can hardly produce many in a year. Who knows who will claim first place in this final round? Ji Woming has already secured first place in the last 2 rounds, accumulating 20 points. If he can maintain a top 3 position in this final round, his first place will be all but assured. Thus, the title of Sword Champion this year will likely belong to Fairy Qin. Considering that Feng Zhishui and Luo Qingcheng share a special connection with Ji Woming, yes, as long as the 2 women do not compete seriously, Ji Woming is guaranteed to win another round. Doesn't that seem a bit unfair to the others? What do you know, sometimes, winning a woman's favor is also a form of strength. Little Emperor Su Tianzhou, this time I shall personally slay you. Mu Sheng's gaze had been fixated on Su Tianzhou from the outset. The young man appeared to have relinquished his inhibitions, yet the murderous intent in his eyes when he glanced at Ji Woming was unmistakable. Li Tai-bai observed his disciple, feeling that something was amiss. "Next, I invite the 6 disciples to come forward and draw lots." As Musili's words fell, the 6 stepped forward, each drawing a slip of paper from the box before him. "What the Su Tianzhou exclaimed, his expression immediately turning blank as he revealed a slip marked with a large 1. "Zhishui, what number did you draw?" Su Tianzhou inquired of Feng Zhishui standing beside him. "It seems we are to face off in the first match." Feng Zhishui gazed at the slip reading 2 in her hand, then looked at Su Tianzhou's slip marked 1, revealing her eye smile. "Girl, when you face him, will you hold back?" Luo Xinshui asked, observing Luo Qingcheng, who appeared lost in thought. "No, I have said before, I will defeat him in this Tianshan Sword Conference using the perfected realm of the Cave Heaven." Luo Qingcheng replied decisively, returning to reality upon hearing Luo Xinshui's words. Alas, Luo Xinshui sighed inwardly, shifting her gaze from Luo Qingcheng to Su Tianzhou, her brows furrowing. "Still too young. If only I could give you 3 more years. Qingcheng would undoubtedly be no match for you, but now, you 6, please report the order you have drawn to me." Musili's voice rang out. "For the Tianshan Sword Conference, the order of combatants is as follows. Number 1. Ji Woming. Number 2. Feng Zhishui. Number 3. Luo Qingcheng. Number 4. Tai Lu. Number 5. Zhou Shui. Number 6. Mu Shang." Musili announced to the crowd, then added, "Now let number 1 Ji Woming commence his challenge against his opponents." Upon hearing this, Su Tianzhou and Feng Zhishui stepped into the center of the arena. "In this martial arts competition, please refrain from causing mortal harm to each other. Do you understand?" Musili looked sternly at the 2. "We understand," they replied in unison. "Oh, how harmonious!" Qin Shiming chuckled. "Alas, my disciple Qin Shiming. You shall win this round," Lu Qingxue remarked with a hint of helplessness as she gazed at Feng Zhishui. "Rest assured, my little Ji is a good child and will not mistreat her. However, you, after all these years of hard work nurturing your disciple, will soon see her wed to my sword pavilion." Qin Shiming's first half of the sentence warmed Lu Qingshue's heart, but the latter half. "Do not be too pleased. Believe it or not, with a single word Ji Woming will become my Meidwa Ridge's son-in-law," Lu Qingxue retorted defiantly, gritting her teeth. Qin Shiming was momentarily speechless. Lu Fairy, you exaggerate. Matters of the heart are not easily swayed by outsiders. Let us focus on this grand sword conference," Musili interjected at an opportune moment, alleviating the subtle tension between the 2 while signaling that the competition could commence, with Musili's command. The atmosphere of the arena instantly tightened. Su Tianzhou and Feng Zhishui stood opposed, the spectators' eyes fixated upon them, their breaths becoming cautious. Su Tianzhou, with his starry brows and striking demeanor, grasped his long sword lightly. Its tip slightly lowered, appearing casual yet concealing a tremendous force. On the other hand, Feng Zhishui, clad in azure, with hair cascading like a waterfall, her eyes shimmering with determination and defiance, held her long sword firmly. Standing resolute like a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. "Zhishui, 2 years ago when I became a disciple under my master, he left behind an unnamed sword technique etched on a stone wall for me to comprehend. From that unnamed sword technique, I have developed a sword art. I call it the stopping water sword technique, consisting of 3 moves: point water, breaking water, and stopping water. In this match, I shall employ this stopping water sword technique against you. And I hope you will give it your all. Su Tianjiao spoke slowly, gazing at Feng Zhishui with tender eyes. Very well, just a simple word, yet Feng Zhishui's eyes brimmed with affection, it turns out. All these years, he has kept me in his heart. Oh my, these two truly harbor feelings for one another. My heavens, Fairy Feng is my dream lover. Why must Ji Wuming only be slightly more handsome and possess slightly greater talent than I? A male swordsman in the crowd lamented in despair. If only I had met you sooner, perhaps that place in your heart would have been reserved for me, Luo Qingcheng murmured, watching the pair. Feng Zhishui moved, her long sword emanating the essence of the wind. Though in the early stages of the Golden Core realm, she possessed the strength comparable to those in the later stages. Right from the start, she unleashed her full power, for it was Su Tianjiao who urged her to do so. Feng Zhishui's wind essence is even at the second tier. I recall Ji Wuming's sword essence is also of the wind type. Both were at the early stages of the Golden Core realm, and with their sword essences at the same second tier of wind, this was bound to be an intriguing spectacle. Point water. Su Tianjiao's long sword gently thrust forth, creating a ripple of water as splash. Feng Zhishui's long sword pierced the water ripple, akin to a stone cast into a lake, producing a deep sound. She felt an immense resistance. Unable to advance an inch. Is this the water sword essence? And it is at the pinnacle of the second tier. Isn't Ji Wuming's sword essence of the wind type? The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Wind strangulation. Witnessing this, Feng Zhishui remained unfazed, quickly channeling her spiritual energy, her sword dancing to form a floral pattern, the tremendous wind force forcefully dispersing the water ripple. What an extraordinary sword technique, Su Tianjiao exclaimed in admiration upon witnessing the display. Breaking water, Su Tianjiao uttered softly. He stood still, lightly shaking his sword. Boom! A loud sound erupted as the water ripple shattered, a massive shockwave sending Feng Zhishui stumbling backward. Wind barrier. Feng Zhishui wielded her long sword, conjuring a formidable barrier of wind before her. The water sword essence continued to strike against the wind barrier until, at a certain moment, the barrier before Feng Zhishui shattered, stopping water. Su Tianjiao finally made his move. His speed astonishing, a powerful water sword essence surged forth from his long sword, forming an impenetrable invisible cage that tightly bound Feng Zhishui. The sword glided past the side of Feng Zhishui's head, a strand of her hair drifting gently in the air. Su Tianjiao extended his left hand, firmly grasping that strand. The binding water sword essence dissipated at that moment. What a masterful execution of the stopping water sword technique! In Feng Zhishui's beautiful eyes an unusual sparkle emerged. Water sword essence can be wielded in such a manner. The crowd marveled, buzzing with excitement, having never witnessed such exquisite application of sword techniques. Musi Li, standing on the high platform, also displayed a look of approval. This match not only showcased the exceptional skills of the two disciples but also revealed the profound depths and limitless transformations of the sword path. Ji Wuming, your water sword essence has reached the pinnacle of the second tier, and your ability to adapt and utilize it so flexibly is truly remarkable. The voice of Musi Li resonated throughout the venue, bestowing high praise upon Su Tianjiao. Feng Zhishui, although you have not triumphed, your ability to withstand to this point with the sword intent of the wind showcases your extraordinary strength and potential. Thank you for your kind words, Senior. The two rose and bowed respectfully to Musi Li. Chapter 27, The City-Cutting Slash of Emotion, the majestic sword intent. There is no need for such formalities. Ji Wuming, this is a great yuan pill. Take it to restore your spiritual energy. In Musi Li's hand a jade box appeared out of thin air. Thank you, Senior. Su Tianjiao stepped forward and accepted the jade box from Musi Li, yet refrained from consuming it as the battle with Feng Zhishui had not significantly drained his energy. Observing this, Musi Li said no more, merely calling out the second match, Ji Wuming vs Luo Qingcheng. Su Ji Wuming, I have declared that this time I will defeat you with all my strength in the Dongtian realm. Luo Qingcheng gazed at the figure of Su Tianjiao before her, her heart a tumult of emotions. She bit her tongue, forcing herself to clear her mind. Slowly she closed her eyes, raising her formidable black sword, pointing it at Su Tianjiao. Qingcheng, what are you doing? Su Tianjiao was startled by Luo Qingcheng's words. She had nearly uttered his true name. Tianjiao, Qingcheng is aware of everything now. This time, I hope you will give it your all. Just as Su Tianjiao was lost in thought, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. It was the soul transmission of Luo Xinshui. In that instant, Su Tianjiao understood everything. Turning to Luo Xinshui, and gently nodding to his mentor, it seemed that Feng Zhishui had not held back against Ji Wuming. And it appeared Luo Qingcheng was no different. This was indeed going to be a spectacle. However, Ji Woming was about to face some difficulties, for Luo Qingcheng was an unrivaled presence in the Dongtian realm. Indeed, although they had clashed before, at that time Luo Qingcheng had not exerted her full strength, yet had compelled Ji Woming to use his fleeting brilliance. Ji Woming, are you ready? Luo Qingcheng opened her eyes. Her previously clear and bright gaze now transformed into a shade of gray. A grayish-white aura suddenly enveloped her, and the immense black sword in her hand erupted with formidable sword intent, not of gold, but of ice sealing. The third-tier ice sealing sword intent surged rapidly, soon reaching the fourth tier. The air around them plummeted in temperature beneath this ice sealing sword intent. What is happening? Why does this girl's ice sealing sword intent keep growing? Qin Shiming exclaimed in shock, before her expression shifted drastically as she realized something. No, this girl is severing her emotions. Foolish child, have you forgotten everything your mother told you? Witnessing this, Luo Xinshui felt a profound shock. She had initially believed her daughter was merely infatuated with Su Tianjiao's excellence, but she had not anticipated the depth of her daughter's feelings. Such deep affection had led her to sever her emotions after being unable to attain it. Xingcheng, what are you doing? At this moment, Su Tianjiao felt a dull ache in his heart. From the first moment I saw you, I couldn't fathom why I felt an irresistible attraction to you. This has been the most fascinating experience I've ever had, which is why I ascended the arena. After our encounter, that feeling only intensified, yet at that time, I felt utterly unworthy of you. However, on that fateful night at the tavern, you did not turn away from my appearance but rather welcomed me with open arms. Do you know, that night was the happiest of my life, since I became so hideous so everyone, save for my mother, distanced themselves from me. I never imagined there would come a day when someone would regard me with normalcy, yet I dared not hope, for who could accept such a visage? Thus I buried my feelings deep within my heart. But your wine restored my true form. Do you know how elated I was? It meant I could pursue you openly. Luo Qingcheng's voice seemed to traverse the corridors of time, imbued with a hint of determination and reluctance. Resonating in every corner of the arena, her gaze held a blend of resolute coldness and the warmth of past tenderness, an intricate tapestry of emotions too complex to articulate, yet, her tone faltered slightly, the tip of her sword trembling as if even the air quivered at her words. Last night, I overheard your conversation with Feng Zhishui, and it dawned on me that I had been deluding myself all along. This affection was merely a form of gratitude for you, while for me, it represented an invaluable warmth and light. I tried to draw near, only to find myself sinking deeper. Qingcheng, you misunderstand, Su Tianjiao attempted to explain. It found his words woefully inadequate. No need for further discourse. Ji Woming. Luo Qingcheng interrupted him, her tone imbued with newfound resolve. Today's battle is not only to prove my strength but also to sever this unworthy sentiment. Only by fully letting go can I become my true self, unshackled by emotions, and truly embark on the path of strength. As her words fell, the air around them seemed to solidify, freezing time itself. With a sudden flourish, Luo Qingcheng swung her giant sword, unleashing a grayish-white blade of light that sliced through the air, imbued with the utmost coldness of the fourth-tier ice-sealing sword intent. Charging directly towards Su Tianjiao, Su Tianjiao exhaled deeply. Luo Qingcheng's strike embodied the indomitable spirit of the Dongtian realm, combined with the fourth-tier ice-sealing sword intent, a force so formidable it surpassed the vastness of the Haoren sword intent. Despite his myriad reluctances and sorrow, Su Tianjiao understood that evasion was not the answer in the face of Luo Qingcheng's resolute assault. He closed his eyes and focused, his spiritual energy surging within him as an aura unlike any other arose. A Haoren sword intent infused with the essence of Confucian thought and the spirit of swordsmanship. Qingcheng, there may indeed be misunderstandings between us, yet in this battle, I shall exert my utmost effort, not only as a mark of respect for you but also as an accountability for myself. Su Tianjiao's voice was steady and resolute. Slowly, he drew forth his ancient unadorned long sword, radiating an extraordinary aura. With a gentle tap of the sword's tip, the air around him stirred as if drawn by an invisible force, creating ripples. This power was the Haoren sword intent he had comprehended from the original swordmaster Jian Shi. It not only repelled all malevolence but also delivered a profound psychological impact on his opponent during battle. This was the second-tier Haoren sword intent. At that moment, the 6 swordsmanship elites present gasped in unison. What? How could the second-tier Haoren sword intent manifest? This is the essence of the great sword intent. Ji Woming was only at the first tier yesterday. How could he have achieved the second tier after just one night's rest? This scene left the surrounding sword cultivators in utter astonishment. Truly, he is the young emperor. Such comprehension ability is unparalleled. Even I feel inferior. Alas, you are too young, and I shall not afford you the time to grow. Mu Shang regarded Su Tianjiao's figure, secretly contemplating It was evident that this lad harbored intentions of killing Ji Wuming. Li Taibai felt a shiver run down his spine, his brows furrowing deeply as he fell into contemplation. "Sword, come," Su Tianzhao commanded. And the long sword seemed to heed his call, suddenly radiating a blinding light as its tip aimed at the oncoming grayish-white blade of light. The two opposing sword intents collided in the air, erupting in a deafening roar, as if the very air was torn asunder, plunging into chaos. The clash of sword lights, ice ceiling and Howren, one cold, one hot, one yin, one yang, two extreme forces fiercely battled above the arena, leaving the spectators in a state of shock. They had never witnessed such a breathtaking confrontation, nor could they have anticipated that a seemingly delicate woman could unleash such astonishing power, while the young man named Ji Wuming displayed an unprecedented purity of sword intent. "What a magnificent Howren sword intent! You have not disappointed me," Luo Qingqing's voice pierced through the tumult of sword lights, sounding remarkably clear. Her eyes held both the fervor of battle and a sense of liberation. Regardless of the outcome, this fight would mark a pivotal turning point in her life. "Qingqing, the path of swordsmanship is inherently solitary and long. May you find your own way after this battle. Free from the shackles of affection." Su Tianzhao's voice was gentle yet resolute as he swung his long sword once more. This time, he held nothing back, channeling all his Howren sword intent into the blade, transforming it into a resplendent beam of sword light that clashed with Luo Qingqing's ice-sealing sword light once more. With a resounding boom, both sword intents dissipated into nothingness, the arena returning to a tranquil stillness. Luo Qingqing and Su Tianzhao stood facing each other, their gazes locked. "You have won," Luo Qingqing finally spoke, her voice soft yet filled with strength. "But I have also won. I have regained myself." Su Tianzhao smiled gently, nodding in acknowledgement. In this battle, neither had truly lost, rather, they had both taken significant steps forward on their respective paths. Chapter 28, Mid-Stage Golden Core, Eternal Howren. Originally, it was believed that this year's sword master would undoubtedly be Luo Xianzi. Yet unexpectedly, your disciple has proven to be such a prodigy, achieving the second tier of Howren sword intent in just one night. It seems we shall soon be surpassed, Li Taibai remarked with a faint smile at Qin Shimeng. Had it not been for Ji Wuming's use of Howren sword intent, he would have certainly lost. It was precisely the Howren sword intent that thwarted Luo Qingqing's severing of emotions, otherwise her fourth-tier ice-sealing sword intent would have been beyond his capacity to withstand. The one speaking was Lu Qingxue, her beautiful eyes fixated on Su Tianzhao and Luo Qingqing in the arena, her words laced with a hint of admiration and contemplation. The Howren sword intent, derived from the swordsmanship of the esteemed Jin Jiao and enriched by Confucian thought, profoundly influences the disposition of martial artists, were it not for Ji Wuming's youth and his cultivation being merely at the early stage of the Golden Core. Feng Zihua suddenly interjected, though he only voiced half of his thought, leaving the others present with a clear understanding of his unspoken conclusion. Qin Shimeng, listening intently to their discourse, refrained from offering her opinion, a subtle smile gracing her lips. My dear disciple, the Howren sword intent is not limited to mere second tier. What is happening? Why has the fight ceased? Indeed, who emerged victorious? Did you not hear Luo Qingqing declare her defeat? Such a disgraceful affair. Ji Wuming's Howren sword intent has effectively interrupted Luo Qingqing's emotional strike. How could you not perceive that? Return and train diligently. If you do not emerge as a sword immortal, do not dare show your face again. The younger sword cultivators were perplexed, while the older generation felt a mix of disappointment and frustration. The young swordsman, reprimanded by his elders, grumbled under his breath. "Sword immortal, haven't you yet achieved that status yourself?" What greeted him was the elders' disapproving gaze. In the second match, Ji Wuming triumphed, earning 2 points. Mu Zili's timely voice rang out. Just then, Su Tianzhao approached Mu Zili, extending her right hand toward him. "What do you seek?" Mu Zili inquired, puzzled. "This, senior, a Dayuan pill," Su Tianzhao said, her tone resolute yet anxious. "Did I not already provide you with one? You made no use of it." Mu Zili's brow furrowed. "Senior, I am on the verge of a breakthrough, thus I require 2 Dayuan pills." Su Tianzhao's words were sincere. Her earlier use of the second-tier Howren sword intent had unexpectedly shattered her Golden Core's bottleneck. She was poised to advance to the mid-Golden Core stage, yet without external assistance, this hasty breakthrough would demand considerable time. "You are about to break through." Mu Zili scrutinized Su Tianzhao, noting her unstable aura. Yet a formidable power of impending transformation radiated from her. He nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well, since your need is urgent, I shall grant you this second Dayuan pill. However, remember, during your breakthrough, maintain a focused mind. Otherwise, you risk falling into madness, with dire consequences." As he spoke, a jade box materialized in Mu Zili's hand, which he gently placed into Su Tianzhao's outstretched palm. Su Tianzhao cast a grateful glance at Mu Zili. cradling the precious pill as though it were the key to a higher realm. "Thank you, Senior. I shall remember your kindness and not let you down." After speaking, she turned to Qin Shiming, bowing deeply. "And I require some time to strive for the mid-golden core stage." Qin Shiming smiled softly, her eyes brimming with encouragement and anticipation. "Come closer. I shall guard you during your breakthrough, and we shall discuss swordsmanship afterwards." Hearing this, Su Tianzhou hurriedly approached Qin Shiming, seated cross-legged beside her, and opened the jade box. A crystal-clear pill, radiating a faint aura, was swallowed by her. As the Dayuan pill dissolved, a warm, immense power surged from her dantian. Swiftly enveloping her entire being, she closed her eyes in concentration, a gentle golden light encircling her, a sign of her golden core's imminent transformation. The air around her thickened, and the spiritual essence of the world uncontrollably converged upon her. Forming a minuscule vortex, Qin Shiming stood nearby, her gaze gentle yet resolute, as she gracefully waved her sleeve, establishing several defensive formations to ensure Su Tianzhou remained undisturbed during her breakthrough. My lord, this is an opportune moment to strike. Patience Chenner wishes to test his mettle. Asa father, I must facilitate this. Moreover, with Qin Shiming steadfastly guarding him, an attack now would lack certainty. We shall wait until the Fengxian Grand formation is ready. Su Tianzhou, after all, was the reincarnation of the young emperor. What if something were to befall him? Fear not, let us not forget the Tiangong Pavilion's words, my son Wang Chen possesses the potential of an emperor. A voice within the crowd whispered, though its origin remained a mystery. As time passed, within Su Tianzhou, two golden cores, one black, one gold, spun ceaselessly until at last, the black core underwent a dramatic transformation, radiating the brilliance characteristic of the mid-golden core stage. It seemed that one Dayuan pill was truly insufficient. Su Tianzhou opened her eyes, and to the astonishment of those around her, she ingested the second Dayuan pill. With the second pill's infusion, her spiritual energy surged to its zenith. Akin to a river bursting its banks, tumultuous and unrestrained, the surface of her golden core erupted with dazzling light, undergoing the metamorphosis. Finally, at a pivotal moment, the second golden core successfully transformed, resonating harmoniously with the black core. Emanating a radiance unique to the mid-golden core stage, boom, an indescribable sword aura erupted from Su Tianzhou's being, soaring into the heavens and resonating with the sword intent surrounding her. It seemed as though even the fabric of space trembled in response. Such a commotion during the breakthrough, with a solid foundation, unyielding and indomitable, it was only natural for the breakthrough to be accompanied by such tumult. Given time, this child would undoubtedly achieve greatness. Su Tianzhou opened her eyes, a glint of determination illuminating her gaze. Young one, are we ready for the third match? If you can win the final 3 bouts, the position of sword head shall rightfully belong to Miss Qin. Upon witnessing Su Tianzhou's successful breakthrough, Mu Zili remarked with a smile. Tyla stood at the center of the arena, his gaze fixed calmly yet shrewdly upon Su Tianzhou. Beware of Mu Shang. There is a faint scent of blood about him. As Su Tianzhou scrutinized Tylo, the latter's voice resonated within her mind. Soul transmission. This voice was all too familiar. She smiled, responding mentally, I have long found Mu Shang peculiar. Previously, he held hostility toward me, yet now there is an unmistakable intent to kill. Tylo warned, when you engage him, exercise utmost caution. Now let us commence the battle. After all, appearances must be maintained. Tylo advanced, wielding an unremarkable iron sword, from which a peculiar sword intent surged forth, as if all living things wilted, leaving it as the sole survivor. This was the undying sword intent, another form of grand sword intent? The spectators gasped in astonishment. Even the sword immortals and gods present were momentarily shaken. Brother Foam, your disciple is truly remarkable. The legendary undying sword body combined with this undying sword intent, alongside his cultivation at the initial stage of the cave heaven realm, this battle is precarious for Ji Wuming. Mu Zili smiled at Feng Zihua, who replied modestly, oh, it is merely that my disciple is fortunate to possess a unique physique. Yet, no one noticed the slight twitch of his countenance at that moment. Su Tianzhou lightly tapped her toes and soared into the sky, her long sword emanating the Haoran sword intent, transforming into a colossal sword radiance that charged toward Tai Luo's undying sword intent. Boom! The clash of the two sword intents produced a deafening roar, sending shockwaves that forced the young sword cultivators surrounding the arena to retreat in disarray. What a powerful collision! These two sword intents are remarkably evenly matched. Observers marveled at the spectacle. Qin Shiming stood beside, her gaze locked onto the battlefield, a barely perceptible smile gracing her lips. Ji Wuming, your sword intent must surely extend beyond this, does it not? Tai Luo's voice pierced through the clamor of clashing swords, clear and taunting in Su Tianzhou's ears. Upon hearing this, Su Tianzhou narrowed her eyes, the spiritual energy within her surging even more vigorously. She inhaled deeply, her aura escalating once more. as though a latent power within her was awakening. If that is the case, allow me to showcase the true might of the Haoran sword intent, Su Tianjiao declared, her voice ringing with resolve. With a sweep of her sword, an even purer and grander sword intent erupted forth. Surpassing the second tier and nearing the third tier of Haoran sword intent, this is the third tier Haoran sword intent? Mu Zili and the others gazed in shock, unprepared for Su Tianjiao to elevate her sword intent to such heights in such a brief span. Tai Le too felt the pressure mount, his expression growing solemn. The undying sword intent surged forth, the space surrounding his iron sword seemingly solidifying. Excellent, Tai Le roared, his form surging forth as the undying sword intent clashed once more with the Haoran sword intent. This time, the heavens and earth shifted, the sword radiance illuminating the entire arena as if it were day. Boom! Following the thunderous noise, the two figures staggered back. Su Tianjiao's attire was slightly disheveled. Yet her gaze remained resolute. Tai Le, however, appeared pale, evidently having endured considerable impact. Well done, Ji Wuming. I acknowledge your sword intent, Tai Le panted, his tone tinged with both reluctance and admiration. I concede. Su Tianjiao replied with a faint smile. Sheathing her sword, then mentally transmitting, you still put on quite the act. Likewise, Tai Le's voice echoed in Su Tianjiao's mind. In the third match, Ji Wuming triumphs, earning 2 points. Mu Zili's voice resounded once more, declaring the outcome of the match. Ji Wuming is truly astonishing. The Haoran sword intent has reached the third tier. How is this possible? Is he even human? A sense of unease loomed, yet it was not insurmountable. Mu Shang regarded Su Tianjiao, who met his gaze, quickly averting his eyes, his thoughts racing. Could it be that this boy has sensed something? Chapter 29, The Grand Sword Intent, witnessed by heaven and earth upon receiving the Great Yuan Pill from Mu Zili. Su Tianjiao did not ingest it. Instead, he retrieved a wine flask hanging from his waist, raised it to his lips, and drank fervently. As the fiery sensation coursed down his throat, he visibly replenished the depleting spiritual energy at an astonishing rate. While the effect was not quite on par with the Great Yuan Pill, it was certainly not far behind. What a peculiar wine flask, Mu Zili observed as he watched Su Tianjiao consume the potent liquor. His spiritual energy revitalizing, doubt began to creep into his mind. There was something amiss with this flask, yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Perhaps he discerned it, or perhaps he did not. But he chose to remain silent. In the center of the circular platform, Su Tianjiao stood with his sword, exuding an imposing presence. Opposite him, Wan Qiu donned a delicate light blue gown embodying grace and elegance. Young Master Ji, I am not your match. Wan Qiu, the youngest among the 6 in the sword duel aside from Feng Zhishui and Su Tianjiao, boasted a cultivation level in the mid-golden core stage. With her sword intent just surpassing the second tier, are you conceding, my lady? Su Tianjiao, upon hearing her words, let out a sigh of relief. He had no desire to engage in combat with a woman. Concede, my master once said that a sword cultivator may lose their head and bleed, but they must never concede. As long as there is breath within, the sword intent shall soar into the skies. Though Wan Qiu's voice was melodious and pleasant, it commanded respect. Mu Zili regarded her with a hint of pride, softly stating, child, conceding to him is not a disgrace. Wan Qiu remained silent, and then she moved. Her sword was a wooden one, seemingly crafted from a mythical tree that had stood for millennia. Though it appeared ancient, it was sharp and fierce. Her sword intent represented the second tier of wood sword intent. While it lacked killing intent, it was unyielding. However, as soon as she raised her sword and her intent began to spread, Su Tianjiao's sword was already at her forefront. My lady, you have lost, in just a few words. Wan Qiu recognized the disparity between herself and Su Tianjiao. In a fleeting moment, the unparalleled technique of Sword Emperor Ji was unleashed by Su Tianjiao. The speed was akin to a flash of light. Mu Shang's expression shifted as he pondered the implications, unsure of what to think. In this duel, Ji Wuming emerges victorious, Mu Zili announced, casting a glance at Wan Qiu, his eyes reflecting a tinge of regret. Yet predominantly pride. Ji Wuming, your current score stands at 28 points. Even if Luo Qingcheng, who ranks second, wins the next 4 matches, she would only accumulate 25 points. You are now undoubtedly the first. Therefore, do you still wish to proceed with the duel against Mu Shang? Mu Zili inquired of Su Tianjiao. Then I shall not fight. Su Tianjiao's subsequent declaration left the crowd in disappointment. What? You won't fight? Don't do this. There is no necessity for a match. How could Mu Shang possibly be a match for Ji Wuming? Yet, having come this far, not fighting felt incredibly frustrating. That frustration is yours alone. Ji Wuming has no reason to fight anymore. Winning or losing holds no significance. The crowd split into 2 factions, bickering incessantly. Are you certain? Mu Zili pressed further. I am certain, Su Tianjiao replied resolutely. Though he longed to duel Mu Shang, he could not openly express it. He genuinely felt the malice emanating from Mu Shang. Ji Wuming, are you afraid? Mu Sheng finally spoke. At this, Su Tianjiao chuckled, for he had awaited this very statement from Mu Sheng. Afraid? Why would I be afraid? Su Tianjiao turned to face Mu Sheng, a smirk gracing his features. If you are unafraid, then let us engage in battle. Mu Sheng's tone grew urgent. He feared Su Tianjiao might decline to fight him. Whether I fight or not bears no significance. Why should I? Or perhaps give me a reason to battle you. Su Tianjiao shook his head, nonchalantly. I know the truth behind the Su family's massacre. Is that reason sufficient? Mu Sheng communicated through soul transmission to Su Tianjiao. What did you say? Su Tianjiao's heart raced with shock as he swiftly approached Mu Sheng, gripping his collar tightly and exclaiming that if you wish to uncover the truth, complete this final match with me. If you win, I shall divulge it. Mu Sheng remained composed, whispering in Su Tianjiao's ear. Su Tianjiao's eyes widened, as if flames danced within them. He scrutinized Mu Sheng's gaze, seeking even the faintest hint of deceit. Yet Mu Sheng's expression was steadfast, unwavering, which only deepened Su Tianjiao's sense of gravity. Are you certain you know the truth? Su Tianjiao's voice was low and hoarse, each word forced out as if laden with unspeakable anguish and fury. Mu Sheng nodded slightly, a calm smile gracing his lips. The smile bore both provocation and an elusive complexity. What could Mu Sheng possibly have conveyed to Ji Wuming to provoke such a reaction? It must be soul transmission. As for the content, who knows? The surrounding crowd, drawn in by the sudden shift, fell silent, their gaze fixated on the two. The air was thick with tension and anticipation. Senior, for this final match, I shall duel him. Su Tianjiao pointed at Mu Sheng, turning to Mu Zili. Mu Zili nodded, though he was unaware of the specifics of their exchange. Nonetheless, since Su Tianjiao had spoken, he had no choice but to acquiesce. In the center of the circular platform, Su Tianjiao had already unsheathed his sword, its tip directed squarely at Mu Sheng. The sword in Mu Sheng's hand was a legendary blade. It was the sword of Li Tai Bai. When Mu Sheng was 13, Li Tai Bai had bestowed this sword upon him. The sword was named Li Vitrace. At that moment, the Li Vitrace sword was imbued with the power of thunder. Mu Sheng's gaze toward Su Tianjiao was imbued with fierce determination. His aura radiated outward, revealing the energy of the initial cave heaven stage, yet, he suppressed it, only revealing the energy of the mid-golden core stage. What is your intention? Su Tianjiao questioned, perplexed. To rely on realms to win against you is hardly honorable, Mu Sheng replied. He possessed his own pride. I hope you do not regret this. Su Tianjiao sprang into action. Unleashing the third tier of the Grand Sword Intent, a colossal sword radiance cleaved through the sky, aimed at Mu Sheng with ferocity. He sought to shorten the duration of their battle, for he desperately yearned to uncover the answer. A truth he had pursued for over a decade. The Grand Sword Intent, you say? Beneath Mu Sheng's feet, it seemed as if the wind surged, enabling rapid movement. The sword radiance transformed from the Grand Sword Intent. Struck where Mu Sheng had once stood, a fissure several meters long suddenly appeared, only to vanish in an instant. What terrifying sword intent, and what astonishing speed, a young sword cultivator marveled. The circular platform was transported here by a formidable being from the extreme north. It is indestructible and possesses remarkable powers. It can self-repair. As for this movement technique, even Su Tianjiao was taken aback at this moment. His speed was already impressive, yet Mu Sheng seemed even faster. When had he acquired such a technique? Li Tai Bai mused to himself. The 10-step peach blossom fall, a peculiar movement technique he comprehended in Peach Mountain. Previously, Mu Sheng always had formed without intent, but now it is evident he has mastered this technique. Mu Sheng's figure had, unbeknownst to anyone, appeared above Su Tianjiao's head. The Li Vitrace sword emanated a thunderous sword intent, transforming into a roaring thunder dragon. Launching itself toward Su Tianjiao, sword intent taking form. How can this be? Such power belongs only to 5th tier sword intent. When had Mu Sheng's thunder sword intent reached the 5th tier, the scene left everyone, including Su Tianjiao, utterly astonished. Perish, Mu Sheng bellowed, filled with exultation. With the grand sword intent, I am invincible. Su Tianjiao had no time to ponder further, hastily elevating his grand sword intent to the 4th tier. The sword light surged, akin to the first light of dawn splitting the heavens, instantly overwhelming the radiance of the Thunder Dragon. The 4th tier Grand Sword Intent coalesced into a sword curtain, not only withstanding the Thunder Dragon's onslaught but also rebounding with ferocity, sending sword light scattering and shredding the surrounding air to pieces. Mu Sheng's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Su Tianjiao's Grand Sword Intent to achieve the 4th tier. It exceeded his expectations. Yet, he did not panic. Instead, his fighting spirit intensified, and his internal spiritual energy surged violently. The thunderous power upon the Li Vitrace sword reassembled, forming an even more ferocious offensive. It seems I underestimated you. Mu Shang growled, his form transforming once more into a shadow of wind, weaving through the sword light. Each movement was perfectly timed to evade the sword radiance while seeking opportunities for counterattack. This technique is indeed troublesome, Su Tianjiao mused internally, then I shall launch indiscriminate attacks, let us see where you can evade. Su Tianjiao's voice was as frigid as ice as he escalated his grand sword intent once more. The sword tip pointed skyward, as if to summon the forces of heaven and earth. The onlookers held their breath in anticipation. This battle had far surpassed their wildest imaginations. No one had anticipated Mu Shang's strength. Nor could anyone have foreseen Su Tianjiao's grand sword intent reaching the fourth tier. Suddenly, the skies darkened, clouds thickened, as if even heaven and earth were stirred to this as a phenomenon of nature. Mu Zili's expression grew grave. Sensing the intense fluctuations of sword intent permeating the air, along with the impending explosive force, with righteous vigor, heaven and earth bear witness, Su Tianjiao hurled towards the heavens, his grand sword intent reaching unprecedented heights at that moment. Countless streams of sword intent, akin to the thickness of a thumb, erupted from his longsword, forcibly halting Mu Shang's form. Chapter 30, The Void Thunderstorm. A great wave rises. Su Tianjiao's expression shifted slightly. Yet he remained unperturbed. The void sword intent, he possessed it as well, and at the 20th tier no less. Furthermore, he had comprehended all 9 sword intents of Sword 9 to the same exalted level. And even 5 elemental sword intents had surpassed the 20th tier. This implies that, apart from his relatively low cultivation, he was indeed a veritable sword immortal in terms of swordsmanship. However, at this moment, he could not reveal any of these hidden trump cards. Should the unparalleled sword soul secret be unveiled, and Mu Shang's void sword intent manifest, the entire gathering of sword cultivators on Tianshan would be utterly astounded. He has comprehended the void sword intent, seemingly reaching the 4th tier. It appears he has concealed his true capabilities, yet, given his envy, how could he have possibly hidden his strength? Li Taibai stood atop the high platform, harboring doubts, yet maintaining an inscrutable demeanor. Who would have thought that this disciple of yours would be such an extraordinary talent? Lu Qingshua's voice whispered in Li Taibai's ear. Li Taibai merely nodded with a knowing smile. Refraining from reply, the void sword intent is the most challenging of the 4 grand sword intents of the esteemed Sword 9, and this Mu Shang's exceptional talent is nearly on par with my little G. Qin Shiming's expression was calm, yet her heart was anything but. Su Tianjiao's current performance stemmed from his unparalleled sword soul, but what of Mu Shang? He clearly surpasses Ji Wuming, does he not? It was rare to hear Qin Shiming praise another, which made Lu Qingxue feel a sense of pride, leading her to retort. However, Qin Shiming remained silent, her heart silently worrying for Su Tianjiao. Master, will Ji Wuming be alright? Feng Zhishui bit her lip. Though she spoke with Lu Qingxue, her gaze remained fixed on Su Tianjiao. It was merely a contest of skill. Besides, with Mu Zili present, there was no cause for alarm. Observing Feng Zhishui's demeanor, Lu Qingxue shook her head in resignation. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhishui's anxious heart calmed considerably. The void sword intent, devoid of self-informed Go. Mu Shang, seeing no fear on Su Tianjiao's face, felt a surge of anger. He lightly waved the Lu Qing sword. An invisible sword she sliced through the void, hurtling directly towards Su Tianjiao with astonishing speed, as if even the air were cleaved in two, leaving a faint yet distinct rift. Yet, in the face of this overwhelming assault, Su Tianjiao merely sidestepped slightly. With a light step, akin to a gentle breeze, he evaded the formless sword chi at an incredible angle. 10 steps, peach blossoms fall. How could he? Not only Mu Shang, but even Li Taibai's countenance changed dramatically at this moment. Could it be that he learned from our earlier clash? How is this possible? Mu Shang was utterly astonished. He finally understood why the true Mu Shang would harbor feelings of jealousy, a photographic memory and exceptional comprehension. He was indeed a prodigy. This was the assessment of the Tianji Pavilion regarding him. Who would have thought that atop Tianshan there exists someone equally monstrous? How could one so proud and haughty as he accept this? Humph, the 4th tier void sword intent, though formidable, is still insufficient to instill fear within me. Su Tianjiao snorted coldly, his words imbued with an undeniable confidence. The sword is not defined by its form but by its intent. Su Tianjiao slowly raised his long sword. With a gentle touch of the tip, a surge of righteous energy flowed forth, resonating with the cosmic righteousness, forming a brilliant radiance that imbued the surrounding air with an aura of sanctity. The majestic sword intent, 5th tier, activate. As his voice fell, the entire sword intent surged instantly. The previously scattered righteous energy suddenly coalesced, transforming into a tangible sword chi that soared toward the heavens. It clashed violently with Mu Shang's void sword chi in midair. Upon their encounter, no sound emerged. Instead, the space distorted as if time itself had come to a standstill. What? Fifth-tier majestic sword intent. Mu Sheng's pupils constricted, disbelief etched across his face that he had never anticipated that Su Tianjiao not only concealed his strength but also possessed a sword intent of a higher tier than his own. You, Mu Sheng's words faltered in shock, yet a resolute glimmer flashed in his eyes. If that were the case, let me see who among us is the true genius of swordsmanship. Before his words could fully escape, Mu Sheng's figure surged forth, the Luqing sword in his hand seemed to come alive, the blade trembling incessantly as the Void Sword intent and Thunder Sword intent wondrously fused at that moment, creating an unprecedented sword intent. The Void Thunderstorm, a single sword shatters myriad laws. Mu Sheng roared, channeling all his might to the sword's tip, surrounding the Luqing sword, lightning and void energy entwined, forming a force capable of annihilating the heavens and earth. Surging toward Su Tianjiao, fusion of sword intents. You are not the only one capable of that. Su Tianjiao closed his eyes, focusing intently. The unparalleled sword soul within him stirred restlessly, as two immense sword intents surged forth from within: the majestic sword intent, water sword intent, wind sword intent. At this moment, the three sword intents rapidly fused together, forming a brand new sword intent that resonated with the cosmos, as if to encompass the entire world within his sword path. Majestic righteousness, waves surging. Su Tianjiao opened his eyes, and at that moment, the long sword in his hand seemed to be imbued with life. The tip quivering, a towering wave composed of countless sword chi surged forth toward Mu Sheng's Void Thunderstorm. The two forces met in midair, akin to the chaos of the primordial world colliding at creation's dawn. Erupting in a dazzling light and a thunderous roar, the surrounding air seemed to be rent asunder by this force, the spatial distortion intensifying. The sword cultivators of Tianshan were all left in shock. They had never witnessed such an intense duel of sword intents between the young. This comprehension, capable of merging three sword intents, Li Taibai muttered to himself, a look of incredulity flashing in his eyes. Qin Shiming and Lu Qingshui exchanged glances, while Feng Zhishui grew increasingly tense, her hands clenched tightly, filled with worry and anticipation. In the face of Mu Sheng's nearly world-destroying Void Thunderstorm, Su Tianjiao's sword wave exhibited no fear. Instead, charging forth with even greater momentum, the two forces clashed violently in the air, each collision resonating with tremors of space and explosive energy. As time passed, the Void Thunderstorm began to show signs of faltering, while Su Tianjiao's majestic righteousness surged ever more fiercely. Impossible, how can this be happening? Mu Sheng bellowed in fury, unable to accept his impending defeat. He exerted every ounce of strength, striving to elevate the power of the Void Thunderstorm to its zenith. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he could not alter the tide of battle. Finally, following a deafening roar, the Void Thunderstorm shattered completely, dissolving into wisps of dissipating energy, while Su Tianjiao's majestic righteousness wave continued its relentless advance. Crashing toward Mu Sheng, the Cave of Wonders opens. Upon witnessing this, Mu Sheng howled in rage. The Cave of Wonders manifested within him, shielding his body. Boom! The colossal wave crashed against Mu Sheng's Cave of Wonders, producing a deafening sound. What a magnificent cave it was! Surrounding golden symbols were densely packed, resembling the most formidable barrier in existence, tightly encasing Mu Sheng within. However, faced with Su Tianjiao's towering wave, which fused the majestic righteousness, water sword intent, and wind sword intent, even such a powerful cave appeared precarious. The golden symbols flickered under the impact of the massive wave, as if each moment they were subjected to a test of their limits. Mu Sheng's complexion turned ashen, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute, unwilling to concede defeat. The sword intent is eternal, my heart endures, Mu Sheng growled, the remaining sword intent and cave power within him surging wildly, attempting to withstand this almost irresistible force. Yet, Su Tianjiao's sword intent was overwhelmingly powerful and pure, seemingly capable of penetrating all barriers and reaching the heart, just as everyone believed the outcome was decided. Mu Sheng's Cave of Wonders suddenly erupted with brilliant light. The golden symbols appeared to be activated, spiraling wildly, forming a formidable counterattack. This power collided once more with Su Tianjiao's sword wave, unleashing a surge of astonishing energy fluctuations. The sword wave was instantaneously torn apart beneath this might. This is the counterattack power of the Cave of Wonders, Mu Zili exclaimed in shock. He had not anticipated that Mu Sheng's cave could unleash a counterattack. This power was overwhelming. Su Tianjiao felt that unless he resorted to his hidden cards, he might perish. Just as Su Tianjiao contemplated going all out, Mu Zili positioned himself protectively in front of him. A terrifying sword intent emanated from Mu Zili's body, dissipating Mu Sheng's counterattack power without a trace. Mu Sheng's expression darkened ominously. He was not angered by Mu Zili's intervention but by the fact that he had been forced to utilize the power of the Cave of Wonders. You are formidable. In the Golden Core stage, I am no match for you. However, my Cave of Wonders was activated under the guidance of the Great Tao. I look forward to battling you when you reach the Cave of Wonders stage. How regrettable. Mu Sheng gazed at Su Tianjiao behind Mu Zili, his eyes reflecting both defiance and reluctance. His words sent shockwaves through everyone present. How extraordinary must the cave activated under the Great Tao be? Regrettable. Su Tianjiao stepped forward to confront Mu Sheng, coldly inquiring, regrettable that you must die, not for any other reason, but because you bear the name Su Tianjiao. Chapter 31, Tai Bai's Poison, the fairy's emotion. Mu Sheng's words, though softly spoken, resonated clearly in the ears of every individual on Tianshan. Su Tianjiao's expression changed. Qin Shiming's countenance also shifted. Su Tianjiao, that name sounded vaguely familiar. The young sword cultivators were bewildered, while the older generation's faces transformed dramatically. The young emperor, Su Tianjiao, no wonder he is such a prodigy. At this moment, the mere mention of Su Tianjiao's name stirred a tremendous uproar across Tianshan, akin to a massive boulder plunging into water, creating ripples that shattered the tranquility. You are not Mu Sheng. Who exactly are you? Where is Mu Sheng? Speak quickly. The figure of Li Taibai appeared before Mu Sheng, seizing his collar and demanding in a furious tone. My esteemed master, I have already dealt with your useless disciple. Mu Sheng chuckled, his laughter bordering on exaggerated. Beast, how dare you? Upon hearing this, Li Taibai's fury surged, and as he raised his right hand, intending to end the charade of the false Mu Sheng, a trickle of blood unexpectedly seeped from the corner of his mouth. His entire being was thrown into disarray, dark energy swirling ominously around his face. He staggered, plummeting towards the ground. Taibai, Lu Qingshu moved swiftly, reaching Li Taibai's side in an instant, catching him before he could fall. Beast, what have you done to me? Li Taibai gasped, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from within, his voice laced with anger. And master, do you recall the peach blossom wine I delivered to you last night? It contained a drop of heartbreak tear. In an instant, Mu Sheng transformed into a strikingly handsome young man. You, Li Taibai's rage intensified, causing him to spit another mouthful of blood, collapsing unconscious. Taibai, hold on, I will heal you at once. Lu Qingshu's expression shifted drastically as she pressed her right hand against Li Taibai's back. A surge of formidable spiritual energy flowed from her hand into Li Taibai's body. This is bad. Lu Qingshu cried out, withdrawing her hand. A shadow of darkness mirrored Li Taibai's own appeared on her face. Meihua's sword immortal. I forgot to mention, the heartbreak tear, when touched by someone with feelings, will cause a strange reaction. The false Mu Sheng looked at Lu Qingshu, a smile playing on his lips. Lu Qingshu's expression altered slightly. She gently cradled the unconscious Li Taibai in her embrace, tears streaming down her exquisite cheeks. Master Feng Zhishui was filled with concern, wanting to step forward, but was tightly embraced from behind by Su Tianjiao. Zhishui, this heartbreak tear, my master once mentioned, can only be resisted by one devoid of feelings. Su Tianjiao's words left Feng Zhishui in a state of turmoil, rendering him momentarily frozen in place. The false Mu Sheng disregarded the others, turning to Qin Shiming, coldly stating, it is well known that the Peach Blossom Sword God harbors deep feelings for the fairy. Yet who would have thought the fairy to be so cold-hearted, seeking death? Qin Shiming, uninterested in further conversation, pointed her finger like a sword directly slicing through the air. A terrifying sword intent emanated from her fingertip, hurtling towards the false Mu Sheng. In that moment, the very fabric of space seemed to tear asunder under the pressure of her sword energy. Fairy, this person is not to be trifled with. A voice interjected, accompanied by the arrival of a burly man. The man, bare-chested, exhibited a bronze-hued skin that glistened in the sunlight, his muscles rippling like mountains, exuding an overwhelming aura. He wielded a massive battle axe, each step causing the ground to tremble, as if even the space beneath him quaked to break. Facing the swiftly approaching sword energy, the man bellowed. He swung the colossal axe with fierce might. Boom! The axe collided with the sword energy, producing a thunderous sound that left the onlookers reeling. So it's a body cultivator at the ninth step to ascend. No wonder you dare to obstruct me. Qin Shiming scoffed, her sword intent intensifying, as the energy at her fingertips coalesced into a tangible, slender silver thread, slicing through the air towards the hulking man. A flicker of seriousness crossed the man's eyes, however he advanced rather than retreated, swinging his axe with tremendous force, conjuring a tempest. The two forces clashed violently. In the ensuing explosion, the residual energy radiated outward. Fortunately, Mu Zili, Feng Zihua, and Luo Xinshui quickly intervened, shielding everyone from the overwhelming energy. Otherwise, how many would survive atop Tianshan Mountain? A single sword can cleave mountains, and yet, even Qin Xianzi is but this. The man provocatively gazed at Qin Shiming. If it weren't for the fear of harming others, Would I allow you to survive until now? Have the courage to face me in battle." After declaring this, Qin Shiming ascended into the air, resembling an immortal poised to ascend to the heavens. Reaching a height of 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. "Are you afraid?" The man stepped into the void, soaring upwards. Observing this, Mu Zili quickly shielded Su Tianjiao behind him, but he leaves. "Yet no one can protect you." Feng Zihua, seeing the man take flight, turned to the false Mu Shang, speaking coldly. "Oh, you are so confident that you can kill me." The false Mu Shang remained unfazed. Even if it was the renowned Nanhai sword god addressing him, it's been years since a younger generation has looked down upon me." Feng Zihua chuckled before abruptly ceasing, fixing a cold glare upon the false Mu Shang as if observing a corpse. A piercing sword light erupted in his eyes, directed straight at the false Mu Shang. The seal of immortals formation begins, yet at that moment a voice rang out. The sword light seemed to have its energy drained, dissipating just 3 feet before the false Mu Shang. What? Not only Feng Zihua but even Mu Zili and Luo Xinchue wore expressions of shock. The crowd looked up, and to their astonishment, the sky had transformed. 9 figures, each holding a golden banner, stood above Tianshan Mountain. A torrent of terrifying energy surged from the 9 banners, forming an immense energy shield that enveloped the entire Tianshan region. The seal of immortals formation. Luo Xinchue gasped out, struggling to articulate the words. The sword cultivators within Tianshan were bewildered, yet upon seeing the grim expressions of the sword immortals on the high platform, chaos erupted. The elders sought to lead the younger generation in a sword flight to escape, only to be horrified to find their spiritual energy seemingly sealed, unable to muster even a fragment. "Do not panic," Mu Zili called out, his authoritative voice temporarily calming the sword cultivators present. "Alas, letting the Qin Shiming escape. Otherwise, I would have surely tasted the allure of the most beautiful woman in the Shenhuang realm." The false Mu Shang regarded the scene before him with a smug expression. "Young man, who are you really?" Feng Zihua demanded angrily of the false Mu Shang. Suddenly, a voice resonated through the air. The crowd turned in its direction to see a middle-aged man, adorned with a golden crown and draped in a flowing cloud robe, stepping through the void, exuding an air of undeniable authority and depth. Chener, this seal of immortals formation cannot contain Qin Xianzi. Luckily, the esteemed Xing Kuei has diverted her. The middle-aged man's voice was deep and magnetic, a faint smile perpetually gracing his face. "Wang Tung of the Wang family in Zhengzhou." Mu Zili stared at the middle-aged man in disbelief. As these words fell, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The Wang family of Zhengzhou was renowned for its power. With 3 thrones, its influence was indeed celestial. Dare the Wang family openly act against the sacred land of swordsmanship? Are you not afraid of inciting widespread wrath? Mu Zili, suppressing his shock, questioned sternly. Wang Tang's lips curled into a cold smile as his gaze swept over every sword cultivator present, a mixture of disdain and pity evident in his eyes. "Widespread wrath, under the seal of immortals formation you are but fish in a barrel, incapable of stirring any tempest." The Wang family acts without regard for others' opinions. With a flick of his sleeve, the energy fluctuations from the 9 banners intensified, the brilliance of the energy shield becoming dazzling, as if even heaven and earth would change in response. The sword cultivators within Tianshan felt an indescribable pressure surge from all directions, many collapsing to their knees, unable to withstand such overwhelming force. Mu Zili, if you know what is good for you, hand over the young emperor behind you, and I may spare your lives. Otherwise, today shall mark the end of the swordsmanship. Wang Tang's voice echoed in every ear, carrying an undeniable authority. Hearing this, Mu Zili's face turned pale, yet his eyes sparkled with determination. That he understood the significance of young Emperor Su Tianjiao, straightening his posture. He declared loudly, "Sword cultivators will never yield to death. You desire the young emperor, only over my dead body. What a commendable spirit of defiance." Wang Tang sneered. "Very well, let me see if your so-called will of swordsmanship can withstand the erosion of the seal of immortals formation." With that, he formed seals with his hands, and even more powerful force surging from within him, harmonizing with the seal of immortals formation. The entire Tianshan mountain seemed enveloped by this force, sinking into a state of silence and despair. However, just as life and death hung in the balance, a clear, melodious sword cry suddenly pierced the heavens, resonating in the ears of all present, followed by a brilliant sword light streaking across the night sky like a meteor, hurtling towards Wang Tang. Chapter 32. Taoist Changsheng, 9 steps to ascend. Who? A formidable barrier of energy manifested before Wang Tang, intending to block the oncoming sword light, yet the seemingly impenetrable barrier crumbled like tofu, effortlessly sliced apart. A long sword embedded itself in Wang Tang's chest. The wielder was none other than Tai Lub. "Father!" Wang Chen exclaimed in shock, rushing forward to save Wang Tang, only to be repelled repeatedly by the aura released by Wang Tang. Shen'er, flee quickly, we have been deceived. Wang Teng disregarded everything, hurling an object towards Wang Chen. The item struck Wang Chen, causing him to vanish from sight. Spatial talisman, your Wang family truly is of the outer realm. Tyler remarked, narrowing his eyes, his voice cold. Who are you? I recognize most of the 9 steps to ascend, yet I have never encountered you. Wang Teng's gaze fixated on Tai Lu, as if attempting to see through him. Although he could not decipher Tai Li's cultivation level, within this Seal of Immortals formation, only those at the 9th step to ascend could remain unaffected. The ignorant frog at the bottom of the well. Do you truly believe that the Shenhuang realm consists solely of those superficial thrones? Upon hearing this, Tai Lu could not help but laugh. He transformed before their eyes into a young Taoist priest. Gu Changsheng, the name of the young Taoist, the Taoist of Taiwu Mountain. You see, the Shenhuang realm is not solely inhabited by my Wang family as outsiders. Numerous parties have their sights set on that ultimate treasure. Ladies and gentlemen, the young Emperor Su Tianzhou is right here. If we do not act now, we shall find no further opportunities. Wang Teng shouted with all his might towards the heavens. His breath gradually faded. Yet his words caused Gu Changsheng to furrow his brow. With Wang Teng's demise, the Seal of Heaven formation lost its anchor. Everyone discovered that the spiritual power within them had remarkably replenished. Humph, that useless Wang Teng was actually killed within the Seal of Immortals. A voice echoed from the sky. 9 figures retracted their golden banners, their gazes fixed upon the Tian Mountain. You ragged beings from another realm. Gu Changsheng, upon witnessing this, felt no fear. The aura of the 9 steps to ascension erupted from within him. Even when facing 9 ordinary thrones, he was confident in his ability to slay them. Ordinary thrones are merely those below the 9 steps to ascension. They are insignificant in his presence. I didn't expect it to be you. You're still alive. One among the 9 gazed at Gu Changsheng, his voice trembling. Oh, you know this young Taoist? Another throne beside him inquired. It is said that the old celestial master had a junior brother whose talent rivaled that of the old master. However, 300 years ago, when the 10,000 demon mountain trembled and great demons emerged, he accompanied the master to slay the demons, presumably perished within. The man spoke with a hint of doubt. That beast nearly killed me back then. Were it not for the sword Emperor GZ, I might have truly perished. Gu Changsheng turned his gaze towards Su Tianzhou, who stood behind Mu Zili. A gentle smile gracing his face. Young Taoist, I did not expect you to be this formidable. At this moment, Su Tianzhou had finally regained his composure from the shock. He had long known that Tai Lu was Gu Changsheng. Yet, he did not anticipate that the young Taoist who had climbed the ascension ladder with him at Taiwu Mountain possessed such a grand background. It seems that his master had once saved him. By the way, ISNT is master. I apologize, due to my senior brother's instructions, I was unable to reveal the truth to you, Gu Changsheng said apologetically to Su Tianzhou. He then addressed the assembled sword cultivators on Tian Mountain. You must leave swiftly. The battle that lies ahead is beyond your capacity to endure. Upon hearing this, numerous sword cultivators took to the skies on their swords. However, the 9 figures in the sky did not intervene. For their sole objective was Su Tianzhou. You lot, it seems you shall not leave Tian Mountain today. Just a moment ago, Gu Changsheng's face was filled with gentleness, yet the next moment, it was replaced by a fierce killing intent. Su Tianzhou thought to himself, this young Taoist turns hostile quicker than one can turn a page. We are certainly no match for you. But do you truly believe that my realm's young emperor would come with so few? One among the 9 remarked. As soon as his words fell, the heavens suddenly darkened, ominous clouds gathered, as if 1,000 troops were galloping down from the clouds, thunder roaring, and shaking the peak of Tian Mountain. An oppressive aura enveloped the air, surpassing the ordinary ascended realms and approaching the 9 steps to ascension. I shall see just how many spies this Shenhuang world conceals, Gu Changsheng sneered, unleashing the full force of his 9 steps to ascension aura. Enveloping the entire Tian Mountain in a golden radiance, a manifestation of his internal cultivation reaching its zenith, imbued with supreme majesty and power. Yet, amid those ominous clouds, several figures gradually materialized, clad in black robes. Their faces obscured by hoods, they radiated an eerie yet powerful aura, clearly indicating their formidable prowess. The appearance of these powerful beings caused all present to involuntarily gasp in shock. Even a powerhouse like Mu Zili felt an unprecedented pressure. 2 at the 9 steps to ascension, and 3 at the 8 steps. It appears you are genuinely invested in the young emperor's cause. Gu Changsheng's gaze sharpened as he surveyed the newly emerged black-robed figures. His tone laced with both disdain and gravity. Gu Changsheng, though you are strong, today you shall find it difficult to escape death. The leader among the black-robed figures spoke in a hoarse voice, as if it emanated from the depths of the abyss, slowly raising his hand to reveal a dark vortex forming within his palm. Clearly, he harbored murderous intent. let me see if you truly possess the ability to contend with me. Gu Changxing's form surged forth, transforming into a streak of golden light that shot skyward, facing off against the black-robed Man. That instant atop Tian Mountain, golden light and black mist intertwined, causing the heavens to shatter and the sun and moon to dim. The battle between Gu Changxing and the black-robed man transcended the comprehension of mortals. Each strike was capable of shaking the heavens and altering the very fabric of reality. You lot, swiftly kill the young emperor. The remaining black-robed figures coldly instructed the 9 thrones. They yearned to take action themselves, for whoever slayed the young emperor would achieve great merit, yet the prophecy of the Tianji Pavilion loomed like a sword over their heads. Otherwise, they would not have allowed the Wang family, which had been concealed within the Shenhuang for millennia, to take the lead. Understood. The 9 complied immediately, stepping into the void as they advanced towards Su Tianzhao. 2 of you, please hold off those 9. I shall protect the young emperor. Mu Zili turned to Feng Zihua and Luo Xinshui, speaking solemnly. Upon hearing this, the 2 nodded in response. There was no need to elaborate on Luo Xinshui, for she was already the young emperor's master. Feng Zihua was no exception. It was clear from Gu Changxing's transformation into Tai Lu that he had some agreement with the old celestial master. The 2 soared into the sky. The sword immortal and the sword god joined forces to battle the 9 thrones. In an instant, the skies were filled with intertwining sword energies, the brilliance of swords woven together. Each beam of sword light containing enough terrifying power to rend the very fabric of the void. Feng Zihua and Luo Xinshui, both peak sword cultivators, flanked either side, resembling divine protectors of the heavens, ensnaring the 9 thrones firmly within their web of swords. As Feng Zihua wielded his long sword, it seemed to resonate with the roar of dragons and tigers. The sword light twisted the space around it. Meanwhile, Luo Xinshui appeared more gentle. She elegantly waved her long sword, each precise strike effectively disrupting the enemy's assault while retaining enough margin to prevent the battle from escalating too soon. The second black-robed elder in the sky frowned upon witnessing this. He had originally thought that with the 9 thrones attacking together, victory would be easily attained, yet he never anticipated that the 2 sword cultivators would prove so resilient, realizing that they could not afford to delay further. Especially since that figure could not be detained by the old celestial master for long. You will descend with me. I shall kill that sword god, while you handle the young emperor, he instructed one of the black-robed figures at the 9 steps to ascension. The person visibly trembled, clearly reluctant to comply. If you refuse, I shall end you right now. A menacing aura emanated from his palm, instilling dread in the other. I shall obey. Though filled with reluctance, the prediction of the Tianji Pavilion frightened him. However, he was even more afraid of the figure before him, for he had people he cared about. The 2 figures swiftly advanced, arriving mere distance from Mu Zili, at the 8 steps to ascension. With 22 levels of water sword intent, you're quite impressive. Hand over the young emperor, and I shall spare your life. The black-robed elder surveyed Mu Zili, his gaze betraying a hint of admiration. The young emperor once saved my Shenhuang from peril. To harm him would mean my death. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the black-robed man, Mu Zili's expression shifted, yet he showed no fear. A powerful torrent of water sword intent surged forth from the sword in his hand, transforming into a vast ocean intent on engulfing the individual before him. Overreaching, the black-robed man shook his head, directing a palm strike towards Mu Zili. The wind from the strike was fierce, carrying with it a destructive force. In an instant, it tore through the ocean of water that Mu Zili had conjured, reducing all obstacles to nothingness as if swept away by a tempest. Yet, at that critical moment, an even more terrifying sword intent suddenly manifested, completely extinguishing the elder's palm wind. At that moment, the black-robed elder was utterly astonished. It was a shock not only at this sword intent but also at the person before him. The one who drew the sword was none other than Li Taibai. Chapter 33, The Affectionate Swordsman. The peach blossom sword god Li Taibai held no sword in his hand. His sword had long been taken by Wang Chen, yet, at this moment, it mattered not whether he wielded a sword or not. His 3,000 strands of hair had transformed into white, a snowy white, disheveled and cascading over his shoulders. It added a touch of celestial grace. Are you surprised? Li Taibai's voice carried a tinge of indifference. Indeed, it is quite surprising. Your deep affection for Qin Shimeng should have led to your demise at the hands of the tears of severed affection. The black-robed elder's voice was hoarse, as if he deliberately altered his original tone. Speaking of which, I must thank you for the tears of severed affection, for without them, how could I have stepped into this 9th step? Li Taibai gazed skyward, where 2 streaks of light collided continuously. The might of heaven and earth permeated the air, causing those of lower cultivation to tremble involuntarily. For instance, Su Tianzhou, along with Feng Zhishui and Luo Qingcheng. As for Wanqiu, she had long been taken away by Mu Zili. You have severed your emotions? No, your aura does not resemble that of one who has severed emotions, the black-robed elder spoke gravely. Have you heard of the affectionate sword path and the unfeeling sword? A woman spoke up. The black-robed elder turned towards the voice, his pupils narrowing in shock. Lu Qingxue, she too was unharmed. The affectionate sword path and the unfeeling sword. Upon hearing this, the black-robed elder's eyes suddenly gleamed as he murmured to himself. So you have comprehended that old fellow's affectionate sword path. It appears that my initial assumption was correct. You are indeed my esteemed senior brother, Gusubai. In Li Taibai's eyes, there flickered a chilling intent to kill. You have deceived me. The elder in the black robe was taken aback, staring fiercely at Li Taibai, his eyes ablaze with fury. Although you concealed your true self adeptly from the moment you appeared, I sensed your sword intent was strikingly familiar. This ruthless sword intent, apart from our master, is something only you and I possess. The murderous aura surrounding Li Taibai intensified as he cast a cold gaze upon the elder in black. Continuing, you treacherous disciple who betrays your master and ancestors, I never expected you to become a dog for foreign powers. Ha! The elder in black laughed heartily before retorting, that old man, you've reminded me of him. I had almost forgotten. He taught me the ruthless sword path yet blames me for being heartless. Tell me, where in the world is there such reasoning? You are gravely mistaken, and your error is egregious. The ruthless sword path our master cultivated is not meant to render one heartless and ungrateful. Otherwise, how could he have earned the title of the affectionate sword immortal? Li Taibai exclaimed in anger. Humph, words are futile. I shall see whether your so-called ruthless sword of the sentimental one is superior or mine, the sword of the heartless. Upon finishing his words, the elder in black discarded his pretense. His aura surged, and the black robe billowed wildly, revealing his true form. Gusubai was no mere elder, he manifested as a strikingly handsome young man. However, his beauty was of an uncanny allure, while Li Taibai embodied the grace of a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Let us ascend to the heavens and duel. Upon witnessing this, Li Taibai's murderous intent deepened. What, afraid that in our clash, I might inadvertently slay this young one? Gusubai pointed at Su Tianzhou, his voice devoid of any emotion. Yet he added, the more you insist, the less I shall grant your wish. It would be better if he perished. With that, a sword materialized in Gusubai's hand, a blade brimming with murderous energy. Taibai, rest assured to engage him in battle. I will ensure your safety here. Just as Li Taibai was at a loss, a voice resonated, revealing a refined elder riding a donkey approaching from afar. In the blink of an eye, the man and his donkey arrived before the crowd. Confucian master, did you not head south? Gusubai exclaimed in surprise. Are you aware of the Taoist arts of strange methods and celestial spells? The Confucian master replied nonchalantly as he gracefully dismounted from the donkey. The donkey, upon seeing Su Tianzhou, displayed a glimmer of joy in its eyes. Nuzzling against her affectionately good donkey, Su Tianzhou stroked the donkey's head. And in that moment, her previously anxious heart finally found solace. She turned to the Confucian master and said, if you had delayed any longer, I would have been lost. It seems all of this has been part of your scheme. Surely, the old celestial master must have devised a countermeasure as well. Gusubai spoke coldly, you need not concern yourself with that. The Confucian master calmly regarded him before turning to Li Taibai, saying, Taibai, send him on his way. Gusubai fell silent. With the Confucian master protecting Su Tianzhou, he could only proceed with caution. Thus, he pointed his sword at Li Taibai. However, Li Taibai merely smiled serenely. A smile that bore both the release of past grievances and a steadfast resolve for the future. You are mistaken, Gusubai. Today's battle is not for personal grudges, nor for selfish desires. My proposal for a celestial duel is to prevent innocents from being embroiled in this conflict. The enmity between us should be resolved by ourselves. With that, Li Taibai's figure soared, akin to a great rock spreading its wings, instantly breaking through the clouds and ascending to the heavens. Gusubai coldly snorted and followed closely behind. The two figures traced brilliant arcs in the sky, eliciting gasps of awe from those below. In the celestial realm, the clouds roiled, thunder rumbled, and lightning flashed, as if even the heavens trembled at this ultimate confrontation between brothers. Li Taibai wielded an ethereal sword, forged from his own cultivation. The sword's light flowed like water, gentle yet resilient, contrasting sharply with the tangible, bloodthirsty blade in Gusubai's hand. The sword moves with the heart. Emotions arise from the heart. Sentimentality does not equate to indulgence, nor does ruthlessness equate to a lack of compassion. Gusubai, although you have mastered the ruthless sword path, you have yet to grasp its true essence, ultimately straying onto a misguided path. Li Taibai's voice echoed across the heavens, imbued with an undeniable authority. Gusubai chuckled coldly, the tip of his sword trembling slightly, his murderous intent intensifying. Enough of your prattle. Let us see the truth of our skills in action. With that, he surged forward, the sword light resembling a dragon, lunging directly at Li Taibai. Li Taibai's form flowed gracefully, his sword light like water. As the two wove an intricate tapestry of dazzling displays in midair, the battle grew increasingly fierce, sword light and sword energy intertwining, the sounds of thunderous clashes ringing incessantly. Meanwhile, opposite the Confucian master stood the black-robed figure who had descended alongside Gusu Bai. Now trembling uncontrollably, another seated figure at the ninth step towards the heavens. This world of Shenhuang, is it not supposed to be a place where the origins of heaven and earth are damaged, making cultivation increasingly arduous? How is it that within such a brief span, three figures at the ninth step have emerged? His inner questions went unanswered as he spat blood. He looked down at his chest, where a wound had pierced through his life force, gradually waning. The Confucian master's hand, pure and flawless, bore no resemblance to that of an elderly person's. He slowly withdrew his right hand, calm and unperturbed. Can you teach me that technique? Su Tianjiao, who had been standing behind the Confucian master, had observed his every move. This technique, you cannot learn, at least not at this moment. The Confucian master shook his head, then gazed skyward. The four figures at the ninth step were engaged in battle above. By the way, where is my master? Having not seen Qin Shiming for quite some time, Su Tianjiao couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. That girl has long since slain that physical cultivator, yet some matters still require her attention. The Confucian master smiled slightly, watching the nine thrones battling against Feng Zihua and the goddess of Luo. Yet he refrained from intervening. It seemed he was waiting for something. Are you waiting for those two above to finish? Su Tianjiao inquired curiously. Although the ninth step figures are still thrones, they have transcended beyond the others significantly. Such cultivators are exceedingly difficult to defeat, let alone to kill. The Confucian master patted Su Tianjiao's shoulder, speaking earnestly. What I await are those lurking in the shadows, eager to make their move. The Confucian master continued. Does this old fellow know of our existence? A middle-aged man spoke. Though separated by thousands of meters, his gaze seemed to pierce through the distance, observing everything atop Tianshan Mountain with clarity. And so what if he knows? Three figures at the ninth step have already made their way to Taiwu Mountain. Even if the old celestial master has extraordinary martial prowess, he will likely be unable to extricate himself in a short time. Later, you and I shall intercept this Confucian master, and the rest will focus on eliminating the young emperor. As the other spoke, dozens of figures suddenly soared into the sky. Simultaneously, powerful cultivators across the Shenhuang world seemed to have received a command, all converging towards Tianshan Mountain. Have they finally decided to act? The Confucian master looked up at the sky, his gaze profound. In his hand, he gently crushed a talisman. Chapter 34, The Celestial Master Descends. Mountains and rivers in turmoil. Taiwu Mountain, shrouded in mist, resembled a fairyland, yet at a certain moment a fierce wind arose, scattering the fog. Outside the mountain gate, three figures materialized. They gazed towards the peak of Taiwu Mountain, where an elder stood, the old celestial master of Taiwu Mountain, the legendary foremost martial artist of the Shenhuang world. A hint of solemnity flickered in the eyes of the three, yet they remained undaunted. The three brothers of the Wu family, united, could contend with those of the half-step to the heavens. The old celestial master stood at the mountain's peak, allowing the fierce winds to buffet him. With a crackling sound, he spoke as if using himself as bait. Young emperor, for the greater good. After a long silence, he uttered this one sentence. In his hand, a sword materialized, the Taiwu sword, the sword of all the celestial masters of Taiwu Mountain throughout history. For countless ages, this sword has tasted the blood of innumerable beings, but it has also remained dormant for many years. Since the great calamity of heaven and earth concluded, this sword has been enshrined within the Taiwu Hall. Now, in the hands of the old celestial master, it shall surely drink blood today. The old celestial master moved. He stepped forth, as if traversing the vastness of space in an instant, descending the stone steps with incredible speed. The old fellow has made his move. The three outside the mountain gate immediately took their stances. Today, Taiwu Mountain shall cease to exist. One among the three declared. This was not mere bravado, they genuinely possessed the confidence to back it up. The triad of brothers, united, could combat those at the half-step to the heavens. Even if they could not slay him, the aftershocks of their battle could flatten Taiwu Mountain. Esteem 3. Taiwu is a sacred site for cultivation. Bloodshed is ill-advised, so please depart swiftly. The old celestial master offered the three a word of caution, yet the three disregarded his warning entirely. They attacked. A beam of sword light burst forth like the stars above the nine heavens. A palm strike, akin to a world-destroying tempest, a flash of blade light reminiscent of the river of the underworld, all surged towards the old celestial master. The old celestial master remained unfazed. He stepped forth. A terrifying aura enough to shake the very heavens and earth emerged. The sword light, palm strike, and blade light suddenly vanished at that moment. What? This is the realm of ascending to the heavens, the true realm of ascending to the heavens. The faces of the three turned ashen. Had they known the old celestial master had reached this stage, they would not have accepted this task even if given 10 times the courage. Half step versus full step, a mere syllable apart, yet the genuine disparity was akin to comparing a ferocious tiger to a hunting dog. The Taiwu sword, seemingly light as a feather, sliced effortlessly through the three. Yet this seemingly weightless strike claimed their lives. Alas, sighing, the old celestial master lifted the Taiwu sword. With a single step, he traversed 1,000 miles. Mountains and rivers flowed beneath him like fleeting light. Mengko, today you shall not protect Su Tianzhao. Above Tianshan, a dozen figures clad in black robes surrounded the Confucian master and his companions. At the forefront stood a figure of immense stature. A commanding presence that evoked the majesty of a throne ascended through 9 steps to the heavens. Mengko, the revered name of the Confucian leader, echoed through the ages, a name that had long been silenced by fear. Even he had almost forgotten it, yet today, it was uttered with contempt by a band of scurrilous miscreants hiding in the shadows. You foreign lackeys, had it not been for the young emperor's song of reincarnation years ago. Would you dare to stand here and utter such brazen words? The voice of the Confucian leader resonated like a thunderclap, reverberating across the Tianshan mountains. Humph, it was the denizens of the divine netherworld who invaded our Shenhuang realm. And he saved us. We owe him our gratitude, but now these foreign lords seek nothing less than his life. To sacrifice him for the salvation of countless souls in the Shenhuang realm would indeed be a merit of sorts. One individual stepped forward, exuding arrogance. Shameless, do you not know that the young emperor is the guardian of our Shenhuang? If he perishes, will those foreign rogues spare our realm? If your ancestors could witness your disgraceful actions, they would surely find no peace in the depths of the underworld. Upon hearing this, the Confucian leader's face darkened with fury, and he advanced a step, his righteous aura surging skyward. Mengko, the forces aligned against you this time are far more formidable than those of the divine netherworld. I advise you not to deceive yourself. A voice among the crowd spoke coldly. There is no need for further words. Let us strike. The leader of the group, growing impatient, took immediate action, prompting those behind him to join the fray. In an instant, blades and swords illuminated the entire Tianshan mountains as dozens of powerful attacks surged towards the Confucian leader and his companions. Righteous aura, seal of the mountains and rivers. Suddenly, a bronze ancient seal materialized in the Confucian leader's hand. With a roar fueled by indignation, the seal expanded at an astonishing rate, ultimately transforming into an ancient stamp the size of a small mountain, hovering above the heads of the Confucian leader and his companions. Waves of righteous aura emanated from the seal, forming a colossal energy barrier that enveloped them. The multitude of attacks crashed against this barrier, creating ripples that echoed through the air, though the sound was thunderous. The energy barrier remained steadfast as a rock. Recognition dawned upon some. The ancient seal was the famed seal of the mountains and rivers, a legendary artifact once wielded by an emperor, though it had been held long ago. Its power was now manifesting, leaving the gathered strongmen astounded. Everyone, focus your attacks on a single point. I refuse to believe we cannot breach the seal of the mountains and rivers. With that proclamation, several attacks converged into a massive beam of energy, hurtling towards a specific point on the barrier. The collision between the energy beam and the barrier produced a cataclysmic roar. How could it be? A staggering strike amalgamating the strength of several ordinary thrones and a formidable being of the 9 steps to the heavens could not even shake the seal. Damn it, the leader growled in a low voice. In his hand, a long spear materialized, seemingly forged from divine metal. At its tip, a terrifying aura manifested, an embodiment of destruction, as if it could pierce through space itself. You are the spear immortal Mulong. The Confucian leader recognized the long spear, the dragon's roar spear, renowned throughout the Shenhuang realm, a fame attributed to the spear immortal Mulong himself. Mengko, now that you know my identity, prepare to meet your death. Mulong thrust forward with the spear, accompanied by a resounding roar of a dragon. A cataclysmic energy surged towards the seal of the mountains and rivers. Humph, a noble spear immortal, yet you willingly serve as a lackey of the foreign realm. With a cold smile, the Confucian leader Mengko's eyes flickered with resolve and determination. He formed seals with his hands, and the righteous energy within him surged, merging with the ancient seal above. Unleashing an even greater force, heaven and earth possess righteous energy, forming myriad shapes. Below are the rivers and mountains, above are the sun and stars. Mengko softly intoned ancient verses, his voice gentle yet imbued with a power that resonated through the hearts of all who heard. As his words fell, the once misty righteous aura atop the seal of the mountains and rivers became brilliantly luminous, transforming into countless streams of light that coalesced into intricate runes on the surface of the energy barrier. These runes seemed to possess life, swirling slowly across the barrier, enhancing its defensive prowess. As the two forces collided, the resulting sound intensified. Mu Long thrust the spear again and again, unleashing a relentless barrage of destructive energy upon the barrier. Crack! With a crisp sound, cracks began to spiderweb across the energy barrier of the seal of the mountains and rivers. Ultimately, at a certain moment, it shattered with a resounding explosion. The Confucian leader's face turned as pale as paper. In the skies, Gu Changsheng and Li Taibai, embroiled in their own battles, turned their attention to the thunderous noise, their expressions darkening ominously. Jiu Changsheng, while we fight, how dare you let your guard down, taking advantage of Gu Changsheng's moment of distraction. The black-robed man struck him from behind with a palm, an eerie energy rampaged through his body. What? Gu Changsheng spat out a mouthful of blood, his face paling, yet, disregarding his injuries, he hurriedly flew towards the Confucian leader. Li Taibai's situation was equally dire. Having initially held the upper hand, he was suddenly wounded by a sword strike from Gusubai due to his momentary lapse. With a swift counterattack, Li Taibai unleashed a powerful sword intent that sent Gusubai staggering back thousands of meters. He transformed into a streak of light, also racing towards the Confucian leader. Upon witnessing the destruction of the seal of the mountains and rivers, Mulong's face lit up with delight. He thrust his spear once more. Seeing this, the Confucian leader quickly channeled his spiritual energy to block the impending strike. But in his current state, severely injured, he might not withstand this devastating blow. Just at that critical moment, two sword intents suddenly appeared. Intercepting the lethal attack, it was none other than Gu Changsheng and Li Taibai. Are you both alright? The Confucian leader's concern deepened as he observed their pale faces. For now, we are not dead. But I never expected so many traitors to emerge from our Shenhuang realm. Gu Changsheng's expression darkened ominously, for above in the heavens, dozens of figures were approaching at high speed, each one a throne of the 9 steps to the heavens. How laughable! During the great calamity, we saw none of these thrones come to save us, yet now they swarm to slay the savior. Li Taibai cast a cold glance at the approaching thrones. Mengke, I warned you, Su Tianjiao cannot be protected. Beside Mulong, Gusubai and the black-robed man emerged. As more and more thrones arrived, Luo Xinshui and Feng Zihua were compelled to retreat. By the Confucian leader's side stood Gu Changsheng to the left and Li Taibai to the right. Behind them, Luo Xinshui, Lu Qingxue, Muzili, and Feng Zihua encircled Su Tianjiu and Feng Jishui for protection. Before them stood 3 formidable beings of the 9 steps to the heavens and dozens of ordinary thrones. Such an array was sufficient to overturn any force. Mengko, your obstinacy suggests you are waiting for that old celestial master, are you not? The black-robed man stepped forward, his voice laced with an eerie undertone. What of it? The Confucian leader boldly acknowledged. The black-robed man laughed, as if recalling something that brought him joy. Once his laughter subsided, he continued, under the Earth Emperor's command, there are 3 great guardians, each at the 9 steps to the heavens. These 3 are blood brothers, and the Earth Emperor has bestowed upon them the 3 Suns United formation. United, they can contend with those half a step to the heavens. Meanwhile, that old celestial master has already been detained by the 3 guardians. You will not see him. At these words, the already pale face of the Confucian leader drained of color. The Earth Emperor he had heard of, one of the 3 sovereigns of the 3 sovereign realm. With strength already at 3 steps to the heavens, his heart trembled, yet he maintained a facade of calm. I never anticipated you to be from the 3 sovereign realm, since you are aware of my realm. Why not surrender the young emperor behind you? I can guarantee that under the Earth Emperor's banner, the Shenhuang realm will no longer be troubled, otherwise the Shenhuang will descend into chaos. The black-robed man's voice carried a hint of menace. That artifact is a means to suppress the 4 fiends of our Shenhuang. Should it leave the Shenhuang, the fiends will emerge, and not just our realm but many neighboring worlds will be affected. The Confucian leader's anger flared further. Killing the young emperor will naturally summon that treasure. At that time, those above the mountain-moving realm in Shenhuang can accompany us to the 3 sovereign realm. As for the Shenhuang world, my Earth Emperor and the Celestial Emperor will seal it with transcendent means, and the 4 fiends will never escape. The black-robed man's voice was devoid of emotion. And what of the others? Are they to await their doom? A chill ran through the Confucian leader as he coldly inquired. A mere swarm of ants. Why concern ourselves with them? The black-robed man responded with indifference. Upon hearing this, the Confucian leader's gaze turned frigid, his righteous aura surging forth, as if even the dust in the air was awed by his presence. His voice thundered across the Tian Shan. You are mistaken. Every life in the Shenhuang realm possesses its own value and significance, not something you can dismiss as mere ants. The teachings of my Confucian school emphasize benevolence and compassion. How can we disregard the lives of billions for the sake of personal gain? The black-robed man, witnessing this, curled his lips into a cold smile, seemingly unimpressed by the Confucian leader's resolve and antiquated rhetoric. The law of the jungle prevails. This is the way of heaven, if you refuse to surrender the young emperor. Then we shall let strength speak. No sooner had he spoken than Gusubai Mulong and dozens of thrones behind the black-robed man began to stir restlessly. Do you truly wish to ally with this foreign being? Gu Changsheng stepped forward, positioning himself protectively before the Confucian leader, addressing the throng of thrones behind the black-robed man. The Shenhuang realm is a land sealed against the four fiends, a millennium ago. The seal left by that great one was nearly broken, or else we would not have endured the great calamity, nor would the denizens of the divine netherworld have dared to enter our Shenhuang. Though the young emperor intervened to save us once, how many more times can he do so? Why have we persevered in our cultivation if not to live a little longer, indeed, within the realm of Shenhuang? We are beset by the four calamities, while formidable entities from beyond covet our land. Under this dual threat of internal strife and external peril, our destruction is but a matter of time. We are merely seeking a path to survival for the future. Upon hearing these words, Gu Changsheng's countenance darkened ominously. He exclaimed with fervor, "Beyond the realm of Shenhuang, there exists the sword intent left by a certain lord to guard us. Within our realm, the young emperor stands. If we allow him the time to grow, in less than a millennium, he shall resolve these four calamities. What is there to fear, Gu Changsheng? You may yet be unaware that the Earth Sovereign has already deciphered the first layer of the Void Tower. It will not be long before the sword intent left behind can no longer withstand the onslaught of those powerful beings from the outside," Mulong retorted coldly, brandishing his long spear. What? Gu Changsheng's expression turned ashen in an instant. He could scarcely fathom that such news would strike with such force. Throughout endless ages, there have been those from other realms who have entered Shenhuang. Yet they were all below the realm of Tianjiao. Those above Tianjiao who dared to enter the Shenhuang realm were ruthlessly obliterated by the sword intent left by that lord 1800 years ago. The divine underworld invaded Shenhuang, yet their mightiest was merely a half-step into Tianjiao. Moreover, that emperor's star only broke through after arriving in the Shenhuang world. Hence, that lord resorted to the hand of Su Tianjiao to extract the essence of the world from Shenhuang. For later arrivals to achieve Tianjiao in the Shenhuang realm is akin to ascending to the heavens. However, if the Earth Sovereign can command the Void Tower, there exists a genuine possibility of breaching the sword intent's blockade. For the Void Tower is indeed the possession of that lord. With this thought, a wave of helplessness surged within Gu Changsheng's heart. Changsheng, have faith in that lord. Since he has chosen Tianjiao, it is clear he believes in her ability to turn the tide. The scholar gently patted Gu Changsheng's shoulder. Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng regained his confidence and nodded in acknowledgement. He raised his sword towards the heavens, addressing the assemblage of thrones with gritted teeth. "You shall all pay for the deeds you commit today." "Humph, how audacious!" The figure cloaked in black turned to a throne and coldly commanded, "You go and kill him. The rest shall be left to us." In that instant, countless terrifying presences enveloped the scholars and their companions. The battle was on the brink of eruption. What is that? At this critical juncture, with a sudden gasp, a colossal scroll descended from the sky. The heavens shifted and transformed. The previously overcast sky was torn asunder by a peculiar radiance. An unprecedentedly immense scroll unfurled slowly, spanning the void, obscuring the sun and casting the entire battlefield in a mysterious glow. Upon this scroll were magnificent landscapes, shrouded in clouds and mist, as if it formed a realm of its own. Transcending the boundaries of time and space, intertwining the ancient with the future, the illusory with the tangible. Even more astonishing was the inexhaustible power seemingly contained within the scroll. Every stroke, every line, resonated with the force to alter the heavens and shift the earth, invoking a symphony of resonance and tremors throughout the world. At last, it has arrived. The scholar gazed upwards in awe, a flicker of astonishment and hope illuminating his eyes. The Taiji diagram, the figure cloaked in black, upon witnessing this, exhibited a slight change in expression. He had not anticipated the Wu brothers would fail. The thrones beside him exchanged glances, a sense of inexplicable fear and unease swelling within them. "Humph, what can a mere scroll do to me?" The black-cloaked figure feigned calm, yet his voice betrayed a hint of panic. "Advance, swiftly slay the young emperor to prevent any prolonged troubles." However, as the scroll fully unfurled, an indescribable pressure surged forth from within, sweeping across the battlefield like a tidal wave. Those thrones who had been poised to act found it increasingly arduous to move, let alone launch an attack. What tremendous power is this? The Gusubai felt this overwhelming pressure, his heart filled with astonishment. Just then, the scroll erupted in radiant light, and a figure gradually emerged, clad in an ancient Dao robe and wielding a long sword. This figure exuded an aura of extraordinary transcendence, none other than the venerable Grand Master of Taiwu Mountain. Salutations, Grand Master. The scholars were overcome with excitement, promptly bowing in respect. The Grand Master offered a gentle smile. Surveying the battlefield before finally resting his gaze upon the figure cloaked in black, calmly he remarked, "How audacious of one under the Earth Sovereign to intrude upon my realm of Xinhuang with ulterior motives. Truly you possess great audacity." One step into Tianjiao, the black-cloaked figure's face turned ashen. He had not anticipated that the foremost figure in the Xinhuang realm had not merely taken a half-step forward, but had indeed advanced a full step. Mustering his courage, he replied, "Grand Master, I stand in the presence of the Earth Sovereign. Those who dare to meddle in Xinhuang shall be dealt with, no matter the distance." "What of the Earth Sovereign? He shall be slain in due time," the Grand Master scoffed, dismissing the black-cloaked figure with a wave of his Taiwu sword. A sword light, powerful enough to eclipse the heavens, erupted forth. The black-cloaked figure was taken aback, hastily employing his powers to defend himself, yet, before such absolute force, all his efforts appeared futile. With a soft hiss, the head of the black-cloaked figure was sent soaring. At this moment, Mulong's teeth chattered in trepidation. "You, who are a Xinhuang yet willingly serve as hounds of foreign realms, must not be allowed to remain." The Grand Master turned his gaze towards Mulong and Gusubai. Gusubai's face drained of color, likely from fear. Though he practiced the path of detachment, he too feared death. Alas, the Grand Master sighed in the terrified gazes of Gusubai and Mulong. The Taiwu sword was gently swung, and their heads fell to the ground. "Grand Master, spare us." With the heads of the three fallen, the remaining thrones were utterly terrified, hastily discarding their weapons and pleading for mercy. The Grand Master's gaze swept across the assembly of thrones, his expression darkened ominously. These individuals were indeed of the Xinhuang realm. Once the pinnacle of strength meant to safeguard Xinhuang, they had now become despised traitors. He turned to Su Tianjiao and inquired, "Young Emperor, how shall we deal with these ants?" Chapter 36, Carefree and unfettered, enlightened by heaven's jealousy. Upon hearing this, Su Tianjiao stepped forward, his gaze traversed the assembly of thrones before he finally spoke. "Who among you can reveal the identity of the one who exterminated my Su family? Speak, and you shall live." As he finished, the thrones exchanged glances, silence falling over them for a long while. Su Tianjiao appeared somewhat impatient. He turned to the Grand Master, coldly stating, "I implore you, Grand Master, to take action and eliminate them." "At your command." The Grand Master bowed respectfully to Su Tianjiao, then turned his gaze upon the assembly of thrones, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. He raised the Taiwu sword. "Stop!" At that moment, an urgent voice rang out. A female throne, trembling in fear, declared, "I know who annihilated your Su family." Upon hearing this, Su Tianjiao raised his hand, signaling the Grand Master to halt, his eyes fixed on the female throne, his voice trembling slightly. He said, "Tell me, and I shall grant you your freedom, provided you speak the truth." "I swear by the heavenly Tao that what I speak is the truth. It was the Wang family of Zhengzhou who exterminated your entire clan." "But the orders came from the heavenly palace," the female throne hastily explained. "What is?" Su Tianjiao's heart trembled violently, filled with profound regret. The very family responsible for the massacre of his kin was the Wang family. The same one that had been present here not long ago. The one who was pierced by Gu Changxing's sword. Wang Tang was the head of the Wang family, and the phony Mu Sheng he had battled was none other than Wang Chen, the young master of the Wang family, and the heavenly palace. At this moment, Su Tianjiao was torn between joy and sorrow. After a long and arduous search for vengeance, he finally uncovered the identity of his enemies. Yet, his heart could not find solace, not because his foes were too powerful, but because they still lived, and they sought to encroach upon Xinhuang, devising countless schemes to bring about his demise. "Begone!" Su Tianjiao closed his eyes, tears brimming at the corners. Hearing this, the Grand Master nodded, and without any visible movement, the female throne suddenly felt the immense power binding her dissipate. She cast a grateful glance at Su Tianjiao, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing into the horizon. Fearful of moving too slowly and of Su Tianjiao's change of heart, "You may depart," though we did not know that the Wang family was the one behind the extermination of the young emperor's family. "We are willing to eradicate them on your behalf," one throne pleaded. His words instantly resonated with the others. The assembly of thrones clung to this lifeline, fervently swearing various oaths, desperate not to be outdone. "My vengeance shall be mine alone to exact. As for you, best you be silenced." Su Tianjiao opened his eyes, a glimmer of cold indifference flickering within, an indifference reserved for traitors. "Su Tianjiao, I curse you." In an instant, a cacophony of vile insults erupted, each more scathing than the last. Such is the nature of humanity. When hope for survival dims, they wish for the demise of those who seek to slay them. Upon Tian Shan, a bloodied sword soared forth, mercilessly harvesting the lives of the thrones. Within Taiwu Mountain, 3 months had elapsed since the sword conference at Tian Shan. During these 3 months, Su Tianjiao remained within Taiwu Mountain. For he was immersed in comprehending a certain technique. Rather than a technique, it was more akin to a Tao of which he had never heard before. A young emperor. This heaven's jealousy was brought back by Sword Emperor GZ from the sealed land of the 4 calamities. For individuals have comprehended it, I have grasped the heavenly gang and earthly fiends technique from this heaven's jealousy, thus breaking through to Tianjiao, while Changsheng from heaven's jealousy has comprehended the art of longevity. Hence his rejuvenation. Shimeng has gleaned the golden core Tao, enabling the formation of 2 golden cores within. As for the scholar, he has understood the path of healing and saving lives. Each individual comprehends a different Tao from this heaven's jealousy. However, the longevity technique comprehended by Changsheng may be too defiant for others aside from himself, cannot practice it. Su Tianjiao's mind echoed with the words of the old celestial master. He gazed at the stone table before him, upon which rested a bead as dark as ink. This bead, indeed, was the Tiandu. Even the heavenly way harbors jealousy. Brother, what insight do you think this young emperor will glean from Tiandu? Within a pavilion atop the mountain, Gu Changsheng reclined sideways on a long stone bench, a blade of grass clenched between his teeth. The old celestial master sat at the stone table, holding a wooden wine gourd in his hands. He raised the gourd to his lips, took a sip of wine, and tossed a peanut into his mouth. After chewing thoughtfully, he languidly remarked, "I know not, alas, it is indeed tedious to be in the company of someone so uninteresting." Gu Changsheng straightened his posture, stretched lazily, then yawned and said, "I'm weary, it's time for a nap. You should focus on your cultivation, our time is limited." Just as Gu Changsheng took a few steps, the old celestial master's voice rang out. Gu Changsheng waved his hand dismissively, yawning as he replied, "Ever since I began practicing this longevity technique, whether I cultivate or not, it all feels the same. I might as well spend all my time sleeping. This technique of yours, I would gladly bestow a name upon it." The old celestial master seemed to have thought of something, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. "Oh, pray tell, what name has my brother chosen for my technique?" Upon hearing this, Gu Changsheng's interest was piqued, and he turned back toward the pavilion, yet the old celestial master did not even glance at him. Continuing to eat his peanuts and sip wine, only speaking when Gu Changsheng drew near. "Let us call it the carefree fish-catching technique." Carefree fish-catching technique? Gu Changsheng was taken aback at first. Then a flicker of anger crossed his face, but he soon shook his head, saying, "Brother, that name is rather inappropriate. In my opinion, it should be called the carefree and unfettered ultimate technique." Gu Changsheng was quite pleased with his own name for the technique. Turning to leave while proclaiming, "Yes, it shall be called the carefree and unfettered ultimate technique. What a pity though, apart from yourself, this technique cannot be passed on to others. It may very well be lost to time." The old celestial master downed a mouthful of strong liquor and let out a loud howl. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, muttering to himself, "I almost forgot. You are a being with endless lifespan. So perhaps this technique will not be lost after all, unless of course, you are killed by someone, then it would certainly be lost." Gu Changsheng felt a surge of anger at the old celestial master's words. Yet found himself powerless to retort. Although he possessed longevity, he could not escape the inevitability of death. Should I just hide away and develop cautiously? As these thoughts crossed his mind, Gu Changsheng felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. Su Tianjiao stared at the Tiandu on the stone table, a tumult of unprecedented emotion swirling within him. He slowly extended a hand, his fingertips lightly brushing against the cold, profound surface. It was as if he could sense the ancient mysteries contained within. "Is the power of Tiandu so formidable that even the heavenly way feels envious?" Su Tianjiao murmured, his eyes glimmering with determination and anticipation. He closed his eyes, allowing his spirit to immerse itself completely in this tranquility. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The sounds of the wind and the birds faded into the background. Only the subtle connection between Su Tianjiao and Tiandu began to establish itself slowly. As his consciousness delved deeper, obscure and incomprehensible information surged into his mind. It pertained to the essence of heaven and earth, the universe, and the fundamental mysteries of life. He could not tell how long had passed when the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds, cascading down upon Taiwu Mountain. Su Tianjiao abruptly opened his eyes, brilliance radiating from them as if he had weathered countless years of change. He rose slowly, an indescribable aura enveloping him, a manifestation of the newfound insights he had gained. "Is this the power of time?" though Su Tianzhou's voice was soft, it bore an astonishing weight. Not only could he perceive the passage of time, but he could also manipulate it to a certain extent. Just as Su Tianzhou prepared to rise and depart, he noticed that the unparalleled sword soul deep within his spiritual core was suddenly ablaze with light. Streams of grayish-white energy surged forth from the sword soul, swiftly escaping his body. Why would the primordial forces of heaven and earth be drawn into Tiandu? Su Tianzhou pondered. Stepping forward to grasp the bead, he held it in his palm, examining it closely. As the primordial forces of heaven and earth entered, the Tiandu in his hand began to emit a gentle glow. The bead, once as dark as ink, gradually transformed in color. Before long, a grayish-white bead appeared in his grasp. Then, the primordial forces of heaven and earth exited the grayish-white bead, returning once more to the sword soul within Su Tianzhou's spiritual core. For some reason, Su Tianzhou felt a faint, almost imperceptible connection to this Tiandu. Should I try dripping a drop of blood? Unable to contain his inner thoughts, Su Tianzhou ultimately bit his finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall. It truly works. Su Tianzhou's heart soared with joy as he watched his blood being slowly absorbed by Tiandu. Subsequently, the bead began to levitate gently from his palm, floating before his eyes. At that moment, the sword at his waist began to tremble uncontrollably. What is happening? Just as he began to wonder, he felt a warmth blossoming in his chest. Chapter 37, The Tiandu Sword Technique, Flowing Light and Shadow. Su Tianzhou unclasped his upper garments, revealing a sturdy chest. At the center of his chest, a sword-shaped jade pendant adhered closely to his skin, radiating a crimson glow. The sword tomb. Su Tianzhou gazed down at the sword tomb upon his chest, perplexed. Suddenly, he noticed that the Tiandu bead was gravitating toward the sword tomb. It was as if some force was drawing them together. Eventually, the two began to merge seamlessly. The sword tomb ceased to be a tangible entity, becoming somewhat ethereal, transforming into a streak of flowing light that vanished into the long sword at his waist. The sword unsheathed itself autonomously, as though it had awakened a form of sentience, hovering around Su Tianzhou. Simultaneously, a stream of information manifested deep within his mind. He closed his eyes, meticulously digesting the sudden influx of knowledge. His master had once said, a treasured sword possesses spirit, and it must be nurtured with care. Su Tianzhou opened his eyes, extending his right hand, and the sword obediently settled into his palm. It was still the same sword. There was no discernible difference, yet Su Tianzhou now knew the name of this sword, the Tiandu sword, the companion sword of the sword Emperor Jizhi. Now, it had become Su Tianzhou's sword. It seems my master is not to be underestimated. Su Tianzhou fell silent. Deep within his mind, a sword technique was being rehearsed repeatedly. The Tiandu sword technique, Jizhi's sword technique. The first move, draw sword to encounter. The second move, momentary flowing light. The third move, flowing light and shadow. The fourth move, sun and moon without light. The fifth move, all directions kill. 5 sword techniques, each one deadly. My master only taught me the momentary flowing light. Su Tianzhou reflected on the 7 years he had spent practicing swordsmanship with Jizhi, during which he had focused solely on the momentary flowing light. Truly, as his master had said, he had forgotten much. Su Tianzhou felt a momentary disorientation. It seemed he had reaped considerable rewards. The old celestial master observed the beaming Su Tianzhou emerging from the stone chamber and chuckled, youngster, what have you gleaned from Tiandu? Gu Changsheng, who had arrived unnoticed, instantly stood beside Su Tianzhou, his voice tinged with urgency. Su Tianzhou, however, remained silent, gradually drawing the sword at his waist and pointing it at Gu Changsheng. Are you challenging me to a duel? Gu Changsheng was left speechless. Could it be that this lad has comprehended something extraordinary? Yet even so, a mere golden core cultivator, facing his 9 steps to heaven throne, dared to draw his sword. But in the next moment, his pupils dilated in shock, for Su Tianzhou's sword was already at his throat. How did you accomplish this? The Gu Changsheng's voice trembled slightly. It is the power of time. The old celestial master interjected, his eyes sparkling with astonishment. The power of time, could it truly be grasped by someone? Old celestial master, you have keen insight. Su Tianzhou sheathed his long sword at his waist. Can you impart this to me? Gu Changsheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is something I comprehended within Tiandu so naturally, it cannot be passed on. Su Tianzhou shrugged his shoulders. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered in Gu Changsheng's eyes. By the way, is this Tiandu not regarded as a supreme treasure by those from other realms? It was no wonder Su Tianzhou asked such a question. After all, Tiandu was indeed extraordinary. Though Tiandu was remarkable, it was not a supreme treasure. It was merely a companion spirit bead. The old celestial master's words left Su Tianzhou's heart unsettled for a long time. Such an extraordinary item was merely a companion entity. How formidable must the true master be? Master, there is something I do not know how to express. Su Tianzhou hesitated. You are referring to this sword. Are you not? The old celestial master, true to his title, seemed to see through everything. It was originally your master's possession. You need not concern yourself. I simply did not expect that Tian Du is the sword spirit of this blade. The old celestial master's gaze shifted to the Tian Du sword at Su Tianzhou's waist, stroking his long beard thoughtfully. Taiwu Mountain is vast, even its peak resembles a small city. The Taoist sect is a top-tier power in the Shenhuang realm. Countless disciples are under its banner. By a tranquil, secluded pool, Su Tianzhou stood there for a full hour. In a draw, the most crucial element is the aura. In battle, regardless of how formidable the opponent may be, one must possess the courage to draw the sword. If one lacks the courage to draw, how can they claim to be a worthy sword practitioner? Su Tianzhou pondered, gripping the hilt of his sword tightly. Suddenly he drew it forth, unleashing an invisible sword aura that cleaved through the sky, heading straight for the pool before him. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted, sending water splashing high into the air. No, a swordsman must be precise, not reckless. Su Tianzhou observed the scene before him, shaking his head. Heavenly jealousy, sword sheathed once more, only to be drawn again. This young man, devoid of any sword intent while unsheathing, can create such a tremendous uproar merely through pure sword energy. Gu Changsheng stood at a distance on the pavilion, gazing toward Su Tianzhou's direction, his voice tinged with astonishment. Time flowed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. Throughout these years, Su Tianzhou remained at Taiwu Mountain. The old celestial master had decreed that he could descend the mountain only after Qin Shiming completed her significant task. As for what that task entailed, the old celestial master remained silent. With nothing else to do, Su Tianzhou clung to the old celestial master, mastering his Tiangang and dishing techniques. In the remaining time, he diligently practiced the heavenly jealousy sword technique. After 3 years, his sword drawing skills had reached an extraordinary level. However, he could only manifest 2 sword shadows with the third move, Flowing Light Sword Shadow. When perfected, Flowing Light Sword Shadow could produce 9 sword shadows, each possessing 70% of the original's power. To say it is defying the heavens would not be an exaggeration, at least in Su Tianzhou's opinion. There was no denying that he possessed many extraordinary qualities. The saying "what is unusual is no longer unusual" could not be more fitting. On this particular day, Qin Shiming returned. She remained as beautiful as ever. Adorned in a flowing white silk dress, her long slender legs subtly revealed, leaving the youthful disciples of Taiwu Mountain utterly mesmerized. Had it not been for Gu Changsheng's presence, the younger generation of Taiwu would likely have lost their wits. Who was Qin Shiming that she could garner such intense gazes? Yet, there was one young man who eyed Qin Shiming with ill intent, Su Tianzhou. After 3 years apart, he felt a deep longing. This woman seemed to have changed. Su Tianzhou mused, "Xiaoji, if you keep looking at this fairy like that, I might just gouge out your eyes," Qin Shiming exclaimed fiercely. Su Tianzhou quickly averted his gaze, feeling somewhat awkward. Gu Changsheng, standing by, discreetly rubbed his nose. Qin Shiming, the most renowned fairy of the Shenhuang realm, the dream lover of countless men, was currently tugging at Su Tianzhou's ear, causing him to grimace in pain. "Master uncle, let go. I wasn't even looking." Su Tianzhou pleaded for mercy. "It's not about that, you rascal. Why didn't you tell me about the plan 3 years ago? Do you have any idea how dangerous it was? If you had met with misfortune, my brother, who lies in his coffin, would rise up and point his finger at me in accusation." Qin Shiming scolded, twisting Su Tianzhou's left ear several times, causing him immense discomfort. "Master uncle, it was the old celestial master who forbade me from telling you, and he even provided me with a life-saving item," Su Tianzhou hurriedly explained, attempting to pry Qin Shiming's delicate hand away. Fearful of further inciting her wrath. "Really?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shiming finally released her grip. Su Tianzhou quickly distanced himself from her, rubbing his left ear while grumbling, "I wouldn't dare deceive Master Uncle. By the way, what significant matter have you been attending to these past 3 years?" As the pain in his ear subsided, Su Tianzhou stepped closer, gazing at the formidable Qin fairy. "It's a secret that I cannot divulge just yet. I have come to escort you down the mountain," Qin Shiming replied with a charming smile, radiant as a flower. "I can finally descend. I've missed Xiaobai," Su Tianzhou exclaimed, a smile breaking across his face. "Enough of your little thoughts. I know them well. A phone girl has gone off on a journey with Lu Qingxue, so you likely won't see her for a while," Qin Shiming remarked as they walked, making Su Tianzhou's feelings abundantly clear. Just as they entered the Taiwu Grand Hall, they spotted the old celestial master standing there. He turned to Qin Shiming and asked with a smile, "Is everything taken care of?" "Naturally, with this fairy in action, how could anything go awry?" Qin Shiming replied nonchalantly, taking a seat with grace. "By the way, old celestial master, is she well?" Qin Shiming suddenly inquired, as if recalling something. That girl has traveled to many places and has now returned to the sword pavilion, the old celestial master responded, his brow furrowing. At this moment, she is at a critical juncture in her heart tribulation. It would be best for you to take this young man and keep your distance. It's best not to return to the sword pavilion for now. Oh, Qin Shiming replied lightly, then fell silent. Lost in thought, what is going on? Who are you talking about? Su Tianjiao was utterly confused. The sword pavilion, aside from Qiu Shui and those swordsmen, are there any other women? Do not pry into matters that do not concern you. Was Qin Shiming's somewhat irritated response. Su Tianjiao raised an eyebrow, feeling exasperated. Chapter 38. A sword drawn, a meeting of blades at the foot of Taiwu Mountain. The old celestial master stood with Gu Changsheng. Not far from them, a young man led a donkey, upon which sat a remarkably beautiful woman. Their figures gradually faded into the distance until they vanished completely. You brother, the young emperor's departure may stir up waves. Gu Changsheng remarked, gazing at the receding figures with a tinge of reluctance. Over the 3 years Su Tianjiao spent at Taiwu Mountain, they had forged a bond of friendship, akin to brothers, without tempering. One cannot become a tool, the old celestial master concluded, his form gradually fading away, leaving no trace behind. Alas, how I suffer, I long to sleep. Gu Changsheng sighed, gazing skyward with a howl. In an instant he transformed. Taking on Su Tianjiao's appearance, even halting his cultivation at the late golden core stage, behind him, a donkey appeared, one he had searched for long and hard. This donkey bore an uncanny resemblance to Su Tianjiao's. Gu Changsheng mounted the donkey and rode away in the opposite direction of Su Tianjiao. Master uncle, you made me so ordinary, yet you remain so beautiful. Isn't that a bit unfair? Su Tianjiao complained as he led the donkey along. Back at Taiwu Mountain, Qin Shiming had transformed him into an ordinary-looking young man. Despite her altered appearance, she remained strikingly beautiful. The skin is merely superficial. Why concern yourself so much with it? Besides, this fairy is born with beauty. And no matter how I change, I will always be stunning, Qin Shiming replied, perched upon the donkey with a look of pride. Master uncle, this Tiangang and dishing technique can transform all things in the world. This appearance is naturally. Su Tianjiao's words trailed off as he suddenly felt a sharp pain at the back of his head. Qin Shiming had struck him hard with a bamboo stick. Mind your tongue, she warned, waving the stick with a hint of menace. She had picked up the stick on the way down the mountain, and Su Tianjiao had wondered what she needed it for. Now he understood. The ancients were not mistaken. A stick indeed could foster great obedience. Seeing Su Tianjiao's compliant demeanor, Qin Shiming couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. Blood red as crimson stained the blade, wielded by a formidable man. 30 swift horses, 20 burly men, and 20 long knives, each dripping with blood. On the remaining 10 horses, 2 heavy chests were strapped down, and the men on horseback cheered, celebrating their bountiful haul today. The horses galloped swiftly, disappearing deeper into the mountains. Su Tianjiao led the donkey and had been walking for a whole day. At that moment, weariness washed over him. Generally speaking, a warrior at the golden core stage could traverse for 3 or 4 days without feeling fatigued. Yet, he felt exhausted, a heart-wrenching weariness. This was largely due to the woman on the donkey's back. A single misstep would earn him a whack from her stick. Su Tianjiao lamented that if only he possessed a strong physique like those body cultivators, he wouldn't be in such pain. Suddenly a series of shouts broke through his thoughts. He looked up to see a group of burly men on horseback riding toward him, despite the presence of another. The group showed no sign of slowing down, their faces twisted with cruelty. Life, in this era, it was worth little. Su Tianjiao halted, gripping the sword at his waist. As the horseman drew near, he swiftly unsheathed his sword. In an instant, a fierce wind erupted, seemingly sweeping the men off their feet. One by one, they staggered, desperately clutching their horses' reins. Just as they thought they had stabilized, a flash of sword light appeared. Of the 20 men, 19 heads fell to the ground, blood staining the horses' backs and the surrounding area. Only one man remained, seated upon his steed, clutching a broken sword in terror. His teeth chattered, fear etched across his face. After a long moment, he managed to stammer, "Who are you?" Then, with a trembling voice, he pleaded, "Spare me, young hero." He jumped down from his horse but stumbled, landing on the ground, where he began to repeatedly bow his head in submission. "Take me to your lair," came the commanding voice of Qin Shiming from atop the donkey. Upon hearing this, the man looked up, captivated by her beauty, momentarily lost for words. "You men are all the same," she remarked. "If you look at me with that kind of gaze again, I will gouge out your eyes." But with a single sentence from Qin Shiming, accompanied by a gentle wave of her bamboo stick, he quickly learned what true fear was. Lacking any energy fluctuations, the simple motion caused him excruciating pain in a sensitive area. The man rode ahead on his horse, while Su Tianjiao followed closely behind. Leading the donkey-bearing Qin Shiming, the man was drenched in cold sweat under normal circumstances. Bringing back such a stunning woman would have made him ecstatic. The leader of the bandit camp would surely reward him with techniques to enhance his inner strength, granting him entry into the realm of cultivators. Yet now, he was not only faced with a young man who had effortlessly wiped out 19 of his brothers, but also with a woman whose capabilities he had never even heard of or witnessed. At the very least, his formidable leader, who had already attained the realm of Dongtian, did not possess such terrifying abilities. Safari, ahead lies our stronghold. The burly man reined in his horse and turned with a sycophantic expression. Yet, he did not dare to gaze upon Qin Shiming. Little G, wait here for me. I shall let you in, and then you may enter. This was directed by Qin Shiming towards Su Tianzhou. With that, she dismounted her donkey and strode toward the stronghold, Longyang Stronghold. Such was the name of the hideout. The stronghold was enveloped by mountains on all sides, with peculiar peaks towering as if resembling a ferocious beast with a blood-red maw. At the entrance of Longyang Stronghold, there were no guards, for none were needed. Within, there were no fewer than 20 cultivators. Among them were several masters of internal martial arts, and the number of ruffians was countless. As soon as they reached the entrance, the leading burly man met his demise. He was killed by a mere glance from Qin Shiming. Even in death, he could not fathom why this woman had suddenly taken his life. Little did he know, had she not needed him to lead the way, he would have perished long ago. Boss, this hunting expedition has yielded quite the bounty. In the great hall of Longyang Stronghold, a man laughed heartily. Before him lay 30 chests, each brimming with gold, silver, and jewels. The area around the chests was crowded with menacing figures. The man was named Iron Fist, a practitioner of physical cultivation. He was not originally called Iron Fist. He earned that title after joining Longyang Stronghold and having slain numerous men with his fists, establishing a formidable reputation. The people in the stronghold began to call him Iron Fist. Boss, you should have seen it. The second-in-command crushed the Zhao Laosan, who was at the initial stage of the Golden Core, with just one punch. Under the second-in-command's Iron Fist, Zhao Laosan was as fragile as paper. A ruffian boasted to the crowd. Upon hearing this, Iron Fist roared with laughter. Die in the main seat of the hall, a middle-aged man observed all this with delight. He was extremely pleased, for not only had Iron Fist returned with these 30 chests, but he had also brought back 2 beautiful women. He extended his wicked hands, roaming over the 2 young ladies beside him, prompting them to dodge away in distress, crying out in horror. His name was Yun Bufan. Originally a Taoist from Taiwu Mountain, he was expelled for his fondness for women. Liking women was not inherently a fault. The old celestial master of Taiwu Mountain had also enjoyed the company of women in his youth. But Yun Bufan was different. His love for women was rooted in a desire for carnal pleasures. Relishing the company of various women, after departing Taiwu Mountain, he journeyed south for over 1,000 miles. Where he killed the previous bandit leader and claimed the position of the boss of Longyang Stronghold. While Yun Bufan laughed and groped the 2 women, suddenly his laughter ceased, for at the main entrance of the hall, a woman stepped in. The bandits who were drinking and laughing below suddenly noticed their boss's abrupt silence. They followed his gaze toward the entrance. A breathtakingly beautiful woman gracefully entered. Her steps were light yet resolute, each footfall striking a chord in the hearts of the onlookers, rendering the previously boisterous hall silent in an instant. Clad in a flowing white gown, her skirt swayed gently in the breeze. Resembling a fairy descending into the mortal realm, untouched by dust, her countenance was cold yet noble, her eyes shimmering with wisdom and authority, making it difficult to gaze directly upon her, yet impossible to resist stealing another glance. Inside the hall, dozens of bandits were transfixed by the sudden appearance of this woman. They had seen women before, but never one so exquisite. Chapter 39, The Fairy Qiming. In high spirits, Yun Bufan was the first to regain his composure. Strangely, upon seeing Qin Shiming, he suddenly found the women beside him lacking in allure. He pushed the 2 women aside and inquired, "Who are you?" Qin Shiming smiled radiantly, her lips parting to reveal pearly teeth as she softly replied, "Do you not see that I am a woman?" Her words left Yun Bufan speechless. She was undeniably a woman, and even a blind man could discern that much. However, a woman, especially one so beautiful, should not be present in such a place. "My lady, you jest. I merely wish to ask why you have come here." Yun Bufan rose from his seat, slowly approaching Qin Shiming, his eyes seemingly attempting to penetrate her very soul. Sensing Yun Bufan's invasive gaze, a murderous intent flickered within Qin Shiming's heart, yet she forced out a smile, stating, "I am here, naturally, because I lost my way." "Lost your way?" A gleam of delight sparked within Yun Bufan, for he felt no fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Qin Shiming. "Indeed, my husband and I were out for a stroll when we inadvertently strayed and ended up here." Qin Shiming's expression was one of sincerity, akin to an award-winning actress. "Husband, where is your husband?" Yun Bufan inquired, raising an eyebrow. "My husband is just outside." Qin Shiming pointed towards the door, a smile adorning her face. Hearing this, Yun Bufan inwardly scoffed. A man who sends his woman to inquire for directions could not be of superior quality. Yet, he maintained a facade of calm, saying, "Huzi, go fetch her husband." Certainly, the man named Huzi, living up to his name, sported a full beard. Wait, just as Huzi was about to step outside, Qin Shiming called out to him. "What do you mean, my lady? My husband has a bad temper. I fear he may resort to violence." Qin Shiming looked at Huzi with a worried expression. Upon hearing this, Yun Bufan laughed, and his men joined in. "Boss, I suspect a trick." Iron Fist approached Yun Bufan and whispered in his ear. Yun Bufan's heart jolted. He almost fell for this woman's ruse. In this desolate wilderness, a woman and a man arriving at the bandits' lair. And the woman bearing no spiritual energy. Was that normal? "Come, let us go outside and see who her husband truly is." Having spoken, Yun Bufan led the way out. "Is that your husband?" Yun Bufan pointed at Su Tianzhou, who stood foolishly outside the stronghold. "Yes, your husband bears a sword at his waist." "Is he a swordsman?" "Indeed, interesting." Yun Bufan scrutinized Su Tianzhou for a long while, confirming he was merely a golden core cultivator, and could not help but smile. "This woman will belong to me tonight," Yun Bufan thought. Could he truly harm me? Huzi discerned Yun Bufan's intentions and pointed at Su Tianzhou. "Oh, I misspoke earlier," Qin Shiming quickly interjected. Upon hearing this, the surrounding burly men laughed. However, Qin Shiming continued, "My husband does not engage in fights. He only kills. That man earlier provoked my husband and was subsequently killed." As Qin Shiming spoke, she pointed towards the body lying outside the stronghold. The crowd gazed in the direction she indicated, their expressions changing drastically. "Boss, it's Black Tiger." A burly man rushed over, flipping the corpse and shouting urgently, "Damn it!" Yun Bufan's anger flared. His ire was not at the death of Black Tiger, but at his own misjudgment. The crowd surrounded Su Tianzhou, while Qin Shiming, an utterly powerless woman, stood aside. "You killed my brother. You must provide an explanation." Huzi approached, his intentions far from benign. "I killed your brother. Logically, I should pay with my life. However, considering the number of lives you have taken, how should we account for that?" Su Tianzhou replied coldly. This world operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. You killed my brother because your fist was stronger. We accept that, but now we wish to kill you because our fists are stronger, and you must accept that too." Huzi sneered. "Will it be just you? Or will you all come at once?" Su Tianzhou coldly regarded Huzi before sweeping his gaze across the gathered bandits. Had it not been for Qin Shiming's playful spirit, she might have slain these ruffians long ago. Su Tianzhou thought, "You little pup, do you fear the wind will blow your tongue away? A mere golden core cultivator. I alone am enough," Huzi declared, brandishing a spear that had appeared in his hand without notice. Though it did not quite resemble a dragon emerging from the depths, he wielded it with vigor. The spear lunged at Su Tianzhou's heart from a cunning angle. Huzi's technique, submerged dragon, would be difficult to evade even for an ordinary Dongtian cultivator, let alone a golden core one. Iron Fist crossed his arms over his chest, smiling as he observed. To everyone's surprise, Su Tianzhou seemed to be lifted by an unseen wind, effortlessly sidestepping this lethal strike. "You've got some skills," Huzi exclaimed, seeing his thrust miss, and he swung his spear like a club, aiming for Su Tianzhou's left arm. Yet, Su Tianzhou's form shifted like a wraith, deftly evading the blow. Each of his dodges was perfectly timed, as though he could foresee Huzi's attack trajectory, leaving the bandits in awe. His eyes sparkled with calm resolve, exuding an aura of detachment from the chaos around him. Just a golden core, yet so cunning. Huzi, now incensed, intensified his assault, the spear transforming into a flurry of silver flashes that sliced through the air with a sharp hiss. However, no matter how he altered his technique, Su Tianzhou consistently evaded with seemingly impossible precision, as though he had melded with the battlefield itself, appearing everywhere yet nowhere to be found. 10 steps of Peach Blossom falling. The secret technique of the Peach Blossom sword, Godly Tai Bai, was now in Su Tianzhou's hands. Enough, Huzi could no longer endure the frustration. It was utterly exasperating to strike but never land a hit. "Do you dare to face me in a fair fight?" With labored breaths, the bearded man drove his long spear into the ground. "This is what you claimed." Su Tianzhou halted his advance, his right hand instinctively reaching for the Tianzhu sword at his waist, seeking death. The bearded man, sensing an opportunity, was momentarily elated. He drew forth his spear, bellowing as he thrust it forward, a fiery dragon materializing at the spear's tip. Though in his 30s, his cultivation had stagnated at the late stage of the golden core realm. Nevertheless, he had astonishingly comprehended the essence of fire in his spear technique to the 6th tier. Go! The spear surged forth like a dragon roaring towards Su Tianjiao, yet Su Tianjiao remained utterly still. Could this lad truly be paralyzed by fear? Someone speculated. Of course, Su Tianjiao was not one to be easily intimidated. As the fiery dragon approached within half a meter, he sprang into action, unsheathing his sword with a swift motion. Suddenly a tempest arose, forcefully pushing the dragon back. The sword gleamed as it emerged from its sheath. And the bearded man would never again touch his beard, for his head had soared high into the air. What kind of sword technique is this? Yun Bufan exclaimed in astonishment. He had not perceived any sword intent emanating from Su Tianjiao's blade. Though the winds howled, it was not the intent of the wind, but rather an overwhelming momentum. Who else could it be? The sword returned to its sheath. The wind ceased. Su Tianjiao fixed his gaze firmly upon Yun Bufan. Taekwon, you go. Yun Bufan refrained from acting in his view. While Su Tianjiao was formidable, he was still far inferior to himself. He wished to have his subordinate eliminate this fellow in the presence of the young man's woman. Though Taekwon was stronger than the bearded man, his strength was limited. Instinctively he wanted to resist but found himself unable to do so. He knew his own capabilities, and to call him ruthless would be a considerable understatement. Are you a body cultivator? Perhaps sensing Taekwon's thoughts, Su Tianjiao suddenly inquired. Indeed, what of it? Taekwon replied, puzzled. I have a wine jug here. If you can lift it, consider it a victory. You may do as you please afterward. Su Tianjiao removed the wine jug from his waist, holding it aloft as if jesting. At least everyone present, save for him and Qin Shiming, perceived it as a joke. Boy, are you serious? Absolutely, Su Tianjiao responded earnestly. Then tossed the wine jug toward Taekwon. Upon witnessing this, Qin Shiming smiled a smile that could captivate a city. Chapter 40. The genius Yun Fan, the Taiji sword intent as the wine jug arced through the air. Taekwon reached out with his right hand, believing it to be merely a vessel for liquor, not particularly heavy, yet, in the next moment, regret washed over him, the instant his hand made contact with the jug. It felt as though a mountain was crashing down upon him. His prideful iron fist, no, iron palm, transformed as if made of paper. The jug did not halt, striking him as though he were a mere fly desperately trying to resist. Its overwhelming weight, akin to the waters of the four seas, slammed into Taekwon's face, causing his head to explode in a mist of blood, dissipated by the wind as if mourning his demise. Su Tianjiao waved his hand lightly, and the jug, seemingly heavy as a mountain, returned to his grasp, not a drop of blood staining it. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The onlookers were left in shock, unable to comprehend the spectacle before them. How could a body cultivator at the late stage of the Golden Core realm be slain by a mere wine jug? If spoken of, others would surely treat it as a jest. At this moment, Yun Bufan's face flushed crimson. Even he, despite his foolishness, realized he had been played. Who on earth are you? Yun Bufan seethed, directing his furious gaze at Qin Shiming, as if he wished to devour her. Oh dear, I warned you that my husband has a bad temper, yet you refuse to believe me and now you blame me. Qin Shiming feigned innocence. Spare me your useless words. If you won't speak, I have my methods to make you. Yun Bufan declared, and with a forceful push of his toes, he leaped to Qin Shiming's side, his right hand transformed into a claw reaching for her neck. At this moment, he displayed no hint of tenderness. But wait, when has Yun Bufan ever shown tenderness? Even though the woman before him was breathtakingly beautiful, it mattered not. Should she threaten his life, he would strike her down. Little did he know the woman before him was none other than the enchanting Qin Shiming, who drove countless men of the Shenhuang realm to madness. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Qin Shiming's eyes. Indeed, she longed to eliminate Yun Bufan. However, she had promised the celestial master that unless Su Tianjiao faced life-threatening danger, she would refrain from intervening. Yet, this insufferable man had the audacity to extend his claws toward her. Within her, a violent aura was on the verge of erupting, an aura of the ninth step to the heavens. The imagined softness eluded his grasp. Instead, Yun Bufan's right hand clutched a sword, a gleaming blade. In that instant, all 5 fingers of his right hand were severed. Unbeknownst to him, Su Tianjiao had appeared beside Qin Shiming, his Tianju sword intercepting Yun Bufan's claw. What was the Tianju sword? It was the treasured weapon of the Sword Emperor GZ. Its sharpness was beyond comprehension. Agonizing pain surged through Yun Bufan, prompting him to unleash a strike of unparalleled might. A terrifying gust, infused with the potent spiritual energy of his perfected cave heaven realm, surged toward Su Tianjiao. This fellow was indeed formidable. Su Tianjiao's heart raced, and he swiftly pulled Qin Shiming aside. Executing the 10 steps of Peach Blossom at his feet. In the blink of an eye, he had leaped dozens of feet away, narrowly avoiding the attack. Kid, I care not who you are. Today, I shall see you dead. Charge, kill him. Yun Bufan clutched his injured right hand, his expression a mask of agony, yet laced with ferocity. In a moment of carelessness, he had lost 5 fingers, igniting his fury. He was originally a sword cultivator. How could he wield a sword without fingers? Fortunately, he possessed a Dayuan Dan in his possession. However, refining this Dan required time. He could only entrust his subordinates with buying him a moment to heal. Upon hearing this, his subordinates brandished various weapons and roared, charging toward Su Tianjiao, seeking death. Su Tianjiao scoffed, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. Though outnumbered, they were merely a ragtag bunch, as he drew his sword. The winds howled, and heads fell. With a single strike, none remained standing. What? Yun Bufan, poised to consume a healing pill, discovered to his dismay that his men had been decimated by Su Tianjiao's sword. No rush. You may heal first. I shall await your recovery. Su Tianjiao sheathed his sword, standing aside, yet refraining from immediate action. Are you truly this confident? Yun Bufan asked, his demeanor oddly calm. Yun Bufan, no, rather, Yun Fan, the foremost youth of the Taiwu sect 2 decades ago, was stripped of his cultivation and expelled from the sect for violating the moral code. Su Tianjiao spoke, seemingly lost in thought, yet, in a mere 20 years, you have regained your cultivation and ascended to the cave heaven realm. Su Tianjiao did not respond directly, continuing his monologue. Meanwhile, Yun Bufan remained unfazed, focusing entirely on refining the medicinal energy within him. In less than a quarter of an hour, the 5 fingers of his severed right hand had miraculously regrown. He opened his eyes and gazed at Su Tianjiao, speaking, I never anticipated that after 20 years, the sect would once again pursue me. It turned out he had mistaken Su Tianjiao for a member of the Taiwu sect. You must understand, what you committed was a capital offense. Had it not been for your master pleading on your behalf, you would not have been merely stripped of your cultivation. Your master intended for you to start anew. Yet you have only exacerbated your sins, becoming an unrepentant brigand. Su Tianjiao slowly unsheathed his sword, pointing it at Yun Bufan as he continued, I am not a member of the Taiwu sect. My purpose in seeking you is not only to eliminate you for the sake of the people, but also to reclaim the legacy of my sword cultivation lineage, the Sword Stone. Hearing this, Yun Bufan's expression finally shifted, a hint of surprise coloring his voice. How did you know I possess a sword stone? The 9th generation sword master, the mysterious sword god, was once also deprived of his dantian and unable to cultivate. Yet he created an entirely new technique. It was to conceal the sword within one's body, nurturing the sword with one's essence, using the sword to replace the dantian within, after you became the sword master. He inscribed this technique onto one of the 9 sword stones. Though this technique was extraordinary, it bore a significant flaw. The sword concealed within must be a spirit sword, and within Longyang City there exists a spirit sword, the Longyang sword of the city lord's manor. This sword was stolen over 20 years ago, and it must have fallen into your possession, correct? Su Tianjiao laid bare his knowledge. To think you are aware of so much. Yun Bufan, upon hearing Su Tianjiao's words, rose to his feet, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. If one wishes to keep a secret, one must not act. Su Tianjiao said solemnly. To reclaim the sword stone, do you think your golden core realm cultivation suffices? Yun Bufan scoffed, you too are a sword cultivator. You should know that cultivation level does not determine a sword cultivator's strength. Su Tianjiao retorted, for geniuses, that may hold true, but I, Yun Bufan, am also a genius. Yun Bufan straightened his back, pride and sword intent surging forth into the heavens. Though he was of questionable character, his aptitude for cultivation was undeniable. I too wish to test how strong you truly are. As the once most powerful youth of the Taiwu sect, Su Tianjiao's sword moved. In an instant, it blazed forth like a streak of light. Clang! The sound of metal clashing resonated, for Yun Bufan had produced a sword of his own, positioning it before him to block Su Tianjiao's strike. No wonder he was praised as a genius by Gu Changsheng. His strength was indeed formidable. Su Tianjiao felt a tightening in her heart. In that fleeting moment, for the first time, her path was obstructed by a sword. After a single strike, she swiftly distanced herself from Yun Bufan. Your sword technique is quite impressive, but it is of no use to me. Yun Bufan lightly flicked his wrist, seemingly having effortlessly parried Su Tianjiao's blow. In reality, his right arm throbbed with numbness from the impact. Had he not swiftly mitigated the force, it might have been shattered. The fleeting moment not only boasted remarkable speed but also formidable power. He continued, next, you shall receive a taste of my sword. Though Yun Bufan's movements were not particularly swift, one might even say sluggish, his sword possessed an extraordinary force. Su Tianjiao felt as though she could easily evade his strike, yet found herself unable to escape its reach. She dodged repeatedly, but the sword intent shadowed her relentlessly. Tai Chi sword intent. Su Tianjiao realized that this sword intent was indeed the most unique of the Taiwu sect, emphasizing slow movements to counter speed and yielding to overcome rigidity. It appeared slow in execution, yet transformed into rapid adaptability in the face of an adversary. No wonder it could withstand her fleeting moment. Her master had once said that only the Taiwu Sex Tai Chi could counter the fleeting moment. Su Tianjiao unleashed her 10-steps peach blossom and fleeting moment to their utmost, narrowly evading Yun Bufan's strike. Your footwork is truly commendable. Yun Bufan nodded in approval, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Clearly taken aback by Su Tianjiao's agility under the pressure of his Tai Chi sword intent, yet, this approval was fleeting, replaced by an even more intense aura of killing intent. Chapter 41, The Universe in Tea. The sun and moon and the pot. Su Tianjiao remained silent, standing at a distance, her mind racing with thoughts. This Tai Chi sword intent encompassed all, seemingly possessing the power to suppress any elemental sword intent. Deep within her consciousness, the unparalleled sword soul flickered with brilliance. The sword in her hand, the Tianju sword, emanated a sword intent that enveloped her, infused with a destructive aura. It was indeed the 6th-tier destruction sword intent. With the emergence of the destruction sword intent, the oppressive force that had been bearing down on her vanished in an instant. A 6th-tier destruction sword intent. Yun Bufan's expression shifted, contemplating this young one. Aside from having a peculiar sword technique, has also mastered the 6th-tier destruction sword intent. I am somewhat aware of the recent swordsmanship prodigies, yet none have been noted for comprehending the destruction sword intent. Although Yun Bufan's thoughts raced, his movements did not falter. His sword, though not a spiritual weapon, was crafted from exceptional material, 1000-year coal iron. It bore the name Cold Moon, after all, having been a bandit for so many years. Possessing a treasured sword felt justifiable. The Tai Chi sword intent surged forth once more from the Cold Moon, reaching the 7th tier. As their gazes collided, the 6th-tier destruction sword intent clashed violently with the 7th-tier Tai Chi sword intent. Boom! The impact of their sword intents unleashed a colossal shockwave, scattering the corpses of nearby bandits into a crimson mist, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Qin Shiming furrowed her brow, her figure flickering as she vanished from sight. Reappearing at a distance, her beautiful eyes observed that both Su Tianjiao and Yun Bufan were retreating simultaneously. In that strike, they had achieved a draw. You have surprised me. Yun Bufan had not anticipated that his full-powered strike would merely result in an equal exchange with this young one before him. This realization was unacceptable. He was at the pinnacle of the Cave Heaven realm, while his opponent was merely at the late Golden Core stage, a significant disparity in cultivation realms. Yet, this was the outcome. You have also surprised me, Su Tianjiao spoke sincerely. 3 years prior, during the Tianshan Sword Conference, the strongest contender had been Wang Chen, whose void sword intent was merely 4th tier, yet here stood Yun Bufan. Though over 40, his cultivation had been crippled once. In just 20 years, achieving the Cave Heaven realm was impressive enough, but to think he had comprehended the Tai Chi sword intent to the 7th tier. Young man, next, I shall employ my most powerful technique. I hope you will not disappoint me. At this moment, Yun Bufan's feelings towards Su Tianjiao shifted from killing intent to a fervent battle spirit. After concealing his sword and nurturing it within himself, he had long lost his sharpness. For over 20 years, he had lived in the comforts of life. Otherwise, with his talent, how could he have remained at this mere Cave Heaven stage? The Cold Moon sword resonated with the Longyang sword within him. At this juncture, Yun Bufan could no longer be considered an individual. Though he was at the Cave Heaven stage, he lacked a true Cave Heaven within him. His Dantian had long been rendered useless, leaving him incapable of manifesting a Cave Heaven. Unity of man and sword, Tai Chi unbounded. Yun Bufan bellowed, his body soared high, radiating a blinding brilliance. A sword ablaze with fiery flames emerged from the light, slicing through the void toward Su Tianjiao. Before the sword reached her, Su Tianjiao felt a wave of heat wash over her. Fleeting sword shadow, Su Tianjiao sprang into action, her figure splitting into two. Two individuals, two swords, two sword intents, one of destruction, the other of the ethereal. From two directions they assailed the fiery sword. Three powers intertwined, erupting in resplendent radiance. A tremendous sound echoed through the heavens. What sort of sword technique is this that I have never seen before? Qin Shiming pondered from a distance. She believed she knew all of Su Tianjiao's hidden cards, yet this fleeting sword shadow was entirely unfamiliar to her. She surmised it must be a set with the fleeting moment. Could it possibly be the techniques her senior brother had mentioned? GZ had once told her that he had forgotten many things, including several sword techniques. After the radiant display, Su Tianjiao's figure emerged. While Yun Bufan knelt on the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, yet he paid no heed, gritting his teeth to ask, "What sword technique is this?" However, he received no answer. It was not that Su Tianjiao chose to remain silent, but rather that a sword, the Cold Moon sword, his own sword, had pierced through his heart, robbing him of his vitality. aside from Su Tianjiao and himself, no one knew how his own sword had embedded itself in his chest. Not even Qin Shimeng. As Qin Shimeng appeared gazing at the sword embedded in Yun Bufan's chest, she wished to inquire, but words caught in her throat. Su Tianjiao rummaged through Yun Bufan's body, and within moments retrieved an item, a Qiankuan bag, a wondrous pouch capable of holding all manner of treasures. Within the Qiankuan bag, Su Tianjiao discovered what he sought, the sword stone, sealed by the 9th generation sword master. Master Uncle, what about these treasures? Su Tianjiao inquired. Take them all. Qin Shimeng snatched the Qiankuan bag from Su Tianjiao's hands, resembling a treasure seeker. The two entered the main hall of the bandit stronghold, plundering 30 chests to the last. Let us depart. Qin Shimeng, in high spirits, leisurely rode her donkey. Meanwhile, Su Tianjiao found a cart and, accompanied by 2 innocent women, followed closely behind her. Longyang town, located in a remote area, had long been the stronghold of these bandits. Upon arriving in town, Qin Shimeng remarked, Little G, I have found the 4th sword stone. There's no need for me to accompany you any longer. You shall chart your own path from here. Parting is always bittersweet. Yet, this time, Su Tianjiao feigned sorrow while secretly reveling in joy. Why, you may ask, just take a look at the bump on the back of his head, joyfully riding the donkey and sipping wine. Su Tianjiao set forth from Longyang town, the next destination, Zhengzhou, the 5 great domains of the human race in the Shenhuang world. If one were to consider prosperity, Zhengzhou would undoubtedly be first. The peach blossom sword god Li Taibai, once proclaimed amongst the beauties of the world, Zhengzhou claims 8/10. This illustrates the abundance of beauties in Zhengzhou. Where there are many beauties, prosperity follows. Beautiful Zhengzhou, I am coming. Su Tianjiao rode his donkey. Galloping forward, the closer he approached Zhengzhou, the more abundant the spiritual energy became. Su Tianjiao couldn't help but reflect, had it not been for the emergence of an old heavenly master in the northern frontier, Zhengzhou might have achieved first place in martial arts. After all, Zhengzhou was already immensely prosperous in martial arts. Juehua City, a grand city near the border of Zhengzhou and the northern frontier. As soon as he entered the city, Su Tianjiao was dazzled by its opulence. Do all women of Zhengzhou favor revealing their thighs? Su Tianjiao mused, his gaze involuntarily drawn to the women bustling about the streets. They donned various exquisite skirts, their light veils dancing gracefully, accentuating their alluring figures, in stark contrast to the conservative attire of the northern frontier, presenting a unique charm. Though Su Tianjiao prided himself on being a sword cultivator, free of distractions, even he could not help but feel a twinge of worldly curiosity and admiration in the face of such splendid scenes. He navigated through the crowd atop his leisurely donkey, occasionally hearing the calls of street vendors and the melodious sounds of stringed instruments wafting from distant taverns, creating an ambience of harmony and vibrancy. Su Tianjiao quietly contemplated that during this journey to Zhengzhou, in addition to seeking breakthroughs in swordsmanship, he might as well indulge in the worldly pleasures, perhaps gaining insights beyond sword intent. Esteemed guest, come and try our osmanthus cake, fragrant and sweet, guaranteed to satisfy. A smiling vendor halted his path, presenting a tray adorned with several golden, tempting pastries. Su Tianjiao smiled slightly, retrieving his coin pouch from the donkey's back, casually tossing a few copper coins before taking a piece of osmanthus cake to sample. Indeed, as the vendor had claimed, it was sweet yet not cloying, filling his mouth with delightful flavor. Not bad, thank you. He nodded in appreciation and continued on his way. After traversing a few bustling streets, Su Tianjiao arrived at a relatively tranquil tea house. Outside hung a couplet, the upper line reading, "The universe within tea," the lower line countered, "The sun and moon within the pot." The horizontal inscription proclaimed Quietude Pavilion. He mused that this seemed like a fine place to rest. Leading his donkey inside, within the tea house, several cultured individuals engaged in hushed conversations, the occasional sound of a zither adding an air of elegance. Su Tianjiao selected a seat by the window, ordered a pot of premium Longjing tea, and began to savor it in silence. Outside the window lies a bustling street filled with a throng of busy pedestrians, while within the confines of the room, there exists a moment of tranquility and serenity. Have you heard? By the decree passed down from the young emperor, the new generation of swordmaster, Qin Xianzi, has initiated a new martial arts evaluation set to take place on the first day of August this year at the Qianjue Ridge in Zhengzhou. The murmurs from a nearby table caught Su Tianjiao's attention. Chapter 42, Laughter in the Tea House. Methods of the Heavenly Master. Who hasn't heard of this? It is spread throughout the realm. Another tea patron chimed in. But do you know why the Martial Arts Grand Assembly, which hasn't been held for nearly 1,000 years, is suddenly taking place this year? The original speaker retorted, I am not privy to that information. Do you know? Su Tianjiao inquired. Naturally, it is all due to the young emperor. The young emperor, the one who single-handedly slew dozens of thrones on Tianshan, Su Tianjiao, who else could it be? Yet Su Tianjiao was merely at the golden core stage during the Tianshan sword discussion. How could he possess the strength to kill the thrones, especially to have done so with a single sword strike? The one asking the question was Su Tianjiao himself. He found the conversation increasingly absurd. What is this nonsense? When did I become so illustrious? Young man, you truly are unaware. All eyes from the two tables turned towards Su Tianjiao, as if he were a fool. Is there a problem? But I speak the truth. Su Tianjiao felt a bit flustered under their gazes. What? Were you present at the Tianshan sword discussion? The first speaker asked with ill intent. Not at all. Su Tianjiao's intended response was abruptly cut off. If you weren't present, then what do you know? Su Tianjiao was nearly provoked to rage by his words. Gentlemen, everyone knows of the young emperor's wrath against the foreign scoundrels on Tianshan, cleansing the traitors of our Shenhuang. Indeed, this is a statement from the new sword master, Qin Xianzi. It cannot be false. Upon hearing this, Su Tianjiao instantly lost his composure. He pondered, what on earth is that madwoman Qin Shiming up to? Yet he restrained his inner turmoil and chose to listen further. The young emperor has entrusted Qin Xianzi to issue the decree. The martial arts grand assembly will be held on the first day of August this year, and the young emperor will also make an appearance at Chenjua Ridge. This martial arts evaluation is different from those of the past, where only the pinnacle of martial artists participated, leaving little room for the youth. However, this time is distinct. In addition to those at the pinnacle contending for rankings, 100 young geniuses will be selected and sent deep into the martial realm of Chenjua Ridge. The martial realm has not been opened for nearly 2,000 years. Has it? Indeed, each opening of the martial realm requires immense resources. Although our Shenhuang world is vast, those resources have all been used to suppress the four fiends, thus there are not enough resources to open the martial realm. This time, it is thanks to the young emperor's intervention that substantial resources have been procured, allowing the martial realm to be opened. The martial realm, a place that generations of martial artists in the Shenhuang world have longed for. Thus, this time in Zhengzhou will be a gathering of prodigies, with many extraordinary talents, who have remained hidden, likely arriving here to vie for the qualification to enter the martial realm, resulting in a fierce competition. Su Tianjiao sat quietly, yet his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. It seems the old heavenly master is indeed putting in great effort for the future of Shenhuang. In that moment, Su Tianjiao understood. The martial arts evaluation and the martial realm are all part of the old heavenly master's plans for the future of Shenhuang. No one knows how long it will be before the Earth Sovereign gains control of the Void Tower. Once the Earth Sovereign masters the Void Tower, it will signify the end for the Shenhuang world. Thus, the old heavenly master is taking decisive action, utilizing the resources accumulated over 2,000 years to cultivate a batch of top-notch experts, fighting for a future for the Shenhuang realm. The martial realm, he had heard his master mention in the past, it was an independent space opened by the emperor back in the day. Resources and treasures abound within, and even the spiritual energy is 100-fold that of the outside world. 1 day of cultivation in the martial realm is equivalent to 100 days of arduous training in the outside world. No wonder the old heavenly master has not allowed me to break through to the cave heaven stage. Su Tianjiao mused. 2 years ago, he had already reached the late golden core stage. He should have naturally broken through to the cave heaven stage, yet the old heavenly master insisted he suppress his cultivation, forbidding any breakthroughs unless absolutely necessary, all for the legendary Dao Cave Heaven. The Dao Cave Heaven, 3 years ago, atop Tianshan, he had witnessed it. It was that Wang Chen, the counterattack power of the Dao Cave Heaven, still sent shivers down his spine, if he had not employed the 9 types of 20-tier sword intent from the unparalleled sword soul. And if Muzi Li had not intervened, relying solely on his currently exposed abilities, he would have undoubtedly met his demise beneath the Dao Cave Heaven. It seems I shall have to break through to the Cave Heaven stage within the martial realm. Su Tianjiao rose to his feet, calling out for the waiter to settle the bill. He then led his donkey away from the establishment. Who would have thought so soon someone would mimic the young emperor and even acquired a donkey? Truly putting in effort. Within the Jingxin Pavilion, the shopkeeper, who had been focused on calculations, lifted his head at that moment, gazing at Su Tianjiao's departing figure, shaking his head in resignation. Young hero, are you seeking accommodation? In front of a tavern in Yuehua City, a smiling innkeeper was currently attending to Su Tianjiao. Young man, do you have suites for martial artists here? Su Tianjiao inquired. Naturally, we do. Our Luyun Tower is the largest tavern in Yuehua City, built entirely from Shenhuang stone. You may rest assured in your stay. The innkeeper straightened his posture upon hearing this. Very well, I shall take a suite, Su Tianjiao responded, a smile blossoming in his heart. Xianhuang Stone he had inquired about with Gu Changsheng. The circular arena for the Tianshan sword discussion was crafted from a massive slab of Xianhuang Stone. Not only is Xianhuang Stone incredibly sturdy, but even if damaged, it can self-repair it. Thus, many great clans and sects construct their disciples' training rooms from Xianhuang Stone. However, Xianhuang Stone is exceedingly precious to it. Is not that it is scarce, on the contrary, it is quite abundant in the Arctic region. The issue lies in its properties, making it extremely difficult to mine. Even when extracted, its significant weight renders it unmovable by ordinary martial artists. Therefore, it is typically transported by powerful beings from the mountain-moving realm, who carry entire slabs out from the Arctic region. Once outside, they use secret methods to split it. Thus, it appears exceedingly precious. Young hero, our suite costs 10 taels of gold per day, although the innkeeper wore a smile. An astute observer could discern his slight disdain for Su Tianzhou, as others rode fine steeds, while Su Tianzhou possessed a donkey. Numerous guests riding donkeys had already been turned away for being unable to afford the room fee. Of course, some young men riding donkeys were quite wealthy, yet judging by Su Tianzhou's attire, he hardly appeared to be a man of means. Here you go, though Su Tianzhou felt a surge of anger within. He deemed it unnecessary to argue with a mere innkeeper. He directly retrieved 100 taels of gold from his bag and tossed it to the innkeeper. Gold, after all, he had in abundance. Most of the gold he acquired from Yun Bufan had ended up in Qin Shiming's purse. Although Qin Shiming was stingy, she had still given Su Tianzhou 10,000 taels. The innkeeper caught the gold with one hand, instantly donning a new demeanor, stating, "Please wait, young hero, I must have someone take your donkey to the stable." This innkeeper was also quite skilled, otherwise, handling 100 taels of gold with one hand would not have seemed so effortless. With a wave of his hand, a stableman hurried over, taking the reins from Su Tianzhou and leading the donkey toward the stable. What has happened to this world? Everyone has steeds yet prefers donkeys. The stableman voiced his confusion. Before him, the massive stable was filled with donkeys. The donkey, hearing the stableman's words, expressed its displeasure. "What are you braying about? What, do you think the donkey is mighty?" The stableman raised his whip and struck the donkey. The donkey, incensed, kicked out. The stableman felt a tremendous force collide with his chest, akin to a heavy hammer, sending him flying several dozen meters away. He crashed hard against the wall, crafted from Xianhuang Stone. After a long while, the stableman struggled to rise to his feet. His chest still throbbed painfully, and his heart burned with anger as he glared at the donkey, cursing, "Damn donkey, if it weren't for my mastery of internal martial arts, your kick could have cost me my life. Today, I will teach you a lesson." However, he had clearly overestimated himself and severely underestimated the donkey. The donkey stood up, lifting its front hooves off the ground, striking a martial artist's stance, awaiting his approach. What the hell, has the donkey become sentient? The stableman was astonished. He had never seen such an extraordinary donkey. The donkey strutted into the stable, and the other donkeys immediately made way, clearing a spacious area for it. "Your Excellency donkey, please wait, I shall fetch you the finest fodder." The stableman wore a broad smile, though his bruised face made the smile less than appealing. Chapter 43, Heaven Jealousy Bestows the Teachings. True resolution of martial arts. Su Tianzhou, led by the innkeeper, stepped into the rooms of Luyun Tower. The room was spacious, consisting of 3 chambers, an outer parlor, a central bedroom, and an inner training room for martial artists. The decor of the room was quite extravagant. "Are you satisfied, young hero?" the innkeeper inquired with a smile. "It will suffice. You may leave now. Should I need anything, I shall call for you. Furthermore, during my cultivation period, I forbid any disturbances." Su Tianzhou waved his hand, giving the innkeeper a few brief instructions. "Rest assured, young hero, we at Luyun Tower pride ourselves on this aspect." After the young attendant finished speaking, he departed with a respectful demeanor. Indeed, wealth has its advantages. Su Tianzhou was exceedingly pleased with this room. It was the finest accommodation he had ever experienced. In the cultivation chamber before Su Tianzhou, a colossal sword stone lay before him. Upon the surface of the sword stone, a series of golden characters formed a martial art technique. It was none other than the method of concealing the sword within oneself, nurturing the sword through one's own body. The name of this technique was rather unremarkable, simply called the concealed sword technique. Su Tianzhou meticulously scrutinized these characters. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke slowly. "This technique is truly remarkable. It not only allows one to cultivate using the sword in place of the dantian, but even the sword concealed within the body will elevate alongside the martial artist's realm. I wonder if my Tianzhou sword can be concealed within me following this technique." Su Tianzhou pondered. and then proceeded to operate the technique's principles. 3 days later, Su Tianjiu had already grasped the basics of the concealed sword technique. He drew the Tianjiu sword from his waist, following the guidance of the technique. Su Tianjiu closed his eyes and focused. His aura gradually coalesced, as if even the dust in the air had come to a standstill. He slowly raised the Tianjiu sword above his head, its tip pointing towards the heavens. A faint glow began to circulate along the sword's body, a sign of the resonance between the sword's inherent spiritual power and the essence of the world. As he silently recited the incantation of the concealed sword technique in his mind, a peculiar force surged forth from within him, flowing along specific meridians, ultimately converging in his palm. A subtle connection formed between him and the Tianjiu sword. The sword's body quivered gently, as though responding to its master's call. Streams of pure sword intent began to permeate into the sword, merging with its very material. Conceal. Su Tianjiu uttered a low command, and the Tianjiu sword in his hand radiated brilliantly. It then transformed into a streak of light, directly vanishing into the flesh of his chest, disappearing without a trace. Yet Su Tianjiu's expression remained unchanged. Instead, he appeared even more composed, as if the razor-sharp sword had become an integral part of his being. Success. Su Tianjiu's heart swelled with joy. He could distinctly feel a surge of sword intent intertwined with his own bloodline. This was the proof of the union between the Tianjiu sword and himself. Within his dantian, the Tianjiu sword floated around two golden cores, strands of sword energy emanating from it and merging into the two golden cores. Out, with a mere thought, the Tianjiu sword reappeared in his hand. How amusing, Su Tianjiu chuckled. Placing his palm upon the sword stone, 9 powerful sword intents emerged from it, penetrating deep into the sword soul within his spiritual platform. Having mastered 9 sword intents, including 2 grand sword intents, a smile crept upon Su Tianjiu's lips. He then remarked, "If I could amalgamate these 18 sword intents within me, what wonders might unfold?" Perhaps sensing Su Tianjiu's desires, the Tianjiu sword within him began to tremble. Simultaneously, the sword soul within his spiritual platform radiated with brilliance. The two resonated in harmony. Su Tianjiu's mind was suddenly filled with several martial arts techniques. The emergence of these techniques left him astounded, followed swiftly by overwhelming elation. The Creation and Longevity Sutra, the Huangdi Neijing, the Primordial Sword, and the true understanding of martial arts. Su Tianjiu closed his eyes. Delving into the comprehension of these 4 techniques, after some time, he gradually opened his eyes, which now reflected both astonishment and joy. The Creation and Longevity Sutra was the technique practiced by Gu Changsheng. It was exceedingly formidable, and thus, aside from what Tianjiu bestowed, it could not be passed on to others. That Gu Changsheng, while the technique indeed had a name, he claimed it was nameless, whimsically dubbing it the carefree ultimate art instead. Su Tianjiu found himself both amused and exasperated. Upon successful cultivation of the Creation and Longevity Sutra, one's body would autonomously absorb the power of creation, thereby achieving longevity. However, it bore the downside of being unable to cultivate independently. Only progressing with the passage of time, this technique was not to Su Tianjiu's liking, as it consumed too much time. Even if he were willing, those with transcendent abilities in the 3 sovereigns' realm and beyond would not afford him such luxury. As for the Huangdi Neijing, it was likely the medical knowledge imparted by the Confucian leader. The Primordial Sword was the technique Su Tianjiu needed most at present, for it could merge all the sword intents within him, generating a more formidable sword intent. This filled Su Tianjiu with delight and anticipation. The final technique, the true understanding of martial arts, was even more extraordinary. It could deconstruct all martial arts techniques in existence and absorb them. Truly, the true understanding of martial arts was a game-changer. Su Tianjiu's heart was in a tumultuous state, according to the teachings of this technique, as long as one continually nurtured it with various techniques. The true understanding of martial arts would evolve ceaselessly, ultimately transforming into an all-encompassing, infallible martial arts system. This was not merely a simple fusion of techniques, but a profound elevation of understanding in martial arts. A divine technique that genuinely touched upon the essence of martial arts. Su Tianjiu understood the immense treasure he had acquired, feeling both exhilaration and pressure. He realized that should such a technique be leaked, it would undoubtedly stir a tempest throughout the cultivation world, potentially even inviting peril to his life. Su Tianjiu exited and sought out the young attendant, paying 3 months' rent in one go. It was currently March, and after 3 months, it would only be June. He had ample time to reach Qianjua Ridge within 2 months. In the days that followed, Su Tianjiu devoted nearly all his time to cultivation. The training of the Primordial Sword allowed the sword intents within him to gradually merge, forming an unprecedented force. This force coursed through his body, akin to a colossal dragon on the verge of awakening. anticipating the moment of its emergence. Meanwhile, his studies of the Huangdi Neijing led to a qualitative leap in his medical skills. As for the true understanding of martial arts, Su Tianjiu was not in a rush for immediate results. Rather, he cautiously experimented with nurturing it through various lower-tier techniques. He discovered that each time a technique was absorbed by the true understanding of martial arts, his perception of martial arts deepened, and his comprehension became increasingly profound. It was as if he had opened a door to a new world, unveiling an unprecedented realm of martial arts. Would he now not only seek out other sword stones but also become a demon who plunders others' techniques? A wry smile appeared on Su Tianjiu's lips, perfectly timed. This martial arts evaluation presented him with the opportunity to seize techniques. Su Tianjiu rose. 3 months had passed, and it was time for him to depart. Upon encountering the donkey, he was utterly astonished. The donkey before him seemed transformed. At this moment, the donkey was plump and robust, even more so than some fine steeds. "Donkey, what have you been feasting on these days to become so corpulent?" Su Tianjiu jested, but inwardly mused. Truly, what a grand tavern, even the livestock are treated so well. Naturally, Su Tianjiu would not dare to openly refer to it as livestock, lest he provoke the donkey's temper and find himself on the receiving end of a kick. Little did he know that the donkey's good fortune was entirely due to its own merit. Taking the reins from the horseman, and under the expectant gaze of the latter, Su Tianjiu mounted the donkey and galloped away. "My esteemed donkey, you have finally departed." The horseman's face broke into a long-lost smile. "I say, Wang Mozi, why have you been wearing such a sorrowful expression lately? Moreover, many guests have been complaining that you've been feeding their mounts insufficiently. Were it not for the fact that you are my cousin, I would have certainly dismissed you." The young attendant cast a complaining glance at the horseman. "Cousin, did you see the donkey just now? Such a massive creature, I certainly noticed it. I'm not blind. What? You think just because you fed one donkey well, you deserve accolades? Misunderstanding, cousin. I've told you long ago that donkey has become sentient. But you wouldn't believe me." Chapter 44, The Rise of the Donkey. An old acquaintance. What is happening? Su Tianjiu rode the donkey down the street. Before his eyes were youths riding donkeys. This sight left him utterly dumbfounded. When did donkeys become the standard for martial artists? After inquiring, he discovered that the source of this phenomenon was none other than that woman, Qin Shiming. The fairy Qin stated that the young emperor rode a donkey to enlightenment. Thus everyone began to emulate. Surely this is what they call the celebrity effect. Now not only in Zhengzhou but across the entire realm, the price of donkeys has surpassed even the most prized steeds. Truly, donkeys have risen to prominence. Now those riding donkeys are more esteemed than those on horses. Throughout the Xinhuang world, a grand army of donkeys surged forth from all directions, all heading toward Zhengzhou. The spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. "Hia, the donkey, upon encountering so many of its kind, excitedly brayed several times. Hia. Thus the streets rang with the sounds of donkeys. Su Tianjiu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, lightly patting the donkey's back. The donkey took off with a swiftness that left it disappearing from sight in an instant. Across the plains and along the ancient paths, Su Tianjiu galloped on the donkey, truly carefree, as the sun dipped below the horizon. He found himself beside an ancient tree. Su Tianjiu raised a flask of wine, taking hearty swigs. He glanced at the donkey, unexpectedly noticing it seemed to be absorbing the essence of creation. "Donkey, could it be that you are cultivating the creation and longevity sutra?" Su Tianjiu was startled by his own thought, yet he could not help but inquire. Hia. The donkey responded. Su Tianjiu felt somewhat disoriented. This donkey had truly become sentient. Night fell deeper. The sun had long since retired. While the moon and its entourage clocked in on time, Su Tianjiu, beneath the ancient tree, lit a bonfire. Over the fire, he roasted succulent wild boar legs. The sizzling sound of the fat ignited his appetite. Truly delectable. Su Tianjiu tore off a piece of golden, crispy wild boar meat, savoring its exquisite flavor. Hia. The donkey, however, trotted forward and gently nudged Su Tianjiu with its head. Do you want to eat too? Su Tianjiu inquired curiously, glancing at the donkey. The donkey grinned widely, as if in response to, "I almost forgot, you are an omnivorous creature," Su Tianjiu remarked, tearing off a piece of wild boar leg meat and offering it to the donkey. The donkey joyfully accepted the roasted meat and began to feast heartily. Su Tianjiu savored her meal, alternating between bites of meat and sips of wine, utterly content. Eventually, after several rounds of drinks, Su Tianjiu lay nestled in the donkey's embrace. "Deep in slumbered, young man, I advise you not to get involved in this matter, lest you lose your life," a voice echoed from the woods. 10 figures surrounded 2 young men and a maiden. The speaker being a burly man among them. What a joke! As cultivators, how can we ignore injustice when we see it? One of the surrounded young men, gripping a sword, retorted coldly. If Su Tianjiao were present, she would surely recognize him as Mubai, the one she yearned for day and night. It turned out that earlier, while passing through this area, Mubai had encountered a group bullying a pair of siblings. Overflowing with a sense of justice, how could he simply stand by? He drew his treasured sword and charged forward. Being a natural talent, it was no surprise that Qin Shiming had taken him as her disciple. After several years apart, Mubai's cultivation had now reached the initial stage of Dongtian, surpassing Su Tianjiao by a significant margin. Initially, relying on the formidable foundation of the Golden Core Path, Mubai had been able to hold his own against the 10 or so individuals. However, with the sudden intervention of the burly man, Mubai began to feel overwhelmed. Esteemed brother, we are immensely grateful for your assistance, but these individuals are targeting my sister and me. I cannot bear to involve you further. So please, I implore you to leave. If my sister and I can overcome this predicament, we will surely repay your kindness. A handsome young man beside Mubai spoke. In terms of appearance, he was nearly indistinguishable from Mubai. What nonsense! Since I have encountered this, how could I possibly turn a blind eye? Mubai stood with his sword, exuding confidence. Hey, you brat, do you take my words lightly? Since you were so ungrateful, do not blame us for being impolite. The burly man, initially wary of provoking the genius from that great sect, sought to force him to retreat, yet this young man proved to be unyielding, and with his mission requiring completion, the burly man's irritation flared. He raised his long knife and struck forward. This burly man was indeed formidable. His cultivation had reached the late stage of Dongtian, combined with the 7th-tier fire blade intent. As the long knife was unleashed, a massive fire serpent roared towards Mubai. Seeing this, Mubai's expression turned grave. He twirled his sword, unleashing the 4th-tier Ice Peak sword intent, which transformed into a brilliant sword light to meet the fire serpent. The collision of ice and fire erupted in a dazzling display, illuminating the night sky. The tremendous explosion startled the creatures of the forest and roused Su Tianjiao from her deep slumber. What the heck, fighting in the middle of the night? Su Tianjiao opened her eyes to see flames soaring in the jungle. The intensity suggested a battle among cultivators of the Dongtian realm. She and the donkey, one human and one beast, stealthily advanced, hiding in the grass. To her astonishment, she recognized an old acquaintance. Mubai, what is he doing here? Upon seeing her good friend being overwhelmed by the burly man, Su Tianjiao could no longer contain herself. With a light spring, she leaped 10 meters into the air, a brilliant sword light streaking across the night sky. The burly man, engaged in combat with Mubai, suddenly sensed a wave of danger. Without time to think, he exerted force on his long knife, the fiery blade momentarily pushing Mubai back before he swung it toward his rear. However, the sword light was swift. Despite the distance, it arrived in an instant, effortlessly piercing through the burly man's body, cleaving him in two. The surrounding 10 or so individuals, initially confident that the burly man would easily subdue his opponents, were taken aback by the unexpected assistance. The timing of the ambush was impeccable, as a single sword strike had felled the burly man. Retreat, the group, recognizing the emergence of help for their adversaries, decisively fled. Thank you, esteemed brother. May I know your name? Mubai, who had thought he was facing certain doom, was taken by surprise at the timely rescue and immediately expressed his gratitude to the newly arrived Su Tianjiao. A name almost escaped Su Tianjiao's lips but was abruptly halted. She nearly forgot that she had changed her appearance. It's nothing of great importance, no need for thanks. I am surnamed Jian, with a single character for my name. Su Tianjiao replied with unrestrained enthusiasm, secretly elated to see Mubai again. So, it's brother Jian. I never expected you to be at the Golden Core realm, yet your Gale sword intent has already reached the 6th tier. I am truly impressed. I am Mubai, honored to meet you, brother Jian. Mubai felt a fondness for Jian, recognizing him as a warm-hearted individual. You flatter me, brother. Su Tianjiao smiled and then turned to the man and woman behind Mubai, inquiring, may I ask who these two are? I am Dan Chen, and this is my sister, Dan Feng. We are grateful for brother Jian's life-saving grace. Dan Chen promptly replied. Dan's surname, could it be that you two are from the South region's Dan sect? Su Tianjiao's heart stirred. The Dan surname was quite rare. Aside from the Dan sect lineage, it was uncommon elsewhere. Indeed, we are disciples of the Dan sect. Dan Chen clasped his hands in respect. How strange. The Dan sect has always maintained amicable relations with others. Why would anyone target you? The question came from Mubai, who had also pondered this matter. However, since it was a personal issue for the Dan siblings, outsiders could not easily inquire. He did not expect Mubai to be so straightforward. Dan Chen hesitated upon hearing this. Brother Dan, if there are matters you cannot speak of, you need not feel compelled to answer. Su Tianjiao quickly interjected to alleviate the tension. Actually, it's nothing serious. To be honest with Brother Jian, my sister and I were originally going to join the festivities of the martial assessment, but unexpectedly, we encountered some conflict with the young master of the Qingping sword sect, Leng Jiqiu. Dan Chen gritted his teeth as he spoke. Wait, are you referring to Leng Jiqiu from the Qingping sword sect? Su Tianjiao's heart raced. It seemed fate had a way of bringing enemies together. He was well acquainted with Leng Jiqiu. Glancing at Dan Chen's sister, Dan Feng, he couldn't help but marvel at her striking beauty. The young girl possessed an ethereal grace akin to cherry blossoms in bloom, her petite frame exuding an extraordinary aura. Her face resembled a meticulously crafted porcelain doll, with large eyes sparkling like stars. And her fluttering eyelashes seemed capable of enchanting the gentlest of hearts. Her lustrous black hair was casually tied into two soft buns, with a few playful strands draping across her forehead, adding an air of innocent charm. In that moment, Su Tianjiao couldn't help but exclaim internally that this girl would surely grow into a devastating beauty. Connecting this realization with Leng Jiqiu's character, everything became clear to him. Yes, indeed, Dan Feng spoke, her expression brimming with resentment as she mentioned his name. Brother Dan, I suspect Leng Jiqiu must have uttered something inappropriate towards your sister, leading to this trouble. Am I correct? Su Tianjiao scratched his nose, feeling somewhat awkward as he asked, How did you know? Dan Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. This Leng Jiqiu truly is a dog that cannot change its ways. Su Tianjiao shook his head, realizing that the lesson he had imparted previously had not been sufficient. His words, however, left Dan Feng visibly displeased. The little girl puffed up her cheeks and retorted, Jian. You compare him to a dog, yet what do you compare me to? Oh, I truly apologize, I misspoke. Please forgive me. Su Tianjiao immediately felt embarrassed and bowed apologetically to the young girl. Brother Jian, do you know this Leng Jiqiu? Mubai suddenly asked. Of course, if you ask anyone about Leng Jiqiu, you'll quickly learn what kind of person he is. After a round of conversation, the group felt an instant camaraderie, as if they were long-lost friends. They decided to continue their journey together. However, when Mubai laid eyes on the donkey, he nearly lost his composure. This donkey? Mubai quickly inquired. What is so curious about it? It all stems from the young emperor. And I assume Brother Jian is merely imitating him, Dan Chen interjected, coming to Su Tianjiao's aid. Indeed, Brother Dan knows much. The young emperor rode a donkey to enlightenment. Who in the world does not know this? I am merely enchanted by his aura and wish to emulate him, Su Tianjiao stated nonchalantly, his heart racing without a hint of shame. It's actually Mubai who has 1,000 words pent up inside him. Brother Mubai, do you have something to say? Dan Chen asked, intrigued by the look on Mubai's face. Actually, this young emperor, Su Tianjiao, is my senior apprentice brother, Mubai admitted, a hint of embarrassment creeping in. What did you say? Su Tianjiao feigned surprise, dramatically questioning. I heard that the young emperor previously trained under Fairy Qin. Could it be that you are a disciple of Fairy Qin? Indeed, my master is none other than Fairy Qin. Mubai was taken aback by Su Tianjiao's exuberance. He quickly realized that Jenny admired his senior brother so much that such a reaction was entirely plausible. To my astonishment, the illustrious young emperor is, in fact, the senior brother of Mubai. Such a revelation is truly beyond comprehension. Even Dan Chen was left dumbfounded upon hearing Mubai's words. However, the young girl Dan Feng incessantly surrounded Mubai with questions, all pertaining to Su Tianjiao. Eventually she even inquired about the type of woman Su Tianjiao favored, leaving Mubai blushing profusely. Fortunately, Dan Chen promptly intervened to halt his sister's relentless questioning, otherwise one might have wondered if the young emperor was fond of children, which would have been somewhat inappropriate. The group journeyed along, exchanging laughter and banter, 4 individuals on 1 donkey and 3 horses, setting off towards the rising sun until the sun dipped below the horizon. Sword brother, it is getting late, and there is no shelter in sight. Would it not be preferable for us to rest under the sky, using the earth as our bed? Dan Chen inquired as they arrived at a mountainous area. With no other options available, it would only be a hardship for your sister. Su Tianjiao, however, appeared unfazed. Over the years, he had accompanied the one-armed elder and had endured his fair share of hardships. It is of no consequence. We are all children of the rivers and lakes, the spirited Dan Feng declared. The group found a clear patch of ground, made a simple arrangement, and soon lay down to rest. Under the shroud of night, the sky was ominously dark. It was the perfect night for misdeeds. 2 figures approached riding a flying sword, an old man and a young one. The elder was unfamiliar, but the younger was quite recognizable. It was indeed Leng Jiqiu. Uncle Li, ensure that little girl remains alive for me. The rest must perish. If this matter leaks, the people of Dan's sect will surely annihilate our Qingping sword sect, exclaimed Leng Jiqiu, excitement evident in his voice as he clung to the old man's waist. Young master, the sect master has decreed that no one is to be spared, the elder cautioned. In that case, may I kill the girl after I have had my fun? Ling Jiqiu persisted to the elder. Realizing he could not dissuade this young master, simply acquiesced. Thank you, Uncle Li, rest assured, once this matter is resolved, I shall fulfill my promise to you. Upon hearing this, Ling Jiqiu's heart swelled with joy, and he hastily affirmed. Su Tianjiao lay on the ground, resting his eyes, when suddenly the sword spirit within him stirred restlessly. A sense of impending danger washed over him, prompting him to shout, "Quick, take cover!" The others awoke from their slumber. Panic-stricken and swiftly fled. 3 beams of sword light struck the patch of ground where Su Tianjiao, Dan Shen, and Mu Bai had been resting, cleaving the earth with 3 long fissures. 3 Tribulation Realm. Su Tianjiao gazed skyward. Spotting the elder hovering in mid-air. To have evaded it, you possess some skill. The elder, surprised, regarded Su Tianjiao with astonishment. His previous 3 sword intents had been unleashed when the group was completely unprepared. Yet this young man's sense of crisis was remarkably acute. Who are you? Why have you ambushed us? Mu Bai demanded, regaining his composure and directing his fury at the elder. Just a dead man. Why so much unnecessary chatter? The elder swung his sword once more, unleashing 3 strikes from various directions towards the trio. Damn it, Su Tianjiao cursed as he prepared to unleash his own sword intent. Only to find a massive energy shield enveloping them, blocking the elder's 3 sword intents. How is it that there exists a life-saving artifact? The elder's expression darkened, raising his sword high. A more terrifying golden sword intent coalesced into a colossal sword beam. Hold on, esteemed elder, my father is Dan Xiuxing, Dan Shen shouted urgently, recognizing the gravity of the situation. The elder's sword trembled at the mention of the name, his voice icy as he inquired, is it Dan Xiu? Dan Xiuxing, indeed, Dan Shen confirmed. The elder fell silent, lost in thought. Killing the son of the Dan master would surely cause an uproar. Uncle Li, given the situation, do you believe that Dan Xiuxing would spare us? Behind a large rock, Ling Jiqiu hastily transmitted a message. The elder's heart quaked at the thought. Whether to kill or not, a feud with the Dan sect had already been established. To kill meant survival as long as the news did not spread. But to spare them would lead to certain doom. Resolute, the elder's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Wait, esteemed elder, my master is the newly appointed sword master, Qin Xianzi, Mu Bai interjected, sensing the elder's escalating bloodlust. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression changed drastically. Qin Xianzi, how could this be? The elder hesitated, his sword poised but unwilling to strike. The notoriety of Qin Shiming was immense, and her temperament was equally formidable. If it were not for the fortuitous encounter with that great figure, not only would his father have lost his powers, but the Qingping sword sect would have perished long ago, concealed behind the boulder. Ling Jiqiu's hatred reached its zenith. He transmitted, Uncle Li, should you eliminate them, I will ensure that my father imparts that great figure's swordsmanship to you. Is this for real? Indeed, I swear by the heavens. Very well, the elder resolved, striking down fiercely at the energy shield below. This blow was delivered with all his might. The 12th tier golden sword intent combined with his terrifying power at the 3 Tribulation Realm made this strike utterly fearsome. The immense golden sword beam crashed into the energy shield, producing a thunderous sound. The shield held for but a moment before shattering. In that instant, Su Tianjiao and his companions were thrown back by the shockwave. Mu Bai and the others collapsed, unconscious and unaware of their fate. Su Tianjiao, being the farthest from the center, narrowly escaped disaster, though blood spilled from his mouth. Mu Bai lay not far from him. Life or death unknown, while Dan Shen and Dan Feng lay there oblivious to their fates, his eyes bloodshot. Su Tianjiao could hardly believe the audacity of the elder, daring to slay the children of the Dan master and the disciple of Qin Shiming. You seek death, Su Tianjiao roared, reaching into his Qian Kuan pouch for a handful of great yuan pills and swallowing them without hesitation. In that moment, he held nothing back. The 18 sword intents within him harmonized as the yuan sword reached its pinnacle. A terrifying sword intent materialized. The elder, initially intent on delivering a finishing blow, found himself frozen in place as this sword intent manifested. What is this sword intent? How can it be so powerful? The elder felt as though he was not facing a golden core sword cultivator but rather a sword immortal, or even someone far beyond that. I will have your life. Su Tianjiao's sword cleaved towards the elder in the sky. 100-meter sword beam traversed the night sky, shattering space and evaporating spiritual energy in its wake, rendering heaven and earth pale and astonishing the very spirits. No, the elder roared, channeling all his spiritual energy in a desperate bid to escape. Only to realize that the space around him had been frozen, time itself halted. The sword beam pierced through him, obliterating him into nothingness. Chapter 46. Those who commit evil shall flee in fear. Su Tianjiao's figure flickered as he rushed to Mu Bai's side. Relieved to find him merely gravely injured but not in mortal danger. He breathed a sigh of relief, extracting a great yuan pill and placing it in Mubai's mouth. Before long, Mubai awoke. Gazing at Su Tianzhou in confusion, murmuring, "Sword brother, I never imagined we would meet on the road to the Yellow Springs. Stop speaking nonsense. You're not dead yet," Su Tianzhou replied before turning to check on Dan Shan and his sister. Thank heavens they survived, otherwise heaven would surely fall. Upon seeing that both were only severely injured but not in peril, Su Tianzhou exhaled deeply. If the children of the Dan Master had perished here, who could fathom the consequences? In a sense, the Dan Master was even more formidable than the old Celestial Master. People feared the Celestial Master for his martial might, yet the Dan Master wielded the influence of human connections. In the Shenhuang world, there are 3 individuals one must never provoke, and one of them is this Dan Master. In a world that reveres martial prowess, who can guarantee they would not suffer harm? When injured, one must seek the great yuan pills from the Dan sect. The second is the Medicine Master. Every family faces the inevitability of life and death, and when that illness arises, it is the disciples of the Medicine sect who must attend to it. Although the Confucian Master acquired the Huangdi Neijing from the heavens, only a select few are privy to this knowledge. The third is Qin Shiming. When this woman goes mad, anyone would dare to strike. After consuming 2 great yuan pills, both siblings awoke. "Sword brother, what of the elder?" Mubai inquired, finally regaining his senses. "He is dead." "How did he die?" "Naturally, I killed him." "Ha, that was a 3 tribulation realm cultivator. 2 major realms above you." It was Dan Feng who spoke, the young girl clearly skeptical, unconvinced that Su Tianzhou could have accomplished such a feat. "Do you know why I am called Sword One?" Su Tianzhou asked the young girl with an air of mystery. What other reason could there be? Names are given by one's parents. The girl stood brushing off the dust from her clothes, utterly unconcerned. "Because I need only 1 sword to kill." Su Tianzhou rose, his gaze fixed on the distance, exuding an aura of profundity. "All right, sword brother, who truly killed that elder?" Mubai interrupted, clearly skeptical as well. "A golden core cultivator slaying a 3 tribulation realm expert? No one would believe such a tale, yet at that moment someone did, and they believed wholeheartedly. It was Leng Jiqiu, who had hidden behind the boulder. Trembling with fear, he could hardly control his shaking. He had intended to sneak away under the cover of darkness, but his legs felt weak and powerless. Su Tianzhou's sword had terrified him to his core. "The one who killed that elder was indeed my master," Su Tianzhou declared, his eyes glinting. "Your master? Indeed, my master has always protected me from the shadows. Damn it, that donkey, get away, don't come near me. Please, dear donkey, stay away." Leng Jiqiu was in a state of utter panic, inwardly praying as the donkey, having noticed him, approached with bared teeth. Su Tianzhou and her companions were busy packing their luggage in preparation for their departure when they noticed a donkey persistently tugging at something beside a massive stone. "Hey, donkey, what are you up to?" they called out several times, yet the donkey paid no heed, merely revealing a portion of its body while flicking its tail lightly, seemingly engrossed in whatever it was doing. Su Tianzhou, filled with curiosity, wondered what could be hidden behind the colossal rock that captivated the donkey so. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air, followed by a pleading voice. "Don't bite there, someone's here." Startled, the group quickly assumed a defensive stance, only to witness the donkey dragging a person from behind the stone. As they approached, Su Tianzhou pulled the donkey away, revealing a bloodied figure, Cold Jiqiu, who had been mercilessly bitten by the donkey. "Cold Jiqiu!" exclaimed the young girl Danfeng in shock. "What is he doing here? Could that old man be from his Qingping sword sect?" Upon hearing this, Su Tianzhou scrutinized the battered Cold Jiqiu for a moment before confirming. "Indeed, it is him." Cold Jiqiu, in a daze, lifted his head and, upon seeing Su Tianzhou, his eyes filled with terror as he shouted, "Monster!" The sheer force of his cry seemed to drain him of all strength. Leaving the others reeling, Cold Jiqiu, "You from the Qingping sword sect have quite a bit of nerve." Danshan recalled the earlier scene with lingering apprehension and stepped forward to seize Cold Jiqiu by the collar. Speaking angrily, "A monster, he's a monster," yet Cold Jiqiu continued to scream in panic, oblivious to their words. "What on earth is wrong with him?" Mubai questioned in confusion. "It seems he's been scared senseless." Danshan released his grip on Cold Jiqiu. Disgusted as he wiped his hand, "Serves him right." Danfeng gritted her teeth in anger, while Su Tianzhou remained silent, contemplating the implications that he had witnessed her earlier actions against that old man. He must have seen everything. Cold Jiqiu could not be allowed to live. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Su Tianzhou's eyes as the Tenju sword materialized in her hand. "Ah, don't kill me, my father is the Qingping sword saint." Leng Bufanda, "No, my father is already a sword immortal. You cannot kill me. I bear his mark. If I die, he will sense it immediately, and none of you will escape." Cold Jiqiu, seeing the sword in Su Tianzhou's hand, seemed to grasp the gravity of his situation, muttering incessantly as tears and urine soaked the ground beneath him, prompting the others to feel a wave of revulsion. Summoning an unexpected strength, Cold Jisho kicked off the ground. Using his hands and feet to drag himself backward, pressing his back against the earth. Everyone, Cold Jisho must not be left alive. Su Tianjiao pointed her sword at him, causing him to tremble in fear. However, killing him would prompt a swift pursuit by Lang Bufan. Danchen stood by, casting a fierce glance at Cold Jisho, torn between a strong desire to kill and the fear of retribution from Lang Bufan. I will call upon my master to intervene. You three should leave first. My master does not favor strangers. Su Tianjiao deliberated for a moment before speaking somberly. Can your master defeat Lang Bufan? Danfeng asked skeptically. Killing him will be as easy as slaughtering a dog. Su Tianjiao replied decisively. Very well, then I shall wait for you at the 10-mile plain. Mubai wasted no time, mounting his horse and addressing the Dan siblings. Let us depart, for since Sword Brother's master dislikes outsiders, we should leave this place. Sword Brother, take care. Danchen grasped Danfeng's hand, and the three of them rode away, vanishing from Su Tianjiao's sight. Don't kill me. My father is the Qingping Sword Saint, Cold Jisho repeatedly pleaded, his voice a mere echo of despair. Those who commit wicked deeds will surely meet their end, Su Tianjiao declared, her sword slicing through the air. Inside a luxurious pavilion, Lang Bufan was merrily drinking with friends, reveling in the moment. Congratulations, Cold Brother, not only has your cultivation soared, but your Qingping sword intent has also reached the 20th level. From now on, we shall refer to you as the Qingping Sword Immortal. A middle-aged man beside him raised his cup in flattery. Not at all, not at all. Lang Bufan, in high spirits, relished the praise. Suddenly, his expression shifted drastically. An overwhelming aura erupted from him, sending the table and friends crashing to the ground. What does this mean, Cold Brother? They questioned, bewildered. Someone has killed my son. Lang Bufan's voice was cold, sending shivers down their spines. He leaped through the window, transforming into a streak of light as he sped away into the distance. Has that Cold Jisho, the second-generation heir, been killed? Judging by Cold Brother's demeanor, it must be true. He is the only son. The one who killed Cold Jisho will surely face dire consequences. The men at the window exchanged grave glances. Chapter 47. The Immortaless sword. Blood on the heavenly blade. After Su Tianjiao severed Cold Jisho's throat with her sword, she began to chant incantations, transforming into the likeness of Qin Shimeng. Master, dear master, please forgive your disciple for borrowing your esteemed name to frighten the Qingping Sword Saint, Lang Bufan. Su Tianjiao clasped her hands in earnest prayer towards the distant Qin Shimeng, her heart racing as she struggled to maintain her composure in the face of a grieving father. Should she fail to intimidate him, or if Lang Bufan were to act out of desperation, the consequences would be catastrophic. With the aid of several great Yuan pills, spiritual energy, combined with the unification of her 18 sword intents, Su Tianjiao barely managed to summon power beyond that of a sword immortal. Yet from Cold Jisho's words, it was clear that Lang Bufan had already become a genuine sword immortal. If he were to attack her recklessly, she would have but one chance to strike. If she failed to kill him in that single blow, it would be her own demise. Su Tianjiao was gambling, betting that Lang Bufan would not dare to harm Qin Shimeng. Recalling Qin Shimeng's demeanor, Su Tianjiao endeavored to mimic her. For safety's sake, she drew upon the primordial forces of heaven and earth within her sword soul. After all, mimicking from a higher level to a lower one is simpler than vice versa. Should something go awry, she vowed that the one who harmed her son would face utter annihilation. At this moment, Lang Bufan was consumed by rage, his thirst for vengeance palpable. His figure shot forward like lightning, covering vast distances in an instant. His speed was astonishing. Is this man truly a sword immortal? Though his strength has just ascended, his murderous intent is formidable. Could it be that he has lost his father? A middle-aged man was polishing a chilling blade atop a cliff. He looked up at the sky where Lang Bufan had flown by, thinking it a fine opportunity to join the fray. The middle-aged man stepped into the air, chasing after Lang Bufan's departing figure. Who has killed my son? Lang Bufan's distant voice echoed ominously, yet the next moment, the once fearsome figure now trembled like a startled quail. Qin Immortal, my son Jisho, he has offended this immortal, so this immortal killed him, along with that trifling three-tribulation ant. Lang Bufan's voice was chilling as Qin Shimeng stood at the mountain's peak, gazing down with a cold expression. Her eyes filled with murderous intent. Upon sensing her killing intent, Lang Bufan's heart sank, and he forced himself to speak. Immortal, this must be a misunderstanding. My son has previously offended you and has learned his lesson. How could he dare to offend you again? Are you implying that this immortal has wronged him? Are you then seeking revenge for him? Qin Shimeng questioned, her anger palpable. Immortal, you are mistaken. Not if my son has offended you. Then he deserves his fate. I shall take my leave. Lang Bufan, alarmed, quickly replied, seek revenge against Qin Immortal? What a joke! Even if I have just stepped into the realm of sword immortals, not even those renowned sword immortals would dare provoke her. With that, he transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. Pa, a sword immortal, your son has been killed, and you dare not utter a word. After waiting a considerable time to ensure Lang Bufan had departed, Qin Shiming spat on the ground, disregarding her dignity. This Qin Shiming was in fact Su Tianjiao's transformation. The art of Tianxia Disha truly was remarkable. Lang Bufan had not suspected a thing. Su Tianjiao let out a long sigh of relief, preparing to shift into the guise of Jianni when suddenly a figure shot towards her from afar at incredible speed. Like a cannonball, it crashed into the ground, creating a pit nearly a meter deep. What on earth? Why has Lang Bufan returned? Su Tianjiao wondered, observing the sprawled figure of Lang Bufan in the crater with a mix of skepticism. It truly is Qin Immortal? A voice suddenly interrupted her thoughts. As a middle-aged man approached through the air upon seeing Qin Shiming, he was overtaken with joy. This man was at the pinnacle of the 9 steps to heaven. Qin Shiming was taken aback, yet maintained her composure, asking, who are you, Immortal? Have you truly forgotten your benefactor? 30 years ago, I battled you at the North Sea and was defeated by half a move. How could you have forgotten? The middle-aged man replied, a hint of irritation in his tone. The North Sea, another sword cultivator of high caliber. Could it be that Tian Dao Kenyang? With Qin Shiming's mind raced, Tian Dao Kenyang. I certainly remember you. Su Tianjiao emulated Qin Shiming's tone and softly remarked, it seems the immortal maiden still remembers me. Upon hearing this, a smile flickered across Kenyang's face. Yet another suitor of my esteemed master. Su Tianjiao thought to herself, realizing the predicament she found herself in. What if this Kenyang clung to me like a stubborn burr? What would I do then? Kenyang, what brings you here? Qin Shiming inquired, her expression filled with confusion. In a moment of eagerness, she sought a sparring partner, only to encounter this individual who, to her dismay, exhibited no spirit befitting a sword cultivator, opting instead to flee at the sight of her. Thus she resolved to strike him down with a single blow. Kenyang pointed at the pit where Lang Bufan lay, his face brimming with disdain, yet suddenly transforming his expression to a smile as he said, I never expected to encounter the immortal maiden here. What a fortuitous meeting. Might I be so bold as to seek your guidance? To this, Qin Shiming simply turned her back to him. What is the meaning of this? Fair maiden, do you look down upon me? Kenyang, witnessing her dismissal, Kenyang's anger began to simmer, his blade radiated a menacing aura, yet Qin Shiming did not disdain Kenyang. Rather, she held him in such high regard that she felt fear. Choosing to turn away to conceal her expression. Oh my, who will come to my rescue? Su Tianjiao found herself in a predicament, confronting Kenyang in battle. Wasn't he this simply courting death, immortal maiden? If you are unwilling to offer your insights, I must apologize for my rudeness, Kenyang declared, raising his blade high, unleashing a blade aura that pierced the heavens. Stop, Qin Shiming swiftly turned around. What is the meaning of this? Kenyang found himself utterly perplexed by Qin Shiming's reaction. In this picturesque locale, should we engage in combat, we would mar this splendid scenery, which would be quite regrettable. Qin Shiming, with her hands clasped behind her back, displayed a look of reluctance. This can be easily resolved. I implore the maiden to relocate with me for our duel. Nay, this place is too beautiful. I have yet to fully appreciate it, Qin Shiming interjected hastily, nearly revealing her true feelings. How about we engage solely in a contest of artistic intent? Perceiving that Kenyang was on the verge of losing his temper, Qin Shiming quickly proposed, only a contest of artistic intent? Kenyang furrowed his brow. After a moment he replied, very well. With that, he lifted his long blade once more, unleashing a thunderous blade intent that extended nearly 23 levels high, slicing through the sky for dozens of meters. Not to be outdone, Qin Shiming harmonized her 18 sword intents into one. Using her finger as a sword, she fully channeled her Yuan sword, manifesting a blade aura that stretched nearly 100 meters. Poised to meet Kenyang's blade aura head-on. What kind of sword intent is this? I have never seen it before. Kenyang's face clouded with doubt. You must be mistaken. Such a sight would indeed be a rarity. Qin Shiming thought derisively. You began. Both of them shouted in unison. The clash of their blade and sword auras shattered the air, causing space itself to fracture. Kenyang's long blade cleaved through the air, transforming into a thunderous dragon, shaking the very heavens and earth. Boom! The collision of the sword aura and the thunder dragon erupted with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves that tore the skies apart. The heavens erupted in lightning and torrential rain, resembling the apocalypse. Why is it raining? Could it be that Sword Brothers' master is engaged in battle with that Lang Bufan? The commotion was truly astonishing. At Shirley Ping, Mubai and the others gazed skyward, their hearts filled with awe. Why is it raining? Qin Shiming extended her delicate hand, catching large raindrops that splattered across her face. Alas, poor Kenyang. Qin Shiming sighed, unexpectedly feeling a pang of compassion for him. She turned and departed, her demeanor quite graceful. Who would have thought our clash would provoke such a heavenly phenomenon? At that moment, Kenyang lay on the ground. A ghastly sword mark etched across his body. The terror of this sword intent left him astounded. The gap between him and her was widening. Leaning on his long blade for support, he managed to rise to his feet. The rain cascaded down upon him, mingling with his blood that dripped from the blade and seeped into the earth, staining it crimson. This battle was a resounding defeat for him, utterly thorough, had it not been for Qin Shinzi's timely retraction. That last strike would surely have claimed his life. Kenyang forced a bitter smile, retrieving a Danyuan pill from his pocket and swallowing it, watching it dissolve into a stream of light. Vanishing into the heavens, just a mere contest of sword intent could evoke such a heavenly spectacle. In the depths of the pit, Lung Bufan unwillingly took his last breath as the rain rapidly filled the crevice, burying his body beneath the deluge. Chapter 48. Three men visit Mingyue Tower. The rain fell heavily, as though the heavens had sprung a leak. Qin Shiming was already drenched, her appearance resembling that of a sword spirit. Su Tianzhou eagerly anticipated the discovery of the remaining sword stones. When the time came for the fusion of the 81 sword intents into the Yuan sword, its power would be unimaginable. Coupled with the extraordinary martial arts technique, Su Tianzhou felt a bright future awaited her. Without the donkey as a steed, she could only proceed on foot. The torrential rain soon triggered a flash flood. But fortunately, her cultivation was not weak. Though she could not fly, she possessed agility and lightness in her movements. She navigated through the rain like a specter. By the time Su Tianzhou reached Shirley Ping, the rain had ceased. Channeling her inner spiritual energy, she evaporated the moisture from her clothing, feeling utterly refreshed, having frightened off Lang Bufan and won against Kenyang in a contest of sword intent. Both feats occurred within the realm of a mere golden core cultivator. How could she not feel exhilarated? Sword brother, over here. Mubai spotted Su Tianzhou from afar. Upon reuniting, there were many words to share. The little girl Dan Feng was particularly chatty, incessantly inquiring about Su Tianzhou's so-called master. Both Mubai and Dan Chen remained tight-lipped, but the little girl Dan Feng pressed on. Su Tianzhou concocted a plausible explanation to temporarily appease her. After the rain, a rainbow appeared in the sky. Beneath the rainbow, the four of them, along with 3 horses and a donkey, looked quite dashing. The city of Zhengzhou, the main city of Zhengzhou, renowned for its prosperity. The martial arts flourished here. Those who emerged from Zhengzhou numbered not less than 80, if not 100. After 15 days of travel, Su Tianzhou and her companions finally arrived at this city of dreams. As they stepped into Zhengzhou, they were immediately enveloped by an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy, thanks to the central gathering formation that rendered the spiritual essence here far denser than in the outside world. The four were awestruck by the opulence before them. The innocent little girl Dan Feng was enamored with cosmetics and fine silks, while the 3 men were distinctly different, openly commenting on the beauties gracing the streets. Mubai's mouth watered, Dan Chen's eyes sparkled, and Su Tianzhou remained the most composed, fixated on a pair of exquisite legs, provoking the owner of those legs to exclaim, "Lecher, I am in love with this city of Zhengzhou." Dan Chen exclaimed, arms outstretched, inhaling the fragrant air filled with the scent of cosmetics, a look of bliss on his face. Suddenly his brow furrowed, and he began to retch. It turned out that the donkey had directed its rear towards him and released a thunderous fart. This prompted uproarious laughter among the group. Dan Chen, tonight you shall arrange for the little girl so we can explore together. Mubai clapped Dan Chen on the shoulder, wearing a mischievous grin. How could we go wandering without bringing along the sister? Dan Chen was perplexed, thinking the kind of wandering he meant was to places frequented by men. Su Tianzhou appeared beside Dan Chen, her tone laden with meaning. Oh, I understand now. Dan Chen chuckled, his handsome face taking on a somewhat lecherous grin. The little girl was at a cosmetics stall, haggling with the vendor, blissfully unaware of the 3 men behind her sharing a crude laugh. Dan Chen stepped forward, generously handing Dan Feng a gold ingot, saying, "Sister, buy whatever you fancy." "Brother, why have you suddenly become so generous?" The little girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. The 4 found a tavern to serve as their resting place. After a hearty meal, they returned to their respective rooms to rest. As evening approached, they reconvened in the hall, planning to explore the night scene of Zhengzhou. "Little girl, tonight your brother and these 2 have matters to attend to. Will you be alright staying in the tavern?" With a heart full of unease, Dan Chen approached Dan Feng, steeling himself to say, "What matters? Why can't I come along?" the little girl asked, her curiosity piqued. As her brother had never left her behind like this before. In this Zhengzhou city, there exists a place of utmost yang energy. Cultivating there will significantly enhance our masculine essence, transforming us into true men. Dan Chen explained earnestly, while behind him, Mu Bai and Su Tianjiao struggled to suppress their laughter. What, is my brother not a man? The little girl was utterly bewildered. Su Tianjiao could no longer contain herself, bursting into laughter, which quickly spread to Mu Bai, and even the blushing Dan Chen succumbed to chuckles. What are you all laughing at? The little girl was even more confused. Little girl, do you wish to become a man? Su Tianjiao asked, stifling her laughter. I don't want to be a man. The little girl. Dan Feng's face paled in fright. So the place we are going, you cannot join. Su Tianjiao's words finally convinced the little girl. The three men linked arms and exited the tavern. I must say, Dan Chen, after pondering all day, you concoct such a preposterous excuse. I am truly impressed, Mu Bai remarked with a grin. Is this reason not good enough? Dan Chen was perplexed, still believing his excuse to be flawless. If it were any other woman, you would be finished. Su Tianjiao teased. By the way, Mu Bai, how did your inquiries go? Dan Chen suddenly asked. That is only natural. If one were to speak of the beauty of maidens in Zhengzhou City, it would undoubtedly belong to the Mingyue Tower. Mu Bai wore a proud expression, as if he had accomplished something remarkable. The night in Zhengzhou City is exquisite, so enchanting that it makes one reluctant to leave. Along the streets, the shops abound with splendid wares. The phrase red lamps and green wine hardly does it justice. Even the air is infused with the fragrance of rouge flowers and wine. The peach blossom sword god, Li Taibai, has verses to attest. The night is too beautiful in Zhengzhou City when the night falls. Radiant lights reflect upon the heavens, countless stars twinkle in the sky, while the bright moon shines upon the world. Pavilions and towers don vibrant garments, the lights in the streets dance gracefully. A mysterious, fantastical night, as picturesque as a painting, intoxicatingly dreamy. The Mingyue Tower, the grandest place for fireworks in Zhengzhou City, stands apart from all others, for this tower only welcomes young talents. In other words, those who are unattractive or lack talent are not permitted. And thus, before the towering, cloud-piercing Chinese pavilion of Mingyue Tower, the three paused. Dan Chen exuded an air of confidence, a folding fan appearing in his hand as if by magic. Before them stood a 9-story pavilion, with flying eaves and intricate brackets, exquisitely magnificent. The vermilion doors and windows emanated a suggestive glow in the night. The large red lanterns hanging before the entrance swayed gently in the breeze, resembling flickering flames. Young gentlemen, do you understand the rules of our Mingyue Tower? A group of guards blocked their path. The leading middle-aged man inquired. Naturally, I am Dan Chen of the Dan sect. Dan Chen stepped forward, presenting a token. The man examined the token closely before returning it to Dan Chen with a respectful tone. So it is the young master of the Dan sect, please enter. He then gestured for them to proceed. I am Mu Bai from the Zhoushiu Pavilion. Mu Bai also bore a token. Young Master Mu, please. However, Su Tianjiao felt a hint of embarrassment. He too possessed a Zhoushiu Pavilion token, but at that moment, he could not present it. I am merely a friend of these two, Su Tianjiao said, mustering his courage. Young master, you cannot enter. The middle-aged man replied dismissively. Why not? Because your appearance is rather lacking. Su Tianjiao nearly exploded with rage. Was this a rejection based on looks? Alas, if only he had known, he would have transformed into a handsome young man. Regret consumed him as he recalled the words of Qin Shiming. He turned his gaze towards Mu Bai and Dan Chen, his eyes pleading. Sword brother, may you seek your fortune. The rules of Mingyue Tower are stringent, and we are powerless to assist, Mu Bai remarked, turning on his heels with Dan Chen as they entered the Mingyue Tower without a backward glance. What is this, the legendary forgetting loyalty for beauty? Su Tianjiao grumbled in indignation. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he turned to leave. Shortly after, an exceptionally handsome man approached the Mingyue Tower. Are you the peach blossom sword god? Li Taibai. The middle-aged man's heart raced. What? Am I not permitted entry? Li Taibai snapped. Not at all, a sword god. Please come in. The man bowed and nodded. After Li Taibai entered, the man summoned a young servant and whispered, quickly report to the Tower Master, saying that the Peach Blossom Sword God has arrived. Li Taibai mingled among the crowd within the Mingyue Tower, emerging later in the guise of Jin Yi. Chapter 49. A night stay in the Flower Tower. Just to seek omen, Su Tianjiao strode into the grand hall of the Mingyue Tower. A lang of fragrant powders and wine filled the air. The hall was resplendent with lights, colorful silks cascaded from the ceiling like a dreamy veil. The songstresses, adorned in vibrant attire, danced gracefully on the stage, their figures alluring, their melodious voices capable of enchanting the very soul. Guests indulged in revelry, drinking, and jesting with the women beside them, creating a scene of intoxication and splendor. Ascending the stairs, the second and third floors housed exquisite private rooms, lavishly furnished with plush carpets. Intricately carved tables and chairs, and gossamer curtains that exuded an air of seduction and extravagance. From the windows of the Minghui Tower, one could gaze upon the bustling streets of Zhengzhou City at night. The Minghui Tower itself resembled a self-contained microcosm, brimming with desire and allure, luring one into its depths. Time seemed to lose all meaning. Everything felt enveloped in a mysterious, fantastical glow, rendering it the most unique entity in the city. Following the stone steps crafted from yellow-black stone, Su Tianjiao reached the 5th floor in one breath. Where have these two fellows gone? Su Tianjiao halted at the corridor's edge, scanning with keen eyes. Young master, are you looking for someone? A graceful figure appeared, accompanied by a waft of fragrant powder. The lower half of the woman's face was veiled in white gauze, obscuring her features, yet her bright eyes seemed to penetrate the soul. Her skin was fairer than snow, with a high nose resembling the contours of distant mountains, both striking and delicate. She wore a light purple gown, its hem swaying gently with her steps, akin to a violet blooming in the night, mysterious yet elegant. Su Tianjiao turned, his gaze falling upon the woman, momentarily taken aback, then replied politely, "Yes, I am searching for two friends. They should be on this floor. Might you have seen them?" The woman smiled faintly, her voice soft and slightly magnetic. "What you seek? Perhaps I might have some knowledge. However, there are many guests in the Minghui Tower. If you could describe their features, I might be able to guide you more swiftly." Su Tianjiao contemplated and began to describe the two. One wears a green robe, dashing, and holds a folding fan. The other exudes an imposing presence, with starry brows and sword-like eyes. Clad in a white robe, the woman chuckled lightly. "Could it be that you are referring to the young master of the Dan sect and the valiant Mubai of Zhoushiu Pavilion?" "Indeed they are." Su Tianjiao's expression brightened at her words. "Please follow me." The woman turned, gesturing for him to proceed. "May I ask your name, fair lady?" Su Tianjiao inquired to alleviate his inner awkwardness. "I am Qingyue. May I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name?" She replied, glancing back, her fragrance reminiscent of orchids and musk. "I am Jianyi," Su Tianjiao responded, maintaining his composure. "Jianyi, what a fine name," Qingyue remarked, slightly furrowing her brow. The two continued their leisurely walk, the air thick with awkwardness. Eventually, they halted before a private room. "Young master, your two friends are within." Qingyue indicated the room with a smile. "Thank you, Miss Qingyue." Su Tianjiao pushed the door open, revealing Mubai and Dan Chen engrossed in toasting one another. Upon seeing the door swing open, both looked up. "A sword brother, come, I knew that with your talents, you would gain entry into the Minghui Tower." Mubai stepped forward, pulling Su Tianjiao's shoulder. "You two faithless fellows. If not for Miss Qingyue, I would have never found this place." Su Tianjiao pointed towards the door, speaking with mock exasperation. "What lady? There is no lady here." Mubai curiously peered outside, only to find the corridor empty, devoid of any sign of a lady. Su Tianjiao stepped out as well, discovering nothing but emptiness. What is going on? Could it be that the lady is an expert? Su Tianjiao furrowed his brow. In the blink of an eye, Qingyue had vanished without a trace. Such prowess far surpassed his own. "Sword brother, just now I distinctly saw you open the door alone, with no one behind you." Mubai gazed at Su Tianjiao with a puzzled expression. "Enough with this nonsense about ladies. We are here to seek companionship," Dan Chen interjected, pulling Su Tianjiao toward the table laden with drinks. "So how is it?" On the 9th floor of the Minghui Tower, in the women's chambers, two graceful women stood by the window. One was none other than Qingyue, while the other spoke. "I see no signs of disguise on his face." Qingyue's brow furrowed. "However, while the art of disguise can alter one's appearance, it cannot change one's figure or aura. Thus I surmise he must have cultivated some secret technique." "Secret technique? Is there truly such a marvel? Yet, did you sense any ruthless sword intent from him?" the other woman inquired. "He lacks any ruthless sword intent, yet within him resides a powerful sword intent unlike anything I have encountered." Qingyue turned, sitting on the edge of the bed, her right hand gently caressing a delicate ring on her left index finger. "That you cannot discern the sword intent within him. How could this be? Though it seems implausible, the reality is thus. If that is the case, this person is not the Peach Blossom Sword God. Yet, to dare masquerade as sword godly within my Minghui Tower, he must either be acquainted with the sword god or possess strength rivaling his. This could pose a complication." "Not necessarily a complication. Do you have a plan? Inform everyone that the Peach Blossom Sword Godly Tai Bai is staying overnight at the Minghui Tower." "Sister, do you intend to use Sword Godly to force this individual to reveal his true identity?" "Indeed, Sword Godly is currently within Zhengzhou City. That is one part. The second part relies on you, Anna. Your charm techniques may not unearth his identity but might yield some useful information. Are you not concerned he might harm me? What if he is merely here for amusement?" Had it not been for the presence of Dan Chen from the Dan sect and the disciple of the enchanting Qin Xianzi, I would genuinely worry about their inability to resist temptation and the potential harm to my sister. As for Jian Yi, this individual possesses a clarity of sword heart and an unwavering resolve. His purpose for being here is certainly not to seek companionship. The glint of confidence in Qing Yue's gaze was unmistakable. Her assertion held merit. Su Tianjiao's visit to the Mingyue Tower was, without doubt, not for the pursuit of women, rather, it was because within this establishment lay something he desired. On Taiwu Mountain, the venerable Taoist had once mentioned to him that the Mingyue Tower housed a certain technique. Known simply as Qi, though it appears as a singular character, it encompasses all things. Within it, one can find not only the art of divination but also methods for invoking rain, seeking blessings, and alleviating disasters. Initially, Su Tianjia was merely intrigued by this technique but never contemplated claiming it for himself. However, when descending the mountain with Qin Shiming, he had inquired of his master regarding why the Plum Blossom Sword Immortal had taken Feng Jishui on a journey. The answer revealed that Feng Jishui's homeland, Plum Blossom Ridge, had endured a severe drought for 3 consecutive years. Liu Qingxue accompanied Feng Jishui in search of a solution, thus, for the sake of ending the drought. Su Tianjia was resolute in obtaining this qi. Brother Jian, the origins of the Mingyue Tower are far from simple. Are you certain you wish to proceed? In the private chamber, the three sat together, ostensibly exchanging toasts, yet secretly deliberating. The plight of their homeland, plagued by drought for 3 years, weighed heavily on their hearts. With the acquisition of this qi, he could uncover the cause of the drought and beseech the heavens for rain and blessings. Su Tianjiao raised his cup, taking a sip of the strong liquor, embodying a figure of compassion. Brother Jian, your noble intentions are commendable. Thus, we shall lend our utmost support. Both Mu Bai and Dan Shen were moved by Su Tianjiao's fervor, and under the influence of the wine, they reached a momentous decision. However, this qi was the secret technique of the Ming King, making it exceedingly difficult to attain. A look of concern crossed Dan Shen's face. Fear not, I possess a clever scheme, Su Tianjiao declared confidently. He held within his grasp a bargaining chip that the Ming King could not refuse. Chapter 50, Not Tai Bai, cannot compose poetry. As the trio was engrossed in their discussion, a commotion erupted outside the door. Gentlemen, an excellent spectacle is about to unfold. A mysterious smile graced Su Tianjiao's face. He had transformed into Li Tai Bai to enter the Mingyue Tower, all in anticipation of this moment. Rising from his seat, he secured the wine jug to his waist and pushed open the door, only to find the Mingyue Tower bustling with activity. Guests emerged from the private rooms, gathering in the long corridor. All eyes fixed upon the grand stage of the Mingyue Tower, there stood a woman gracefully dancing. Look, it is the graceful maiden, truly a beauty of national renown, so enchanting, a man exclaimed excitedly. The graceful maiden rarely revealed herself. Why then did she suddenly take to the stage today? Someone the crowd pondered. Perhaps a distinguished guest had arrived at the Mingyue Tower. Su Tianjiao gazed at the captivating figure before him and couldn't help but recite a poem. In the Mingyue Tower, the melody sways, the graceful maiden displays her elegant ways, with 1,000 charms, her visage radiant. Upon the stage she dances with a slender waist, her figure sways like the breeze's embrace, her gaze the smoldering passion leaves none in place, dancing lightly like a celestial being in flight. The onlookers are captivated, lost in delight. As he finished, he noticed Mu Bai and Dan Shen staring at him in astonishment. Why are you both looking at me so? Su Tianjiao queried, perplexed. You can compose poetry. Mu Bai's eyes were fixed on Su Tianjiao, his expression one of disbelief. What a pity, only you and I can hear this verse. Dan Shen shook his folding fan, a look of regret upon his face. Such a shame. Mu Bai sighed as well. What do you lament? Su Tianjiao asked in confusion. A pity for your appearance, which does not match your literary talent. Mu Bai sighed again, inciting a glare from Su Tianjiao. Enough, it would be a grave loss not to witness such a fine maiden's dance, Dan Shen chided, playfully striking Mu Bai on the back of the head with his fan. Sighing in exasperation, though the graceful maiden is beautiful, she pales in comparison to my master. Mu Bai scoffed, turning away. Enough, your expression has already betrayed you. Dan Shen turned to face Mu Bai, only to find the latter's face flushed in embarrassment. You have no right to criticize, as you are no better. Seeing Mu Bai's flustered demeanor, Dan Shen couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Su Tianjiao's composure. As they conversed, they realized the graceful maiden had departed. Although she was gone, the guests in the Mingyue Tower were now in a frenzy. Ladies and gentlemen, silence. A melodious voice rang out, akin to a clear stream soothing the restlessness in the hearts of men. A woman gracefully approached, taking center stage. Su Tianjiao recognized her. It was Qingyue, the very one who had guided him earlier. Today, in gratitude for your patronage, my sister, and I have prepared a surprise for you all. Qingyue's words reignited the previously calm hearts of the men, stirring them into a frenzy once more. May I ask, what is this surprise? One gentleman boldly inquired. Could it be that the graceful maiden will perform for us? A dapper young man shouted, eliciting laughter from the crowd. You all know that my sister only performs for the sake of art, never to sell herself. However, today she is willing to make an exception. But there is one condition. Qingyue's declaration set the men ablaze with anticipation. Who is this graceful maiden? She is the finest in the central continent, in both beauty and talent. How could one not be driven to madness at the thought of her performing tonight? What is the condition you speak of? Another man asked, voicing the collective curiosity of the crowd. The condition is simple. To leave a poem upon this Shenhuang essence stone. Qingyue clapped her hands. And 4 burly men carried a stone tablet onto the stage. The tablet appeared incredibly heavy. Even 4 golden core cultivators struggled to lift it. Are you jesting? This is considered simple. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the crowd. The Shenhuang essence stone was a coveted item sought after by great sects and influential families. Its value far surpassed that of the Shenhuang stone. The Shenhuang essence stone was not only harder but also had superior self-repair capabilities. More importantly, any forceful attempt to inscribe upon it would result in a backlash. Not even the noble youths present, nor even the sacred-level experts, could leave a mark on it. The mightiest of mountain-moving experts would have to exert every ounce of strength to leave a trace. Yet the condition posed by the graceful maiden was to compose poetry upon this Shenhuang essence stone. As the young gentlemen gazed at the stone tablet, their faces fell in dismay. Is the maiden toying with us? What, is there a royal suite available here at the Mingyue Tower tonight? Su Tianjiu understood the implications, while Mu Bai and Dan Chen furrowed their brows. Brother Jian, we have encountered a grave predicament. This Shenhuang essence stone cannot be moved without the power of a king. Mu Bai shook his head, while Dan Chen remained silent. Fear not. There are those capable of achieving this. Su Tianjiao, however, remained unperturbed. For he had spotted 2 individuals within the crowd, Lu Qingxue and Feng Jishui. Surely, they too had come upon hearing the news of the qi at the Mingyue Tower. Su Tianjiao mused. Are you referring to them? They seem promising, but I fear they may be all show and no substance. As Su Tianjiao's gaze fell upon the 2 handsome young men standing amidst the crowd, a sense of calm enveloped them. Gentlemen, is there anyone willing to step forward for a trial? Qingyue inquired, noticing the hesitation among the crowd. Her brow furrowed slightly as she sensed the growing urgency. I shall. At that moment, a voice rang out, and to everyone's surprise, it was Lu Qingxue, disguised as a man, stepping forward. Surely this fellow has been blinded by desire. The Shenhuang essence stone is not the Shenhuang stone. Attempting to leave a mark will result in a backlash. Doubts arose among the crowd. Lu Qingxue approached and asked, Maid, must one truly compose poetry? Indeed, Qingyue replied firmly, her gaze fixed on Lu Qingxue, a hint of a smile gracing her lips. May I inquire on what subject shall the poem be based? Lu Qingxue asked again. On the dance my sister just performed, if that is agreeable. Very well. Lu Qingxue stood before the stone tablet, yet remained motionless for what felt like an eternity. Hey, are you capable or not? If not, step aside, and spare us the embarrassment, jeered a young gentleman from the crowd. Lu Qingxue, with flushed cheeks, finally declared, I cannot compose poetry. Ha, look at her, clearly lacking in ability. Yet she brushes it off with a mere claim of inability. Laughter erupted among the crowd. On stage, the plum blossom sword immortal was incensed. Lu Qingxue, using her finger as a sword, unleashed an unfathomable and boundless sword intent that enveloped her fingertip. Before long, 12 grand characters stood boldly upon the stone tablet, silencing the murmurs of the crowd. The words read, I cannot compose poetry. I am not Li Tai Bai. The 12 characters stood out starkly, evoking gasps of astonishment. This is the Wuji sword intent, at least at the 20th level, and someone has recognized this sword intent. Is it not the sword intent of the one from Meihua Ridge? Someone continued, their words laced with astonishment. I am Qingyue, and I have met the Meihua sword immortal. Qingyue had long since deduced the identity of Lu Qingxue. She respectfully bowed in acknowledgement. My dear, might I inquire if the Ming Wang could make an appearance? I have a matter to discuss. However, Lu Qingxue did not engage in pleasantries and directly stated her intention. Forgive me, sword immortal Lu, but my family's Ming Wang is already aware of your purpose. Our ancestors have decreed that the energy may only be passed to those of the Ming family, so I must advise you to seek another method. There was a hint of regret in Qingyue's voice. Were it not for your Ming Wang's vow to remain within this Mingyue Tower for eternity, I would gladly make the journey. The drought-afflicting Meihua Ridge could surely be resolved. Lu Qingxue's expression bore an air of helplessness. The Ming Wang, the last surviving member of the Ming family, is bound by a promise of love, unable to leave this tower for life. I am truly sorry. Qingyue offered her apologies once more. Is this technique destined to be lost? Lu Qingxue turned, her heart heavy with sorrow. A master, if this energy is lost. Meihua Ridge. Feng Jishue stepped forward, grasping Lu Qingxue's sleeve, concern evident in her eyes. Let us depart. This realm of fleeting flowers is not meant for us. Though Lu Qingxue spoke thus, her legs felt as leaden as if each step bore the weight of the world. Chapter 51, wielding the proud snow sword. Composing a light verse. Esteemed guests, does anyone wish to take a step forward for a challenge? Seeing this, Qingyue inquired once more. Does this Mingyue Tower truly expect the arrival of a sword immortal today? A young gentleman waved his folding fan, his words dripping with ridicule. His comments were met with immediate agreement from many in attendance. Though Lu Qingxue's arrival astonished those present, it was understandable. Meihua Ridge has endured 3 years of severe drought. The plum blossoms on the mountain have long withered. Although a mighty individual has traveled great distances to bring water, it is but a temporary respite. As for the other nobles, they are illustrious figures in their own right. A brief lapse in youthful folly may be forgiven, but now, with their reputations at stake, who would risk their honor for mere amusement? It seems no one is willing. Qingyue's gaze shifted to Su Tianzhao, her face betraying a hint of disappointment. Indeed, they awaited my move. Under Qingyue's scrutinizing gaze, Su Tianzhao felt a stirring in her heart. Speaking up, if that is the case, I shall give it a try. With that, she leapt gracefully, her body seemingly buoyed by the wind, descending slowly from the 5th floor to the high platform above. Who was this person, so ordinary in appearance, yet how did they gain entry into the Mingyue Tower? Their cultivation is merely at the golden core stage. How can someone in their 20s still be at this level? Such poor talent. I wonder how they managed to infiltrate this tower. The crowd directed their gazes towards Su Tianzhao, and a cacophony of insults and mockery ensued, yet Su Tianzhao remained unfazed, her eyes fixed on Qingyue, their gazes locked, and Qingyue spoke first. I thought you would not come. How can you be so certain that I would act? Knowing I am merely a novice at the golden core stage, Su Tianzhao retorted, while I am unaware of your background, your disguise technique is truly remarkable. Even I cannot discern your true appearance. Qingyue marveled, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a light capable of unveiling illusions. Yet, in her eyes, this individual remained just that, a mere individual. Though so vividly real, it sparked her doubts. However, I can sense the sword intent within you. While I know not its nature, its power surpasses even the Wuji sword intent. Before Su Tianzhao could respond, Qingyue pointed towards a nearby stone tablet and whispered, Are you jesting? His sword intent could rival that of the Meihua sword immortal's Wuji sword intent? If that were true, I would gladly consume this stone tablet. The crowd expressed disbelief, including Mu Bai and Dan Shen on the 5th floor, both wearing equally bewildered expressions. It was evident that they too shared this skepticism. They might believe Su Tianzhao could compose poetry, but leaving such a verse inscribed on this stone tablet, that they could not accept. However, one individual did believe, and that was Lu Qingxue, who had already approached the entrance. While others may not know of Qingyue's origins, she was well aware. Turning, she addressed Su Tianzhao on the platform. The Meihua sword immortal spoke softly. Esteemed young hero, might you step forward for a conversation? Hiss, the sword immortal actually called out to that young lad. I dare not disobey your words, esteemed predecessor. Su Tianzhao stepped down from the platform, hastening to Lu Qingxue's side, bowing respectfully as she inquired. May I ask why you have summoned me? There is no need for such courtesy, young hero. I indeed have a matter to discuss. Lu Qingxue gazed at her, her voice laced with a hint of pleading. You flatter me, esteemed predecessor. Whatever your request, I shall do my utmost to fulfill it. Su Tianzhao bowed once more, sincerity evident in her tone. If you encounter the Ming Wang, please convey a message for me. Lu Qingxue communicated through thought, clearly wishing to keep their conversation private. Esteemed predecessor, how could the Ming Wang possibly meet with me? If you can inscribe poetry upon this stone tablet, the Ming Wang will certainly agree to meet. Very well, what message should I deliver? When you meet the Ming Wang, say this: though the affectionate sword immortal has departed, their sword soul lingers in this realm. She will surely inquire about the whereabouts of that sword soul. You need only respond, on the day of the martial assessment at Qianzhua Ridge. At these words, Su Tianzhao felt a jolt of surprise, for the sword soul of the affectionate sword immortal currently resided within her spiritual platform, serving as her bargaining chip with the Ming Wang. If I meet the Ming Wang, I shall convey your message as you instructed. Su Tianzhao nodded. She then turned to Feng Jishue and asked, Might I borrow your sword for a moment? Feng Jishue was momentarily taken aback by the request. Looking at Lu Qingxue and receiving her nod, she drew the sword from her waist and handed it to Su Tianzhao. Thank you. Feeling the faint warmth emanating from the sword in her hand, Su Tianzhao's heart warmed. This sword, Feng Jishue's sword, what a splendid proud snow sword, a treasured heirloom of Meihua Ridge. Today, wielding this sword, I shall inscribe a poem upon this Xianyuan tablet, not for the sake of eliciting a smile from a fair maiden, but to resolve the drought-afflicting Meihua Ridge with that Su Tianjiao sword to the high platform. Sword in hand, standing beside the stone tablet, pointing her sword at the tablet, its tip trembled lightly as an invisible sword intent spread forth, enveloping the stone tablet. The 12 characters upon the tablet vanished without a trace in that instant. Lu Qingshua's beautiful eyes widened in shock, the audience fell into a hushed silence. Su Tianjiao recited, "Praise the graceful figure, the bright moon illuminates the tower, graceful dances linger, light silk rises with the wind. 100 charms descend from the heavens." Upon completion, a 4-line poem materialized upon the Xianyuan tablet, flowing seamlessly as if penned by a dragon. Su Tianjiao sheathed the proud snow sword, beads of sweat dotting her forehead. Finally done, exhaling a breath of pent-up air, she turned only to find the crowd staring in astonishment. "Young lady, your sword." Su Tianjiao descended from the platform, offering the sword back to Feng Zhishui. "Though your light verse may not rival those of esteemed poets, it has indeed passed this trial. Please take it." Qingyue, emerging from her astonishment, was not merely shocked by the poem but by the all-encompassing, boundless sword intent. "I shall do my utmost as entrusted by my predecessor." Su Tianjiao glanced at Lu Qingxue, then cast a sidelong glance at Feng Zhishui before turning to stride forward, following Qingyue up the stone steps. Ascending to the 9th floor, the onlookers were filled with envy. The graceful maiden's heart had been captured by this individual. Though some felt reluctant, they could not help but admire him. How could this person be so impatient? "Master, is this person trustworthy?" A hint of disdain crossed Feng Zhishui's face. To her, this unremarkable youth must be drawn to the beauty of the graceful maiden. "This young man possesses a resolute sword heart. He is not someone who lacks integrity." Lu Qingxue shook her head, casting a glance at Feng Zhishui, and continued, "Let us depart. I find this place rather distasteful." Just as they exited the Mingyue Tower, they encountered a handsome man standing before it. "Tai Bai, what brings you here?" A glimmer of joy flickered in Lu Qingshue's eyes. "Someone has impersonated me and entered this Mingyue Tower." Li Taibai's expression darkened. Upon seeing Lu Qingxue, his murderous intent dissipated. "Esteemed guest, please, on the 9th floor." Qingyue halted, gazing at Su Tianjiao with a smile. The 9th floor of the Mingyue Tower contained but a single room. The interior was elegantly and luxuriously adorned, with flowing silks dancing and candlelight flickering, exuding a faint fragrance that starkly contrasted with the chaos outside. Following Qingyue's lead, Su Tianjiao stepped inside. There, on the wooden bed, sat a woman, her face similarly shrouded in a veil of silk. Yet, the contour of her face hinted at extraordinary beauty. "Esteemed guest, a moment spent in spring's embrace is worth 1,000 gold. I shall not intrude upon your time." Qingyue smiled and turned to leave. The graceful maiden approached, her beautiful eyes fixated on Su Tianjiao. Their gazes intertwined, and Su Tianjiao found himself captivated by the allure emanating from her eyes, which seemed to harbor boundless charm. With a mere blink, electric currents danced between them, utterly enchanting. "Since the graceful maiden has set the stage, why does she appear so oblivious to the allure of romance tonight?" Su Tianjiao, feeling uneasy under her captivating gaze, turned his eyes and teasingly remarked, "Oh, do enlighten me. In what way is the graceful maiden lacking in romantic understanding?" The maiden stepped closer, narrowing the distance between them until their faces nearly touched. Su Tianjiao could easily catch the faint scent of her essence. "Unlike the fragrance of powder, this scent is most likely to incite one's passions. Even now, I have yet to behold the maiden's true visage. Who knows whether she is beautiful or not?" Just as Su Tianjiao was about to finish speaking, I witnessed that graceful hand gently tugging at her face, causing the thin veil to fall to the ground, revealing an exquisite countenance. Chapter 52. Entering the tiger's den without fear of the tiger's cub. What manner of face is this? At the very least, Su Tianjiao had never encountered such a visage in over 20 years. That face was akin to a finely carved jade, its alabaster complexion tinged with a delicate blush, her brows arched like distant mountains, gently rising, seemingly imbued with endless charm and allure. Her eyes, resembling shimmering autumn waters, sparkled with an enchanting light that seemed capable of ensnaring souls. Her nose was straight and delicate, and her lips, unadorned yet crimson, perpetually bore a hint of a beguiling smile. Cascading black hair flowed like a waterfall, adding a touch of grace and seduction. Every movement of hers exuded an innate charm that captivated all who beheld her, stirring hearts and igniting passions, as if she were the unparalleled beauty capable of turning the world upside down. "My lord, are you satisfied?" she asked, stepping closer to bridge the distance between them. "Quite satisfied," Su Tianjiao stammered. He recalled that Dan Shen had once mentioned that the women of Mingyue Tower were all extraordinarily beautiful. Especially that enchanting one. No man could resist her allure. Su Tianjiao had merely chuckled at the time, dismissing it as an exaggeration, yet now, it seemed Dan Chen's words had perhaps understated the magnificence of the woman before him. With a playful smile, she remarked, "While you may be satisfied, I am not." She turned and sat upon the bed, adopting a teasing posture that left Su Tianjiao parched with desire. Oh, is it my appearance that fails to please you? Indeed, how could one so gifted in talent and virtue possess such an ordinary appearance? Nodding her head, she spoke with an air of skepticism rather than disappointment, understanding the implication behind her words. Su Tianjiao awkwardly touched his nose and replied, "You jest, looks are a gift from one's parents, but my abilities are earned through my own efforts." Ha, a gold core cultivator discussing abilities, unaware of what lies upon the bed? Her sultry gaze was laced with mockery, yet her words held a teasing undertone. Su Tianjiao felt his face flush crimson at her remark, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. He inhaled deeply, attempting to regain his composure, yet his gaze remained fixated on her alluring figure. "Please, do not jest with me," he managed to utter with great difficulty. In response, she let out a melodious laugh, her voice ringing like silver bells. "You are truly amusing." With that, she gracefully rose, gliding toward Su Tianjiao, each step imbued with an irresistible allure. Su Tianjiao felt his heartbeat intensify, as if it might leap from his throat. My lord, do take good care of me tonight. Her voice whispered like a spell in his ear, enveloping him in a fiery haze of desire, where reason and longing battled within. Just as he wavered, she approached him, close enough for him to distinctly inhale her intoxicating fragrance. "My lord," she murmured, parting her ruby lips, her eyes shimmering as if to draw away his very soul. Unable to restrain his impulses any longer, Su Tianjiao pulled her into his embrace, and she melted against him. A triumphant smile gracing her lips, the atmosphere in the room thickened with an intimate heat, as if the very air was about to ignite. Suddenly, Su Tianjiao felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. His head spinning as fatigue seized him, his eyes struggled to remain open, but the tide of slumber surged forth, and he ultimately surrendered, collapsing to the floor in a deep sleep. "Her seduction skills are becoming increasingly formidable," a voice remarked, revealing the sudden appearance of Qing Yue. "It is only to blame that this fellow possesses such weak willpower." In her eyes, there was a glimmer of disdain. "I shall see what face lies beneath your disguise." Qing Yue approached, closely scrutinizing Su Tianjiao's sleeping face, marveling at the artistry of his disguise. Such remarkable skill, yet, no matter how masterful the art, it cannot escape my discerning gaze. With a sense of pride, she reached out to peel away his mask, only to discover that this seemingly ordinary face was indeed genuine. "How can this be? My keen eye tells me this cannot be his true appearance." At that moment, Qing Yue found herself at a loss. "It seems I must enlist the master's assistance." Beside her, Wenna furrowed her brow, speaking with a solemn tone. "Very well, only the master's divination can unveil his true identity." As Qing Yue departed, Wenna, feeling bored, leaned down and began to explore Su Tianjiao's person. "A wine flask? This must be a treasure, yet why can I not lift it?" At Su Tianjiao's waist, she discovered an exquisite wine flask. Initially intending to inspect it, she found that no matter how hard she tried, it would not budge or forget it. "Let me see if there is anything else." She continued to search and was surprised to find that he possessed considerable wealth. From his embrace, she uncovered a Qiankuan pouch. Pouring its contents out, a plethora of gold, silver, and jewels scattered before her. Among these treasures were also several precious elixirs of great value in the cultivation world. "This pouch is quite impressive, though it pales in comparison to my spatial ring." Wenna triumphantly tossed the pouch aside and reached for her left hand, only to be met with a sudden change in her expression. "Where is my ring?" At her exclamation, Wenna gasped, looking down in disbelief. Su Tianjiao sat on her bed, a smile gracing his features, holding the very ring she had worn on her left hand. "Your spatial ring is indeed superior to my Qiankuan pouch." Su Tianjiao rose, stepping closer to Wenna. "How is this possible? Why are you unharmed?" Wenna stared in disbelief. "Your seductive skills are truly remarkable. Even I almost fell for them in that fleeting moment." As Su Tianjiao spoke, he picked up his Qiankuan pouch, gathering the scattered treasures. "Impossible. I have never failed against anyone who was not of a higher cultivation." With a sudden shift in her aura, Wenna unleashed a pink mist, channeling her full strength. "Your talent is indeed enviable. At such a young age, you have already reached the void-breaking stage, but I too possess the art of seduction." Su Tianjiao regarded her with a hint of admiration. Yet his expression shifted as a more potent energy surged forth. "How can you possess this allure?" Before Wenna could complete her sentence, she felt her body betray her, an overwhelming heat coursing through her veins. clearly ensnared by Su Tianzhao's spell. How on earth did you achieve this? Biting her tongue, she fought to regain a semblance of clarity. Alas, Su Tianzhao sighed, swiftly closing the distance between them, lifting her into his arms as he moved toward the bed. No, please don't, she pleaded, yet her hands betrayed her, exploring his form against her will. As Su Tianzhao's expression darkened, his right hand transformed into a blade, striking decisively at Wenna's delicate neck, causing her to faint. Seated before the bed, Su Tianzhao gazed at the ravishing beauty sprawled before him, ultimately sighing, truly, a calamity. Behind Qingyue, another figure emerged, a woman even more beautiful than Wenna. How intriguing! As they reached the doorway, the woman smiled. My lord, this is... Qingyue, puzzled, interrupted. Wenna has fallen under her spell. Shaking her head with a hint of helplessness, the woman replied, indeed. At her words, Qingyue hastily threw open the door. The sight within caused her complexion to pale. What have you done to my sister? A slender sword appeared in Qingyue's hand, delicate yet lethal, as she glared at Su Tianzhao, poised to strike at any moment. My lady, I assure you, I have not harmed your sister. Su Tianzhao rose, slowly approaching Qingyue, gently pushing her sword aside. He then bowed respectfully to the woman behind her. Jenny, pay my respects to the Ming Wang. Chapter 53, Past Mistakes. Hard to recall Jenny? Such a rare name. Speak, what brings you here? The Ming Wang, clad in a robe of purple clouds, obscured her figure, yet Su Tianzhao clearly beheld her face, mentally echoing Li Taibai does not deceive me. I have come for but one matter, to reclaim my dignity. Su Tianzhao spoke plainly, realizing it wise to be direct with one of her stature. Is it regarding the Meihua Ridge? However, my grievances are not meant for public ears. Turning away, she departed without a backward glance. Ming Wang, Lu Jinxian sends a message, Su Tianzhao called out urgently. Speak. The Ming Wang halted. Though the passionate sword immortal may be absent, his sword soul remains in the world, Su Tianzhao declared. Where is his sword soul? At last, the Ming Wang turned, her voice tinged with urgency. I demand my dignity. You are threatening me, my lord. The Ming Wang coldly declared. I dare not do so. My actions are out of sheer necessity. Su Tianzhao once again bowed deeply. I cannot possibly accept a bow from the illustrious young emperor. The Ming Wang's words left Su Tianzhao momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Qingyue, who was trying to awaken Aina, was also taken aback. He is the young emperor. How could this be? A tempest of emotions surged within Qingyue. The young emperor, at this moment in Xianhuan, seemed almost divine. What, do you still intend to converse with me while wearing this false visage? The Ming Wang gazed at the dazed Su Tianzhao, and a hint of tenderness finally graced his features. How did you discern it? Su Tianzhao inquired. At such a tender age, yet possessing a sword intent exceeding 20 levels. Do you deem this normal? Moreover, your presence here is not for beauty, but rather for the drought-afflicting Meihua Ridge, which reveals your noble spirit, in this realm of Xianhuan, aside from the young emperor. I truly cannot fathom another like you, the Ming Wang replied nonchalantly. I should have anticipated this. Once the Yuan sword emerges, it is bound to arouse suspicion. I presume that Elder Lu has also deduced my identity? Su Tianzhao mused internally. He turned to the Ming Wang, who wore a smile as he regarded him resolutely. Su Tianzhao ceased his pretense. With a swift motion, a flash of light enveloped him, revealing his true form. Indeed, he was a dragon among men. The Ming Wang was momentarily taken aback, and after a long pause, he spoke. Qingyue, standing nearby, gazed at Su Tianzhao in awe. What a majestic young emperor he is, as this thought crossed her mind. A faint blush crept upon her delicate features. I am Su Tianzhao, here to pay my respects to the Ming Wang. Su Tianzhao restored his original appearance, rising to step forward and bow once more. As I have mentioned, I cannot withstand a bow from the young emperor. The Ming Wang swiftly moved, appearing instantaneously behind Su Tianzhao. But he then inquired, his sword soul resides with you, does it not? Indeed, Su Tianzhao replied without hesitation. Summoning the unparalleled sword soul from the depths of his spirit platform, the extraordinary sword soul quivered, and a purple sword soul emerged from it, swiftly manifesting outside his body. This was the first time Su Tianzhao had summoned a sword soul. Had it not been for the willingness of this purple sword soul to respond, he might have exerted considerable effort. How effortless this was. Yunyan, is it truly you? The Ming Wang trembled upon seeing the purple sword soul. Unable to contain herself as tears streamed down her cheeks, the purple sword soul glided before her, gently vibrating and emitting a melodious resonance. As if answering her call, the Ming Wang extended a trembling hand. Caressing the purple sword soul, as though touching a long-lost beloved. Yunyan, I have missed you so dearly over the years. I thought I would never see you again. The Ming Wang choked out, tears cascading down, splattering onto the ground, creating sorrowful blossoms of grief. Su Tianzhao stood silently beside her, a wave of inexplicable emotion swelling within him. He could feel the Ming Wang's profound yearning and affection. In those days, You departed resolutely for the sake of the world's populace, leaving me alone in this realm, waiting in vain. The Ming Wang recounted the past, her voice laden with pain and lamentation. You once told me to wait here for you, that you would return, yet I have waited for 300 years, only to receive news of your demise. The purple sword soul circled around the Ming Wang, seemingly soothing her sorrow. Qingyue, witnessing this scene, found her eyes growing misty. She stepped forward, gently embracing the Ming Wang's shoulders, offering her silent comfort. The sword soul trembled once more, transforming into a streak of light and merging into Su Tianjiao's body. Deep within his spirit platform, the purple sword soul radiated a soft glow. I beseech you all for assistance. As a voice resonated from the purple sword soul, the unparalleled sword soul burst forth with brilliance. A golden light illuminated the purple sword soul, and Su Tianjiao felt as though his head might explode. Countless pieces of information materialized as vivid images within his mind. As he grimaced in pain, both the Ming Wang and Qingyue wore expressions of deep concern. Release it, Su Tianjiao bellowed, pointing his finger as if it were a sword, pressing it against his brow. The purple sword soul finally detached, reappearing before the three of them. Upon the sword soul were the memories that had just surged into Su Tianjiao's spirit platform. The tapestry of memories unfurled, revealing two figures in the very location of Mingyue Tower, the scene of the fateful first meeting between the romantic swordsman Yunyan and the Ming Wang. Familiar memories flooded back, bringing a sweet smile to the Ming Wang's face. At that time, Mingyue Tower was not yet its name. It was known as Yulan Pavilion, the precursor to Mingyue Tower. Within Yulan Pavilion, the 18-year-old Yunyan first arrived. At that time, he was not yet a cultivator, but a scholarly youth, who encountered his lifelong love, the 15-year-old Miaoyin. For reasons unknown, their first meeting sparked an instant connection. Miaoyin, what is your true name? I was sold to this brothel at a young age, and as for my original name, I no longer recall. I only remember my surname, Ming, as in the word for tomorrow. Miaoyin, wait for me. Once I become a swordsman, I shall return to redeem you, the scholarly Yunyan declared before turning to leave, leaving Miaoyin to wait in the Yulan Pavilion. Yearningly, thus began a 3-year wait. 3 years later, Miaoyin had turned 18, and according to the rules of the establishment, she was to be adorned for her coming-of-age ceremony. Though unwilling, how could a frail girl resist? That night was fraught with anxiety for Miaoyin, yet it was also filled with fluttering excitement, for the man had arrived, not as a scholarly youth, but as a swordsman. On the eve of her coming-of-age ceremony, Yunyan, now a swordsman, won her heart with a poem, preserving her purity. Upon witnessing this, the Ming Wang could not help but recite the poem, to protect Miaoyin in Yulan Pavilion. Our paths first crossed, Miaoyin, you captivated my heart, and I felt the same. 3 years of arduous training forged my blade. Tonight, I come to protect you. My boundless intent remains, though storms have passed, our love only deepens. I shall not allow this delicate flower to be tainted by the winds. May we traverse the world together, and weave our tale within our hearts. The two departed from Yulan Pavilion, wandering the world. Yunyan's innate talent flourished, his cultivation growing daily, yet, he feared, for his lifespan continued to extend, while Miaoyin remained immortal. Thus Yunyan uncovered her lineage. The Ming family, a prominent clan within the Shenhuang realm, was annihilated overnight. The scene shifted. Miaoyin had now become a cultivator. Together, they traversed the Shenhuang world like celestial beings. However, fate is capricious. Yunyan took a step he dreaded, for they were pursued, the very assassins responsible for the Ming family's downfall. Witnessing his beloved on the brink of demise, Yunyan finally took that fateful step, severing his emotions to become a sword immortal. The heartless sword emerged, and the pursuers fell one by one, perhaps due to the depth of his love. Despite having severed his emotions, he remained by her side, guarding her. Ultimately, love triumphed over indifference. Yunyan took another step, creating the passionate sword path of the heartless sword. Their love deepened naturally. On their wedding day, the 10,000 demon mountains erupted with countless formidable beasts. Ming Liyue, remember, you must wait for me at Yulan Pavilion. Yunyan, sword in hand, uttered his final words to Miaoyin. Ming Liyue was the new name bestowed by Yunyan. From that moment, she dedicated herself to cultivation. Time flew, and a century passed. Ming Liyue awaited Yunyan in vain. Now a queen in her own right, she had ventured to the 10,000 demon mountains and slain great demons. Yet his shadow eluded her forever. A fear gripped her heart. Had she lost him for eternity? Until one day, she encountered a one-armed elder, who advised her, return to the place where you first met, he will come back for you. But what if he does not return? If you swear by the heavenly path to never leave Yulan Pavilion, he will surely come back. Ming Liyue returned to Yulan Pavilion, renaming it Mingyue Tower. Chapter 54, The World-Shattering Sword Resonance. The celestial sword emerges. The tapestry of memories gradually closed. Su Tianzhao stood by, watching the now tearful Ming Liyue, his heart awash with myriad thoughts. The unparalleled sword soul residing within his spirit platform was forged from the essences of 18,000 sword masters. 18,000 was no longer a mere cold number. It represented countless stories and lives akin to those of Yun Yan and Ming Liyue. Perhaps this wave of contemplation affected him, for a breathtaking sword resonance erupted from his spirit platform. Within the room, Ming Liyue was roused from her sorrow by the sound of the sword resonance. Outside Mingyue Tower, Li Taibai and Lu Qingshua's expressions changed dramatically. Centered around Zhongzhou City, this sword resonance rapidly radiated outward. Whether in the eastern domain, western domain, northern frontier, or southern wilderness, even throughout the entire Xianhuang realm, all sword cultivators were awakened. Their sword souls trembled within, as if resonating with the sound of the sword. In that moment, sword cultivators across the land rejoiced, discovering that their previously stagnant sword paths had suddenly broken through. This was a divine boon, the emergence of the celestial sword. Ming Liyue turned to Su Tianzhao. Finding him standing motionless as if his spirit had departed, suddenly recalling something, she exclaimed, "My lord, what is the celestial sword?" Qingyue stepped forward, puzzled. "My lord, who is this person, and what of that sword?" Before Ming Liyue could respond, Aina, lying on the bed, abruptly awakened, gazing at the scene before her in confusion. "Aina, come here, do not disturb him." Ming Liyue gestured towards Su Tianzhao, instructing Aina. Although Aina harbored doubts, she dared not disobey Ming Liyue's command. She approached and stood obediently beside her, her captivating eyes fixed intently on Su Tianzhao. The martial artist's soul within is a vital asset for cultivation. For sword cultivators, it naturally coalesces into a sword soul. The sword soul is divided into 9 ranks, with the first rank being the weakest and the 9th rank the strongest. However, above the 9th rank lies the legendary heavenly rank sword soul. The heavenly rank sword soul is a rarity, scarcely seen in a millennium, requiring immense fortune and power to manifest. One might say that the possessor of a heavenly rank sword soul is indeed a child of destiny. Ming Liyue elucidated. "Yet, my lord, does the young emperor not already possess a sword soul?" Qingyue inquired, puzzled, while the enchanting Aina stood by, her mouth agape in astonishment. "He is the young emperor." Upon hearing this, Aina's heart stirred. Unable to achieve tranquility for a long while. If my conjecture is correct, the sword soul within him was not his own, rather, it was acquired through the assistance of another. As fortune. Ming Liyue furrowed her brow, making a bold supposition. Can one truly control such fortune? Upon hearing this, Qingyue was taken aback. Ordinary mortals certainly cannot, yet those sovereigns seated upon thrones possess that capability. After all, they tread upon the realm of the heavens. Once Ming Liyue concluded her words, the room fell into a profound silence. The gazes of the three were fixed upon Su Tianzhao, who stood there, his eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, yet within him, in the realm of his spirit, an unrest brewed. Streams of primal energies from the universe flowed from the void into his spiritual realm, as though a great force were orchestrating it. These primordial forces coalesced within his spirit, gradually taking the form of a sword. As this sword soul took shape, all sword cultivators across the Xianhuang felt their own sword souls tremble. On Mount Taiwu, the old celestial master stood at the cliff's edge, gazing into the void, murmuring, "Fortune bestowed from the heavens, the Xianhuang is about to undergo a transformation." This is the sword soul of Su Tianzhao. A spark reignited in Su Tianzhao's eyes. The one-armed elder had mentioned that he, Su Tianzhao, was unlike ordinary folk, and thus his sword soul would naturally be different. It would only emerge at a special moment. "Young emperor, I can bestow this fortune upon you, but whether you can master it depends on your own fate." Ming Liyue articulated. Her words sent a shock through Aina, who hurriedly gestured to object. "My lord, this is unwise. What, do you dare to disregard my words?" Ming Liyue cast a cold glance at Aina. "Of course, I must heed your words, but..." Aina's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "My lord, what is this?" Su Tianzhao was perplexed. "The king grants me a technique, yet this woman resists so vehemently." Noticing Su Tianzhao's confusion, Ming Liyue awkwardly explained, "This technique resides within Aina, bring it forth." Upon hearing this, Su Tianzhao approached Aina, extending his right hand, coldly asserting, "Hand it over." "No." Aina defiantly lifted her chin, her gaze icy as she met Su Tianzhao's. "Your lord has spoken, yet you refuse." "My lady, I recall we have no enmity, do we?" Seeing Aina's obstinacy, Su Tianzhao softened his tone slightly. "Do you understand that this technique is within my grasp? If it is within you, then simply produce it. I mean, it is inscribed upon my very being." "Of course, I understand it is inscribed upon you. Just wait, it won't be etched upon your body, will it?" Su Tianzhao's eyes widened in shock. Indeed, Aina suddenly broke into tears. At a loss, Su Tianjiao pondered what to do. My lord, do you have any copies, or could you transmit it through spiritual means? Su Tianjiao looked at Ming Liu somewhat embarrassed. Surely, I cannot strip Aina of her garments for it. Young emperor, do you know what fortune is? Ming Liu inquired, shaking her head before continuing. Fortune is often perceived as a fundamental substance or energy that constitutes the world and life. It is an invisible yet vibrant and influential existence, serving as the intrinsic force driving the operations and transformations of all things in the universe. Su Tianjiao replied, recalling what the one-armed elder had imparted to him during his initial cultivation. Do you know how I first discovered this technique? Unaware, this technique has always been inscribed upon this king. It merely reveals itself during moments of intimacy. Ming Liu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Once her words were spoken, her cheeks flushed crimson. What nonsense is this? Su Tianjiao felt as if struck by lightning. So not only must I strip the girl, but I must also engage in such acts? Absolutely not, Su Tianjiao resolutely refused, pushing open the door in a bid to leave. You cannot depart. Ming Liu waved her right hand gently, and Su Tianjiao found himself immobilized. What is the meaning of this? My lord, Su Tianjiao asked coldly, through the trials, it is you who has attained Aina's technique, and it is also you who seeks to leave. How can the young emperor disregard the significance of Mingyue Tower? A flash of anger crossed Ming Liu's face. Forgive me, esteemed one, but I already have someone dear to me. I beg your understanding, Su Tianjiao stated firmly. You know that if the drought at Meihua Ridge remains unresolved, tens of thousands of mortals will perish. Had it not been for the vow made years ago, I would have long since departed Mingyue Tower. Ming Liu lamented. Su Tianjiao's heart was torn very well. I shall bear this sin alone. A pill appeared in Ming Liu's hand. This pill is unlike any other aphrodisiac. It will grant clarity to your spirit, allowing you to comprehend that fortune. Without waiting for Su Tianjiao's response, Ming Liu forcefully placed the pill into his mouth. What is this? Are you feeding me an aphrodisiac? Su Tianjiao felt tears welling up. As the pill slid down his throat, it instantly transformed into a wave of heat that spread throughout his body. He felt an overwhelming warmth, and his consciousness gradually became hazy. Young emperor, do not blame me. For the sake of the common people, I must act thus. Ming Liu sighed softly, turning to Aina beside her. My girl, I must impose upon you. Aina stood there dazed, as if resigned to her fate, her garments falling to the ground. Let us depart. Ming Liu took Qingyue's hand, fleeing the scene. With Ming Liu's departure, Su Tianjiao found himself able to move. Like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, he lunged towards the bare Aina. My lord, previously when the Meihua Sword Immortal sought your aid, you did not acquiesce. Why not you? Qingyue asked, puzzled, standing beside Ming Liu. You know well that this technique is unique. How could I impart it? Both Aina and you are like daughters to me. How could I allow those filthy men to benefit? Yet this young emperor is different. He is the child of fortune in Xianhuang, and Aina will not suffer alongside him. Ming Liu sighed in resignation. Upon hearing this, Qingyue's heart was tumultuous. Qingyue, if you have feelings for Su Tianjiao, it is not too late to pursue him now. Ming Liu suddenly interjected. How could this be? I do not harbor any feelings for him. We have only met once. Qingyue's cheeks flushed crimson as she vehemently denied it. My girl, having spent so many years in Mingyue Tower, I can see through your thoughts. Ming Liu mused. Chapter 55. Engaging in unsavory acts, undertaking noble endeavors in the elegant chamber on the 5th floor. Mubai and Dan Chen had grown numb from waiting. It was already dark. Why had their sword brother not yet descended? Dan Chen fanned himself with a folding fan, his cheeks slightly flushed. Having lingered there for so long, they were naturally bored, unlike other guests who found amusement. Thus, they continued to drink. Were it not for the presence of the young master of the dance sect with a few awakening pills, they would have long been inebriated beyond recognition. The sword brother is in negotiations with the king. How could he be quick to emerge? Mubai, however, remained clear-headed. Do you think the sword brother might be so entranced by that Aina that he has forgotten his duties? Dan Chen quipped, his eyes twinkling. The sword brother is certainly not that kind of person. Mubai had faith in Su Tianjiao's character, yet, despite their opposing views, they were both correct. At this moment, Su Tianjia truly found himself enraptured. Lost in the warmth of Aina's embrace, yet he was engaged in serious matters. With the appearance of the technique, Su Tianjiao hastily circulated his martial arts essence, absorbing the technique upon his golden core. Symbols of gold were inscribed. So this is how my alluring technique was learned from you. Aina's beautiful eyes brimmed with astonishment. Such a technique that can forcibly seize another's power is unlike anything she had ever heard. Please, my lady, keep this a secret. What, you consume everything and deny me? That is not my intention, Su Tianzhou said, feeling awkward. Awkward individuals indeed find themselves in awkward situations. The door to the room swung open, revealing that Ming Liyue and Qing Yue had long since vanished. Moonlight streamed through the skylight of the ninth floor, illuminating his figure, rendering it immaculate. Yet he murmured, "I am no longer pure," when Su Tianzhou finally found Dan Chen and Mu Bai in the elegant chamber on the fifth floor. It was already late into the night. The two had thoroughly intoxicated themselves. Su Tianzhou had no choice but to support each of them as they departed. Mingyue Tower, true to its name, shimmered under the moonlight, glowing brilliantly like a celestial body. However, this establishment is ultimately a place of revelry, frequented by flamboyant figures, while righteous individuals look upon it with disdain. Yet, among the righteous in Zhongzhou City, who has not visited Mingyue Tower? Opposite Mingyue Tower stood a tavern approximately 30 meters high. It is often said that when one is well fed and warm, they begin to entertain lustful thoughts. The location of Mingyue Tower was indeed aptly chosen. On the tavern's rooftop, Li Taibai reclined against the eaves, holding a jug of wine, his own brewed peach blossom drunkenness. Beside him sat Lu Qingsno and Feng Jishui. "Taibai, do you truly intend to seek that young man for retribution?" Lu Qingsno knew it was a superfluous inquiry. Who is Li Taibai? He is indeed a person who values his reputation more than his own life. As expected, Li Taibai's subsequent words confirmed her thoughts. Although this individual intends to assist you, it is ultimately inappropriate to borrow my identity and enter the Mingyue building. Had I known, the person within is my masteress wife. After finishing his words, Li Taibai took a sip of the peach blossom wine, savoring it carefully. Life is much like drinking. At first, it is akin to a clear spring, refreshing and awakening. However, gradually, this clear spring is muddied by the dust of the mundane world, becoming murky and unbearable. Thus, people busily engage in socializing, toasting, and exchanging cups, like actors on a stage, each boasting grandly, appearing more sincere than the last, as if their vows could pierce the heavens and remain unchanging. Ultimately, however, they find themselves drunkenly oblivious, collapsed like a heap of rotten mud on the ground. Upon awakening, they feel like frostbitten eggplants, filled with regret, pounding their chests and lamenting, "Why did I say such things?" The door to the Mingyue building swung open. Su Tianzhou, flanked by companions, wore a face of disdain, yet one person appeared exceptionally pleased. Li Taibai, who had waited far too long. "Kid, isn't it amusing to use the Tiangang Disha technique to transform into my likeness?" Li Taibai floated down, flicking his wine cup, causing the splashed wine to morph into numerous sharp swords, aimed at Su Tianzhou. "Is this all the gall of the peach blossom sword god, Li Taibai?" Su Tianzhou raised an eyebrow, observing the tremor of the heavenly sword in Li Taibai's mind, as 18 sword intents within him coalesced into an invisible energy shield, enveloping him. Li Taibai's wine, transformed into swords, struck against this energy shield as if a cow had plunged into the sea, leaving no trace behind. "Heavenly sword," Li Taibai landed, astonished. "How did it go?" Suddenly Lu Qingxue appeared, accompanied by Feng Jishui, her voice tinged with urgency. "I have fulfilled my mission. The chi of the Ming Wang has been passed on to the junior." Upon hearing this, Su Tianzhou noticed Feng Jishui's curious gaze lingering on him and quickly diverted his eyes, avoiding direct contact. "All right, kid, I've long guessed your identity. There is no need for concealment." Li Taibai stepped forward, speaking with annoyance. He had initially intended to teach Su Tianzhou a lesson, only to find that this kid had unexpectedly stumbled upon good fortune. Condensing a heavenly grade sword sold. It must be noted that the heavenly sword is the bane of all sword cultivators. "Well, since you have acquired that technique, hurry and follow me to Meihua Ridge." After Lu Qingxue spoke, she turned to Li Taibai, saying, "These two will trouble you." Gazing at the flying sword that transformed into a streak of light, Li Taibai fell silent, looking at the two drunkards with a furrowed brow. "Oh well, who asked me to be the benevolent peach blossom sword god? However, that kid actually asked me to take care of his donkey. That truly is a bit excessive." Li Taibai shook his head, each hand grasping one person, departing gracefully upon the flying sword. Their eyes met. Su Tianzhou had 1,000 words to say, yet felt tongue-tied due to his guilty conscience. "Tianzhou, long time no see." It was Feng Jishui who broke the awkward silence. Speaking first, "Jishui, long time no see," Su Tianzhou replied, his voice slightly trembling. On the flying sword, silence fell once more, with only the sound of the air being sliced through echoing in their ears. Sigh, Lu Qingxue let out a breath, lamenting. It should have been a joyful reunion, yet these two. The speed of the flying sword was swift. By dawn, the trio had already reached the vicinity of Meihua Ridge. Su Tianzhou looked up, only to see the sky ahead seemingly shrouded by a vast gray curtain. The sunlight struggled to penetrate the thick clouds, casting a pale and feeble light. The once lush mountains and forests had now turned withered and frail. The trees appeared to have been drained of their life source. Their branches and leaves were dry and brittle, crumbling into powder with the slightest touch of the grass beneath had long vanished, leaving only cracked earth. The crisscrossing fissures resembled the earth's painful scars, unfathomably deep. The once clear and flowing streams had now reduced to parched riverbeds. The stones at the river's bottom, scorched by the blazing sun, had become scorching hot. The once vibrant lakes had drastically receded, exposing vast stretches of silt at the bottom, emanating a nauseating stench. The faces of passers-by were haggard, their eyes reflecting despair and helplessness. They trudged heavily, laboriously searching for a glimmer of life on the arid ground. The laughter of children was absent, replaced by cries of hunger and illness. All of this resembled a hell on earth. At that moment, Su Tianjiao's heart ached profoundly. No wonder Lu Qingxue was in such a hurry. Uncle Lu, has no one gone to the nearby states to borrow water? Su Tianjiao inquired, puzzled. Logically speaking, even if it were a natural disaster, with the capabilities of those mighty beings, bringing a river here should not pose a problem. However, the scene before him was too shocking. We Meihua Ridge have borrowed water from numerous states, yet those rivers disappear without a trace within a few days of arriving here, as if something has drained them completely. Feng Zhishui replied, then this is not a natural disaster, it resembles man-made calamity. Su Tianjiao, upon hearing Feng Zhishui's words, pondered briefly before speaking. How do you deduce that? Lu Qingxue asked. Senior, did you not notice that there are no water elements in the air? Su Tianjiao responded, indeed, it seems this severe drought is far from simple. Lu Qingxue raised his right hand, sensing the elemental power in the air, only to discover that this realm was devoid of water elements. Tianjiao, do you have a way to identify the culprit? Feng Zhishui inquired anxiously. I need a little time, then let us descend first. Chapter 56, The Drought of Meihua Ridge. Techniques of Qi Observation. Meihua Ridge, which should have been a paradise on earth, now resembled a hellish realm. As the group touched down, 3 figures flew over, 1 man and 2 women, all powerful beings of the mountain-moving realm. The leading man appeared to be in his 40s, donned in a flowing deep purple robe, which billowed in the wind, adding an air of elegance. The 2 women behind him were graceful. One possessed a stunning visage with eyes as lively as autumn waters, while the other had a rosy complexion and delicate features, her eyes sparkling like stars, exuding a charming yet gentle demeanor. Ridge Master, has the Ming Wang passed down the Qi observation technique? One of them inquired. I have fulfilled my mission, Lu Qingxue replied with a smile. Splendid. Upon hearing this, all 3 were delighted. And who might this be? At that moment, the trio finally noticed Su Tianjiao beside the 2. Junior Jianyi. Greetings to all esteemed seniors. Su Tianjiao promptly cupped his hands in respect. No need for formalities, the middle-aged man replied. Jianyi, allow me to introduce you, this is Zhengli Chen, the law elder of Meihua Ridge. The one to your left is Mu Yunshang, and to your right is Su Yao, both elders of our ridge. Lu Qingxue introduced Su Tianjiao to them one by one. He then addressed the 3 again. This Jianyi is the helper I have invited. He has inherited the qi of the Ming Wang. The little brother is quite young yet possesses the true legacy of the Ming Wang. I was just wondering how such a talented individual came to be beside the Ridge Master. Upon hearing Lu Qingxue's words, Zhengli Chen and the others began to regard Su Tianjiao with newfound respect. Their words laced with praise. Senior, you flatter me, Su Tianjiao replied modestly, bowing again. Not at all. It is our good fortune to have brother Jianyi come to Meihua Ridge. Please, brother. Zhengli Chen was quite the eloquent speaker, and his few words made Su Tianjiao feel somewhat elated. However, Feng Zhishui felt a flicker of annoyance, thinking to himself, you are of the same generation as my uncle. What about me? Do I now also have to call you uncle? As the group conversed, they arrived at the heart of Meihua Ridge. Meihua Wu, brother, I must apologize. In previous years, our Meihua tea was renowned, but now, due to the water shortage, we have nothing to serve you. A hint of embarrassment crossed Zhengli Chen's face. Senior, you are too kind. I am a friend of Zhishui, just call me Jianyi. Su Tianjiao felt uncomfortable with Zhengli Chen's repeated address of him as brother. No worries, you two may speak as you wish. We cultivators do not adhere to such worldly customs. Zhengli Chen, however, spoke quite casually, standing to the side. Mu Yunshang noticed Feng Zhishui's gaze lingering on Su Tianjiao, and a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. She leaned towards Lu Qingxue and asked, Qingxue, there are many rumors about Zhishui and that young emperor. Is this Jianyi? Sister, you are overthinking. Jianyi is indeed a friend of the young emperor. As Lu Qingxue spoke, her voice noticeably rose. Upon hearing this, Feng Zhishui's fair face flushed, and she quickly lowered her head. The expressions of the others in the room shifted. Zhengli Chen's face turned red as he addressed Su Tianjiao. So it turns out that the young hero Jianyi is a friend of the young emperor. I was somewhat disrespectful earlier. Senior, you are too kind, although I am acquainted with the young emperor. I will always be a junior in front of you esteemed seniors. Su Tianjiao was taken aback by the flattery, hastily rising to bow to everyone. In that case, I shall take the liberty to address you as brother. Zhong Lichen's eyes held admiration, and for some reason, he found Su Tianjiao increasingly likable. Alright Jenny, what should we do next? Lu Qingxue, still concerned about the drought, asked. Hearing this, Su Tianjiao turned and suddenly inquired of Lu Qingxue. What is the highest mountain in Meihua Ridge? The highest is Wuyin Peak. Lu Qingxue was momentarily taken aback by the question but still responded, please take me there. This request was directed at Zhong Lichen. Certainly, you merely need to ascend to the heights. I can effortlessly elevate you to the skies without such complexities. Why complicate matters? Zhong Lichen expressed his confusion. Senior, you may not be aware, but the mist of Meihua Ridge has been drawn from beneath the earth. As I have investigated, the technique of observing the aura requires one's feet to remain grounded. However, to see clearly one must be at a height, thus Wanyang Peak is the most suitable location, Su Tianjiao elucidated. In that case, allow me to escort you there. Zhong Lichen stepped forward, grasping Su Tianjiao's arm with his right hand. Su Tianjiao felt as if she were being lifted by an unseen force. Her body gradually ascending. The esteemed seniors can remain here. Your formidable cultivation may disrupt the aura, she quickly explained upon seeing Lu Qingxue and the others preparing to take flight. Be cautious, sword brother. Zhong Lichen exclaimed, propelling Su Tianjiao away at great speed. Their figures alighted upon a mountain peak. This is Wanyang Peak, Zhong Lichen declared. I kindly ask the esteemed seniors to focus and hold their breath. I shall now employ the technique of aura observation, Su Tianjiao said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Zhong Lichen immediately retracted his entire aura, appearing like an ordinary mortal devoid of cultivation. Observing this, Su Tianjiao refrained from further delay. Channeling her martial essence to full capacity, the celestial technique consumed the aura, which now began to flow. Su Tianjiao's pupils transitioned from black to white. This was her inaugural application of the aura observation technique. The world she perceived transformed dramatically. It seemed as though the entire realm was shrouded in a veil of mist, not of the ordinary kind, but woven from vibrant streams of energy. There were fiery red currents, refreshing blue flows, and dense yellow energies, yet the essence of water she sought was alarmingly scarce, nearly non-existent. Gazing across the landscape, the currents between the mountains twisted like a languid dragon, appearing frail and powerless. What should have been a place brimming with moisture was now reduced to mere wisps of vanishing water essence, as if an invisible hand had ruthlessly siphoned it away. Further in the distance, the once thriving town lay cloaked in a somber aura, the vitality radiating from its inhabitants dulled by this drought. Suddenly Su Tianjiao detected an anomaly in a distant valley. The flow of energy there seemed distorted by a formidable force, forming an eerie vortex. Within the vortex, a shadowy essence surged, continuously consuming the surrounding water aura. Could this be the root of the calamity? Su Tianjiao's heart tightened. He focused intently, striving to discern the source of that dark energy. However, at that moment, a powerful backlash surged forth. Su Tianjiao felt darkness envelop his vision, and he coughed up blood. Sword brother, are you alright? Zhong Lichen rushed to support the swaying Su Tianjiao, gasping for breath and as pale as a sheet. Su Tianjiao replied, Senior, I have discovered an anomalous location that may be linked to this drought, but the power there is too overwhelming for me to perceive clearly. Do not fret, let us rest for a moment and return to Meihua Wu to deliberate further. Zhong Lichen said with concern. Su Tianjiao, suppressing his discomfort, pointed in a direction and inquired, what lies about 500 miles ahead in that valley? 500 miles, a valley? Zhong Lichen furrowed his brow. Deep in thought, suddenly he slapped his thigh and exclaimed, it is Fengyao Valley. What does this drought have to do with it? Fengyao Valley, Su Tianjiao echoed, puzzled, and continued, I suspect that is indeed the case. If it is Fengyao Valley, then we are in grave trouble. Zhong Lichen's expression shifted dramatically as he responded, first, let us return to Meihua Wu and consult with the Ridge Master. Are you suggesting that this drought is caused by Fengyao Valley? Lu Qingxue, now visibly astonished, interjected. Not only her, but the remaining individuals in Meihua Wu also bore solemn expressions. Based on our current clues, it likely is that place. Senior, what is Fengyao Valley, and why do you all fear it so? Su Tianjiao inquired, bewildered. The tale of Fengyao Valley is lengthy. You need only know that it suppresses a great demon. Lu Qingxue elucidated. A great demon? If so, why not simply slay it instead of going through the trouble of suppression? Su Tianjiao's confusion deepened. Sword brother, you may not comprehend. The origins of this great demon are far from simple. It was once human, but became a demon due to the taint of the four fierce auras. Thus, our ancestors decreed it may only be suppressed, not slain. Zhong Lichen interjected suddenly. Chapter 57. Within Fengyao Valley, the nine-tiered demon tower. I see now. Su Tianjiao responded, then asked, "What is the strength of this great demon?" Since ancient times, the great demon has been imprisoned within the locking demon tower of Fengyao Valley. Throughout the ages, it has remained undisturbed, and as for its strength, no one truly knows, even the ancestral texts leave it unmentioned. Lu Qingxue slowly began to explain that is peculiar. Logically, since the great demon was once a human tainted by the 4 fierce auras, why do the ancestors remain silent on this matter? Su Tianjiao pondered. What does it matter? Let us go and see for ourselves. If it is indeed the great demon causing trouble, we shall seal it together, Zhong Lichen boldly declared. No, if it truly is the great demon at work, our strength may not suffice to seal it. Su Yao, you shall journey to Taiwu Mountain and summon the old celestial master, Lu Qingxue interjected to halt him, turning to Su Yao beside her. Understood. Su Yao transformed into a streak of light, racing towards Taiwu Mountain. Convey my message. Until the old celestial master arrives, no one is to approach Fengyao Valley, Lu Qingxue commanded coldly. The matter was of utmost importance. Allowing no room for carelessness, Tianjiao, it seems you are concealing something from me. In a tranquil area of Meihua Ridge, Feng Jishue sat alongside Su Tianjiao on the stone steps. What could I possibly be hiding from you? Su Tianjiao felt a pang of guilt at her question, forcing himself to respond. Alas, upon hearing this, a look of disappointment crossed Feng Jishue's face. Seeing her thus, Su Tianjiao felt a sharp pain in his heart. He stood up and walked across to face her, taking a deep breath before saying, "Jishue, I am no longer pure," he finished, nervously watching her reaction. Feng Jishue's complexion turned pale in an instant. As Jishue, you mean? To resolve this drought, you compromised yourself to her. Feng Jishue interrupted. In truth, she too is a victim, Su Tianjiao said helplessly. That night, after leaving Mingyue Tower with my master, we encountered the Peach Blossom Sword God. My master mentioned this matter, and that Li Sword God, Feng Jishue recounted slowly. Qingxue, are you saying that the one who took my form and entered Mingyue Tower was that brat Su Tianjiao? Li Taibai's brow lifted, his anger palpable. With so many people, why did this brat specifically tarnish my reputation? Indeed, both Jishue and I initially thought it was you, and followed him in, only to find he had blended into the crowd and emerged transformed. She clarified. Taibai, do you remember what Gu Changsheng spoke of atop Tianshan, regarding the Tiangang and Dizhou techniques? Lu Qingxue queried. I recall. That technique is quite remarkable. At that time, not even I nor Qin Shimeng could discern that Feng Xiao's disciple was transformed. Are you suggesting that this Su Tianjiao has also learned the Tiangang and Dizhou techniques? Li Taibai realized, the old celestial master guards him so closely, such techniques would surely be passed on to him. Initially, I did not suspect him, but once I saw the way he looked at Jishue, I guessed it was him, for only he gazes at her with such affection. Later, his sword intent further confirmed my suspicions. That sword intent was undoubtedly Su Tianjiao's, although at that time it bore a new essence. Yet among the younger generation, who else possesses such a talent but him? Lu Qingxue articulated her deductions. If it is indeed him, then my master must have passed on the energy to him, but alas, your disciple may suffer for it, Li Taibai remarked, pointing at Feng Jishue with an odd expression. What does this have to do with Jishue? If you are concerned about that girl's allure, you are gravely mistaken. Su Tianjiao's sword heart is unmatched among the younger generation, Lu Qingxue asserted confidently. I have no worries regarding that lad. Yet do you know why this energy is not publicly transmitted? The Ming family's teachings are understandably kept within, Li Taibai replied. No, given the current drought in Meihua Ridge. Who is unaware, my master is not one with a heart of stone. On the contrary, she possesses a kind soul. The reason she does not impart the techniques to you is that such practices must involve the union of man and woman to manifest. Lu Qingxue expressed, what? Why did you not mention this earlier? Lu Qingxue's face paled, and she hurriedly grasped Feng Jishue's hand, intent on preventing the inevitable. That if you go now, not only will you anger my master, but the drought-afflicting Meihua Ridge will remain unresolved. Li Taibai's words left Lu Qingxue frozen in place. She glanced at Feng Jishue, her expression fraught with conflict. On one hand, there was her beloved disciple. On the other, the countless innocent mortals suffering in Meihua Ridge. The Meihua Sword Fairy found herself in a dilemma. Master, I believe in Tianjiao. Even if it comes to a desperate situation, I will not blame him. Feng Jishue, sensing Lu Qingxue's struggle, gritted her teeth and declared, curse Li Taibai. Upon hearing Feng Jishue's words, Su Tianjiao's heart surged with anger. What, you intend to keep this from me for a lifetime? Feng Jishue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Evoking sympathy, Jishue, Su Tianjiao could only relate everything that transpired that night in meticulous detail. What, the Ming Wang has actually drugged you? Feng Jishue's pair of beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. If it weren't for the Ming Wang's actions, How could I have wronged you? Su Tianjiao's words were left unfinished, as Feng Zhishui silenced her with a kiss. From now on, you are not allowed to think of that night, otherwise, I will make you regret it. After a while, their lips parted, yet they remained entwined. Feng Zhishui feigned anger as she spoke. All right, Su Tianjiao responded succinctly, but her mind could not help but drift back to that night, causing her body to react. Are you thinking about that night? Feng Zhishui was pressed against his sword, her charming face flushed with rage. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a voice rang out. The two were startled and quickly separated. The Ridge Master sent me to inform you. The old Celestial Master has arrived. Mu Yunshang smiled awkwardly, pursing her lips. Sword 1. Feng Zhishui, we pay our respects to the old Celestial Master. Within the Plum Blossom Valley, Su Tianjiao and Feng Zhishui both bowed in unison. No need for excessive courtesy. The old Celestial Master chuckled. Young man, what did I tell you when you descended the mountain? The matter of the unparalleled sword soul must not be mentioned to anyone. How could you forget? This statement was conveyed to Su Tianjiao through the old Celestial Master's voice. All right, everyone lead the way. We shall venture to the Demon Ceiling Valley. Without waiting for Su Tianjiao's response, the old Celestial Master continued. The Demon Ceiling Valley was surrounded by towering peaks, with cliffs that appeared to have been carved by a knife or axe. The valley was shrouded in mist, eerie and strange, with sudden gusts of cold wind howling through. The bizarre rocks resembled monsters with claws and fangs. Under the guidance of Lu Qingxue, the group traversed through layers of fog. Last, a massive and ancient 9-story demon ceiling tower came into view. The tower's body was covered in mysterious runes, flickering with a faint and ominous light. It seemed as though the tower was forged from a millennium of dark iron, exuding an aura of coldness and weight. At the top of the tower, a swirling mass of black mist could be seen, faintly echoing a heart-pounding roar. As everyone gazed upon the demon ceiling tower, a sense of reverence and fear welled up within them. So this is the demon ceiling tower. Lu Qingshua's voice trembled slightly. The old Celestial Master stepped forward, scrutinizing the runes on the tower's surface. His brow furrowed. The seal of this tower has weakened. It is likely that the great demon will soon break free. The old Celestial Master spoke with a grave expression. Just then, the demon ceiling tower began to shake violently. The runes on the tower flickered erratically, and a powerful malevolent force surged forth from within. Everyone, be cautious, Zhongli Qin shouted. The group hastily gathered their strength, bracing themselves for the impending threat. The old Celestial Master scoffed. Stepping forward, a terrifying aura emanated from his body, transforming into a wave of energy that collided with the evil force, producing a thunderous sound. After the clash, the demon ceiling tower returned to calm. This seal is maintained by the 5 elements and 8 trigrams technique of my Taoist sect. Without the water element, it naturally weakens. The old Celestial Master explained. Old Celestial Master, can this seal be reinforced? Lu Qingxue inquired, stepping forward. In this radius of several hundred miles, the water element has already vanished, with 1 element missing from the 5 elements. Reinforcing the seal is difficult. The old Celestial Master gazed at the demon ceiling tower, his brow tightly knit. That is simple. I can borrow water from the nearby state, Zhongli Qin suggested. That may not be feasible. The speaker was Su Tianjiao, whose eyes widened as he stared intently at the base of the tower. His expression grave. Why not? It's merely about borrowing the water element to reinforce the seal. This demon can absorb water. I refuse to believe it can drain an entire river in an instant. Zhongli Qin was puzzled, because at the base of this tower lies a Drought King turtle. Su Tianjiao's voice rang out. Chapter 58, the water-devouring evil turtle, the demon within the tower, Drought King turtle? What manner of creature is that? Zhongli Qin was even more confused. To be precise, it should be called the water-devouring evil turtle. The water-devouring evil turtle, resembling a turtle yet far larger, devours the surrounding water elements wherever it passes. Whether it be rivers, lakes, or streams, as long as it approaches, the water will rapidly dry up and dissipate into vapor. Even the moisture in the air will be completely drained, plunging the area into severe drought. The old Celestial Master explained to the crowd. So this drought is caused by the water-devouring evil turtle, but isn't it at the base of the tower? Lu Qingxue asked. The 5 elements and 8 trigrams formation relies on absorbing the surrounding elemental forces to sustain itself. And the water-devouring evil turtle is here to disrupt this seal, the old Celestial Master continued, producing a sword in his hand. The Taiwu sword, he said, lightly striking at the base of the tower. There was no energy fluctuation, and not even a trace was left on the ground beneath the tower. This is the power of heaven and earth. Lu Qingxue was shocked, and Su Tianjiao too recognized the profundity of this strike. A deafening roar echoed, the crowd felt the ground shake violently, the earth split open, and everyone was propelled into the air. Su Tianjiu and Feng Zhishui were lifted by the old celestial master's immense power. A colossal turtle burst forth from the earth, the demon sealing tower shook violently, the enormous turtle's shell was as hard as iron, adorned with peculiar runes that flickered with a dark glow. Its head was fearsome, with eyes resembling blazing flames that exuded boundless ferocity, its limbs were stout and powerful, each step caused the ground to tremble slightly, its tail resembled that of a dragon, creating gusts of wind as it swayed. Most terrifyingly, wherever it passed, the water elements nearby seemed to be devoured by an invisible force, vanishing without a trace, even the moisture in the air was completely extracted, leading to extreme drought in that area. What a monstrous beast! The old celestial master, gripping his sword in one hand, unleashed a palm strike with the other. The palm strike expanded against the wind, instantly transforming into a colossal imprint that blotted out the sky, bearing an unmatched might as it descended upon the giant turtle. Sensing the impending danger, the giant turtle spewed forth a black column of water in an attempt to resist the old celestial master's attack. However, that water column was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in the presence of the colossal palm strike. Instantly obliterated, the palm imprint landed heavily on the giant turtle, producing a dull thud. The giant turtle roared in pain, cracks appearing on its shell, yet the old celestial master did not relent. With a swing of the Taiwu sword, a sharp beam of sword light sliced toward the giant turtle's neck. As the sword light passed, the space was torn apart. The giant turtle attempted to evade but found itself immobilized under the old celestial master's oppressive aura. With a sharp sound, the giant turtle's head was severed by the sword light, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. Its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, raising a cloud of dust. The crowd was left in awe of the old celestial master's earth-shattering power. With the demise of the water-devouring evil turtle, the demon sealing tower ceased its tremors and gradually returned to tranquility. This demon has been eliminated. The seal must be reinforced swiftly, the old celestial master stated calmly. Lu Qingshui and the others finally regained their senses and nodded in agreement. Old Zhong, go fetch the water, Lu Qingshui urged. Wait, Su Tianjiao suddenly interjected. What do you mean? The crowd was puzzled. I wish to enter the demon sealing tower. Su Tianjiao's subsequent words astonished everyone present. Sword brother, what are you thinking? Sword one, you must be mad. You cannot. There are great demons within this tower. The crowd voiced their concerns in unison. Give me a reason. The old celestial master fixed his gaze on Su Tianjiao and spoke solemnly. The great demon inside has absorbed all the power of the water-devouring evil turtle. This seal can no longer contain it. Su Tianjiao explained. Upon arriving at this demon sealing valley, he had sensed a powerful aura awakening. This aura was far more formidable than that of the old celestial master. After the old celestial master slayed the water-devouring evil turtle, its essence was absorbed by the demon sealing tower. To be precise, it was absorbed by the great demon within the tower. Su Tianjiao had employed a technique to gaze into the aura, and a vague silhouette appeared in his vision. Although he could not discern the demoness form, he could see that it had already broken free from its chains. Are you saying that this evil turtle was purposely sent by the demon inside to be slain by me? The old celestial master suddenly understood, his expression darkening. At this moment, he too felt a wave of trepidation emanating from within the demon sealing tower. Indeed, this demon utilized the water-devouring evil turtle to siphon all the water elements from this region to restore itself. And the last vestige of the turtle's vitality was crucial for its revival. Su Tianjiao elaborated. Despicable, if it comes to that, we shall defy ancestral teachings and slay this demon, Zhong Lichen declared angrily. It is too late. Although this great demon has not yet regained its full strength, it is beyond our ability to contend with, the old celestial master sighed. What, even you old celestial master are no match for it? Lu Qingshui was astonished, for she knew that the person before them was the foremost figure in the Shenhuang realm, with strength that had reached the heavens. If he was not a rival, then what hope was there for the rest of the world? Young man, do you have a solution? The old celestial master turned his gaze to Su Tianjiao and inquired whether it will work or not. We must try to find out, Su Tianjiao replied. You mean the primal force of heaven and earth within you? The old celestial master communicated telepathically. Precisely. The reason the demon remains hidden is due to its fear of the primal force within me, as well as the heavenly jealousy, Su Tianjiao conveyed. He felt the heavenly jealousy sword stirring within him. Very well, proceed with caution. The old celestial master made his decision. He waved his hand, and the 5 elements and 8 trigrams imprint dissipated. The demon sealing tower trembled violently, and the earth shook. The old celestial master's aura surged, and with a hand seal, he forcefully calmed the demon sealing tower using his immense power. The first layer of the tower's gate was opened, Reveal the dark world within, enter quickly, the old master shouted. Upon hearing this, Su Tianjiao strode forward, not looking back as she made her way towards the demon-locked tower. Master, it's of no concern. You must trust him. Liu Qingxue was about to speak in protest but was interrupted by the old master. As Su Tianjiao stepped into the first level of the demon-locked tower, she was met with a dim and oppressive atmosphere. The air was thick with the stench of decay and malevolence, making it hard to breathe. The walls around her were embedded with bizarre stones that emitted a faint glow, their twisted shapes resembling distorted faces in agony, sending chills down her spine. The ground was covered in layers of dust and unknown black fragments. Each step she took stirred up choking clouds of smoke. Kid, I didn't expect you to have the courage to come in. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Su Tianjiao's mind. Since the senior has escaped yet chooses not to leave, I had no choice but to enter. Su Tianjiao replied with a smirk, unafraid in the slightest. If you have the guts, come to the 9th level. The voice continued. At these words, Su Tianjiao remained silent, simply ascending the steps of the demon-locked tower. Before long, she arrived at the 9th level. Upon seeing the iron door before her, a flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes. What? Weren't you just full of bravado? The voice came from behind the door, chilling her to the bone. Taking a deep breath, she pushed the door open. Even though she had prepared herself, the sight that greeted her on the 9th level startled her. The figure before her was emaciated, resembling a desiccated corpse, with sharp fangs and blood-red eyes fixed intently upon her, exuding an aura of evil. What? Are you frightened by my appearance? The creature inquired. If I were to say I wasn't scared by your appearance, you wouldn't believe me, Su Tianjiao replied, suppressing her fear. Kid, the fact that you dare stand before me already puts you ahead of many, but you are still destined to die, for within you lies something I require. The creature's demeanor shifted dramatically as a powerful wave of dark energy emanated from it, launching itself towards Su Tianjiao at an incredible speed, so swift that even she could not react in time. I was careless. This creature does not fear the origin power within me. It craves it. Su Tianjiao's face turned ashen as he attempted to fight back, but the sinister force was overwhelmingly strong. Firmly suppressing his body, yet he found himself unable to move. In this critical moment, the Tianju sword within him unexpectedly emerged, colliding with the malevolent entity. Boom! The entire 9th level of the demon tower trembled under the impact of their clash. How could this Dao Seed be in your possession? The creature's eyes widened in disbelief. Dao Seed? What Dao Seed? Su Tianjiao was perplexed. After the strike of the Tianju sword, it returned to hover before him, its tip pointing directly at the creature. Chapter 59, 9th level of the Demon Tower. The goddess Nba, the spirit of your sword is the Dao Seed. Quickly tell me, from where did you acquire it? The creature's voice brimmed with urgency. You mean Tianju? He belongs to my master, Su Tianjiao replied, raising an eyebrow. Tianju? The creature's eyes glimmered with suspicion. Who is your master? The Sword Emperor Gz. Su Tianjiao thought for a moment and answered truthfully, it is he. Upon hearing this, the creature began to weep softly. You know my master. Su Tianjiao's heart stirred, and he hastily inquired, not just acquainted, he is my closest kin, my brother. The creature wept bitterly. This is impossible. My master is merely a few hundred years old. How could he possibly be your brother? Su Tianjiao clearly disbelieved this, aware that the creature had been trapped here for an eternity, while his master had only lived for a few hundred years. Have you heard of the Tao of creation and eternal life? The creature suddenly asked. Are you suggesting that my master is actually immortal? But my master's Tao is not the path of immortality. My elder brother practiced the Tao of creation and eternal life, but he abandoned that practice hundreds of years ago to pursue the Tao of the sword anew. Then what is your name? I am called Nba. Nba, that name has echoed through my master's dreams many times, Su Tianjiao murmured. At this moment, he began to believe the creature's claims, although the one-armed elder had forgotten much. There were many names he often called out in dreams, and Nba was one of them. My elder brother visited here over 300 years ago, awakening my consciousness. He said he had found a way to restore me and instructed me to wait here. Yet I have waited for 300 years, and he has yet to appear. I suspect he must have encountered some misfortune, so I summoned that water-devouring evil turtle using this demonic power to aid my escape. As Nba spoke, her emotions intensified, and the demonic energy around her surged uncontrollably. Senior, my master perished 300 years ago while slaying demons in the 10,000 demon mountains, leaving only a fragment of his will that found me. Su Tianjiao, seeing this, quickly exclaimed, my elder brother is dead. How could that be? He is the foremost swordsman of all time. Even my father pales in comparison to him in the realm of swordsmanship. How could he die? How could he possibly die? NBA upon hearing this fell silent for a while, then murmured repeatedly. Suddenly Su Tianzhou felt a surge of overwhelming killing intent as NBA's eyes turned crimson. And she bellowed, "You vile demon clan, return my brother's life to me." This roar echoed from the demon lock tower, shaking the hearts of those outside, especially Feng Zhishui, who rushed into the tower without a second thought. Zhishui, Lu Qingxue, witnessing this, attempted to step forward but was stopped by the old master. "They will be fine, trust me." The old master's words provided Lu Qingxue with immense reassurance. However, in this wretched form of mine, how can I avenge my brother? NBA lamented helplessly. "Senior, perhaps I have a way to assist you in regaining your form." Su Tianzhou suddenly recalled something and hurriedly said, "Child, what I am afflicted with is the demonic power of one of the four fiends. Xiangqi, even my father had no means to combat it. The origin power within you can only restore my strength but cannot aid me in regaining my true form." Upon hearing this, NBA trembled suddenly, her breath becoming feeble. "Senior, you might try this." Su Tianzhou took out a wine flask from his waist and tossed it over. He remembered that when Luo Qingqing drank from this flask, she regained her former beauty. Though he chose to trust NBA's words, he remained cautious, especially since she was a demon. "This flask of wine cannot be wielded by anyone not closely related to my master. It is worth a try to see if her words are true." Is this the Chen Kuan Wan Qi flask? My elder brother truly found it, NBA exclaimed with joy as she received the flask. She continued, "This Chen Kuan Wan Qi flask, when activated with profound cultivation, can condense the One Qi of heaven and earth, greatly aiding my restoration." However, when she opened the flask and saw it filled to the brim with wine, she froze in place. "Senior, what is this?" Su Tianzhou inquired, confused. "The wine within is a rare treasure. Remember to drink it regularly," NBA suddenly said, then raised the flask to her lips, letting the potent liquor drip into her mouth. This phrase was often spoken by my master in the past, warming Su Tianzhou's heart. "Tianzhou, are you all right?" Feng Zhishui suddenly appeared, her sword the Ao Shui already drawn. "Zhishui, what brings you here? I was worried about you." "This demon, she is not a demon, she is my master's sister." "Your master's sister? This matter is lengthy, do not be alarmed, simply wait patiently." Feng Zhishui, still skeptical, Shitter Ao Shui, her gaze fixed intently on NBA. As NBA drank from the flask, a wondrous light enveloped her, and the demonic energy began to recede. Within the radiance, her form began to transform, her withered skin gradually became smooth and delicate, and her fearsome visage softened. Before long, the light faded, revealing NBA as a graceful young woman in flowing green attire, her beauty exquisite, though her eyes still bore a hint of sorrow from her tumultuous past. "I have finally returned," NBA murmured, her voice clear and melodious. Su Tianzhou and Feng Zhishui gazed at the green-clad woman before them, both astonished. "A pure body, this young girl is indeed remarkable." NBA regarded Feng Zhishui with admiration. "Disciple Su Tianzhou pays respects to my master's sister." Su Tianzhou, seeing this, promptly knelt respectfully. "You are named Su Tianzhou," NBA remarked, her aura intensifying. "The disciple's true name is indeed Su Tianzhou." Su Tianzhou transformed, revealing his true appearance. NBA gazed at him for a long while before finally speaking. "The child of destiny Su Tianzhou, a melody of reincarnation that shakes the heavens. I had thought that Su Tianzhou was a female. Yet you are a male." This, Su Tianzhou felt a flush of embarrassment and confusion. "Master's sister, my master once said that a child born should be like Su Tianzhou, a melody of reincarnation that shakes the heavens. Yet you refer to me as the child of destiny?" Su Tianzhou inquired. "Originally, the heavenly secrets my father sought were indeed the child of destiny. My elder brother likely said this to protect you. The child of destiny carries great fortune, but also great peril." NBA approached, kindly extending the wine flask back to Su Tianzhou. "Great fortune? What kind of great fortune do I possess?" Su Tianzhou scoffed at himself. "What fortune can one have when one has been an orphan since childhood?" "Child, when heaven is about to bestow great responsibilities upon a person, it must first harden their will, exercise their muscles and bones, starve their body, and leave them destitute." As the female spectre concluded her words, she took a step forward, and her figure abruptly vanished, only to reappear outside the tower. Su Tianzhou was still contemplating her utterances when she witnessed the sudden disappearance. Hastily, she grasped Feng Zhishui's hand and departed. They gazed at the suddenly materialized woman clad in green. The old celestial master and his companions felt as though they were facing a formidable adversary. From the presence of this green-clad woman, they sensed an unprecedented peril. How could a being of such caliber, one who had once ascended to the realm of the heavens, now find themselves in such a dire situation? The moment the female spectre emerged, she became aware of this world, only to discover that the elderly man, who had long been present, was indeed the foremost martial artist of this realm, yet, was not his cultivation level exceedingly low? Upon hearing the words of the green-clad woman, the old celestial master and his companions felt a wave of embarrassment. "May I inquire who you are, esteemed predecessor?" the old celestial master asked. "I am known as Enba." The green-clad woman replied coldly. Upon hearing this, the old celestial master was overwhelmed with excitement, promptly kneeling and proclaiming, "I, Zheng Shenqing, a descendant of the younger generation, pay my respects to the ancestral spirit of Enba." Lu Qingxue and the others were taken aback by the old celestial master's actions, perplexed by the situation. "It is rare that anyone in this realm remembers me." "Rise," Enba chuckled, the old celestial master. Upon hearing this, quickly stood and was about to introduce Lu Qingxue and the others when Enba suddenly interjected, "There is no need to disclose my identity to them, from this day forth. You may call me Ji Ruxui." As her words fell, her long black hair transformed into a brilliant white child. "I initially intended to venture to the 10,000 Demon Mountains, but I did not anticipate that the great calamity of this realm would originate from outside. Allow me to shield you for a while," Ji Ruxue communicated to Su Tianjiao, who had just emerged from the demon locking tower, now resembling Jianyi. With that, she stepped forward, her figure vanishing from sight. When she reappeared, she stood amidst the starry sky, with the realm of Shenhuang beneath her feet and a sword intent encasing the realm above her head. A terrifying sword intent enveloped the Shenhuang realm. Alas, the once great Shenhuang world has now diminished to a mere shadow of its former self. "Little one, strive to grow stronger." Ji Ruxue cast a glance at the realm beneath her, letting out a sigh as she traversed through that sword intent. Entering a space devoid of any presence. Chapter 60, Turning the Hand for Clouds, Overturning the Hand for Rain. Esteemed guests, the drought in Meiwa Ridge has been alleviated. I must now attend to matters concerning martial evaluations. So I bid you farewell." The old celestial master addressed the assembly. He glanced at Su Tianjiao and silently conveyed, "From now on, do not reveal your sword intent in public." With that, the old celestial master stepped forward, his figure vanishing from sight. We bid farewell to the old celestial master. Everyone bowed in unison. In Meiwawu, perhaps due to the demise of the water-eating evil turtle, the air was no longer as parched. Although it could not be described as humid, it was no longer uncomfortable. Su Tianjiao held Feng Zhishui's hand, strolling along the mountainside where Meiwawu was situated. "Zhishui, did you grow up here?" she inquired. "Indeed," Feng Zhishui replied. "How are Uncle Feng and Auntie doing?" "Father and mother reside at the foot of the ridge in Maidu. However, over the past 3 years of severe drought, although I have dispatched considerable water to them. As you know, water vanishes swiftly upon contact with the air. Why not bring your parents up to the mountains?" Su Tianjiao asked. "Father said that worldly people should dwell in worldly places, and that this celestial domain is not suited for a mere mortal like him." "I see, Zhishui, please take me to meet Uncle Feng," Su Tianjiao said earnestly. Upon hearing this, a hint of blush adorned Feng Zhishui's cheeks. Noticing her lack of refusal, Su Tianjiao took her hand and descended the mountain. The distance from Meiwawu to Maidu at the foot of the ridge was merely 200 miles. With Su Tianjiao and Feng Zhishui's pace, they could arrive in less than half a day. "I truly envy those cultivators above the cave heavens. Flying is such a blessing," Su Tianjiao lamented along the way. "Then you must expedite your cultivation. I am already at mid-cave heaven, while you remain at the golden core stage." Feng Zhishui teased with a smile. "Oh, even before we are wed, you are beginning to find fault with me." Su Tianjiao's words prompted a playful pout from Feng Zhishui. Su Tianjiao quickly assuaged her, and the two of them engaged in playful banter, losing track of the long journey. At last, the outline of Maidu at the foot of the ridge appeared before them. Su Tianjiao adjusted her attire and quickened her pace alongside Feng Zhishui, eagerly anticipating their reunion with her parents. "My dear wife, what do you think has become of that girl Zhishui? How is she faring in her search for a solution to the drought?" In the Feng residence, Feng Zhinyue reclined in a rocking chair within the courtyard, a visage of despondency. The 3-year drought had rendered his family, despite celestial care, only marginally better off than ordinary folk. Zhishui's master is a celestial being. Surely there must be a way to alleviate this drought. Just then, a beautiful woman emerged from the room, bearing a resemblance to Feng Zhishui. She was Feng Zhishui's mother. "Yi Jinru, alas, people are dying in the city every day. Just yesterday, the second son of the city lord perished from thirst." Feng Zhinyue rose, his eyes filled with sorrow, the moment Su Tianjiao and Feng Zhishui stepped into Maidu. They were taken aback by the scene before them.